Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2693 to Chapter 2747. Mu Yun didn't know what the scenery in the depths of Wujian Ancient Mountain was. Then, even the emperors didn't seem to know about the existence of these behemoths. At this moment, Mu Yun followed Qi Lingyue and the others. They encountered many waves of ferocious beasts along the way and even lost 7 or 8 people. Qi Lingyue didn't stop. She led the group all the way into the depths. Seemingly they already had a destination. After crossing 1,000 miles, a plain appeared in front of them. Those divine beasts didn't chase after them in the depths of the mountains and forests. Stop. Qi Lingyue stopped. The team of more than 80 people stopped at this moment. Everyone, take a rest before we continue. Yes. Ran and the others stopped and began swallowing pills to recover their cultivation. Mu Yun sat down. However, he wasn't recovering but digesting. On the way just now, 11 or 12 people died in the 100-man team. Mu Yun quietly swallowed all of them. At this moment, he sat on the spot and completely digested the aura that he swallowed. He didn't need to swallow ancient god pills to recover at all. No, after a while, Qi Lingyue stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, there was a plain. There was no end to it as far as the eye could see. We're almost there. Qi Lingyue said, the Sun Palace, one of the 8 palaces. Qi Lingyue continued, the Sun Palace is the palace of ancient Emperor Wujian's eldest disciple, Fu Chongyang. The emperors will explore it. Our main goal is the palaces around the Sun Palace. At the same time, remember one thing. Although the 11 major forces have divided the exploration area, there are 11 major forces in the 8 palaces. In other words, there will be people who will cross the boundary. At that time, be careful of people from other forces. Everyone nodded when they heard this. After passing through the obstacles, they were finally about to start exploring this place. This time, the 11 major forces were all here for the 8 palaces. Speaking, it was very likely that they would stay here for hundreds of years. Moreover, when they first entered, everyone would be in their own camps. Those in the same camp could still maintain their formation. However, as time passed, it would definitely become chaotic. At that time, killing and bloody battles would be inevitable. Only by surviving could they talk about gains. Let's go. Mu Yun took a step forward and followed Qi Lingyue out again. A series of piercing sounds could be heard coming from the valley. The party advanced for a total of 3 days before they passed through the plains. While after crossing the plains, there was another forest. Only it was because the mountain forest here was obviously different from the one he had entered. The tallest mountain range was no more than 1,000 meters tall, and the trees were only 100 meters tall. Compared to the outskirts, it was much smaller. Next, Su Yan, Xianxia, Tu Longxing, the 3 of you will each lead a team and spread out to search. Whenever we find anything strange, we will gather together. Remember, don't act alone. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, you will suffer great losses. Thus, he began to search for the ancient ruins. Everyone nodded. Immediately, the 80-plus people were divided into 4 groups. Qi Lingyue led one team while Su Yan, Xianxia, and Tu Longxing led the other team. Mu Yun followed Qi Lingyue's team. Follow me. Looking at Mu Yun, Qi Lingyue smiled and said, you are my lucky star. I realized it the last time. This time, I won't let you leave my side. Yun smiled and said, that might lead you to death. Afraid of death? Can you become an imperial emperor or a supreme being if you are afraid of death? Qi Lingyue said casually, are you a person who is afraid of death? Of course I am. I don't think so. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, if you were afraid of death, you wouldn't have been chased all over the place last time. Cut the crap. Qi Lingyue said again, since I am willing to be friends with you and not be your superior, I won't harm you. You are not a person who is willing to be ordinary, and neither am I. Since we are cooperating, I will show my sincerity. I hope you will too. Mu Yun nodded and said, I understand. This team of about 20 people was not too far away from each other. They began to search. At this moment, Yun spread out her soul aura to search the surroundings. However, after searching for half a day, she did not find anything. Gui. Mu Yun could not help but shout, "You are more familiar with this place. Look for it." "I can't be bothered," Gui said lazily. "Master Gui, you are so powerful. Find me a side palace, and I can quickly reach the Jade Bone Realm and become a Saint Lord." "Aren't you able to break through to the Jade Bone Realm at any time?" Gui sneered and said, "You are not that far away. You have devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of 11 or 12 martial artists along the way. If you want to break through, you can do it now." Cough, cough. Mu Yun coughed. Yun coughed and said, "This place is very strange. I can't see anything on the ground. I have checked 1,000 meters underground, but I still can't find anything. Where is this place?" "Wujian Ancient Mountain." Gui said disdainfully, the Wujian Ancient Emperor was also an ancient emperor in the past. There were less than 100 titled gods and emperors in the thousands of worlds. This Wujian Ancient Mountain was originally his headquarters. What can your sovereign king's soul power do? Even if there is an ancient palace in front of you, you can't find it with your soul power. Mu Yun said. Yun was stunned and said, "According to what you said, it can only be seen with the naked eye? I can't possibly dig 3 feet underground, right? Are you stupid? You are an ancient divine array master. Your maternal grandfather was a genius, and your father was also a peerless genius. How come when it comes to you, you're so stupid? Use the formation patterns as tentacles and merge into the ground to search a large area. Not to mention 1,000 meters, you can search 10,000 meters as a level 4 ancient divine array master. The Wujian Ancient Mountain has evolved for millions of years, and the landscape has changed greatly. However, this is the territory of the Wujian Ancient Emperor. The ground is supported by the array. Even if those palaces are buried underground, they will not be more than 10,000 meters deep." Mu Yun said. Yun was suddenly enlightened. "Speak." As he spoke, the formation patterns had already spread out. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun stood on the spot and began to search layer by layer. However, when the formation patterns touched a trace of the array, they were directly devoured. Mu Yun put away his thoughts and used all his strength to touch 1,000 meters northeast of his feet. No, after a long time, the formation runes formed a picture. 1. The appearance of this hall appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun spoke at this moment. Shishi Yu walked over. Shine fact, from the very beginning, Qi Lingyue was not far from Mu Yun. She never thought that the others would be able to find any ruins. After all, she carried many treasures with her, but she found nothing. Not to mention the others. Only Mu Yun was the only one who made her have some hope. Where is it? From my current position, 900 meters underground, northeast. Mu Yun said. As soon as Yun finished speaking, Qi Lingyue immediately ordered people to dig. June at the King Realm, digging was still very fast. Summon the other 3 teams. Qi Lingyue ordered. Immediately, someone went out to pass the message. No, after a while, a deep pit appeared on the ground. The roof of a palace appeared in front of everyone. 2. More than a dozen people looked at Mu Yun in shock. He had scanned the area over and over again, but there was nothing to find. Mu Yun, however, Yun found that there was a palace here. Qi Lingyue knew that Mu Yun had some tricks up her sleeve, so she didn't ask further. Mu Yun looked at the roof of the palace and said, "This hall is surrounded by array formations. We can only enter from the palace gate. Dig out this area and find the palace gate." Do it. Qi Lingyue gave the order. Everyone didn't dare to delay and began to get busy. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, "Don't worry, your secret belongs to you. I won't tell anyone else, nor will I force you to reveal your tricks. However, you can do it in front of me, but in front of others, it's better to keep a low profile." Mu Yun said. Yun said bluntly, "Actually, it's not a secret." Mu Yun deliberately raised her voice. Where is this place? Ancient Emperor Wujian's Wujian Ancient Mountain. Back then, Ancient Emperor Wujian occupied the area. We are only kings. How can we find it with our soul power? I am an ancient divine array master. I used array patterns as a guide to explore and found this place. Mu Yan's explanation made everyone understand. Xi Lingyue was right. Others couldn't find it, but he could. He was causing trouble for himself for no reason. He might as well tell them the method. Xi Lingyue smiled and said, "You are very smart. You can even think of this method." Yun smiled awkwardly. This wasn't the method he thought of. Just now, Guei scolded him for being stupid. No, after a while, they began to dig, and the ground around them began to pile up. This excavation was more than 1,000 meters long and wide. A deep pit appeared in front of everyone. And, the appearance of the hall was also displayed in front of everyone. The entire hall was 1,800 meters long and 1,200 meters wide. And, looking carefully, the hall was divided into 3 parts. At the most there was only 1 floor in front of them, and there were 2 side halls on each side. There was a hall in the middle with 3 floors. And, there was another hall in front of them and another floor. Slightly there were about a dozen halls, and they didn't look very big. Mu Yun looked at the scale of the entire hall and secretly looked forward to it. And, in other words, if they really encountered an endless number of halls, it was very likely to be a relatively large hall. It was very likely that it was left behind by an emperor or a paragon expert. They were a group of monarchs. It was impossible for them to obtain anything good. And such a hall was small, but with their monarch's strength, they should be able to enter it. And if they were lucky, the things they obtained would be suitable for their own cultivation. That would be the best. This time, Mu Yun had made up her mind to advance to the Great Sage Realm. Only by reaching the Great Sage Realm would she be able to establish a foothold in the eastern wilderness. Only then would the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance be able to stabilize. Swoosh, 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 the sound of something tearing through the air rang out at this moment. Number 10 figures turned back one by one. They were Shui Zhongjia, Tu Longxing, Su Yan, and the others. Seeing the deep pit on the ground and the exposed hall, their expressions changed a few times. We didn't find anything, but here, I heard that Mu Yun found it. Qi Lingyue had a whole new level of respect for Mu Yun. This time, she was afraid that she would rely on Mu Yun even more. Then, their status would be threatened. This wasn't a good thing. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 18 Demon Emperor Techniques, let's get ready to enter. Qi Lingyue landed on the ground and went to the pit. Tasting book mobile at the palace gate was 10 meters tall and 20 meters wide. The entire palace was glowing. It was obviously an array, so it should be well preserved. Dozens of people followed Qi Lingyue and landed on the ground. The palace gate was tightly shut, and rays of glazed light were flowing. Seeing this, Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. She knew what Qi Lingyue was going to do. She walked forward and touched the palace gate gently. There was a buzzing sound, and Mu Yun felt that the power in her body was being devoured. Huh? Mu Yun was stunned. She looked at the palace gate and thought for a while. Lines of array engravings appeared, and a deep aura rose from Mu Yun's body. The lines of array engravings flowed into the palace gate and released the power of heaven and earth. The palace gate gradually opened. A gust of dust blew against his face. Everyone became cautious at this moment. After all, this was Scarlet Ancient Mountain. Who knew what would happen? Not long after, the lines of array engravings retracted, and the palace gate was completely open. Qi Lingyue waved her hand and said, "Everyone, be careful. Enter the palace after making sure it's safe. This is Scarlet Ancient Mountain. You should know how dangerous it is." The group of people nodded in agreement. Mu Yun stepped forward, and Panga Spirit and Luo Feng followed on her left and right. After entering the palace, more than 80 people spread out. Qi Lingyue directly entered the first main hall. The entire hall looked empty and quiet, as if it had been standing here alone for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. No one had cared about it. Around the palace, on the walls, there were protruding statues embedded in the walls. They looked like demons and monsters from hell, and they looked ferocious. There were a total of 18 statues. They surrounded the two sides of the palace, giving off a terrifying atmosphere. At this moment, Mu Yun had gathered all his strength and was on guard at all times. Deep in the palace, one could see that there was an empty space in the depths of the palace. At this moment, there were seats placed in the empty space. And on the seat in the middle, there was a figure that had already decayed into dust. There was a sentence engraved under the figure's feet. Fu Qingying. A pinnacle saint, he's Fu Changyang's son. Qi Lingyue explained that Fu Changyang, the leader of the first palace, Sun Palace, was the top disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Fu Changyang's son. Only a pinnacle saint. Mu Yun originally thought that each of the 9 great disciples of ancient Emperor Wu Jian would at least be a supreme being, or even surpassing a supreme being. But it seemed that that was not. No wonder the 11 powers were dared to the 8 great palaces. Fu Zhangyang should be the most powerful among the 9 great disciples. However, this Fu Qingying is his son and is at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. I'm afraid he's not suitable for martial cultivation. Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue looked around Niyu to into translation Che Miss. Mu Yun looked at Fu Qingying, who had already decayed, and sighed in her heart. For someone as strong as ancient Emperor Wu Jian, his 9 disciples and the Golden Axe heavenly palace that he had established, there were bound to be countless experts, but now, the palaces of the 9 disciples were being excavated one by one. The descendants of the ancient emperor could not escape death. Right at that moment, a miserable shriek was suddenly heard. What's going on? Qi Lingyue looked at the place where the scream came from. Princess, someone, suddenly died. Qi Lingyue and the others immediately walked over. At the edge of the wall, there was a corpse lying flat on the ground. A sovereign king at the Golden Bone realm died directly? Princess, we were all looking around and only heard Du Tao scream. We didn't see anything at all, someone immediately said. Strange, Qi Lingyue stared at the surroundings. Everyone, be careful. All of a sudden, another scream was heard. On the other side, a figure suddenly fell to the ground. Another one died. At this moment, everyone couldn't stay calm. It was understandable that one died, but another one died. It was too strange. Look around carefully, don't make any more mistakes. Qi Lingyue couldn't help but shout. It wasn't a good idea to continue dying like this, the losses would only get greater and greater, and it was simply unbearable. And most importantly, they didn't know how they died. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at his surroundings in silence. Those who were about to die were all under the protruding statues on the wall. And they died instantly without a trace of relief. Mu Yun was slightly stunned. At this moment, the array pattern was released and touched the statue. In the next moment, Mu Yun's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't go near the demon statue. Mu Yun shouted. Everyone immediately dodged. Demon statue. The problem was with the demon statue, Mu Yun continued, there's a big problem with this demon statue. But as Mu Yun's words fell, screams suddenly sounded. Under the demon statue, a few more people died unnaturally at this moment. Qi Lingyue cursed in a low voice. Don't probe the demon statue. Can't you hear me? Everyone immediately gathered in the center of the hall. On both sides of the wall, there were 18 demon statues in different shapes. At this moment, they were as strange as hell's blood envoys that could devour people's lives at any time. A palace at the peak of the great sage realm is so strange. This was something they didn't expect. Mu Yun stood under the demon statue at this moment and looked at it, but she suddenly realized something. What did you find? This demon statue doesn't seem to allow people to probe it. Anyone who touches it will die. Mu Yun said slowly, perhaps we need to worship it. Just now, he had clearly sensed a domineering aura within the golem, which was full of might without being angry. That domineering aura seemed to be angry at their casual probing. It was like an emperor. If he was casually observed by a human emperor, how could he not be angry? That was the arrogance of a powerhouse. You go and try it. Qi Lingyue pointed to a person beside her. Your Highness, that person's face turned bitter. In just a short while, 5 or 6 people had died. If he went, what if Mu Yun was lying? Wouldn't he be dead? Tu Longxing suddenly said, Your Highness, the person who discovered it should be the one to investigate. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Mu Yun. That's right, Mu Yun discovered it. Mu Yun was the one who suggested this method. Naturally, Mu Yun should be the one to investigate. If Mu Yun is right, then you guys are missing an opportunity. Qi Lingyue frowned. Let me do it. Mu Yun smiled and said, Danger and opportunity coexist. If you are afraid and don't move forward, you will have no hope of becoming a great sage in this lifetime. Mu Yun's words were naturally for Tu Longxing to hear. Tu Longxing snorted and didn't say anything. Opportunity? If Mu Yun died, she wouldn't even know how she died. Let's not talk about it. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Qi Lingyue was also shocked when she saw Mu Yun's golden bones transform into jade bones. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura soared within the golem. 10 The 8 Demon Emperor art was finally engraved by him. Could the second demonic pillar also be the ancient god art? Mu Yun was looking forward to it. However, the first demonic pillar was already so powerful. Perhaps only a saint would be able to inscribe the second demonic pillar, right? Mu Yun wasn't willing to leave just like that and wanted to try. But in that instant, when his mind touched the second demonic pillar, a boundless repulsion forced him out of the demonic statue. Mu Yun's soul returned to his body. How is it? Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun and asked anxiously. There are 18 demonic pillars inside. Each pillar should have an ancient god art engraved on it. I was ejected after engraving the first one. However, I reckon that to engrave the second one needs to be at least a sage. Although that was the case, Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and thought. Qi Lingyue could engrave the second one. Let me try. Qi said. Qi Lingyue spoke and stepped forward. Qi, Yuren and the others naturally had nothing to say. Mu Yun's first attempt was risking his life. Now that he had benefited, the second one was naturally Qi Lingyue. After Qi Lingyue finished, it was their turn. However, no one noticed that Qi Lingyue didn't ask Mu Yun how he advanced. Qi Lingyue could also see that. Qi Yun could have reached the monarch Jade Bone realm long ago, but he didn't advance. It wasn't until Mu Yun came out that Qi Lingyue understood. Qi Yun chose to advance at this moment to obtain the ancient god art inside. However, the others thought that Mu Yun was able to advance because of the opportunity in the golem. As Qi Lingyue's soul left her body, Mu Yun came to the side and sat down, carefully comprehending the advancement and changes in his strength. As for the envious gazes of the others, he couldn't be bothered. No, they were willing to take the risk and now wanted to share the benefits. Time all of a sudden, Qi Lingyue's body moved. Faced with a pale face, Qi Lingyue's footsteps were trembling. Success. Mu Yun could clearly sense that Qi Lingyue had succeeded. The others can give it a try. Lingyue said. Su Yan, Tu Longxing, and Xianxia immediately stepped forward. Qi Lingyue came to Mu Yun's side. 18 demonic pillars. It seems that every time one is carved, there will be one less. When I entered, there were only 17 left. You succeeded? Qi Lingyue nodded and said, only a saint monarch can successfully obtain the third root. It's over for us. Qi Lingyue naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Total, he had to give those people some hope. A 5th grade ancient god technique? That's right. Lingyue looked at Mu Yun and said, how about you and I trade? Give it a try. Can you do it? Mu Yun shook her head. Qi Lingyue was about to speak, but she was surprised to find that once her soul power fluctuated and wanted to communicate with Mu Yun or speak, it involved the ancient god technique that she had obtained. She couldn't move at all. It seems that it's impossible. Qi Lingyue sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed an ancient god pill to recover. Around her, in front of the 18 demonic statues, many kings prostrated themselves in worship. Only many people were immediately bounced back as soon as they entered the demonic statues. Actually, they were too weak to inscribe the ancient god technique. Just even Su Yan, Xianxia, and Tu Longxing didn't last long before they were bounced back. Everyone. At this moment, everyone was unwilling to give up. However, Mu Yun was the first to dare to try and obtain the opportunity. Qi Lingyue was the second. As a princess, she had a strong foundation and also obtained the opportunity. He didn't have the courage, strength, or foundation, so this was the only way. Once. In the main hall, sighs could be heard continuously. Damn it. Tu Longshan cursed in a low voice, full of unwillingness. Mu Yun reached the Emperor Jade Bone realm just like that. With his realm was the same. But, he was stuck in the Emperor Jade Bone realm, unable to take that step to reach the Sage Lord realm. If he only relied on bitter cultivation, it would probably be difficult in this lifetime. This exploration of the 8 great halls was an opportunity. Catch with the opportunity, it was very possible to reach the mid-stage, late stage, or even the peak of the Sage Lord realm. There's only one chance. I let you try at the beginning. If you don't dare to, then don't blame others. Qi Lingyue said loudly, there are still a few palaces here. I hope that you will put your lives first, but I also hope that you won't be too afraid. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qi Lingyue didn't say anything else. She looked at Mu Yun with satisfaction. Mu Yun was really a blessing, it was right to pull him over from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. If otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such an opportunity this time. Everyone, continued to explore. At this moment, the crowd's mood gradually recovered. They had just entered the waterless ancient mountain. There was still a lot of time later. A temporary gain or loss was nothing. Mu Yun didn't say much at this moment. When reaching the Emperor Jade Bone realm, success would follow naturally. But if he wanted to reach the Sage Lord realm, he would have to devour hundreds or thousands of sovereigns or 8 to 10 sages. It was just that the gap between sovereigns and sages was too big. It was no different from a fool's dream for him to kill a sage. Not to mention 8 to 10 sages. He had to be in the Jade Bone realm to kill hundreds of sovereigns. No, how could it be so easy? For a moment, Mu Yun knew that it would be difficult for him to advance again. Except it wasn't by luck that he encountered a battle between sages. He was picking up corpses and devouring them. This kind of scene was exciting enough just thinking about it. The battle between sages caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Within a radius of 100 miles, not a single blade of grass grew. He was in the Emperor Jade Bone realm, picking up corpses and devouring them. He hoped to get some divine weapons and cultivation technique manuals, but he wanted to get some corpses. I wonder how long the qi and blood in the body can be preserved after the death of a sage. It would be great if it can be preserved for tens of thousands of years. Yun didn't think about it anymore. He firmly memorized the 18 Demon Emperor techniques and familiarized himself with the power in his body. On the other side, Qi Lingyue was the same. After obtaining a 5th grade ancient god technique, Qi Lingyue seemed to have comprehended something. She, who was in the Emperor Jade Bone realm, seemed to be about to transform. No, putting aside the fact that Qi Lingyue's father and mother were both imperial emperors, Qi Lingyue herself was indeed a rare genius. Her talent wasn't bad. For around them, everyone spread out to investigate this place. Qi Lingyue slowly opened her eyes. The Tao of Sages? Not yet. Qi Lingyue smiled bitterly. How can it be so simple for a sovereign to reach the Sage Lord realm? The Sage Lord realm is also known as the Sage Immortal realm. What is immortal? In fact, how can a sovereign be immortal? Immortal is only relative. Qi Lingyue said seriously. The Sovereign Divine Bone realm and the Sage Immortal realm are the transformation of the soul, Qi Lingyue said seriously. Since ancient times, the transformation of the soul is the most difficult to achieve on the path of cultivation. This is also why there are many sovereigns in the eastern wilderness, but very few sages. Even if the 11 major forces were to be added together, they would only have about 10,000 people. With the guidance of her parents, Qi Lingyue was very clear about this. Human sovereigns tempered the 5 internal organs, earth sovereigns tempered the 6 internal organs, heavenly sovereigns tempered the 7 elements, sovereigns tempered the bone marrow, and sages tempered the soul. Since ancient times, the soul was the most mysterious existence. It was the foundation of a martial artist. The soul gave birth to the bones gave birth to the blood, and the blood gave birth to the flesh. Because of the existence of the soul, the human body was perfect. Therefore, after entering the Great Thousand World, martial artists began to cultivate by merging with heaven and earth. The sage position was to bear the power of heaven and earth. The sovereign position was to merge with the power of heaven and earth. In fact, from the beginning of the body-tempering realm to now, step by step, every improvement and transformation couldn't be separated from the foundation. But, it was simply a physical body and a soul. Every time he experienced a great improvement, his body and soul would undergo an ultimate transformation. What is an emperor? Mu Yun blurted out. Emperor. Qi Lingyue paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. Even my parents are not sure. How, Emperor Qi Shi and Emperor Ling Xian were both emperors. How could they not be sure? Qi Lingyue understood that Mu Yun had misunderstood her. She said, according to my parents, emperor is a fusion. The path from human sovereign to sage is the path of the martial artist and the power of heaven and earth. At the end of the fusion, the power of heaven and earth and the martial artist will become one. At the peak of Sage Lord, it will be completely unified. Unified is the power in the martial artist's body. Actually, the 10,000-year emperor, 100,000-year emperor, and 1,000,000-year emperor that we often talk about are not accurate to determine the strength of the emperor according to time. After thinking for a moment, Qi Lingyue said again, emperor is a path. The 10,000-year emperor walked out of 100 meters, the 100,000-year emperor walked out of 500 meters, and the 1,000,000-year emperor walked out of 1,000 meters. When they walked out of 10,000 meters, it was the end of the path. At that time, they would have reached the Paragon God realm. The path of the emperor. Mu Yun was deep in thought. He had not reached the Sage Lord level, and his soul had not transformed. He still did not know about this path. Or perhaps only when he reached the Sage Lord level could he figure out this path. It was just that there were less than 100 emperors in the eastern wilderness. Saint among the 10,000 emperors, less than 1% could walk this path. Difficult. I heard from my father that the Paragon God realm starts to cultivate the Paragon celestial body. The so-called Paragon celestial body is a kind of unique power. It is the power of dominating heaven and earth. Qi Lingyue explained it very clearly. Saint position carried the power of heaven and earth. Emperor merged with the power of heaven and earth. Paragon controlled the power of heaven and earth. There was a huge difference between the two of them. Clenching, Mu Yun clenched her fists. At this moment, an indomitable aura appeared in her heart. From the initial little sage to the current emperor. He had already walked all the way. Sage lords and emperor lords could not stop him. Once he reached the Paragon God realm, he could be considered an expert in the ninth heaven realm. He could go and take a look at the vast and powerful western Myriad Mountains, the Antarctic Sea region, the northern Sky Mountain source, and the core of the ninth heaven realm. 3 such a force. 2 such a force. He could finally take a step towards the top of the Great Thousand World. Are you tempted? Qi Lingyue smiled and said, I have always thought highly of you. Becoming an emperor is not your ultimate goal. I think your ambition is above the Paragon God realm. Mu Yun smiled noncommittally. Boom, while the two were talking, suddenly, a rumble sounded outside the hall. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence, what's going on? Qi Lingyue shouted. Your Highness, someone is attacking. Attacking? Qi Lingyue's face darkened. She did think that the people from the other factions wouldn't follow the arrangement of the imperial emperors and explore their respective areas. It was very dangerous to explore the secret area. Killing and robbing was the most direct way. But she didn't expect it to be so fast. Who is it? Me. Sister Lingyue, long time no see. As the voice faded, 3 figures took the lead and rushed into the hall. Qi Luoyang. It was the 17th prince, Qi Luoyang. Qi Lingyue's face turned cold when she saw Qi Luoyang. Qi Luoyang, what do you mean by this? The other factions haven't come yet. Are you going to fight among yourselves? Qi Lingyue's face was cold. Sister Lingyue, you have always been favored by father, but you don't know my situation. Qi Luoyang smiled and said, Qi Tianjiao is enough to give me a headache. I don't want to have you as my opponent, so it's best to kill you in the cradle. You want to kill me? Are you worthy? Qi Lingyue snorted. It's not up to you whether I'm worthy or not. Qi Luoyang's body emitted a domineering aura. Saint Early Stage Imperial Emperor. Qi Luoyang had reached the early stage Imperial Emperor realm. When Mu Yun saw Qi Luoyang, he was only at the Monarch Jade Bone realm. Now, it seemed that he had taken that step. Sister, you're not the only one who's an Imperial Emperor. My mother is the Luo clan's Imperial Emperor. The Luo clan isn't inferior to the Ling clan. Qi Luoyang sneered. If I kill you today, Qi Tianjiao will be nothing to worry about when I reach the peak of the Imperial Emperor realm. If you want to stop me, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. At the same time, two young men beside Qi Luoyang revealed their auras. Saint Early Stage Imperial Emperor, 3 Early Stage Imperial Emperors. Qi Luoyang was prepared. Qi Lingyue's face didn't look good. Although she was only at the Monarch Jade Bone realm, she was confident that she could stop an early stage Imperial Emperor. However, the other two had Qi Luoyang's subordinates with them. It would be easy for them to kill her. If that's the case, let's see if you can kill me. Qi Lingyue, good sister, why are you so stubborn? Qi Luoyang waved his hand and a figure walked forward. It was Tu Longxing. Tu Longxing cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, Qi Lingyue and Mu Yan obtained 2 ancient god secret arts from the demonic pillar. They are at least of the 5th grade. If your Highness kills the 2 of them and obtains a 5th grade ancient god secret art, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Luoyang. Tu Longxing sneered, You're shielding Mu Yan, what are you doing to us? Your thinking is really childish. B.S. Many people's expressions changed when they heard Mu Yan's words. Emperor Ling Xian would kill them to vent her anger if they betrayed her. Qi Lingyue wasn't an ordinary prince or princess. She had an emperor mother behind her. Mu Yun. Stop trying to mislead us. Tu Longxing scolded. 17th prince's mother is also an emperor. Emperor Luoyang is no weaker than Emperor Ling Xian. Emperor Luoyang will protect me when I reach the Sage Lord realm. You'll be the first one to die. Mu Yun sneered. Enough. Qi Luoyang waved his hand and said impatiently, Sister. Leave the ancient god technique to me. Otherwise, everyone will die today. Inside and outside the main hall, the fight had already started. Qi Luoyang was obviously prepared. Although he only brought 50 to 60 people, they were all experts in the Golden Bone realm and Jade Bone realm. Qi Lingyue was in a passive position. Let's retreat first. Yun transmitted her voice. Yes. There were 3 early stage sage lords. There were also 50 to 60 retainers. They were all in the Golden Bone realm and Jade Bone realm. Qi Lingyue was obviously no match for them. Hard. If they fought, they would probably lose everything. Qi Lingyue naturally understood this point at this moment. Guang stared coldly at Qi Luoyang. Qi Luoyang, let's wait and see. With a wave of her hand, a dozen chess pieces appeared in Qi Lingyue's hand. Then, these chess pieces were colorful and emitted a faint light. Qi Lingyue waved her hand, and the chess pieces floated away and exploded. Bang, bang. Bang, suddenly, the entire main hall was filled with smoke. Not only the main hall, but the entire palace was filled with smoke. You can't run away, Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue sneered. Luo Shang and Luo Han are both top level 4 ancient god array masters. They have already set up a large array around this place. In the smoke, Qi Lingyue was slightly stunned when she heard this. I can break it. Mu Yun said in a deep voice. Now, he was also a level 4 ancient god array master. In the palm of her hand, lines of array patterns spread out and merged into the array. Mu Yun immediately opened an opening. The few people who were closest to Qi Lingyue quickly followed her out of the formation. At this moment, the young man standing beside Qi Luoyang frowned. She has an ancient god array master with her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Tuesday Longxing hurriedly said that Mu Yun is an ancient god array master. Trash, why didn't you say so earlier? Qi Luoyang scolded. I thought that guy was at most level 1 or level 2. I didn't expect. Shut up. Qi Lingyue cursed and shouted, go after them immediately. Everyone, go after them. Then those people. Qi Lingyue said. I just want to kill Qi Lingyue. Once Qi Lingyue is dead, even if Emperor Ling Xian knows that I did it, so what? Those people are nothing. Qi Luoyang waved his hand and led everyone to chase after them. Qi Lingyue, Mu Yun, Su Yan, Shui Zhongjia, and a dozen others sped away. Behind them, the pursuers were getting closer and closer. Shui Zhongjia, Su Yan, you guys leave first, Qi Lingyue said. They even gave up on killing those people in the palace and came after me directly. They must kill me. You guys will be in danger if you stay with me. Take these 2 pearls. If you make it out alive, give them to my mother. If I die, she will know that you didn't kill me and won't make things difficult for you. Princess, don't be so wishy-washy. Qi Lingyue scolded them. This is just the beginning. I won't die so easily. You guys might die if you follow me. Yes. Shui Zhongjia and Su Yan immediately left with a few others. Here. At this moment, there were only Mu Yun, Pang Ling, Luo Feng, and the 4 Emperor Jade Bone warriors beside Qi Lingyue. Well, I also, if you dare to leave, I'll let them tell my mother that you killed me. Yun coughed. I'll be in danger if I follow you. Stop talking nonsense. Qi Lingyue shouted. Qi Lingyue shouted. You were chased by a group of people before, but I didn't see you die. Do you want to do something big? Something big? Yun's eyes flashed. If you can hold back the 3 Saint Beginner Stage Great Beings, we can plan to kill them. Mu said. Qi Lingyue sighed. Get lost. Qi Lingyue was speechless. If she could hold back the 3 saints, why would she run? Since, if she held back the 3 saints, she wouldn't be afraid of Qi Luoyang. Then what can we do? Unless they split up. Mu said. Yun said, but they want to kill you. How can they split up? Qi Lingyue also had a headache. There were 3 Saint Beginner Stage Great Beings. That way on their side there were 6 Emperor Jade Bone warriors, but the other party had all caught up with them. There was no room to fight back. And Qi Luoyang knew her very well. He wouldn't let the 3 saints separate. Her mother was an emperor, and so was Qi Luoyang's mother. Big. They had many things on them, and they all had a few life-saving moves. Qi Luoyang had planned to kill him, and he wouldn't stop here. Qi Lingyue became irritated. Let's run first. Mu said. Yun smiled and said, if we want to shake them off or kill them, we have to find a place to deal with them, such as ancient ruins. Mu Yun didn't plan to keep running. 3 saints and 50 to 60 Golden Bone Realm and Jade Bone Realm experts. If he could kill them and devour them all. Although he couldn't reach the Saint Realm, he could still improve in the Jade Bone Realm. Maybe he could even try to transform his soul and take a step toward the Saint Realm. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Wrong, there would be no more. If he devoured martial artists at the middle stage, late stage, or even peak stage of the Saint Lord Realm, they might explode if they were too strong. And there were 3 Saint Beginner Stage, no more, no less. If there were more of them, he wouldn't have to worry about reaching the Saint Realm. Mu Yun made up her mind. The 8 of them sped up. Your Highness, they split up. Qi Lingyue looked ahead. A group of people left Qi Lingyue and the others. Without Qi Lingyue, there's no need to care. Qi Luoyang said again, this time, I finally plan to kill Qi Lingyue. We must kill her. The others won't be a problem. Yes. Qi Luoyang looked ahead. As the daughter of Empress Ling Xian, Qi Lingyue had many life-saving methods. However, as the son of Empress Luo, he also had many methods. No matter what, he had stepped into the Saint Realm earlier than Qi Lingyue. Kill, Qi Lingyue wasn't a problem. Run. Qi Lingyue couldn't run away now. Fly? While moving forward, Mu Yun suddenly saw a group of palaces floating in the air in front of the mountain range. They were huge and stretched for hundreds of miles. Seems like there's always a way out. Mu said. Yun smiled and said, someone found the ancient ruins and lured them out. I just don't know if they're from the Qiang Holy Empire or other factions. Qi Lingyue said that although the 11 factions divided the exploration area, they all had their own ulterior motives. How could they divide it according to the rules? It would be fine if they were from the Qiang Holy Empire. Qi Luoyang wasn't so bold. But, if they're from the Sevenfold Valley, forget it. Mu said. Yun said, it's best if they're from the Qiang Holy Empire. If not, we'll be in danger, and so will Qi Luoyang. Anyway, we're in danger. Okay. Qi Lingyue nodded and looked ahead. Let's go. The 8 of them rushed into the main hall. First, they set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Damn it. When Qi Luoyang saw this, his expression turned ugly. Your Highness, what should we do? What are you afraid of? Qi Luoyang shouted, if there's no saint, kill them all. Even if there's a saint, as long as it's not a prince or princess, who dares to be my enemy? Qi Luoyang snorted, his expression gloomy. The next moment, dozens of figures rushed into the palace. At this moment, Mu Yun, Qi Lingyue, and the others rushed into the palace and immediately landed. At this moment, the entire hall seemed to be incomparably quiet. It seemed that no one had entered this place. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue immediately found a side palace and hid in it. We can't go on like this. Qi Lingyue said, they can track our souls and find us. I know. Yun frowned and said, let's do this. Pangaling, take Luo Feng and the 4 of you and leave this place first. Qi Lingyue and I can hide our auras and shake them off, but you guys are different. Seeing that Luo Feng wanted to say something, Mu Yun explained. Remember, in this place, it's better not to take risks and protect yourself. Gu Ling immediately understood and nodded. Lingjia, take the 2 of them with you. The 4 of you are all at the Sovereign King Jade Bone Realm. Protect them well. Qi Lingyue ordered. The 4 of us swear to protect the princess, even if we die. Stop talking nonsense. Mu Yun was speechless. If you really want to protect her, then hurry up and leave. You'll be harming her if you stay. Hurry up and leave. Qi Lingyue urged at this moment. Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them who were reluctant to leave and was speechless. These guys all looked strong. She really didn't know how they cultivated to the Emperor Jade Bone Realm. 6 both of them stopped at this moment. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue left the side palace and headed towards the depths of the palace. Looks like it's the same as last time. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, it's the 2 of us again, fighting one-on-one. Mu Yun didn't say anything. If the situation allowed, he would rather fight one-on-one. Song Yellow God Robe. Song Eye of Heaven. Will Eye of Return. He didn't want to reveal these 3 trump cards in front of Qi Lingyue. Disc Gu Ling could have been brought into the executioner's scroll, but seeing a living person disappear right in front of Qi Lingyue, it would be strange if Qi Lingyue didn't suspect anything. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qi Lingyue. Instead, Qi Lingyue was backed by Emperor Qi Shi and Emperor Ling Xian. If the 2 imperial emperors suspected him, he would be in deep trouble. Only Qi Lingyue didn't care about this at all. From ever since she was young, she had always been protected by others. Even when she was training, there were also experts protecting her in secret. This feeling of being hunted down, of not being in control of one's life and death. Very exciting. Mu Yun did not feel that there was anything exciting about this. Last time, he was hunted down in the Heaven Deficiency Palace. This time, Qi Lingyue forced him to follow her. He should be safe now, right? He knew that he was being hunted down as soon as he entered. And it was an undeserved disaster. Mu Yun entered the depths of the palace and suddenly felt a strong wave of energy sweep out. Sage. That this type of soul power undulation was completely different from the soul power undulation of a sovereign king. There is a sage here, let's go take a look. Okay. The 2 of them landed in front of a palace. That palace was hundreds of meters long and wide. Here at this moment, a few corpses were lying on the ground outside the main hall. Upon closer inspection, they were all experts of the Sovereign King Jade Bone Realm. Be careful. Since the sovereign king Jade Bone Realm experts had died in the periphery, the sage kings might be fighting in the inner area. 2 At this moment, he restrained his aura. Big, in the hall, a rumble sounded. Lu Yunfei. Zhao Xingtian. A shout sounded from the main hall. He rebuked angrily, "Do the two of you really want to fall out with me here?" The shout sounded extremely hurried and angry. He Qingyuan, death is the only way out. Don't be so stubborn, right? A slightly hoarse voice sounded and sneered. This bone-cleansing spiritual marrow is extremely beneficial to the sovereign king realm. You and I both know that. As disciples of the Seven Valleys, we are all early-stage sage kings. The bone-cleansing spiritual marrow is very beneficial to the sovereign king disciples who follow us. It is very suitable to attract people's hearts. If you know what's good for you and step aside, we will naturally not make things difficult for you. Lu Yunfei, how can you say such shameless words? He Qingyuan shouted angrily. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue heard it clearly outside the hall. There were disciples of the Seven Valleys inside. In order to compete for the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow, they were fighting. While, they were divided into 2 sides. One side was at a disadvantage. He Qingyuan. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. A rough voice sounded. Boom, in the main hall, suddenly, waves of origin power swept out. Mu Yun heard it clearly outside the hall. Bone-cleansing spiritual marrow, this was a good thing. Right. The sage kings were not very useful. But it was extremely beneficial for sovereigns. It could temper the bone marrow and strengthen the bone marrow. Even if Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue had both reached the Jade Bone Realm, if they consumed this and tempered their bone marrow, it would also greatly increase their combat power in the Jade Bone Realm. Mu Yun was even more eager. No. The reason was that he had successfully cultivated the dragon transformation body, and his bone marrow had transformed into dragon bones. If he consumed this item, regardless of whether he activated the dragon bone convergence, the power of his bone marrow would be greatly enhanced. If it activated the dragon bone, it would be an even more powerful explosion. Do you want it? Qi Lingyue transmitted her voice. Let's see if there's an opportunity. At this moment, a bold idea appeared in Yun's mind. Last time, he had tricked someone like this once. This time, it might not be impossible. Boom. Big, the battle in the hall became more and more intense, and the smell of blood became stronger. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue circled the main hall. When they saw that there was another door at the back, they sneaked in. At this moment, the battle in the hall was a mess. There were more than 10 people on each side. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue could not tell who was on whose side. Look over there. At this moment, Yun pointed to the depths of the main hall. Over there. On the wall, there were wine cups hanging at this moment. The wine cups were not filled with wine, but with the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow that was emitting a green light. The bone-cleansing spiritual marrow was a green liquid. When gathered together, it was very beautiful. What should we do? Kill. Mu Yun said, sneak in and take the opportunity to snatch it. Don't bother about the ones on the wall. Take all the jars in the corner. Okay. Qi Lingyue nodded. She instantly held the divine sword in her hand and charged out. At this moment, Yun rushed out with the Xianxia divine sword in his hand. At this time, he could not tell who was on whose side. He killed whoever he caught. At this moment, 7 or 8 people died in the hall. They were all at the Emperor Jade Bone Realm. Mu Yun did not care about anything and devoured all of them. In her body, power condensed, and she felt extremely comfortable. Qi Lingyue and Mu Yun looked at each other and gradually approached the wall. Take it. The two of them acted almost at the same time. More than 10 jars were instantly collected by the two of them. How dare you? You're courting death. In an instant, 3 loud shouts sounded at this moment. He Qingyuan, Lu Yunfei, and Zhao Xingtian roared almost immediately. In the battle between the two sides, they had brought their own subordinates. Without their orders, who would dare to attack? Who are you? He Qingyuan shouted angrily and directly punched out from across the air. Throw it away. Throw what? Qi Lingyue was confused. Those things that you threw out before can emit fog and block soul consciousness. Mu Yun hurriedly said. Qi Lingyue was speechless. I don't have it. What? Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Qi Lingyue was even more speechless. It was called the soul-covering bullet. It was very precious. Mu Yun, did Yun really think that she was a rich woman who had everything? Damn it. Mu Yun shouted and said, we are the confidants of His Highness Ji Luoyang. His Highness wants the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow. Bastard. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian also charged over at this moment. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue immediately retreated. Only no matter how fast the two of them were, they were not as fast as 3 early-stage Saint Lords. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them gave up on fighting each other and charged at the 2 of them. Big. Outside the hall, a roar sounded at this moment. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue's faces turned pale. Saint Lord's attacks were mixed with soul power. Their souls were not as strong as the soul power of He Qingyuan and the other 2. Their bodies could block it, but their souls could not. Dong. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue fled in a sorry state. Luo Shang and Luo Han saw the fluctuations in front and immediately said, Your Highness, there are people fighting in front. There are the auras of Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. Chase. Luo Yang shouted in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, their auras disappeared. Now, they suddenly appeared again and had to catch up. Here, if he did not kill Qi Lingyue this time, he would be in big trouble. Boom. Another roar sounded. Your Highness Ji Luoyang, help! Yun suddenly roared at this moment. He knew that Ji Luoyang was nearby. Listen, it would be strange if he did not come when he heard his voice. Help? It's good enough that I don't kill you. Ji Luoyang heard the roar and sneered. Swish. Swish, Qi Luoyang, Luo Shang, and Luo Han, the 3 early-stage Saint Lords, appeared with dozens of people. Look, when the dozens of people rushed over, Mu Yun shouted in joy, Your Highness, I got the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow for you. These 3 people want to kill me. Your Highness, quickly kill them. Qi Luoyang frowned. Was Mu Yun crazy? Did she call him Your Highness? She even asked him to kill them? Qi Luoyang looked at He Qingyuan and the other 2 and immediately said, You 3, who do you think you are? Kill. He Qingyuan shouted. Qingyuan shouted at this moment and turned to kill Qi Luoyang. Boom, Zhendu was so fast. Look, seeing this scene, Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian were very cautious. Your Highness, I will help you. Mu Yun did not run anymore and turned to kill. Qi Lingyue did not know what Mu Yun was thinking. She did not run now and wanted to kill back. Mu Yun did not care about this and instantly rushed out. Boom, the sound of battle exploded at this moment. He Qingyuan attacked. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian did not dare to delay. If the people from the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire took advantage of them, it would be a big loss. Mu Yunyun did not run now. He had to deal with these 3 Saint Lords first. The 6 Saint Lords were in a mess. The people below, who were originally fighting, were now working together to kill the martial artists from the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a drama queen. At this moment, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were fighting fiercely. Tasting book mobile at run. Suddenly, Mu Yun's voice rang in Qi Lingyue's ears. The next moment, Qi Lingyue no longer hesitated and retreated with Mu Yun. Qi Luoyang was furious. Those 2 are not my people at all. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue, I'm going to kill them. Qi Luoyang shouted angrily. Qi Lingyue, Lu Yunfei sneered, you and Qi Lingyue are siblings. Will you kill her? Qi Luoyang, can you be more reliable when you're lying? Do you really think we're idiots? Zhao Xingtian sneered. You're idiots, Qi Luoyang wanted to curse. What bone-cleansing spiritual marrow? I don't know anything about it. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. Qi Luoyang roared. In your dreams. He Qingyuan attacked at this moment. Idiot. Qi Luoyang scolded, they've already run away. As soon as he said that, He Qingyuan, Lu Yunfei, and Zhao Xingtian's expressions changed. Mu Yun shouted at this moment, thank you for your help, senior brother He. See you at the agreed place. Her voice was still there, but she had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. Were they fooled? He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian were furious. Idiot. Qi Luoyang scolded and instantly chased after Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. At this moment, Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian stopped He Qingyuan. You're with that guy. Lu Yunfei said unkindly. You're really idiots. He Qingyuan scolded, I don't know him at all. Besides, if we're together, why did that guy shout that he's putting me in danger just now? This time, Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian were stunned. Oh no. He Qingyuan suddenly shouted. What's the matter? He Qingyuan scolded, Qi Luoyang chased after those two people. If they are in the same group, then they are just putting on a show for us. Chase after him. He Qingyuan bellowed. He Qingyuan immediately chased after him with more than 10 people. At this moment, Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian were dumbfounded. This? Who was telling the truth? I don't care. Lu Yunfei snorted and said, kill Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue and take back the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow. Who cares if they are telling the truth? All right. The two of them immediately left with their men. For a moment, the chase began. At this moment, Mu Yun was wearing the pale yellow divine robe. Her speed had more than doubled. She pulled Qi Lingyue and fled. What did you just shout? Consider it my thanks. Mu Yun laughed mischievously and said that He Qingyuan didn't say a word and killed his way to Qi Luoyang. It's obvious that he wanted to save us. I'm repaying him. Qi Lingyue quickly understood the reason behind it. You mean that guy did it on purpose? As long as he is not an idiot, he will not do nothing. He Qingyuan knows that no matter whether we are in the same group as Qi Luoyang or not, he will do it himself. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian are two people. Qi Luoyang has 3 early-stage Saint Lords, so he can't get anything. In that case, he might as well let us take it away. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Lingyue was slightly stunned. This guy was really thoughtful. Then why did you harm him? Mu Yun smiled and said, this is all my imagination. Maybe he is stupid? Besides, he is protecting himself, and so am I. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian are not stupid enough to believe my words. Everyone is just a drama queen. I am right to bring you with me now. Qi Lingyue smiled and said, you are really bad. Mu Yun shook her head and said, I can't maintain this state for long. Be prepared to hide your aura at any time. Let's find a place to digest this bone-cleansing spiritual marrow. Maybe we can directly reach the peak of the Sovereign King realm. Then, we just need to focus on refining our souls and enter the Saint Lord realm. Enter the Saint Lord realm, Mu Yun was really daring. The two of them flew away together. Once they were out of Qi Luoyang's line of sight, they immediately hid their soul auras and changed directions as if they were invisible. Unscripted Ancient Mountain was very, very big. This time, the 11 forces were no longer exploring the simplest outer area. Inside and outside, there were mountains, rivers, and grasslands. It was very simple to find a place to hide. In a forest, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue stopped. This time, we will definitely not find it. Mu Yun exhaled and said, next, it's time to distribute it. The two took out the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow. Mu Yun smiled and said, there are a total of 12 jars. 6 jars per person. Okay. The bone-cleansing spiritual marrow was extremely beneficial for sovereigns to temper their bones. However, the effect was weak for saints and emperors. It was even less effective for sovereigns. It's said that some sovereigns use the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow as a wine primer to brew wine. It seems that it's true. Amazing. Mu Yun couldn't help but praise. The bone-cleansing spiritual marrow was precious, and sovereigns used it as wine. It was really generous. However, thinking about it, those who reached the sovereign's level were enough to be considered experts in the vast thousand domains. In a third-tier force, a supreme being was highly respected. How many third-tier forces were there in the entire ninth heaven realm? Mu Yun didn't care about this. The benefits that were in her hands were called benefits. As usual, go into seclusion. Mu Yun said directly, if you obtain good things here, you have to immediately consume them and turn them into strength. Otherwise, if you die and become someone else's, that would be a huge loss. Okay. The two stopped talking nonsense. Mu Yun set up an array formation and separated the two of them. Each of them had 6 jars of bone-cleansing spiritual marrow. Looking at the 6 jars of bone-cleansing spiritual marrow in front of her, Mu Yun smacked her lips. Good stuff. Without saying much, she opened the jar and drank in big mouthfuls. Mu Yun didn't say much. In the next moment, waves of hot aura spread in her body. The heat didn't come from her flesh and blood, but from her bone marrow. Her bone marrow, which was glowing like jade, seemed to be burned by fire. Pain spread throughout her body. The pain in her bone marrow was so painful that it made one angry. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was pale. However, she knew that it was the tempering of the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow on her body and bone marrow. If she couldn't withstand it, it would undoubtedly be a fool's dream to want to forge stronger jade bones. Comfortable. Mu Yun smacked her lips, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Not long after, she opened another jar and drank it. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body felt like it was on fire, and a scorching aura spread out in the array formation. After drinking 2 jars, Mu Yun felt that her body had reached saturation. The smell of pain wafted thickly in every part of her body and bone marrow. But even if it was painful, she still had to endure it. Mu Yun's face was pale at this moment. The jade bones have reached the limit of tempering. Curling her lips, Mu Yun's body made cracking sounds. At this moment, the jade bones had already reached the limit. But Mu Yun didn't stop. Cracking sounds came from Mu Yun's body. Gradually, the jade bones in her body were transforming. Not long after, the bones in her body transformed into a faint green color. Dragon bones, now. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios joining forces to fight a great sage. Heavenly treasures can only be found by chance. It's impossible to just cultivate diligently. Mu Yun said, it's better to get some inheritances to improve faster. Look, most new greater than over equal to chapter section greater than over equal to 100 degree greater than over equal to search SUA greater than over equal to SUA pin greater than over equal to SUA book greater than over equal to SUA net greater than over equal to SUA inheritances. Qi Lingyue smiled bitterly. It's not that easy to get the power of inheritances. Unless the Almighty from the ancient and primordial times left behind their lifelong knowledge, it's almost impossible. There are also some second-class and first-class forces that have supreme-level old antiques who passed away to pass on their inheritances to their descendants. We can't meet those existences anymore. In Qi Lingyue's heart, inheritances were even more mysterious than heavenly treasures. Mu Yun felt that there might be a better chance to get inheritances here. However, as a nine-fate emperor, he couldn't absorb inheritances at all. He wasn't that enthusiastic about inheritances. Where are we going next? Of course we're going to continue training. Mu Yun said with a smile. This seamless ancient mountain is very interesting. Qi Luoyang wants to kill you. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian probably want to kill us too. I didn't expect to offend a great sage so quickly. It's so easy to get into trouble with you. Qi Lingyue said with a smile. That's not right. I didn't provoke these great sages. The two looked at each other and smiled. This wasn't the first time they worked together. After all, there were 2 great emperors behind Qi Lingyue. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was also under the jurisdiction of the Qiyang Holy Empire. He wouldn't harm Qi Lingyue. Since Qi Lingyue insisted on dragging him along, then he would go with her. You two are so happy. Have you forgotten that there's someone else who wants to kill you? A faint laugh sounded at this moment. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, many figures appeared at this moment. One of them looked at the two with a smile. I've spent a lot of effort, but I finally found you. He Qingyuan. At this moment, more than a dozen people around He Qingyuan surrounded Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. How did you find us? Qi Lingyue was puzzled. It's simple. I found the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow first. When Lu Yunfei and Zhao Xingtian arrived, I did something to the jar. However, I didn't notice that you were all wrapped up in the formation. I only felt that you were coming this way. I didn't wait for so long in vain. He Qingyuan said with a smile. Mu Yun looked at He Qingyuan and said with a smile, you are indeed much smarter than those guys. You knew I was coming? He Qingyuan was clearly surprised. I don't know. Mu Yun said truthfully, but the fact that you can find us proves that you are much smarter than those guys. Then aren't you afraid? He Qingyuan found it very interesting. He was an early-stage saint and had over a dozen Jade Bone Realm and Golden Bone Realm experts by his side. There were only the two of them, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. However, the two of them did not seem to be worried at all. It's useless to be afraid. Why should I be afraid? Mu Yun said with a smile, however, I'd like to ask, aren't you worried? Qi Luoyang wants to kill Qi Lingyue because of the fight for the imperial power of the Qiyang Saint Nation. But you are just a sevenfold valley saint. If Empress Lingxian knows about this, she will probably kill you. Then I won't let her know. He Qingyuan snorted. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. He directly punched at the two of them. Boom, within a radius of 10 miles, there was an explosion. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue retreated. Can you do it? Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue with a burst of battle intent. If you can do it, so can I. Qi Lingyue refused to admit defeat. All right. Xiantian Divine Sword was held tightly. At this moment, Qi Lingyue also waved her hand, and a sword light flashed. The two figures rushed out at this moment. Interesting. Two Jade Bone Realm experts want to fight with me, a saint. Haha, He Qingyuan waved his hand at this moment. The dozen people around him spread out and surrounded them from afar. A long saber appeared in He Qingyuan's hand. He directly slashed down with the saber. Clang, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue directly charged forward, and the saber and sword clashed. A dull thud sounded. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue retreated. But at this moment, He Qingyuan's face showed a hint of seriousness. These two people were not simple. Just now, he even felt that his body had been hit by a very strong impact. It was not the impact of the soul. It was the physical body. These two people's physical bodies were abnormally strong. Have you consumed the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow? He Qingyuan said with a look of disbelief. How long had it been? It had only been 2 months. The two of them could actually consume the bone-cleansing spiritual marrow and improve their strength. Not all, but it's almost done. It's probably enough for a Jade Bone Realm martial artist to improve his bone marrow strength. Mu Yun grinned. You're courting death. He Qingyuan was full of murderous intent at this moment. These two guys were obviously doing it on purpose. Boom. In an instant, a strong murderous intent emerged from He Qingyuan's body. Waves of power carried an aura that made one fearless. The rumbling sound was louder and louder. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that she was not facing He Qingyuan alone, but a mountain. A tall and mighty mountain whose peak could not be detected. Is this a sage? Mu Yun gradually understood. A sage was powerful not only because of the transformation of the soul. It was also because of the fusion of the soul and the physical body after the transformation. This was the strength of a sage. Mu Yun understood and took a step forward. The Xiantian Divine Sword slashed out. Glazed Light Emperor Sword Slash. In an instant, 7 sword lights, each stronger than the previous, slashed out at this moment. Bang, 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 a powerful aura was released at this moment. He Qingyuan kept retreating at this moment, and his face was ugly. How could this guy be so powerful, even if he was at the peak of the Jade Bone Realm? The gap between him and a sage was huge. Jade Snow Sword Chi Slash. As the sword slashed out, snowflakes scattered all over the sky. Qi Lingyue also burst out with her strength at this moment. This was the first time he saw Qi Lingyue display her strength since this short cooperation. Mu Yun felt that her guess was right. Qi Lingyue herself, excluding the support of the two emperors, was also extremely terrifying. Boom, at this moment, the area within a radius of 10 miles was almost filled with the battle, and the ground had long been refurbished. In the distance, more than a dozen sovereigns surrounded the surroundings. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Too strong, right? Not only was senior brother He Qingyuan powerful, but those two sovereign Jade Bone Realm martial artists were also too strong. They could actually resist senior brother He's attack. This was too unbelievable. Bastard! He Qingyuan's attacks were stronger than the previous. At this moment, his entire body was filled with murderous intent. Just two sovereign Jade Bone Realm martial artists could actually force him to such a state. Dong! A dull sound rang out. He Qingyuan burst out with all his strength at this moment, instantly suppressing Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue, making them unable to breathe. First set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Do you still have the confidence? Mu asked. Yun looked at He Qingyuan and sneered. Bastard! He Qingyuan shouted angrily. At this moment, his skin and flesh were torn open. Entangled by the 4 arrays and attacked by the silver rod, he gradually couldn't hold on any longer. You're courting death. He Qingyuan shouted angrily, do you really think that this is all a Saint Lord can do? You forced me to do this. He Qingyuan was furious at this moment. Soul sacrifice! He shouted. Qingyuan let out a loud shout. His body and soul seemed to be separated from each other at this moment. The illusory soul looked mighty and tall at this moment. Qingyuan opened his mouth and spat. So the soul shadow condensed into 2 arrows and shot towards Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. At this moment, in an instant, Mu Yun's hair stood on end. At this moment, it was a soul attack. He Qingyuan was going all out. At this moment, looking at Qi Lingyue, Mu Yun was helpless. At this moment, the two of them could only rely on their own abilities. At this moment, Yun opened his Eye of Reincarnation. Clang, at first, the Gate of Reincarnation could absorb attacks and then completely return them. At this moment, the attack that it absorbed was also the limit of what Mu Yun could withstand. After this attack, the Gate of Reincarnation might be destroyed. Now, Mu Yun was going to take a gamble. She was betting that she wouldn't die from this attack. The Eye of Reincarnation opened. At this moment, then, the soul arrow shot over. Keep! With a low shout, the soul arrow was swallowed. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt a piercing pain in her left eye. Blood flowed down from her eye uncontrollably. I can withstand it. Mu said. Yun grinned and waved her hand to wipe the blood from her eye. On the other side, Qi Lingyue had unknowingly taken out a shield. At this moment, the shield blocked all of He Qingyuan's soul attacks. At this moment, this time, He Qingyuan was completely stunned. This is what was this? The two of them had actually managed to block his sure kill attack? Damn it! He Qingyuan could not understand what was going on. Keenly now did he know that he was in danger. He would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 4 formations and the silver rod. He would die. Why don't you have a taste of your attack? Yan's mouth split into a smile. Down the next moment, Xianxia opened his left eye, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. Whoosh, in an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The arrow of Dao Soul shot out at this moment. Damn it! He Qingyuan wanted to dodge. But in the next moment, he felt the space in front of him distort. A spatial crack seemed to want to tear his body apart. Before the soul arrow arrived, He Qingyuan suddenly screamed. Tight then, at this moment, he felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. The arrow of souls was coming for him. Bang! Explosion! A cracking sound could be heard as He Qingyuan's body and soul began to disperse. What's going on? Qi Lingyue was also a little confused at this moment. Just He Qingyuan did not seem to dodge at all? Just was he killed just like that? Mu at this moment, Yun was panting heavily. He could not bear to use the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Heaven consecutively. While moreover, he had used the 7 consecutive slashes several times previously, which consumed a lot of origin power, and his body and bones could not bear it. It's good that he's dead. At this moment, Yun activated his devouring power and hurriedly withdrew He Qingyuan's essence, energy, and spirit. Where are those people? Qi Lingyue looked around. I don't have the strength to kill them, Mu Yun said with a pale face. Me too. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, before the two of them could even move, more than a dozen figures were fleeing in panic as if their lives depended on it. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were both speechless. Look, these guys were scared out of their wits. The sovereign king Jade Bone Realm killed a saint. Qi Lingyue still felt like she was dreaming. The two of us are almost done fighting. Mu at this moment, Yun said helplessly, a saint, is much stronger than a sovereign king after all. Qi Lingyue also nodded at this moment. Mu Yun was right. The gap was too big. The two of them were different. If otherwise, they would have died long ago. At this moment, Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun even more highly. The divine shield she used to attack just now was an emperor-level divine artifact that could block soul power attacks. However, Mu Yun seemed to have swallowed He Qingyuan's attack and then released it again. What kind of method was this? If Mu Yun did not say, Qi Lingyue would not ask further. Since the two of them were cooperating, she naturally would not interfere too much with Mu Yun's secret. Let's find a place to recover first. Okay. His figure flashed and left this place. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a forest, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue walked out from the trunks of 2 ancient trees. At this moment, the two of them had different auras. When Qi Lingyue saw Mu Yun, she was shocked. You have reached the Saint Lord realm? No. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, I have comprehended some of the foundation of soul transformation. Now, I have already started to try to transform my soul. Amazing. Not to mention me, aren't you the same? Mu Yun said. Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and said, it seems that you have gone further than me. I have taken some pills. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue did not hide it. This is good too. Only when the two of us are stronger can we obtain more benefits. Mu Yun said. Yun stretched and said, next, shall we continue? Of course. Qi Lingyue was full of passion and said, this time, I enter the seamless ancient mountain to explore the 8 halls. My goal is to at least reach the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. As for you, Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun with a smile and said, I think I should at least reach the peak of the Saint Lord realm, right? You think too highly of me. Mu Yun shook her head. Division. It wasn't something he could encounter. Hundreds of Saint Lords had fought to the death, and a large number of them had died. No. It was difficult. The two didn't say much and left the place. They started to wander around the vast seamless ancient mountain. Ancient ruins weren't found everywhere. After all, the two of them were in the sovereign King Jade Bone realm. They could be considered to have touched the path of a Saint Lord. But they weren't Saint Lords. In the next few months, the two of them walked and stopped. Unknowingly, they had ventured deeper into the seamless ancient mountain. On this day, the two of them rested in a valley. Not long after, more than a dozen whistling sounds echoed in the air. 1. The group of people also arrived outside the valley. They didn't enter the valley. Instead, they stood at the entrance, discussing something. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue listened quietly inside the valley. This time, the seamless ancient mountain is in a complete mess. One of the cultivators said, I heard that our Reverence Moon Holy Ground has discussed with the other 10 forces. We will explore where we should go. But for some reason, the eastern desolate region's 4 great beast races actually ran to the west and the middle area. I heard that the 7 Valleys and Scarlet Sun Holy Empire's Saint Lords encountered the 4 great beast races' Saint Lords and fought many times. Yes. Another person said, I also heard that Ling Hao, ranked 21st on the Saint Lord list, was killed by Xue Ku of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race. Xue Ku is ranked 4th on the Saint Lord list. His strength is stronger than Xianxia. That Ling Hao is really unlucky. Alright, this matter has nothing to do with us. Let's think about how to become an expert on the Saint Lord list. And let's continue to look around. If we find an ancient ruin, we can open it. We'll make a fortune. Yes, I think the 8 great palaces are already in the bag of those emperor kings. Let's look for other ancient ruins. The group of people discussed and gradually left the place. The valley was quiet at this moment. Qi Lingyue's eyes were misty. My condolences, Mu Yun said slowly. Ling Haohao was a disciple of Qi Lingyue's mother's Ling family. He was a peak Saint Lord and ranked 21st on the Saint Lord list. He was also one of the 3 commanders of the Scarlet Sun Saint Kingdom's Scarlet Flame Guards. Qi Lingyue had always called Ling Hao brother Ling Hao in front of him. But, the two of them had a close relationship. I understand. Qi Lingyue held back her tears and said, on the martial path, life and death are up to fate. Brother Ling Hao, Qi Lingyue paused and said, Shui Ku, ranked 4th on the Saint Lord list. I will take revenge for brother Ling Hao. Mu Yun nodded. He didn't understand how close Qi Lingyue and Ling Hao were. He didn't know how to persuade them now. However, Qi Lingyue wasn't a weak person. But, this time, he was indeed surprised. The Saint Lord list recorded the 100 strongest saints in the entire eastern wilderness. It could be said that these 100 people were all at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. However, there was a huge gap between peak Saint Lords. For example, Wu Jinhui was ranked first. He defeated Xianxia in one move. However, Ling Hao was a commander of the Scarlet Sun Saint Kingdom. He had an important position, but he actually died. It seemed like the 4 beast races had completely disrupted the order. The seamless ancient mountain was even more chaotic. Only he hadn't reached the Saint Lord realm. Even if he knew some information, he couldn't do anything. Qi Lingyue said, where are we going? To the east. Mu Yun said firmly. According to what you said, the 11 forces are divided into regions. The southernmost region is the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, the east is the 4 beast races, and the west is the 4 forces of the western wilderness. Since the people from the 4 great beast clans have come from the east to the center, then the area toward the east must be the most chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the more chances we have to fish in troubled waters. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun and nodded. You are really a bold guy. Qi Lingyue said slowly. But thank you. Why are you thanking me? Mu Yun smiled and said, I don't want you to find a chance to take revenge. Shui Ku is at the peak of the Saint Lord realm and ranked 4th on the Saint Lord list. I'm afraid only Wu Jinhui, who is ranked 1st, Hong Wanjun, and Tuoba Lu can suppress him. If the 2 of us find that guy now, we'll definitely die. I understand. Qi Lingyue said. She calmed down and said slowly, but when I reach the peak of the Saint Lord realm, I will definitely kill him. Mu Yun didn't say anything more. The 2 of them immediately moved out. Along the way, they heard a lot of news. Now, the entire seamless ancient mountain was in complete chaos. Except for the center, which was surrounded by towering mountains, the north, south, east, and west were in a mess. In the west, they might encounter the 4 beast races in the west. In the east, they might encounter the Tuoba family, Donghua Manor, Distant Fire Sect, and Void Spirit Cave. Everyone didn't act according to the initial agreement. Bastards. Killing was everywhere. However, these battles only existed between the monarchs and saints of the 11 major factions. As for the monarchs, it was as though they had lost all news. There was no news about the monarchs. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. On this day, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were resting in a forest. There are lords fighting and plundering everywhere. The 2 of us are too weak. Qi Lingyue said bitterly. There will always be a chance. Mu Yun said. Yun was silent for a moment and said, the 2 of us are a little weak. We have to find some helpers to scout for information. Mu Yun asked. Yun didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, 4 osteopyrum appeared. Hua Shuming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng stood in order. Master Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, the 4 of them bowed respectfully. Qi Lingyue was stunned at this moment. 4 retainers of the Golden Bone Sovereign Realm. And Mu Yun waved her hand, and 4 retainers appeared. Difficult. Mu Yun had a spatial treasure that could carry living creatures? The 4 of you each lead a team of Osteopyrum and investigate the news about the Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix Clan, the Lunar Aurora Bear Clan, and the Ghost Flame Cat Clan. Yun ordered, remember, your own safety is your responsibility. Yes. The 4 of them scattered in the 4 directions. Suddenly, Osteopyrum walked out of Mu Yun's body one after another and followed the 4 of them. This, for a moment, Qi Lingyue was completely stunned. Puppets! Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun smiled and said, you can understand them as living people or as 4 people who only listen to my orders. Qi Lingyue was speechless. Nearly 200 puppets? And all of them were at the Sovereign Realm. Just this point alone meant that the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was not weak among the 5th-tier forces. For a 5th-tier force to have a few sovereigns at the Sovereign Realm, it was already considered impressive. Mu Yun, on the other hand, had nearly 200 of them. And they had Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, and Golden Bone Realm. You have more secrets than I thought. Qi Lingyue said again, it seems that it's not unreasonable for you to improve quickly. Yun smiled and did not say much. Slowly, Mu Yun said again, since you said that you would cooperate with me honestly, I think that the trump card I'm showing now is honest enough. I understand. Qi Lingyue said seriously, I thought that the southern wilderness region would be limited by the unbroken ancient mountain and would not be able to develop. But from the looks of it, after you've established the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance and unified the southern wilderness, you might be able to establish a 4th-tier sect in the southern wilderness. As long as Mu Yun could become an imperial lord, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance could claim to be a 4th-grade force. Although it was the weakest 4th class, it was still a 4th class. Mu indeed, the clouds gave him many surprises. Emperor. Let's talk about it after becoming a saint. For a few days, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were waiting for news. On this day, Su Qingfeng returned with his men. Master Mu, the people of the 4 beast clans have appeared. Su Qingfeng cupped his hands and said, in the east, 1,000 miles away from here, the cultivators of the 4 major sects have gathered and are working together to open a secret treasure. Because there are many saint lords, we didn't go near them and just watched from afar. Qingfeng said again, however, I found out that the 4th-ranked Xue Ku, the 5th-ranked Xiong Zhan, the 11th-ranked Miao Yi, and the 12th-ranked Long Gang are all there. They seem to be leading the team. It seems to be the territory of Xianxia, the son of the 3rd disciple of the unbroken ancient mountain, He Fan. Qi Lingyue pondered for a moment and said, as far as I know, there are 9 disciples of the unbroken ancient emperor in the unbroken ancient mountain. The eldest disciple is Fu Zhangyang, the 2nd disciple is Lan Yuehua, and the 3rd disciple is He Fan. These 3 are all top figures in the supremacy realm. He Fan's son is also very likely to enter the supremacy realm. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. Wealth comes from danger. Looking at Su Qingfeng, Mu Yun said again, send someone to summon Luo Tianxing and the others back. We'll go out. Mu Yun was very worried about letting the Osteopyrum investigate. By the Osteopyrum were only at the Sovereign King realm. If they encountered some unreasonable Saint Lords and directly killed them, he would be at a loss. These Osteopyrum would be extremely powerful helpers in the future. Mu Yun's heart ached for every one of them. After the Osteopyrum had completely returned, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue set off. Along the way, many people gathered towards the east as if they had also received some news. People from the 7 valleys. As they moved forward, Qi Lingyue suddenly lowered her speed and concealed her aura. In front of the 2, a group of people was moving towards the east at an extremely fast speed. 2 of them were one of them had a tall and sturdy build and a rather handsome appearance. His aura released a tyrannical pressure wherever he passed. A peak Saint Lord. It's Hong Wanjun. Qi Lingyue said softly. Hong Wanjun, the young master of the 7 valleys. He was ranked 2nd on the Saint Lord list, 2nd only to the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's Holy Prince Wu Jinhui. It seems like the 7 valleys has also received the news. We have to be even more careful. Along the way, they had encountered many saint lords and sovereign kings. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. While, as the two headed east, the forest finally disappeared, and a flat ground appeared. At this moment, there were many figures gathered around the flat ground. Some of these figures were burly and tall, at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Some of them were filled with blood chi, and there was a bloodthirsty smell. Also, some of them were like stones, exuding violent energy. There were also some people who were petite, about 1.6 or 1.7 meters tall. People from the 4 great beast clans. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue stopped far away and blended in with the crowd. Haha, laughter rang out. Among the crowd in front, a person laughed heartily and said, Shueku, Xianxia, you can stop me from entering the Xianxia palace, but you can't stop this person, right? Qi Tianjiao. Hearing the laughter, Qi Lingyue looked in a direction. Qi Tianjiao was dressed in a silver dragon robe, and there were hundreds of people gathered around him as he laughed. While at this moment, Shueku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and Long Gang's expressions changed slightly. So it's the Xianxia palace. Then I, Hong Wanjun, must enter. Wanjun landed on the ground and looked ahead. A powerful aura was displayed, and the surrounding sovereigns kept retreating. The Saint Lord realm was divided into 4 small realms. Early, middle, late, peak. While the transformation of the Saint Lord realm was the transformation of the soul. Also it was divided into 4 steps. Arms, legs, internal organs, and mind. The soul was the manifestation of a martial artist's form. After a complete transformation, one would be at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Speaking, there were 4 small realms, but the gap between each small realm was extremely huge. Saint Lord realm was a perfect transformation of the soul. Sovereigns couldn't compete at all. For example, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were able to kill He Qingyuan when they joined forces. That was because they had many tricks up their sleeves. But even if their tricks were heavenly, the two of them weren't qualified to fight against a peak Saint Lord realm. Since of course, unless Mu Yun burned her nearly 10 million years of lifespan. Shueku, I heard that you killed Ling Hao. Hong Wanjun smiled and said, Ling Hao, ranked 21st on the Saint Lord ranking, came from the Qiang Saint Kingdom's Ling family. His aunt is Empress Ling Xian. You have to be careful. In the crowd, a youth with blood-colored long hair squinted his eyes and said, My Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan has empresses. Who can you blame for your own death? Shueku sneered. Human in the group, Qi Lingyue heard this and a murderous aura spread. Don't be rash. Yun whispered, if we go out now, we will definitely die. Yes. Qi Lingyue nodded. Alright, cut the crap. Hong Wanjun waved his hand. He Guanxia is the son of ancient Emperor Wu Jian's 3rd disciple, He Fan. He's extremely talented and is a paragon expert. The emperors are interested in He Fan's Middle Sky Palace. They don't like He Guanxia's Guangxia Palace, but it's very tempting to us. Open it. Shueku said. Shueku, Xianxia, and the others didn't look too good. Hong Wanjun's commanding tone made them very uncomfortable. However, as Shueku said, they could only accept their fate. Qi Lingyue was ranked 9th on the Saint Lord ranking, so they weren't afraid. However, Hong Wanjun was ranked 2nd, so they had to be careful. Shueku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and Long Gang stepped out. Open it. In an instant, the 4 of them led close to 100 saints and joined forces. Buzz, ping, above the ground, there was a rumbling sound. The entire ground trembled at this moment. Boom, boom, the ground gradually cracked open. Countless palaces rose from the ground in a continuous manner. Phase compared to the palaces Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue saw before, the palaces in front of them were called palaces. Such as the difference between sesame and watermelon was like the difference between sesame and watermelon. Mu Yun's eyes flashed at this moment. This time, she had a chance to become a saint. Such as in this vast palace, thousands of people were gathered here. It would be strange if they didn't kill each other. Even if he mixed in and devoured them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a saint. Qi Lingyue at this moment, Qi Lingyue secretly clenched her fists. Reaching the beginner stage of the Saint Lord ranking was a top priority. Since Ling Hao died, Xueku had to pay with his life. Dong. A dull sound rang at this moment. As the ground trembled, endless palaces broke out from the ground and stood firmly on the ground. At this moment, Mu Yan's body and mind were greatly affected. This was only the Xianxia palace of the Wujian ancient emperor's third disciple, He Fan's son, He Guangxia. Such as the Tian-Ke palace that they explored previously was several times more majestic. At this moment, the palaces that stretched for hundreds of miles seemed to release endless heavenly might as they spread out layer by layer. Let's go. At Kushua's command, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan warriors rushed into the palace. Xiongzhan of the Lunar Aurora Bear clan, Long Gang of the Earth Erosion Dragon clan and Miao Yi of the Spirit Flame Cat clan also rushed in. Hong, looking at the endless palaces, Wan Jun smiled faintly. This is a good place. Perhaps I can become an imperial emperor this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Wanjun waved his hand, and the people beside him rushed out in unison. At this moment, thousands of people rushed in together. Saint monarchs and monarchs came in an endless stream. Be careful. Mu Yun reminded, although we are not Xueku's match, it is not bad to kill a few more Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan clansmen. Yes. The two of them flashed and rushed in. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. There was an endless group of palaces, and each of them was extremely magnificent. They were like the masterpiece of the heavens, carrying supreme divine might. Charge the moment they entered the palaces. Some people had already started fighting for some reason. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were extremely low-key. Matter in fact, they had no choice but to keep a low profile. Although most of the 1,000 people were martial emperors, there were hundreds of them in the early, middle, late, and peak stages of the Great Sage realm. If they were careless and were targeted by a Great Sage, it would be a dead end. Charge, it took a lot of effort to kill He Qingyuan this time. 2. They groped their way into a palace. This palace didn't look very tall. Charge, after entering the palace, a completely different aura nourished their souls. This place has a certain traction force for the transformation of the soul, Ji Lingyue said. Charge, Yin also sensed this and continued to nourish her soul. The soul was like a martial artist's body. The transformation began with the hands and spread to the entire arm. That was the early stage of the Great Sage realm. Then, it was the legs, the internal organs, the torso, and the head. The 4 major parts of the soul had completely transformed. That was the peak stage of the Great Sage realm. And to reach the Great Sage realm, it was the martial artist's internal organs, 7 vital organs, bones, and soul. These 5 major parts had completely merged and walked on a path. The longer the path, the stronger the Great Sage realm. When one reached the end of the path, they would be promoted to the Great Sage realm and begin to condense the Great Sage celestial body. Mu Yun now had a clear understanding of the future path. The two of them looked around in the palace. Bang, at this moment, the palace door was pushed open rudely. A few martial artists with light red skin walked in. Eh? There was only one person in the Monarch Jade Bone realm. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be someone here. We've booked this place. Get out. Z immediately shouted. Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan. Qi Lingyue's tone was cold. Eh? Looking at Qi Lingyue, the man was delighted. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman here. Z laughed and said, interesting, then you don't have to leave. There were quite a number of people from the Hellblood Phoenix race in the Guangxia Palace. The man was not worried at all. 2 mere Monarch Jade Bone Realm figures were nothing. There are 6 of them in total. Mu Yun looked at the 6 people and said, it can be dealt with. All right. Qi Lingyue was holding a sword in her hand. Brother Linghao's revenge will start with the few of you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Lingyue attacked. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure flashed. She stood guard at the entrance of the main hall and closed the door. The man immediately reacted. Did these 2 humans intend to kill all 6 of them here? To do was this a dream? However, in the next moment, the man's pupils contracted rapidly and his expression changed drastically. In the main hall, the sounds of battle suddenly rang out. Half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn past. Temple inside, the 6 corpses gradually turned cold. Qilingyu's face was cold and gloomy. Mu Cloud was by the side, devouring the essence, energy, and spirit of the 6 people. 4 sovereign kings of the Jade Bone Realm and 2 sovereign kings of the Golden Bone Realm. Eh? However, at this moment, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. Just when the devouring power was activated, he actually felt that a vague force in the main hall was being pulled into his body by the devouring power. Mu Cloud didn't say much and sat down cross-legged. The devouring power was activated. Suddenly, a surge of pure energy rushed into his body from within the hall. That was a force that couldn't be described clearly. However, when the force rushed into his body, Mu Yun felt that the hands of the soul in his mind were gradually being stained by that force and were transforming. At this moment, Mu Yun's body and hands were also changing. Although they looked the same as before, there seemed to be a layer of invisible force that was polishing his arms. Here at this moment, the arms of the soul in his soul sea were transforming at an astonishing speed under the tempering of that special force. Gradually, the arms of the soul seemed to be plated with a layer of jade-colored light. Mu Cloud's aura had completely changed at this moment. First, a completely different aura appeared at this moment. Chai, at this moment, Lingyu said in a daze, "You're a Saint Lord now? Cloud is too magical, isn't he?" This actually reached the early stage of the Saint Lord realm just like that. The transformation of the soul's arms was complete. Mu Yun was also a little stunned at this moment. First, what exactly was the force that spread out in the hall? Moreover, this kind of power could be transformed. Come. Opening his eyes and looking at Qilingyue, Mu Yun said, "Give me your hands." Qilingyue was puzzled for a moment, but she suddenly understood. Mu Cloud wanted to help her improve? Qilingyue sat down. Mu Cloud held her hands tightly with both hands. Suddenly, a steady stream of force poured into Qilingyue's body. Qilingyue didn't hesitate and immediately began to digest it. As time passed, a powerful aura began to rise within Qilingyue's body. Saint early stage of the Saint Lord realm, Qilingyue opened her eyes at this moment, her face full of excitement. "Mu Yun, you," Qilingyue said. At this moment, Lingyu really didn't know what to say. The surprise that Cloud brought her was too big. Only at this moment, Mu Yun didn't say anything and continued to temper her body. It seemed that she could go further. There was no limit to the transformation of the soul. Mu Cloud continued to absorb the unique force in the hall. He was ready to continue tempering his soul's legs. Only at the beginning, that unique force dissipated at this moment. "It's gone?" Mu Yun asked. Cloud frowned. What a pity. If only, it was that endless force that wouldn't disappear. If he cultivated here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the peak of the Saint Lord realm. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up. "How did you do it?" Qilingyue couldn't wait to ask. "I absorbed the power in this hall and channeled it into my body. It can directly temper my soul. And I found that it can be transmitted." Mu Yun didn't hide it, but she didn't mention the special ability of her devouring bloodline. "Then can we continue?" Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head. "The power is gone." Qilingyue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But this time, she was already very satisfied to reach the Saint Lord realm so smoothly. To take this step, many people might not be able to do it in their entire lives. This was also why even the 11 major forces were so enthusiastic about the 8 halls of the seamless ancient mountain. Then, these emperors all wanted to break through the shackles of the emperor realm and reach the paragon realm. But that step was too difficult. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the furnishings in the hall. There was nothing special about it. "Guai, what was that force just now?" Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. In the execution of the heavens painting, Guai was dressed in white. His youthful appearance was a little illusory, and no one could see his true appearance. It's just the aftermath of the spread of the sovereign spiritual liquid. Guai was more straightforward this time and said directly, "The sovereign spiritual liquid can only be condensed by paragons. It's very beneficial for Paragon Realm warriors to temper their Paragon celestial bodies. In the Great Thousand World, the sovereign spiritual liquid is also a hard currency between paragons. The force you swallowed just now was just the aura left behind by the sovereign spiritual liquid in the air. It's very weak, but it's enough for the two of you to reach the Saint Lord realm. Sovereign spiritual liquid, Guai continued, this isn't a secret. When you reach the Paragon realm in the future, you can also condense the sovereign spiritual liquid. When you reach the Paragon realm, you can also condense the sovereign spiritual liquid. Mu Yun remembered this point. Just the spiritual energy emitted by the sovereign spiritual liquid was enough to let him and Qi Lingyue reach the Saint Lord realm from the Jade Bone realm. It was enough to see the magical effect of the sovereign spiritual liquid. No, but thinking about it, it was a divine item condensed by a Paragon realm expert. Divine, it was heaven-defying. Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and said, have you heard of the sovereign spiritual liquid? Sovereign spiritual liquid? Qi Lingyue was stunned and said, yes. Mother once told me that the sovereign spiritual liquid is condensed by a Paragon realm expert and has magical effects. If she has the sovereign spiritual liquid, she might be able to explore the mysteries of the Paragon realm. Mu Yun nodded. You're saying that we just absorbed the sovereign spiritual liquid? Of course not, Mu Yun explained, but it's emitted by the sovereign spiritual liquid. It's considered the sovereign spiritual energy. Qi Lingyue nodded. When my mother mentioned the sovereign spiritual liquid, she was envious. I think its effects are heaven-defying. Mu Yun nodded. Qi Lingyue was delighted and said, since there's the spiritual energy of the sovereign spiritual liquid here, does that mean there's the sovereign spiritual liquid? If we get the sovereign spiritual liquid and give it to my mother and father, they might be able to break through the restrictions of the Emperor realm and reach the Paragon realm. Even if it's just the two of us, we can improve greatly. Mu Yun's eyes were also shining. Let's go check out other places. Yes. The two of them left the palace. At this moment, after reaching the early stage of the Great Sage realm, the two of them didn't have to hide too much. At least two great sages had some deterrence. After walking through a few palaces, Mu Yun didn't find any signs of the sovereign spiritual energy. In the end, after checking a dozen palaces, she didn't find any trace of the sovereign spiritual energy. It seems that good luck doesn't only fall on us, Qi Lingyue said helplessly. If we can get a drop of the sovereign spiritual liquid, we might be able to reach the mid-stage of the Great Sage realm. Qi Lingyue continued, unfortunately, it's still too early to say that. Mu Yun said seriously, since the master of the Xianxia palace, Xianxia, is Fan's son and Fan is one of the more outstanding ones among the 9 disciples of the ancient Emperor Wujian, we might be able to gain something. It's not too late to take a look. Yes. In fact, Mu Yun wasn't worried that there wasn't any sovereign spiritual liquid here. She was worried that the sovereign spiritual liquid would be obtained by others. If it was a peak stage great sage who obtained the sovereign spiritual liquid, it should be easy for him to reach the Emperor realm. Currently, the ones with the highest chance were Hong Wanjun of the Seven Valleys and Qi Tianjiao of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. There were also Shueku, Xiongzhan, Miao Yi and Long Gang. Boom. Just as Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were searching, a loud boom suddenly sounded in the Xianxia palace. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. As the laughter rang out, a figure soared into the sky above the Xianxia palace. The Emperor Lord's willpower belongs to me, Hong Wanjun. Ha ha ha, Hong Wanjun's loud laughter drifted in all directions. Dream on. A shout suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure soared into the sky and directly punched at Hong Wanjun. Long Gang, you're only ranked 12th on the Saint Lord list. Do you think you're my match? Hong Wanjun sneered and waved his hand. Bang, Long Gang's figure retreated at this moment. Shueku, Xiongzhanwei, are you guys ready to watch the show? Long Gang landed and shouted angrily, Hong Wanjun has obtained the Emperor Lord's willpower and is about to step into the Emperor realm. The two of you are just going to watch. Emperor Lord's willpower? Mu Yun was puzzled. The Emperor Lord is invincible. When he dies, he condenses an imprint that records the Emperor Lord's life path. Qi Lingyue said, if a peak Saint Lord obtains it and fuses it with the Emperor Lord's willpower, it will be much clearer when he reaches the Emperor Lord realm. Hong Wanjun has obtained the Emperor Lord's willpower and is about to reach the Emperor Lord realm. I'm afraid he's just one step away. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly surprised. The Emperor Lord's willpower was so powerful? Only thinking about it, the existence left behind by an Emperor Lord after he dies was bound to be extremely powerful. Boom! At this moment, above the palace, Xueku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and Long Gang joined forces to entangle Hong Wanjun, forcing him to fight the four of them head-on. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue watched from below. The five of them were all at the peak Saint Lord realm. If it weren't for the array formation supporting the main hall would have been destroyed by the five of them fighting so fiercely. In fact, at this moment, not only Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue were watching, but many people in the surroundings were watching the five of them fight. The five of them were all in the top 20 of the Saint Lord list. Each of them was very likely to become an emperor. The Emperor Lord's willpower is so tempting. Yun couldn't help but sigh. That's natural. If a sovereign emperor is added to these fourth-grade factions, the strength of the entire faction will grow. Xueku and the other three feel that they have a chance if they work together. Of course, they won't give up. Otherwise, if the Sevenfold Valleys has another imperial emperor, it will be difficult for the other four factions. Qi Lingyue clearly saw through it. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't wait for these fellows to fight. The more intense the fight, the better. If dozens of saints from the five parties died, he would be able to devour them and reach the middle stage of the saint realm. At this moment, Mu Yun was fully immersed in it. Boom. At this moment, each explosion was louder than the last. The battle between the five became more and more intense. Qi Tianjiao. At this moment, Ke roared and shouted. Don't just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If you want to reap the benefits, I don't think Hong Wanjun will give you this opportunity. Xueku's roar reminded Mu Yun that Qi Tianjiao was also here. That elder brother of yours is really tolerant. Yun could not help but ask. Although Qi Tianjiao is ranked 9th on the Saint Lord list, his true strength should be more than that. Qi Lingyue said, in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, he was the prince with the least background. However, he relied on his talent and strategizing to become one of the commanders of the Scarlet Flame Guards. Apart from Qi Luoyang and me, he is the most likely to become the next king. You can also become the king? Mu Yun was stunned. Why not? Qi Lingyue was puzzled. It depends on strength and background. If I have enough control, it's not impossible for me to become the king. Otherwise, why do you think Luo Qingdong and brother Ling Hao became the other two commanders of the Scarlet Flame Guards? The three most promising people now are me, Qi Luoyang, and Qi Tianjiao. Mu Yun said. Yun nodded. At this moment, Xueku's voice did not receive a response. It seemed that Qi Tianjiao was not here. Mu Yun watched the five of them fight. The others did not dare to run away at this moment. The five of them fought back and forth, obviously unwilling to leave this place. Now, if they ran around and were not careful, they would be affected by the aftershocks of the Peak Saints. They would be dead meat. We can't go on like this. At this moment, Yun said, fighting back and forth, it's just the five of them. How lively is this? What do you mean? It has to be lively. They each brought 100 or 200 people. Qi Lingyue immediately understood what Mu Yun meant. The two of them looked at each other and separated. Now that both of them had reached the Saint Realm, they did not need to be too timid. They moved to the sides quietly. They both had ways to hide their aura, so they were not afraid at this moment. No. After a while, the two of them turned back. Mu Yun carried 3 or 4 martial artists. Qi Lingyue did the same. Are you ready? Yes. Then let's do it. Okay. The two of them discussed for a moment and moved out again. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the 5 peak saints above. Mu Yun came to the Sevenfold Valley disciples. At this moment, there were 200 to 300 disciples following Hong Wanjun. Among them, most of them were sovereigns, and there were about 50 saints. Muyun walked to the back, and the 100 people in front were watching the battle nervously. It's best to kill a few sovereigns in the Golden Bone realm. Yun muttered to herself and patted a martial artist in front of her. What are you doing? The disciple was watching the battle in the sky and was concentrating. At this moment, he said impatiently. I'll kill you. Muyun grinned and attacked with her sword. Poof, with a swoosh, blood floated up. Who is it? The rest immediately reacted and charged towards Muyun. Muyun waved her sword and killed 6 or 7 people in a row. She pretended to be defeated and immediately retreated. Where are you going? A low shout rang out. Someone moved even faster and blocked Muyun's path. Muyun shouted at this moment, Are you all pretending to be dead? Attack together. With a shout, Muyun waved her palm. Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures flew out and rushed towards the people who stopped Muyun. People from the Earth Erosion Dragon clan. When the Seven Valleys disciple saw this scene, his face turned cold. Heavens! The Earth Erosion Dragon clan actually attacked while the young Valley Master was fighting? Kill! At this moment, 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared. They had no time to explain and resisted with all their might. At this moment, Muyun was nowhere to be seen. On the other side, there was also a dispute between the Ghost Flame Cat clan. Damn it, the Seven Valleys disciples actually attacked. Damn it, kill them. At this moment, the Ghost Flame Cat clan warriors attacked one by one. 7 Valleys. The Seven Valleys disciples were even more furious at this moment. Heavens! The Earth Erosion Dragon clan attacked them, and now the Ghost Flame Cat clan warriors actually said that they attacked them? It was obvious that they were biting back at them. Heavens! At this moment, disputes broke out everywhere. The Seven Valleys disciples looked for the Earth Erosion Dragon clan, while the Ghost Flame Cat clan looked for the Seven Valleys disciples. Originally, it was a 3-way battle, but as they fought, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan and the Lunar Aurora Bear clan found that a few of their clansmen had died inexplicably. Heavens! At this moment, the 5 sides were in a mess. At this moment, the crowd was in complete chaos. At this moment, the idle warriors around were also confused when they saw the scene. Above, the 5 sides fought to determine the winner. Below, why did Feng and the others start fighting? Below. At this moment, Yun and Qi Lingyue gathered again. Good idea. Qi Lingyue exclaimed. Qi Lingyue smiled. You're really sinister. This is not called sinister, this is called strategy. Muyun said seriously. When they fight, they will exhaust their strength. Only then will we be able to gain something. Muyun looked around and saw that the eyes of those people were red with bloodlust. Actually, they only needed a fuse. Muyun and Qi Lingyue each captured a few Monarch Jade Bone Realm warriors from the other side, then ran to the other side, killed a few people, and released the few people they captured. Just like that, even if those people had 10 mouths, they wouldn't be able to explain clearly and would be killed immediately. In this way, it would be strange if the few sides didn't fight. Wait for me here. What are you going to do? Seeing that Muyun was more excited than anyone else, Qi Lingyue was puzzled. Go, what? Of course, he was going to devour. He put in so much effort to make these guys fight so that he could devour them. At this moment, more than a dozen monarchs had already died. Those people were not corpses. To Muyun, they were divine elixirs. While as the battle continued, more and more people would die. At this time, he would be able to devour them. This moment. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. This time, he could even directly reach the middle stage of the Saint Lord realm. I'll go and add fuel to the fire to make them fight more lively. Muyun smiled. Also, I have some secrets that you can't know. Wait here. Okay. Qi Lingyue didn't ask further. At this moment, Yun changed into a Seven Valleys disciple's robe and rushed into the crowd. Boom, a rumble sounded, and Hong Wanjun stepped back. Damn it. At this moment, Hong Wanjun was no longer as calm as before. His clothes were torn in several places, and he looked a little embarrassed. While opposite him, Shueku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and Long Gang were also not in a good state. Among them, Long Gang was severely injured and looked pale. Hong Wanjun looked down and saw that many disciples were actually fighting. Hong Wanjun frowned. The people he brought were not weak, but they were few in number. Why were they fighting? Blood Shueku and the others did not care. Anyway, the people they brought together were more than Hong Wanjun. The one who was anxious now should be Hong Wanjun. Shueku, Xianxia, you're forcing me. Hong Wanjun said angrily, do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? Oh? You have a way? Blood Shueku said jokingly, then you can try. After killing all your subordinates, I'll see how you're going to gather information in the seamless ancient mountain. How dare you? Hong Wanjun shouted, Shueku, I'll give you one last chance. Let me leave, or you won't be able to bear the price. Price? Letting you leave is the biggest price I can't bear. Mu at this moment, Yun was below, pretending to be a Seven Valleys disciple and killing monarchs. No one could do anything to him if he avoided those saints. Why don't you continue to fight? Why do you have to speak so much nonsense? Mu Yun muttered to himself as an early-stage saint charged at him. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence Mu Yun did not dodge. Instead, she charged forward. Entire how many great sages were there in the eastern wilderness? Chi the Sun Saint Nation only had 1,000 great sages. In addition to the other 10 factions, there were around 10,000 great sages. Mu Yun was now considered one of the strongest in the eastern wilderness. With a shout, Mu Yun immediately rushed towards the sage, and the two of them exchanged blows. At this moment Hong Wanjun's face turned cold as he watched his men gradually fall into a disadvantage. Since that's the case, let's all die together. Hong Wanjun sneered. A mark suddenly appeared in his hand. The mark was surrounded by pale green light and gray air currents. It floated in Hong Wanjun's hand. In the center was a flag. Emperor Telekinesis. At this moment, many peak great sages saw the Emperor Telekinesis in Hong Wanjun's hand. Their eyes were burning. What do you want to do? Shueku asked cautiously. Let's die together. Hong Wanjun shouted, if you don't let me go, let's see who can withstand the self-destruction of this Emperor Telekinesis. Self-destruction. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Haha, at this moment, Xianxia laughed excitedly. Self-destruction is good. If you detonate this Emperor Telekinesis, we won't make things difficult for you. Xianxia said excitedly, but if you want to use this thing to perish together with us, I think you're still too inexperienced. Hong Wanjun, are you willing to die? Miao Yi, who was from the Spirit Flaming Cat race, also said, Hong Wanjun, if you can't bear to die, why don't you destroy the Emperor Telekinesis? We'll explore this place separately. Shueku, Xianxia, and the other two made it clear that they would not let Hong Wanjun take away the Emperor Telekinesis. However, Hong Wanjun had fused with the Emperor Telekinesis and reached the Imperial Lord realm. He was even more willing to not abandon it. The scene seemed to stiffen at this moment. Do you really think I don't dare? Hong Wanjun was really angry at this moment. Without the Emperor Telekinesis, I, Hong Wanjun, will only reach the Imperial Lord realm in 100 years. You forced me to do this. Hong Wanjun snapped furiously and waved his hand. In an instant, a surge of origin energy was injected into the Imperial Emperor's mind power. Hong Wanjun waved his hand and an Imperial Emperor's psyche force rushed out. Boom, in the next moment, a deafening explosion was heard. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. No thinking of Hong Wanjun, he really detonated the Divine Emperor's psyche force. F***ck. Yun cursed, and the pale yellow divine robe appeared on her body. She didn't even look back as she fled. That was the telekinesis of an Imperial Emperor. This explosion was not inferior to the attack of an Imperial Emperor. For this week, no one had expected it. Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out. The explosion spread out in all directions. Even the palace below was directly destroyed by the berserk power. Mua's cloud fled, a powerful force slammed into his body. A surging aura was wreaking havoc in his body at this moment. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale. This is almost no one could withstand the impact. Ha ha ha. Hong Wanjun laughed loudly and said, "Do you really think I don't dare? How does the impact of an Imperial Emperor Psyche Force feel?" Nearly a quarter of the central area of the palace was completely destroyed. Hong Wanjun was also covered in blood. "You bastard!" Kui shouted angrily. A bloody hole appeared in his abdomen, and blood flowed out. On the other side, Xianxia and Miao Yi were even more miserable. While, below, there were hundreds of people who had died. Some people were too close and were directly affected and lost their lives. Among the four of them, the most miserable was Long Gang. Long Gang's armor was damaged, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. Look, seeing the four of them in such a state, Hong Wanjun sneered and said, "Didn't you just want me to obtain the Imperial Emperor Psyche Force? Now, do you feel better?" Shueke's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The direction in which Wanjun threw the Imperial Emperor's Psyche Force was towards them. Now, the four of them were the most seriously injured, and many of their subordinates were directly annihilated. Not even their bones were left. Cough cough. One in this collapsed palace, Mu Yun slowly stood up. Damn it. Mu Yun looked rather miserable at this moment, and the power in her body was in chaos. Fortunately, this guy didn't throw it at his own people. Otherwise, we would be finished. Mu Yun was panting heavily at this moment. This time, hundreds of people died. However, many people were directly annihilated by the Imperial Emperor's Psyche Force, and not even their bones were left. Mu Yun shouted. Yun didn't stop and continued to devour. While, at this moment, the scene above became even more lively. Now, do the four of you still have the ability to fight me? Wanjun grinned. Yes, but do you have the ability to fight me? A cold laugh sounded. In the next moment, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Oni figure instantly charged out. Hong Wanjun's smile froze on his face. He only saw his body being cut in half at the waist. A figure stopped behind him. Hong Wanjun, second on the Holy Lord ranking, will be removed today. When it came to that person, everyone was stunned. Qi Tianjiao. This a person who hadn't shown himself from the very beginning had suddenly appeared and killed Hong Wanjun. Qi Keshui, Xianxia, and the others' expressions changed. Retreat. Shueke's figure almost instantly escaped. Where are you going? Qi Tianjiao waved his hand. Bang, bang, Kong struck out with his palm. Long Gang, who was the slowest, was instantly crushed by the palm print. But, at the same time, Shueku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi fled in three different directions. Qi Fingjia, Qi Yuyuan, take people to chase after Xianxia and Miao Yi. I'll chase after Shueku personally. Tianjiao waved his hand and ordered. On the ground, the two groups of people spread out. Qi Tianjiao looked around and directly chased after them without saying anything. In the entire Guansha palace was as silent as death at this moment. All of this happened too quickly. No one expected Qi Tianjiao to suddenly appear and kill Hong Wanjun at this moment. They also didn't expect Qi Tianjiao to not let Shueku and the others off. Mu Yun didn't have time to be stunned at this moment. Hong Wanjun was dead, Long Gang was dead, one was ranked second on the Sage leaderboard. One was ranked first. The other was ranked 12th on the Sage leaderboard. Two was ranked second. A peak great lord. But, in Mu Yan's eyes, they were two 5th grade ancient god pills. And they were the best 5th grade ancient god pills. Cloud rushed towards the two of them as if it was flying and began to devour them. Long Gang's essence, energy, and spirit were all plundered by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a swelling pain in her limbs. Has he reached his limit? Yun didn't believe it. She came to Hong Wanjun's side again and activated the devouring power. Gradually, the power in her body was about to explode. At this moment, Yun had a helpless expression. Hong Less than half of the essence, energy, and spirit in Wang Juan's body had been devoured. But, his body couldn't bear it anymore. What a waste. Looking at Hong Wanjuan's corpse, Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. What's there to waste? Find a place to hide first. Qi Lingyue's voice suddenly sounded. Although more than half of the palace here has been destroyed, a part of it is still intact, Mu said. Yun said, it's in a hidden place in a side palace. I need to go into seclusion. Seclusion, hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Lingyue was stunned. This guy had just reached the early stage Great Lord. Why was he in seclusion now? Mu Yunyun didn't explain much and immediately began to look for the palace. Qi Lingyue followed. Entire Guangxia Palace was damaged because of the battle between the 5 Great Lords. Many people had died. But there were still many parts that were still intact. Qi Tianjiao chased out with his men. The 4 beast races retreated. Many martial artists from the 7 valleys were killed. The Guangxia Palace became much quieter. Some scattered martial artists were exploring the palace at this moment, hoping to gain something. Only as time passed, the Guangxia Palace finally quieted down. A year had passed. In the Guangxia Palace, except for a few figures passing by occasionally, it had become completely quiet. While, within a certain palace, an aura rose. Here at this moment, Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun in shock. Middle stage Great Lord. Qi Lingyue was stunned for a moment. Mu Yun broke through to the Great Lord realm a year ago. Now, he had advanced. Qi Lingyue was really surprised. Even though she thought that Mu Yun wasn't simple, she didn't expect Mu Yun to be so talented. Huff. Mu at this moment, Yun stood up and released his aura. Middle stage Great Lord. Solsol's arms and legs had transformed, and their compatibility with the body was even stronger. You, little secret. Mu Yun chuckled. This is not a small secret, Qi Lingyue said helplessly. Mu Yun didn't say much. You reached the mid-stage in a year. Your speed is too fast. Qi Lingyue continued, how did you do it? My method. You won't be able to learn it. Mu Yun said. Yun spread out his hands and said, alright, let's not bother about this for now. It's been a year. Many things should have happened in Wujian Ancient Mountain. I'm curious if your big brother killed Xueku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi. Yun felt that this trip to Wujian Ancient Mountain was very interesting. Ling Hao was killed by Xueku. Qi Lingyue prodigy killed Hong Wanjun. The 9th on the Great Lord ranking killed the 2nd on the Great Lord ranking. Lian Even Long Gang, the number 1 prodigy of the Earth Erosion Dragon clan, was killed. Then, even if the Great Lords were wholeheartedly exploring the 8 palaces, they couldn't be unaware of any news, right? Speaking, perhaps the Great Lords had already started fighting. Mu Yun was very curious if those Great Lords would fight over this matter. Especially Hong Jiucheng of the Sevenfold Valley. The one who died was Hong Wanjun, his favorite son. Luo Tianqing, Hua Shuming, Shang Tianyu, Su Qingfeng. Mu Yun immediately ordered, the 4 of you, go and find out the news immediately. Be careful of your own safety. Yes. At this moment, Luo Tianqing appeared, but his aura was completely different. Early stage Great Lord. Qi Lingyue was a little confused. Mu Yunqi could understand why Yun had reached the mid-stage of the Great Lord ranking. After all, Mu Yun had many secrets. But why? Even the puppet beside him had improved. Once the puppet was successfully created, it was very difficult for its strength to change. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Qi Lingyue realized that she really couldn't see through Mu Yun at all. This guy had more secrets than she had expected. Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue walked out of the hall. There's nothing worth staying here any longer. Qi Lingyue looked at the ancient palace that had been let out, explored, and abandoned. She said bitterly, no matter how peerless you are, if you can't live forever, you're just a spring breeze and a dream. Then let's live forever. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, however, I have to have 2 or 3 confidants and a group of brothers and friends. Otherwise, it'll be too lonely. He looked around and prepared to leave. If you leave now, you'll suffer a huge loss. Suddenly, Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. After all, the Guanxia Palace is He Guanxia's place. That kid is He Fan's son, and He Fan is the third disciple of ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Do you really think that this is all the Guanxia Palace has? Guiyi chuckled. When Mu Yun heard this, she immediately understood. There's a chance. There's a lot of good stuff inside. Master Guiyi, don't try to fool me. Mu Yun couldn't help but say. Follow my fingerprints and I'll bring you to see it. Mu Yun smiled. All along, no matter where Mu Yun went, Guiyi rarely spoke. This time, he took the initiative to speak, which surprised Mu Yun. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Mu Yun looked at Qi Lingyue and said, there's something good here. Qi Lingyue's eyes flashed. Mu Yun, what secret did Yun discover again? Qi Lingyue was looking forward to it. What kind of good place could it be? With Guiyi guiding the way, Mu Yun came to a hall in the Guanxia Palace. This hall was located in the center of the Guanxia Palace. Among the surrounding halls, it was the most majestic and imposing one. Previously, Hong Wanjuan's emperor telekinesis was also here. Yun was puzzled. Mu Yun, why did he come to this place? This place was probably turned upside down by Hong Wanjun, Xue Ku, and the others. Brat, don't compare me with those people's foresight. Guiyi scolded, He Guanxia of the Guanxia Palace is a supreme being expert. What's a mere emperor's psyche power to him? Yun and Qi Lingyue entered the palace. Here at this moment, the entire hall looked rather messy. Stone chairs and tables were overturned, and there were many sword and saber marks in the hall. There was nothing special about the messy hall. Go to the end. Guiyi said. Mu the Cloud did as she was told and went deep into the back of the hall. Passing through one room after another, almost every room was incomparably messy. At this moment, Lingyu was also curious. This is what was so special about this place? Finally, Yun arrived at the last room. It was an empty house, 100 meters in length and width. No, there was nothing special about it. Guiyi opened his mouth and said, try devouring it. Yun nodded and activated the devouring power. One wisp of supreme being spiritual energy flowed into his body. There's sovereign spiritual liquid here? Mu Yun said in astonishment. What's the sovereign spiritual liquid? Guiyi chuckled and said, do you see that wall? There's good stuff inside. However, there's something I have to discuss with you first. Yi's tone became serious. You said, Guiyi continued, He Guanxia is dead, but he left behind his inheritance. Inheritance? Mu Yun's face was filled with joy. Good. The power of inheritance could increase one's strength by leaps and bounds. Just like Miao Xianyu back then, when he saw Miao Xianyu again, she had already reached the monarch realm. Then it was the condensation of the power of inheritance. But then, the smile on Mu Yun's face gradually disappeared. He was the destiny of the Nine-Fate Emperor. He had no fortune to enjoy the inheritance, even when he obtained the array formation inheritance last time, it was only attached to his body and could only wait for him to slowly control it. This didn't sound so good. Although you can't accept the inheritance, you can do me a favor at no cost. Guiyi said at this moment, this girl's talent is extraordinary. In the future, she will be a dragon among men. She can be your helper. Yi said seriously, this power of inheritance can at least let her reach the emperor realm. In the future, it won't be a problem for her to reach the supreme stage. I'll remind you now. As for whether you give it to her or not, it's up to you to decide. Qi Lingyue? Not yet. It wasn't a good choice. It was just that Qi Lingyue knew so many of his secrets. What if she had feelings for him after accepting the inheritance? Although Qi Lingyue didn't have any feelings for him now, but he couldn't guarantee that. Mu Yun hesitated for a moment. Let's open it first and see what the good thing you said is. Okay. Guiyi smiled. Mu Yun walked into the room and came to the wall in the deepest part. In front of the wall, there was a screen made of an unknown material. It was antique. But looking at it carefully, it was extremely ordinary. Guiyi said with a smile, let me help you open it. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale green light appeared in Muyan's body. Gui made his move. A layer of barrier appeared on the surface of the screen. Then, the mountains and rivers inside the screen seemed to come to life. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Muyan and Qi Lingyue in. Boom, the next moment, the two figures disappeared from the room. While then, inside the screen, the scene of high mountains and flowing water, like a paradise, appeared in front of Muyan and Qi Lingyue. They stepped out and came to the foot of the mountain. Beside the river, 3 small palaces were there alone. Muyan pushed open the door and entered the small palace. Huh? Looking ahead, Muyan was stunned. At this moment, in the center of the main hall, there was a pool, glowing with a green light. It looked very dazzling. At this moment, Yun's breathing quickened. Supreme Spiritual Liquid. Supreme Spiritual Liquid. Almost at the same time, Muyan and Qi Lingyue shouted in surprise. Guiyi's voice sounded in Muyan's mind. You're the useless one. Muyan scolded. A drop of Supreme Spiritual Liquid is miraculous. This is a pool. This Xianxia is really generous. A supreme god could condense supreme spiritual liquid, but it was not a simple matter. At this moment, a pool of supreme spiritual liquid was placed in front of the 2 great lords. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Go to the left and take a look. Gui said at this moment. Muyan walked to the left and opened the door. She was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. In the room, there was a futon, and in front of the futon was a figure with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression. It was as if he was sitting there quietly and cultivating. This is Xianxia? Qi Lingyue asked. Qi Lingyue was stunned. Muyan suddenly said, inheritance. At this moment, Muyan couldn't help but say. The power of inheritance. Xianxia sat quietly, but there was a unique aura floating in front of him. It was as if a path was waiting for the person to arrive. Inheritance. Qi Lingyue's eyes flashed. Who was Xianxia? He was Yifan's son. He was at least a supreme god. His inheritance, however, Qi Lingyue gradually calmed down. It was Muyan's turn. She couldn't overstep her authority. While Muyan's realm was 1 level higher than hers, it was even possible for her to directly step into the Supreme God realm after obtaining the inheritance. Muyan looked at Qi Lingyue with a solemn expression. Qi Lingyue, you need to make a choice now. Muyan said seriously, the Supreme Spiritual Liquid has miraculous effects. You and I both know that. The inheritance of a Supreme God is even more difficult to obtain. Choose one of the 2. What will you choose? Qi Lingyue was stunned when she heard Muyan's words. Muyan asked her to choose one of the 2? No, did she hear wrongly? You found this place. Although I'm envious of the Supreme God's inheritance, it's best for it to belong to you. As for the Supreme Spiritual Liquid, I hope you can share some with me. I'll be satisfied. Qi Lingyue smiled. People shouldn't be so greedy. That's not right. Muyan smiled and said, you and I have gone through thick and thin together. At least I treat you as my friend now. Since the 2 of us are training together, it's only natural that everyone has a share. If you feel indebted to me, how about this? Muyan looked at the Supreme God's inheritance and said, the inheritance belongs to you, and the Supreme Spiritual Liquid belongs to me. Although these 2 items are priceless, I need the Sovereign Spiritual Liquid more. Okay. Qi Lingyue hesitated for a moment and nodded. Muyan, since Xianxia had already said so much, if she were to decline, it would seem that she was being hypocritical. Friend. This? No one seemed to have said this word to her since she was young. Qi Lingyue was a high and mighty princess. Those who tried to get close to her were only interested in benefits. If her mother wasn't an imperial emperor, she wouldn't have been able to do so. If she wasn't an emperor, she would just be among the many princes and princesses. Muyan. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said seriously, you treat me as a friend, and I will treat you the same. Moreover, you are my first true friend. As soon as he spoke, Muyan smiled and said, I thought you were moved to the point of falling in love with me. In your dreams. Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue smiled sweetly, looking pure and charming. Muyun smiled and said, "Don't fall in love with me. I have many women, and all of them are proud daughters of the heavens. There's the princess of the Phoenix clan, the water god of the water spirit clan, the Pil Thearch is son of the Pil the Arch Matter, and so on, keep bragging." Qi Lingyue smiled and said, "Not to mention first-class clans like the Phoenix clan and the Water Spirit clan, even the Pil the Arch Matter is a top force in the Yuan region. Any one of their supremes can destroy all the forces in the eastern wilderness. If your wife is the Pil Thearch's son, why don't you say that your parents are gods or emperors?" Yun stared at Qi Lingyue with wide eyes and smiled. "You don't say. My parents are really titled gods and emperors," Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue was speechless. Mu Yun was too good at bragging. This guy really thought of himself as the emperor. "Alright, even if you accept the Supreme's inheritance, it's not something that can be done overnight," Mu Yun said seriously. "Perhaps you won't be able to accept it after this training. You stay here and accept the inheritance. During this period of time, I will leave this place and explore by myself. If I cause a big trouble outside and a bunch of emperors chase after me, I will have to rely on you to become a supremacy and suppress the situation." Hearing Mu Yun's teasing words, Qi Lingyue nodded. The door of the hall closed, and Qi Lingyue stayed in the hall. She set a small goal first, such as 1 second. "Remember, book guest residence." Mu Yun stood in the main hall and exhaled. "Guai, the inheritance is over. Will Qi Lingyue reach the supremacy realm?" Guai asked. "He Xianxia, according to my calculations, should be at the supremacy realm. If he doesn't reach the earthly supremacy realm, only 10 or 20% of his inheritance will be passed down. The chances of becoming a supremacy realm are slim, but an emperor realm is almost certain." Supremacy realm? Earthly supremacy realm? Mu Yun was stunned. He had always thought that there was only one name for the supremacy realm, now it seemed that there was a division? "Nonsense, what do you think?" Guai smiled. "Since you have reached the middle stage of the Holy Lord realm, it's convenient for me to tell you some things. Normally, the sovereign realm you speak of is only the first step into the sovereign realm. The real supremacy realm is divided into 4 levels: the supremacy realm, the earthly supremacy realm, and the heavenly supremacy realm. Surpassing the heavenly supremacy realm is the ultimate supremacy. The supremacy realm, earthly supremacy realm, and heavenly supremacy realm are divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, perfection, and perfection stages. The ultimate supremacy realm is divided into 9 grades." Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. East there was no supremacy realm in the wilderness. The 9th heaven realm is one of the 9 great heavens realms in the Great Thousand World. The strongest force is a second-class force, and the top experts in the second-class force are all at the ultimate supremacy realm. There wasn't anyone surpassing the ultimate supremacy realm in the past, but it's hard to say now. As for the stronger third-tier forces, they have heavenly venerable realm experts overseeing them. Lesser ones are earthly venerable realm and sovereign realm experts overseeing them. Guai chuckled. "I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of discouraging you. Now that you have reached the middle stage of the Holy Lord realm, you are a little arrogant. It's time to discourage you." "I am arrogant?" Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. "The 4 realms." Mu Yun nodded and said, "Alright, with so much sovereign spiritual liquid, I will soon reach the Empyrean Emperor realm. When the time comes for me to break through to the supremacy realm, I will be able to show my name in the Abyss realm." "You're thinking too much." At this moment, a figure appeared and floated in front of Qin Chen. "I'm using this sovereign spiritual liquid to heal my injuries." One said seriously, "Don't even think about it." "What?" Mu Yun was stunned. "Are you saying that I was brought here by you just to see Qi Lingyue obtain the inheritance and you obtain the sovereign spiritual liquid?" "Nonsense, why do you think I brought you here?" Guai scolded, "How long will it take for you to recover?" "I'll find a way myself. This sovereign spiritual liquid is mine." "You're ruthless. Bastard, if I recover this time I will be able to help you. At the very least, I will be able to display a portion of my strength. By your side, I will no longer be an empty promise." "Really?" "Of course," Guai said proudly. Alright, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Mu Yun suddenly smiled and said, seeing that you've been alone for so many years, I'll give you everything. It's not that lonely. Occasionally, I can even watch someone show off his prowess. How is it lonely? Guai snickered. You peeped at me. I'm too lazy to peep at you. At that time, you couldn't seal the execution heavens diagram. I had to look at it even if I didn't want to. You're already so old. You're really shameless. Get lost. They quarreled for a while, and Guai finally said, I wanted to give you some benefits, but it seems like there's no need for that now. Master Guai. Mu Yun laughed. You're really shameless. Guai snorted and said, do you see the room on the right? If I'm not wrong, that's where Xianxia usually cultivates and practices the ancient god technique. Didn't you get a 5th grade ancient god technique? According to your own cultivation speed, you won't be able to cultivate it without more than 10 years. But if you cultivate there, you'll probably only need a few months to master the 18 Demon Emperor technique. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked discouraged. How could he be so stupid? 10. The 8 Demon Emperor technique was indeed very powerful, but he wouldn't need more than 10 years, right? Reducing it to a few months to master it sounded like a lot of time was reduced. But compared to the Sovereign Inheritance and Sovereign Spiritual Liquid, the difference was too big. Mu Yun Xian was tired and couldn't be bothered to say more. Waving her hand, she turned and entered the room on the right. Seeing Mu Yun enter the room, Guai smiled. The Sovereign Spiritual Liquid should be a little useful. Looking at the pool full of Sovereign Spiritual Liquid, Guai's figure fell into it and disappeared. Su. In the blink of an eye, streams of energy rushed into Guai's body. At this moment, on the other side, Mu Yun's face was solemn. Entering. Not long after entering the main hall, a tyrannical power was released. The power in her body gradually gathered, and the scene in front of her changed instantly. Room. Suddenly, it turned into an empty purgatory surrounded by magma. Mu Yun was now on a lonely land. In front of her, huge beasts appeared. Their bodies were covered with huge rocks and magma was rolling below. In the next moment, Mu Yun used the 18 Demon Emperor technique. And the moment Mu Yun used the 18 Demon Emperor technique, a shadow appeared in front of her. It was also using the 18 Demon Emperor technique. Mu Yun looked at the illusory figure and gradually came to a realization. Time passed bit by bit just like that. In the left hall, it was silent. Qi Lingyue seemed to have entered the core of the inheritance. Guai was in the main hall, soaking in the sovereign spiritual liquid, releasing and restraining his power. Right. In the hall, Mu Yun was in a more miserable state. All her power was hit again and again. Mu Yun seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. She resisted the attacks again and again, but at this moment, she became more and more powerless. Guai, you lied to me. Yun was speechless. How was this a place to improve the efficiency of the ancient god technique? It was simply a purgatory. After killing a batch of magma beasts, another batch of magma beasts appeared. Well, there were more and more of them and they were stronger than the previous one. 10 At this moment, the 8 Demon Emperor technique was indeed improving, but he was also beaten very badly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun was beaten for a full 3 months. The door of the right hall opened, and Mu Yun fell to the ground with a thud, her face bruised and swollen. Saint, it was really embarrassing for a mid-stage monarch to be beaten to such a state. Kid, not bad. It's only been 3 months. You tricked me. Yun lay on the ground, not wanting to move. How can you say that I tricked you? Guai said with a smile, you went from the monarch Jade Bone realm to the early stage Great Sage realm, and then to the mid-stage Great Sage realm. You improved too quickly, and it's inevitable that there will be mistakes in your control of your own power. If you were in the outside world, you would have to spend at least 10 years tempering yourself. 3 months inside is definitely stronger than 100 years outside. Haha, it was stronger than 100 years in the outside world. The tempering effect was very powerful. But, was Guai not afraid of dying? At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Guai. A layer of clouds wrapped Guai's body, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. It was as if Guai was right in front of her, but also far away. "Why are you covering your face?" Mu Yun asked. Yun was speechless. "Let me see what kind of young man this old friend who has accompanied me for 10,000 years is. Do you want to die?" Guai snorted and said, "You're just a great sage. If you see my true appearance, you won't even know how you died. Keep bragging, do you think I'm lying to you?" Guai said seriously, "Among the 4 great origins, as the spacetime origin, I'm the most magical. You're just a great sage. If you look at me, you'll fall into a mental storm of spacetime disorder. You won't even know how you died." "Really?" "Of course." Guai did not say anything else and said, "This girl, I think it will take a long time. You'd better leave this place first." N. Guai said that Mu Yun also had this plan. Guai in the next moment, Guai disappeared in front of Mu Yun. He walked out of the screen and left the hall. Mu Yun was not worried that others would discover the secret of this place. If it weren't for Guai, he wouldn't have known about this place. This time, in just 3 months, he had completely controlled the power of an early-stage great sage. That kind of comfortable power was indeed intoxicating. Master Mu, Tianxing and the others were waiting outside. "How's the information gathering?" "Master Mu, the seamless ancient mountain is in complete chaos now," Tianxing said respectfully. "The ruins of the 8 great halls have been opened one after another. Those great emperors have completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with each other. Several battles between great emperors have already erupted. Moreover, the warriors of the 11 major forces are circling around the center of the seamless ancient mountain. Now, it's completely chaotic." Yun also expected that it would be chaotic, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. "Now, the great emperors had already started fighting, let's go." Mu Yun left the Guangxia palace. She looked around and said, "How can I miss out on such a lively scene? This time, we have to have a good battle. I wonder where Qi Luoyang is. Right now, I really want to kill him." As she spoke, the osteopyram returned to the execution heaven diagram one by one. Mu Yun walked alone. She left this place and chose a direction, and that direction was the place that Luo Tianqing said was more chaotic. During this period of time, his improvement was remarkable. The essence, qi, and spirit that he had devoured at the mid-stage of the great sage were all consumed in one go. Now, he needed to find a new target. If there was another battle between great sages, he would devour dozens of great sages and reach the late stage in no time. Compared to the 100 years of bitter cultivation in the Qiyang Holy Kingdom, reaching the mid-stage of the great sage in just 1 or 2 years was much faster. "Master Mu." In the sky diagram, Luo Tianqing and Mu Yun communicated. "I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." "Speak," Luo Tianqing said. Tianxing was tempted. "When I was searching for information, I passed by a place. There, I felt something that was very attractive to me. Master Mu, you know that we are bone race warriors. Generally speaking, places that are fatally attractive to us are probably related to our bone race ancestors." "Oh?" Mu Yun asked. Yun was stunned. "There, let's go and take a look. If you can get a great opportunity, it will also increase my combat strength." Mu Yun was actually quite curious about the upper limit of 270 osteopyram. He had been cursed by his father, and their strength was sealed. Firstly, he could use the seal of life and death to increase his cultivation level. Secondly, he could undo those curses one by one, and they could continue to increase their strength. He only didn't know where his father got these 300 osteopyram from. He also didn't know the status of these 300 osteopyram in the bone race. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Following Luo Tianqing's hand seals, Mu Yun changed direction and came to a mountainous area. "Someone's here?" Looking ahead, Mu Yun carefully hid herself. At this moment Luo Tianqing didn't expect someone to come. Someone actually came here. Luo Tianqing was surprised. It shouldn't be. Unless it's someone from the Bone Clan, it's impossible for anyone else to find this place. Let's see who it is. Mu Yun squatted down and hid her aura like a dead thing. At this moment, there were hundreds of figures in the forest ahead, but they were obviously from different camps. Mu Yun she observed for a moment and found a few familiar figures. Xueku from the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan, Xianxia from the Lunar Aurora Bear clan. At this moment, Miao Yi from the Ghost Flame Cat clan. At this moment, the three of them led close to 100 people. At this moment, on the other side, there were two figures that Mu Yun wasn't familiar with. Li Xiaoyu from the Li Fire sect, Ling Ju from the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Xueku looked at the 100 people opposite him and sneered. Why? Do you want to fight with us for this place? They were from the Li Fire sect and the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaoyu was ranked 8th on the Saint ranking and was the daughter of the Li Fire sect's sect master, Li Tianzi. Ling Ju was the top prodigy of the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven and ranked 7th on the Saint ranking. At this moment, he was ranked lower than Xueku and Xianxia. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of Xueku, Xianxia, or Miao Yi. Ling Ju from the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven wore a white robe and was full of smiles. Don't pretend to be powerful. Ling Ju said lightly, it doesn't feel good to be chased by Xianxia, does it? I heard that Hong Wanjun and Long Gang were killed by Xianxia. The three of you are lucky to have escaped quickly. However, you must have paid a heavy price to survive, right? Xueku and the other two's expressions turned ugly. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu wore a light green dress. Her upper body was elegant and seductive under the tight-fitting dress. At this moment, she was wearing a short emerald green skirt that barely covered her thighs, causing one's imagination to run wild. At this moment, coupled with his bewitching face, he attracted a lot of burning gazes. I've long noticed that Xianxia is ranked 9th on the Saint Lord ranking, which doesn't match his strength. Li Xiaoyu said seriously, let's put it this way. Back then, I fought with him and we were evenly matched. Moreover, he should have been hiding his strength. This brat is very scheming, and he intends to seize the throne of the Qiyang Holy Empire. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, I reckon that he is on par with Hong Wanjun and Tuoba Lu. Xianxia, I really admire you. You actually dare to challenge Wu Jinhui. He is the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's holy son, the number 1 on the Saint Monarch list. Not to mention you, even if the other 9 people in the top 10 on the Saint Monarch list joined forces, they would still lose without a doubt. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Sure enough, the beasts don't have enough brains. A group of boorish men. Xiaoyu's words enraged Xueku and the others. Even now, Xueku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi were not at their peak. Even if the three of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat Li Xiaoyu and Ling He. Cut the crap. Xueku snorted. Wait until I recover from my injuries. Xianxia will die for sure. I hope you can live until then. Li Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to reply. The Eastern Desolate region's 4 great beasts clans were much weaker than the 4 great human forces in the Western Desolate region. Refining the Hellblood Phoenix clan was the weakest clan, and they only had 2 Emperor Realm experts. Also only the Flaming Spectre Cat clan was slightly stronger with 4 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, the Eastern Desolate region and Western Desolate region were separated by the Central Desolate region. Li Xiaoyu wasn't afraid of the 4 great beasts clans. Everyone, let's cut the crap. A Peak Saint Monarch Realm expert said, this place is a little strange. Let's look for the entrance. Not only were the 5 great forces Saint Monarchs and Sovereign Kings present, but there were also Saint Monarchs from other forces. Mu Yun looked ahead carefully. The Void Spirit Paradise and the Li Fire sect had always had a good relationship. As for the 4 great beasts clans, needless to say, their relationship was as solid as iron. The beasts weren't as cunning as the humans. If they said they were in an alliance, they were in an alliance. Going against trust was a great sin among the beasts. This was also related to the beasts' innate bestial nature. What are you all prepared to do? Ling He looked at Xueku and the other 2. Don't you all want a share of the loot? Then do it yourselves. Xueku said. Xueku said coldly. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu laughed. Xueku, you all found this place. Now that you are halfway through, you want to stop? Li Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Between a man and a woman, who would be willing to stop halfway through? Hearing this, many martial artists stared at Li Xiaoyu and blushed. This woman was definitely not a good thing. Everyone, it seems like the three of them don't intend to open this place and let them rejoice for nothing. Li Xiaoyu said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the scattered martial artists around them immediately turned unfriendly. This time, Shuaiku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi's faces turned ugly. This Li Xiaoyu was indeed despicable. What a slut. Moo. Yun looked at the quarrels and was not in a hurry. Instead, in the end, they were the ones who opened it. As for what was inside, Mu Yun was not sure. However, since it was beneficial to 270 osteopyrum, it was worth taking the risk. Prepare to open it, Shuaiku said gloomily. Xianxia and Miao Yi were also extremely unwilling. If this happened, they would really lose face. Look, when the two of them were unwilling, Shuaiku transmitted a message. Our strength has been reduced by half. We can still fight Ling He and Li Xiaoyu, but if we anger the others and they attack us together, we will be in danger. If there is good stuff here and we recover our strength, it will be easy to kill Ling He and Li Xiaoyu. There is also Qi Tianjiao, Xianxia added. He was originally ranked 5th on the Lord Saint list, ahead of Qi Tianjiao. However, who knew that Qi Tianjiao had hidden his strength? That guy definitely had the strength of the top 3. However, he had kept a low profile in Guangxia Palace and dealt a fatal blow to Hong Wanjun and Long Gang at the crucial moment. If the three of them had not run fast, they would have died. At this moment, the three of them hated Qi Tianjiao to the core. Shuaiku and the other two started to move. Mu Yun was originally in the forest, looking at the crowd from afar. It was not until now that the crowd had dispersed that Mu Yun found them. First, at the foot of this mountain, there was actually a stone door that was exposed outside. On the stone door, there were prosperous and complicated markings that were rather obscure. Blood. Shuaiku and the other two joined hands and gradually broke open the stone door. Mu Yun was communicating with Luo Tianxing, Su Qingfeng, and the other osteopyrum in the Zhu Tian portrait. Be careful. If you find anything strange, tell me. If this is a great opportunity for you, then all the more you can't miss it. Yes. 270 bone guards were quietly waiting for orders in the world of the executioner scroll. Mu Yun was also waiting quietly at this moment. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. Stone, the door was completely opened at this moment. Shuaiku and the others stood in front of the stone door, not in a hurry to enter. Li Xiaoyu and Ling He's group were also not in a hurry to enter. Instead, it was the scattered martial artist groups. Since you all don't want to take the risk, then I, Wang Qiu, will go first. A late-stage Saint Lord spoke and led a few people carefully into the stone door. After waiting for half an hour, there was no movement from the stone door. People continued to enter. Here at this moment, Shuaiku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi gathered together. 3 beside him, there was a young man with a strong build who listened quietly. Long Zihai, you are ranked 89th on the Saint Lord leaderboard. You are now the leader of the Earth Erosion Dragon tribe. Be careful when you enter. Don't take the risk, Shuaiku instructed. For there was more than one person in the top 100 of the Saint Lord leaderboard in the beast tribes. While these people were all famous and had their own followers. Shuaiku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and Long Gang were extremely famous in their respective tribes. Now that Long Gang was dead, Shuaiku and the other two led their subordinates and moved together. Long Zihai, ranked 89th on the Saint Lord leaderboard, was the temporary leader. Hearing this, Long Zihai nodded. Long Gang was very likely to become the next emperor and the next patriarch, but he was killed by Qi Tianjiao. He followed Long Gang. Now that Long Gang was dead, the other core members in the tribe who were ranked higher than him on the Saint Lord leaderboard would definitely fight for the patriarch position. Long Zihai originally didn't have much hope. But, now that Long Gang was dead, he could also fight for it. Then in addition, he had a good relationship with Shuaiku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and the others. He might have a chance. Get ready to enter, Shueku said. Hundreds of people moved and entered the stone door. Let's go too, Xiaoyu. Okay. Linghe and Li Xiaoyu brought their men and followed closely behind. Gradually, the figures outside the door began to vanish. Muyan waited for a long time but wasn't in a hurry. Indeed, after confirming that there was no one, Muyan moved. After entering the stone door, it was pitch black. However, at Muyan's level, there wasn't much difference between night and light. At this moment, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng appeared beside Muyan. For at this moment, they were all peak sovereign kings and early-stage saint lords. They were also the 4 strongest among the 270 osteopyrum. As for their names, they were all self-reported. Muyan didn't know who gave them their names. The 4 of you carefully sense where to go? Muyan asked. Muyan looked inside the stone door. Every passage was 10 meters long, wide, and tall. 4. There were a total of 4 passages. They led underground. Soul consciousness couldn't detect this place at all. Luo Tianqing looked at the 4 doors and finally said, the leftmost and rightmost have an extremely strong attractive force, but the one on the right is a little strange. Hearing this, Muyan said, since that's the case, let's go to the left. Okay. Muyan led the 4 of them towards the left passage. 1. The path led underground and kept sinking. The surroundings were very quiet. It was as if there was nothing strange about this place. While Muyan didn't meet the people who had entered this place before. No matter what, it was impossible for there to be no one in the 4 passages. Do you feel right? Yes. Hua Shaming added, it's here. It can't be wrong. Seeing that the 4 of them were so sure, Muyan looked ahead and became careful. Huh? After descending for more than 1,000 meters, the scene in front suddenly changed. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Be careful. Muyan exhorted. More than a dozen corpses appeared in front of him. From the looks of it, they had died a tragic death, with horrified expressions on their faces. Muyan passed by and naturally activated her devouring power. She unceremoniously swallowed everyone's qi and blood into her body and stored them. She continued. She continued forward, but did not encounter any danger. Master Mu, we're here. Luo Tianqing suddenly said. At the end of the passage, a ray of light lit up. Go. After exiting the passage, the world seemed to have become wider. A powerful aura was released at this moment. At this moment, Muyan could clearly feel that his body was being suppressed. I feel the aura of the Bone Clan. Luo Tianqing said anxiously. Seeing the anxious expressions of Luo Tianqing and the other 3, Muyan had a guess. After all, ancient Emperor Wujian was an ancient emperor who could travel the Great Thousand World and the various large territories. Perhaps, he had been to the Bone Clan and obtained some good things from them. Let's go in and take a look. At this moment, what appeared in front of Muyan was an ancient tomb made of stone bricks. 1. It was impossible to see the end of the ancient tomb. The entire ancient tomb was made of stone slabs that were 1 meter long and wide. It was like a huge bowl that was upside down. Only there were holes that were 1 meter tall at the bottom. Look. At this point, Muyan became even more cautious. Be careful. Muyan continued. This place was a little strange. Just now, he had felt a very obvious suppressive force, which made him feel as if his muscles and bones could not breathe. However, looking at Luo Tianqing and the others, it was obvious that they did not have such an experience. This was really too strange. Difficult. This place had a repulsive force for the human clan, but not for the Bone Clan? Let's go in and take a look. Muyan waved her hand and said. The 4 followed Muyan and squatted into the ancient tomb. Below. At this moment, a surging aura crushed Muyan's body, making it difficult for him to move. On the other hand, Luo Tianqing and the other 3 did not feel pressured at all. Instead, they were very excited. At this very moment, Muyan's power had been completely released from her body. However, the oppressive feeling still did not dissipate. Master Mu. I'm fine. It's just that my strength has been suppressed. I feel that my origin energy circulation is extremely blocked. Mu Yun exhaled and said, let's see if there's anything strange. Yes. When the 5 figures entered the ancient tomb, they saw palaces made of stone that were arranged in a strange manner. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a prison. However, this prison seemed to only be able to trap ordinary people. Rows of stone walls were arranged in an orderly fashion. Through the stone walls, one could see a stone palace at the center. At the top of the palace, stone chains extended in all directions. Let's go and take a look. Yes. At this moment, this figure was leading the way. Mu Yun followed the 4 people, crossing over stone walls and arriving in front of the stone palace. At this moment, the doors were wide open. Dozens of figures were walking around the palace, inspecting it. Seeing Mu Yun's group of 5 appear, the dozens of people did not take it seriously and continued inspecting the stone palace. Mu Yun did not say much and came to the front of the stone palace. At this moment, Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up and were brimming with vigor. Master Mu, there's something good. As Luo Tianqing was excited, his tone became nervous. This feeling was similar to when Mu Yun saw a pool of sovereign spiritual liquid. It's not the right time to make a move. Mu Yun said, although these people are not at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, there are many late-stage Great Sage Realm cultivators. If we really fight, we are not their opponents. Mu Yun was at the mid-stage Great Sage Realm and had no problem dealing with a few mid-stage Great Sage Realm cultivators. However, she would definitely lose against a few late-stage Great Sage Realm cultivators. There were only 4 stages in the Great Sage Realm. However, the difference between each stage was huge. This stage was the transformation of the soul. However, when it came to the transformation of the soul, the difference was huge. Yes. Yun led the 4 of them to wander around the stone palace. At this moment, the dozens of people were obviously divided into several groups. One group was led by Wang Qiu, who was the first to enter. Mu Yun did not recognize the other groups. Everyone did not obstruct each other and started to explore the stone palace. Back and forth, they went around in circles. Many figures looked inside and outside the stone palace, trying to find some secrets. However, after wandering around for half a day, they did not find anything. What kind of lousy place is this? Suddenly, a curse was heard. Wang Qiu cursed, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen this path. Let's go and check out the other passages. As Wang Qiu spoke, he waved his hand and the dozens of people left. This place. It was extremely strange inside the tomb. It was like a sealed place. Once one entered, the flow of origin power was suppressed. But, in any case, there was nothing at all. But, following Wang Qiu's departure, 1 or 2 groups of people left as well. Mu Yun looked around carefully and did not want to give up until she found something good. Let's go, let's go. Finally, the last group of people left in disappointment. They had used all the methods they could, but they did not find anything. Here. If they continued to waste time here, they might as well try their luck in the other passages. If they were late, they might have already snatched all the good stuff. Are we done? Mu Yun asked. Yes. Luo Tianqing was excited. What did you find? Mu Yun asked. Master Mu, look here. Luo Tianqing pointed at a wall in front of him. This stone palace was quite big. There were 2 walls on the left and right, which looked very unique. Although the walls were also paved with stone, there were messy marks on the walls. It was as if those marks formed a painting. However, those paintings were a mess. Luo Tianqing smiled and didn't say anything else. He walked to the wall. He stretched out his hand. At this moment, the flesh on Luo Tianqing's hand faded away, revealing a crystal-clear skeleton. Bone. The difference between the bone race and the human race was their bones. Human. For the human race, bones, flesh, and soul were all extremely important. However, the bone race was different. Bone. For the human race's cultivation, the skeleton was the most important. Even if the soul seal and flesh were worn away, as long as the skeleton was not destroyed, the bone race could be reborn. Everything they had came from the skeleton, so the core of their cultivation was also the skeleton. Blood. The flesh and the soul were just accessories. This was very different from the human race. Human. For the human race's cultivation, the soul was the core, the origin of everything. Here. At this moment, Luo Tianqing waved his hand gently in front of the stone wall. At this moment, the stone wall suddenly changed. Here. Some messy scratches formed a figure at this moment. At the same time, on the other side of the stone wall, the messy scratches also formed a figure. Two figures sat cross-legged. Here. The two figures had flesh and blood, and they were lifelike in the mural. In an instant, the two figures solidified and were engraved on the wall. Bang, bang. Bang, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng all knelt on the ground. As if they had seen their emperor and their god, they bowed down and worshipped the two figures. Namely, even though Mu Yun was controlling them with the dark seal of life and death, she also felt that the four of them were somewhat out of her control. It was as if the two figures had an incomparably strong divine power that made them have a slight impulse to resist the dark seal of life and death. This was the first time Mu Yun had encountered such a situation. The dark seal of life and death could be said to be an unbreakable control technique from the beginning until now. It was powerful and could not be defied. But now, it was actually out of control. Mu Yun understood that the two figures had an extremely deep influence on Luo Tianqing and the other three. Lord Heavenly Guard. At this moment, Luo Tianqing was suddenly extremely excited. All the flesh and blood in his body disappeared at this moment, and he turned into a skeleton. He cowed out on the ground, unwilling to get up for a long time. Mu Yun released the other osteopyrum. In the end, without exception, all the osteopyrum knelt on the ground. At this moment, Mu Yun was a little dumbfounded. 270 osteopyrum knelt on the ground one by one, and their expressions were extremely respectful. At this moment, the flesh and blood of the two figures on the left and right walls were constantly being refined. Two pieces of clothing, one black and one white, appeared on their bodies. It was just a condensation of shadows, but at this moment, it looked so real. Gradually, the two figures' bodies became more and more solid. Blood flesh appeared, clothes appeared, and living human figures appeared in front of Mu Yun. But in the next moment, Mu Yun was stunned. How could it be them? Mu Yun was indeed dumbfounded. He would never have dreamed that it would be these two people. He was once very familiar with these two people. Chou Qian, Ren Gongong, from the beginning of the Southern Cloud Empire, to the 3,000 small worlds, to the celestial world, to the divine world, Ren Gongong and Chou Qian had appeared in front of him more than once, and then mysteriously disappeared. The two of them had been his father's right-hand men since the beginning. Two of them had always been by his father's side. But now, two figures had appeared here. Mu Yun suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chou Qian and Ren Gongong were from the first-class Bone clan. What was going on? Mu Yun felt that he needed to be quiet. Lord Heavenly Guard. Lord Heavenly Guard. In an instant, 270 osteopyrum knelt on the ground one by one, looking like the most fervent believers. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. He looked at the many osteopyrum kneeling on the ground. In fact, his mind was already a mess. Ren Gongong and Chou Qian could be said to be his father's left and right guards, but they were actually from the Bone clan. Did his father know? He should know, right? After all, his father was the human emperor Mu Qingyu. He could not tell. What if he did not know? What if Chou Qian and Ren Gongong were spies sent by the Bone clan to his father's side? For a moment, Yun felt a little confused. In reality, when he saw Ren Gongong and Chou Qian's appearance appear on the stone wall and gradually outline, and saw 270 osteopyrum kneeling on the ground, he was already confused. What was going on? Mu Yun was speechless. While, at this moment, the two figures on the stone wall became more and more real. The two figures opened their eyes and saw the osteopyrum in the main hall, and a trace of confusion appeared in their eyes. Then, there was a trace of pleasant surprise. Bone Heavenly Guard. Cho Chian's voice sounded. It was the same as what Mu Yun had heard. Bone Heavenly Guard? 300 Osteopyrum used to be called. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Lord Right Sky Guard. Tianxing and the others shouted in unison, their voices soft. 700 of the 1,000-bone Sky Guards died in that battle. Only 300 are left. I didn't expect more to die now. Rangongong's voice was filled with sorrow. Lord Left Sky Guard, my condolences. We are useless. Tianxing knelt down and kowed out again. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not speak. At this moment, he was more like an invisible person. You are useless, but so am I. Ren Gangang waved his hand and said, the human emperor placed restrictions on your bodies. Now that the human emperor's son needs your help, I will help you remove some of the seals. Lord Left Sky Guard, Cho Chio said. Qian said, these are just some afterimages left behind by the two of us. They have a trace of soul power. There is a limit to how much we can help you remove the seals. The future depends on you. We still need you to avenge the chief. Hearing this, Luo Tianxing and the others kowed out in unison. Here. At this moment, Ren Gangang and Cho Chiyan acted as if they did not see Mu Yun. They were talking to the 270 Osteopyrum. Buzz. Big. In the hall, there was a buzzing sound. Cho Chiyan suddenly looked at Mu Yun and said, Young Master Mu, please guard outside for a while. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. He thought that the two of them really could not see him. Mu Yun said as he walked out of the hall. He thought that besides the Osteopyrum, he could also get something. Now. It seemed that he had thought too much. Mu Yun walked out of the hall and stood outside the door. Even so, what level would the 270 Osteopyrum reach? Mu. As Yun thought about this, she started to look forward to it. Buzz. In the hall, a gray aura appeared and enveloped the entire hall. Mu Yun was waiting outside the hall. Big brother, look. I knew that there was something strange about these people. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. At this moment, the dozen or so figures returned one by one. It was the late-stage Saint Lord, Wang Qiu. At this moment, Wang Qiu looked at Mu Yun and said, Kid, I didn't expect that you guys didn't leave. There really is a reason. Wang Qiu's face was filled with joy. He was the first to leave the place. However, he only left the graveyard and didn't leave directly. No, now that he thought about it, someone really did discover the secret of this place. Wang Qiu chuckled and said, Where are those few friends of yours? Did you find something good inside and are digging for it? No. Yun's face was cold. These fellows were quite clever. Qianhe had pretended to leave and was now returning. Mu Yun looked over and saw 14 people. For all of them were in the late stage of the Saint Realm, with Wang Qiu as the leader. The 10 of them were in the early stage and middle stage of the Saint Realm. Noodles against 14 people, he would definitely lose. Sorry for the trouble, Yun felt conflicted. Only he hoped that Luo Tianxing and the others would appear as soon as possible. He would hold on for as long as he could. Do you want to die? With just a few of you, you can't kill me. Yun snorted at this moment. He definitely couldn't retreat now. Then he could only rush forward and see what was going on. Boom, rumbling sounds rang out at this moment. Wang Qiu's aura was released and he immediately charged towards Mu Yun. Boom, in an instant, it was as if the earth was about to collapse. Mu Yun only felt that the power inside and outside his body was about to collapse. The late stage of the Saint Realm and the middle stage of the Saint Realm were only a small realm apart. However, there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. The transformation of the soul was completely different. Slash, the glazed light emperor sword slashed out at this moment. Slash after slash, 7 consecutive slashes smashed down with a loud bang. The Xianxia divine sword was dazzling with sword light. But, however, in the next moment, Mu Yun's face changed. 7 the sword slashed out and each slash reached its peak. But, even now, he was in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. The Xianxia divine sword was only an emperor divine weapon. It couldn't withstand the explosion of his power. The sword light slashed out and its power was much weaker. Even the Xianxia divine sword was slightly out of control because it couldn't withstand such a strong concentration of source power. Scram! Wang Kuyu shouted angrily and punched out. The 7 sword lights collapsed at this moment. The power of a 4th-grade ancient god technique? Emperor divine weapon? Wang Kuyu sneered and said, "Kid, are you overestimating yourself or looking down on me?" Wang Kuyu's eyes were filled with disdain. Mu Yun didn't care at this moment. 18 Devil Emperor technique. The next moment, 9 demonic pillars rolled out around Mu Yun. 8 Devil Emperor technique. With his current middle stage of the Saint Realm, using 9 was already the limit. He couldn't withstand more. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a demonic pillar was waved out. Bang! The power of the demon race was like a giant pillar that supported the sky. Even the middle stage of the Saint Realm couldn't withstand it for a moment. Only including Wang Qiu, the 4 late-stage Saint Realm experts withstood it. Great technique. Wang Qiyu's eyes lit up. Right. For a Saint Realm expert, a 5th-grade ancient god technique was extremely rare. This kid cultivated a 5th-grade ancient god technique and its power was extraordinary. Wang Qiyu was already greedy at this moment. Mu Yun didn't care and waved out the 9 demonic pillars. Bang, bang. 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 Mu Yun's entire body was filled with power. Wang Qiyu and the other 3 couldn't get close to Mu Yun for a moment. I can't use my full strength in this broken place. Wang Qiyu cursed. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. So much nonsense. Mu Yun sneered and said, "You say it as if I'm not suppressed by this broken place." Mu Yun waved the 9 demonic pillars and stood between heaven and earth like a demon god. He shouted, "Die." Rumbling sounds echoed. Mu Yun waved the demonic pillars. In this tomb, the range wasn't big. For a moment, even Wang Qiyu couldn't do anything to him. "Big brother." A late-stage Saint Realm expert said, "Let's retreat first. This kid has to go out eventually. Let's guard the exit. As long as he leaves this place, he will definitely die." Wang Qiyu was blocked by Mu Yun at this moment, and his heart was filled with anger. "Retreat first." Wang Qiyu shouted, "Brat, if you have the ability, don't come out for the rest of your life. As long as you dare to appear, I will definitely let you die without a burial ground." Wang Qiyu waved his hand and more than a dozen people retreated. Mu Yun saw more than a dozen people retreating and immediately panted heavily. Fortunately, they retreated, otherwise, he would be exhausted to death. The power of the 8 Demon Emperor technique was indeed very strong. But this was because the consumption of origin energy was too great. It consumed even more than the glazed light Emperor sword slash at the Monarch realm. If Qiyu didn't retreat, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Only that guy thought that he was a trapped beast, guarding the exit and waiting for him to go out. But if he went out again, it would be their time of death. Mu Yun hurriedly recovered her origin power at this moment. At this moment, outside the graveyard, Wang Qiyu snorted and said, "Go, call Xianxia and 6 Hammer here. Big brother, call them. We have something to share, go call them." Wang Qiyu said again, "I keep feeling that something is wrong. That brat is so difficult to deal with. I don't think the 4 guys around him are easy to deal with. Find some helpers and nothing will go wrong." Yes. Someone immediately left. At this moment, in the graveyard, Mu Yun sat on the steps and waited quietly. Large within the hall, a grey aura was constantly being emitted. The 270 bone guards were all sitting cross-legged with solemn expressions. Time passed just like that. At this moment, outside the graveyard, more than 20 figures arrived. The 2 of them were at the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. "What's the matter? Why did you call us here in such a hurry?" The short-named young man said lazily, "You are so stingy. Who in Donghua Prefecture doesn't know that you like to eat alone? Xianxia, no one will treat you as a mute if you speak less." Wang Qiyu snorted, "In this place, I found 5 fellows, sneaky and suspicious. However, one of them is only at the middle stage of the Saint Lord realm, but the strength he displayed is at the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. He cultivates an ancient god technique that is very powerful and a little tricky. Oh? Hearing this, the other young man asked curiously, so, it's a top 5th grade ancient god technique? It's possible. Moreover, they seem to have discovered the secret of this place and are exploring it. They only left one person outside to guard. Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly said, then what are we waiting for? Charge in. We have 30 to 40 people in total. There are already 10 of us at the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. Why are we afraid of 5 people? Hearing this, Six Nut also nodded at the side. All right. Caillou also felt that it was right. Muyun alone was extremely strange. Even if the 5 of them were like this, they would be exhausted to death with 30 to 40 people. Counter in the graveyard, it suppressed their release of power and also suppressed the release of power of Muyun and the others. No, there was nothing to be afraid of. Well, moreover, after such a long time, they should have found some secret. Speak while speaking, the dozens of people were about to move. Eh? So many of them came? At this moment, at the exit of the graveyard, a figure walked out. He was dressed in black clothes with his long hair tied up. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked out. Wang Qiu, you haven't left yet? Yun walked out at this moment, looked at Wang Qiu, and smiled. You even found helpers? Is it necessary to deal with a mere middle-stage Saint Lord realm like me? Kid, it seems that you have finished exploring this place? Wang Qiu sneered. Where are your companions? Don't try to stall for time and let them escape. It's impossible. Xianxia also smiled. Obediently hand over the things you have obtained. If you are in a good mood, I will spare your life and let you fend for yourself here. At this moment, dozens of people surrounded the exit, looking at Muyun like a tiger eyeing its prey. So you waited for me until now for this. But Wang Qiu, you are at least at the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. Aren't you too cowardly to call for helpers? Hearing this, Wang Qiu's face turned cold. Muyun said again, since you called for helpers, you shouldn't mind if I call for helpers too, right? Set a small target first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. After Muyun finished speaking, he waved his hand. Figures walked out of the graveyard. Luo Feng Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng walked out. It's the 5 of them. Wang Qiu was about to say something when she froze. After Luo Tianqing and the other 3 appeared, more figures walked out of the exit. There were more than 100 figures, and the number was still increasing. Wang Qiu, you bastard. Lu Chang's expression changed. Didn't you say there were 5 of them? Wang Qiu was even more stupefied at this moment. She said blankly, there are indeed 5 people. At this moment, the dozens of people around Wang Qiu were all dumbfounded. Just there were only 5 of them left. How did it suddenly become more than 200? If you can call for help, I can call for help too, right? Muyun looked at Wang Qiu and the others and smiled. Kill and steal. Since you don't have the ability to kill me, let me kill all of you. With a wave of his hand, swooshing sounds could be heard as 270 bone guardians charged forward. At Luo Tianqing and the other 3 released their power. Peak of the Great Sage Realm. Wang Qiu, Jiang Xiao, Lu Chang, and the others' expressions changed completely. For Peak of the Great Sage Realm, the aura of the team behind them was not weak either. All of them were great sages, but their auras were a little unstable as if they had not stabilized yet. At this moment, the dozens of people were stunned. What was going on? Mu Yunyan stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Awesome. For Peak of the Great Sage Realm, the auras of the other Osteopyrum were also rising. Although they had not reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm, they were almost there. This was 2F** King Awesome. With such a team in his hands, what was there to be afraid of in this seamless ancient mountain unless he met an emperor? Ever since he entered the eastern wilderness, he had been hiding and fighting. Now running away? Hiding? Running away, F***ck, F***ck. Kill, that's it. Moreover, he didn't have to kill them himself. It felt so good. At this moment, Yun shouted, be careful, don't let anyone escape. In fact, there was no need for Mu Yun to say anything. The moment Luo Tianqing and the other three revealed their cultivation bases, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What was the point of fighting? Waith might as well die. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire catacombs exploded with a loud boom. The time it took to brew a cup of tea was not long. There were dozens of corpses on the ground. At this moment, Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Big Xiaochen activated the power of devouring, and a steady stream of essence, energy, and spirit rushed into his body. His aura surged once more, and his soul, 5 viscera, and 6 bowels were transforming. Mu Yun decided to break through to the late-stage Saint Realm. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun slowly stood up. His aura had become much stronger. However, he had yet to reach the late stage of the Saint Monarch realm. Not enough, far from enough, Mu Yun said with a frown. True, it was truly not enough. Mu Yun knew that as his cultivation level increased, the strength of his devouring power would also become more and more apparent. Previously, he could devour 100% of it, but after purifying his bloodline, he was only left with 20%. While now, it was close to 50%, among these 30 to 40 people, there were 10 late-stage Saint Realm cultivators. Change in the past, it was definitely enough for him to break through to the mid-stage Saint Realm. But now, if he wanted to break through to the late-stage Saint Realm, he needed more essence, energy, and spirit to transform and improve. The difference in cultivation level was too big. Mu Yun understood this point and said again, let's go on a killing spree. Luo Tianqing cupped his hands and said, Master Mu, we entered this place through the first passage. Perhaps we can go to the fourth passage to take a look. Luo Tianqing was extremely serious. The 4 of them were all peak Saint Realm cultivators now. His osteopyrum's aura was still unstable, but it would be very fast for him to reach the peak. By then, there would be 270 peak Saint Realm cultivators. In this place, there was indeed nothing to be afraid of. Okay. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the rest of the osteopyrum was kept into the execution heaven painting. Relying on the world tree, she cultivated diligently and stabilized her aura. Luo Tianqing and the other 3 had a solid foundation and were slightly stronger. Now that part of the seal had been undone, they were more familiar with controlling their own strength. But, the others were not as stable as Luo Tianqing and the others. But, it was true that they had reached the peak and were only one step away from stabilizing their strength and controlling it. Mu Yun was very excited at this moment. 270 peak Saint Realm cultivators. What kind of concept was that? Now, there were more than 1,000 Saint Realm cultivators in the 11 4th-tier forces. But, how many peak Saint Realm cultivators were there? 200? 300? Or 500? He now, except for the emperors by his side, he had almost all of them. Compared to the 4th-tier forces lacked martial artists of the monarch realm. But, with 270 peak Saint Realm cultivators, what was a monarch realm cultivator? Mu Yun was a little smug at this moment. She felt a little light as she walked. Just now, Chou Qian was also from the Bone clan. They actually left traces here. Look, her father had also been to the unscripted ancient mountain. No, she knew why her father had come here back then. Ren Gangang and Chou Qian were from the Bone clan and obviously had a high status. How did her father subdue them? At that time, in the small world, immortal world, and human world, Chou Qian and Ren Gangang had accompanied her father all the way. And the more she thought about this, the more Mu Yun admired her father. Since he was in the immortal world, her father had started to plan. Once the celestial extermination painting appeared, as an immortal king, he naturally wouldn't give up. Seize the celestial extermination painting, die, and be reborn as the illegitimate son of the Mu family in the small world. However, her father's figure had always been by her side. Have you returned to the immortal world and kill Shuizhao's clone? Return to the human world, fight with the Blood Clan and kill Shuizhao. Shepherds unified the human world. This along the way, her father's figure was always there. The celestial extermination painting became the painting of the gods and became the current celestial extermination painting. Everything was her father's doing. Also, when she arrived at the upper-class world, she lost contact with her father because she wanted to rescue her mother. It could be said that Muyun's father, Mu Qingyu, had been guarding her almost all the way. One day, I will let you and mother enjoy the happiness of a family. Muyun clenched her fists and left along the passage. Returning to the entrance, Muyun led the four of them towards the fourth passage. The old passage was a long journey. Tong, after passing through the passage, what appeared in front of them was a palace. However, from the entrance of the palace was not considered luxurious and grand. It was not even worth mentioning compared to the Guangsha Palace. A few hundreds of palaces were scattered in the vast underground, and the order was a little messy. However, seeing those palaces, Luo Tianqing and the others seemed to have thought of something. We used to live here, Luo Tianqing suddenly said. At this moment, Hua Shuming also said, that's right, I feel that I should have lived there. As Hua Shuming spoke, he pointed to the other side, where a slightly bigger palace was. I should have been there, Shang Tianyu also said at this moment. At this moment, Su Qingfeng frowned and said, indeed, we used to live here. However, Yun was puzzled and asked, don't you remember what happened before? Reporting to Master Mu, Luo Tianqing said seriously, actually, our resurrection was a little strange. It should have been done by Master Mu's father, and the two heavenly guards no more. We only know that as members of the Bone clan, we should serve Master Mu. This was also what Rengangang and Cho Chiyan told you, right? Luo Tianqing nodded. That was what my father said. It seems like my father can summon you away at any time with an order from the two of them. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing and the other three laughed bitterly. Luo Tianqing hurriedly said, back then, we should have been in a state of suspended animation. It was the human emperor who saved us. The human emperor restored our strength, but sealed our strength and memories. There are many things that we only have fragmented memories of. And there are some things that the two heavenly guards told us intermittently before meeting you, Master Mu. The two heavenly guards also said that when we recover to our peak, we will remember everything. Before that, we just need to follow Master Mu. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. For a moment, Mu Yun did not know what to think. Mu Yun sighed slowly. Earlier, I merely treated all of you as puppets and accessories to me. I didn't treat all of you as humans. I was wrong. 30 of the 300 osteopyrum died. It was also my negligence. In the future, I will not let you take risks for me. Master Mu, you are too kind. Luo Tianqing cupped his hands and said, we were saved by Master Mu's father. It is natural for us to die for Master Mu. That was what the two heavenly guards said back then. So, even if I don't use the seal of life and death to control you, you will still listen to me? Of course. Mu Yun was stunned. This Luo Tianqing had never said these words before. He was tricked by his father again. At the end of the day, how many things were done by his father that he did not know? Mu Yun was a little confused. Since this is where you used to live, go take a look. Maybe you can think of something. Mu Yun said. Okay. Shan Ming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng immediately dispersed. Luo Tianqing stood beside Mu Yun and did not leave. This was still the waterless ancient mountain. Luo Tianqing before, he did not have the strength to protect Mu Yun, but now he did. This someone had arrived first, so he had to confirm Mu Yun's safety. Mu Yun did not say much at this moment. This feeling of being protected was indeed very good. Ever since he entered the Abyss Realm's eastern wilderness, the master of the two rites said that he was protecting him, but his own life was in danger. Later, he lifted the main beam of the two instruments pavilion. Building after establishing the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, he went to cause a ruckus in order to eradicate the Sky Pavilion. However, he was always fighting alone and risking his life. Body without an expert to protect him, if he got into big trouble, it would be a dead end. But now, it was different. Saint Peak Monarch, second only to nearly 100 emperors. This was what he was relying on. No, he knew how Luo Tianqing and the other three were compared to the experts on the saint ranking. The two of them stepped into the palace together and looked around. A few looking at the main hall, Luo Tianqing said, these side halls are all daily residences. There shouldn't be anything good. Perhaps there will be some treasures left in the main hall. Mu Yun said. Yun waved his hand and said, let's go directly to the main hall. There are people in the main hall. Luo Tianqing said again, Master Mu, you should be careful. With you here, I'm not afraid. Luo Tianqing nodded and did not say much. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Trespassers, stop. The two of them arrived at the main palace. Two figures stood outside the palace and stopped Mu Yun and Luo Tianqing. There one of them said arrogantly, young Master Ling Ju from the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven and Li Xiaoyu from the Firely Sect are inside. You have no right to explore this place. Go back to where it's cool. Everyone looked at Mu Yun and Luo Tianqing as they spoke. Mu Yun asked. Yun looked at Luo Tianqing. He's just a late-stage Saint Lord. Luo Tianqing said indifferently, should we kill him? Mu Yun coughed. Yun coughed and said, no need. Just throw him far away. Yes. As soon as he said this, the faces of the two disciples turned cold. Do you want to die? Young Master Ling Ju. 2. While they were talking, Luo Tianqing had already made his move. 2. The figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Luo Tianqing didn't care at all. Rua said that he wanted to protect Mu Yun, but he wasn't qualified. But now, it was enough. You're courting death. Mu Yun put her hands behind her back and looked sloppy. She looked like a spoiled brat. Ru Xianxia was overjoyed at this moment. It felt so good to not have to do anything. Who is it? The two of them stepped into the main palace. A few figures looked at them in surprise. They had already sent disciples to stop those who wanted to enter. How did these two get in? The Firely Sect and the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven are so arrogant. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun said, you are allowed to explore here, but others are not allowed to explore here? Do you know what you're saying? The Peak Stage Saint Lord said, can you afford to offend the Firely Sect and the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven? If there's an emperor here, I can't afford to offend him. But a mere saint is not worth mentioning. Mu Yun said casually. Ru Xian hearing these words, several figures almost vomited blood. A mere saint is not worth mentioning? In the entire who in the eastern wilderness dared to say this? Ru Xian even an emperor wouldn't be so disrespectful to a saint. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're courting death. The disciple's face turned cold as he took a step forward. Tianqing, you can kill him. Mu Yun said directly. Luo Tianqing took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two figures immediately clashed. A deep voice rang out, and the two figures separated upon contact. Luo Tianqing's figure was as still as a mountain, as if rooted to the ground. On the other side, the disciple's face turned pale, and he let out a muffled groan. How is this possible? Wang Chuchu was stunned. He but the person ranked 93 on the Saint Lord board was actually suppressed by the person in front of him. He knew all the 100 peak stage saints on the Saint Lord leaderboard. This fellow was definitely not in the top 100 of the Saint Lord board. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. His guess was right. Luo Tianqing and the others were indeed stronger than regular peak stage saints. No matter what, Luo Tianqing was originally a powerful existence. It was just that his cultivation level had been sealed, and a small portion of his memories had also disappeared. Only he just didn't know how much stronger he was. They didn't even know that Wang Sha was in the top 100 of the Saint Lord board. No, however, at this moment, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. Don't be so arrogant. Yun laughed. This place is the Seamless Ancient Mountain, not the territory of the Li Fire Sect and the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven. You don't allow others to explore? Do you think you are an emperor? Mu Yun's words were filled with arrogance. Now she had the right to be arrogant. You are courting death. Wang Chuchu snorted and said, let's attack together and kill these two. When Luo Tianqing heard this, his face turned cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. The bones of the bone race's martial artists were the core, and their bones were naturally incomparably strong. Luo Tianqing immediately punched out. Dong, a muffled sound rang out at this moment. The few figures that rushed over were repelled by Luo Tianqing. At this moment, Luo Tianqing was standing in front of Mu Yun, and he had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Mu Yun was at the back. Seeing Luo Tianqing's powerful aura, she was secretly shocked. Luo Tianqing might be stronger than she had imagined. Suddenly, at this moment, in the main hall, a few figures surrounded Luo Tianqing. Mu Yun stood at the side and watched carefully. However, she secretly summoned Hua Shuming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng back. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out in the main hall. If it weren't for the special materials that made the buildings extremely sturdy, the main hall would have been destroyed. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Big, at the back of the main hall, a figure walked out. Young Lord Ling Ju. When the person arrived, Wang Chuchu and the others immediately retreated. What's going on? Young Lord, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He insists on entering this place. Don't worry, young Lord, we will stop him. Wang Chuchu said hurriedly. Hearing this, Ling Ju was a little surprised. Wang Chuchu was ranked 93rd on the Saint Lord list, and he couldn't defeat his opponent quickly. He also saw Mu Yun. She was just a mid-stage Saint Lord, so she was nothing. However, when he looked at Luo Tianqing, Ling Ju became cautious. This person's aura didn't spread out, but it gave him a dangerous feeling. Both of you, we were the ones who found this place first. Please leave. Ling He did not force them to leave, and instead spoke in a polite tone. Everyone found this place together. Everyone can enter any of the 4 passageways. Why did it become yours just because you came here first? Mu Yun smiled and said, so, if I occupy a passageway, all the good things in the passageway will be mine? Ling Ju was stunned and said with a gloomy face, I'm Ling Ju from the Spirit Void Grotto Heaven, ranked 7th on the Saint Lord list. Please, what has it got to do with me? Mu Yun said impatiently, even if you are ranked first on the Saint Lord list, I still have to enter this place. You look for your things, and I look for mine. I didn't snatch anything from you. You, on the other hand, treat something that is public as your own grotto heaven. This isn't very appropriate, right? Ling Ju didn't expect Mu Yun to be so domineering. Young Lord, are you not planning to give up? Ling Ju's tone became cold. Of course I won't. If it was before, Mu Yun would still choose to hide her aura and see what the people from the 2 major forces could discover. She would fish in troubled waters, but now. No, there was a need. Fall, with Tianqing around, why keep a low profile? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Ju's face turned cold, and he took a step forward. Fall, at this moment, Tianqing didn't need Mu Yun's instructions and directly attacked. Two figures directly collided at this moment. Bang! Oni surging explosive force was released at this moment. The 2 figures separated upon contact. At this moment, Ling Ju's face turned solemn. Luo Tianqing was not easy to deal with. While, on the other hand, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Luo Tianqing was really strong. Ling Qi was ranked 7th on the Saint Lord list. Luo Tianqing was not at a disadvantage at all. While Hua Shuming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng were not weaker than Luo Tianqing. But, didn't they say that the 4 peak Saint Lords around him were all in the top 10 of the Saint Lord list? What was there to be afraid of, not to mention Ling Ju? Even if Wu Jinhui, who ranked first on the Saint Lord list, came, what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was extremely relaxed. Damn it! Ling Ju cursed in a low voice, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Good sword! Mu Yun's face lit up, and she shouted, Luo Tianqing, snatch the sword for me. Mu Yun could tell that the sword in Ling Ju's hand was an Emperor Divine weapon. The divine weapons used in the Monarch realm were divided into Ascended Mortal Divine Weapons, Transcendent Mortal Divine Weapons, Mortal Divine Weapons, Emperor Divine Weapons, and Emperor Divine Weapons. The Xianxia Divine Sword that he used previously was an Emperor Divine Weapon, and he could no longer use his Monarch realm strength. Now, other than the 18 Demon Emperor techniques, he didn't even have a suitable divine weapon or an ancient god technique. This sword was not bad. Yes. Tianqing didn't care about this. He responded and attacked Ling Ju again. Boom, inside, a loud explosion sounded. Wang Chu, kill that guy. Ling Ju understood that he couldn't defeat Luo Tianqing in a short time and immediately changed his target. After all, Wang Chu was ranked 93rd on the Sage ranking. It was extremely easy for him to kill Mu Yun, who was only a mid-stage Sage Lord. Wang Chu immediately understood and attacked Mu Yun. Luo Tianqing wanted to save her, but Ling Ju wouldn't give him the chance. His attacks became fiercer, and Ling Ju didn't let Luo Tianqing leave the battlefield. Look, Mu Yun's expression changed when he saw Wang Tue charging at him. It was as if he had been greatly frightened. He retreated step by step and flew out of the hall. You're just a mid-stage Sage Lord. You can't escape. Wang Chu shouted. Mu Yun retreated out of the hall, but suddenly, he stopped outside the hall. I don't want to escape. Boom, boom. Boom, at that instant, 3 figures dashed forward. Hua, at this moment, Shan Ming, Shan Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng charged forward at lightning speed. Ku, Monarch Lien, ranked 93rd on the Saint Lord rankings, didn't even have time to scream before his body was shattered and his soul was crushed. He was dead for sure. Mu Yun laughed and said, a mere peak stage Sage Lord wants to kill me? Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a cold sneer. Elder, I have 4 peak stage Sage Lords with me and they are all top 10 on the Sage ranking. Are you afraid? Wang Chu. Ling Ju was stunned. Wang Chu was dead. How was that possible? At this moment, Luo Tianqing's attack came. He punched Ling He in the chest. Bang, Ling Ju's face turned pale and retreated. However, Luo Tianqing was faster than him. He flipped his palm and grabbed his sword. Then, the sword cut Luo Tianqing's palm. But Luo Tianqing didn't care. The bone was the core of the race. During battle, it was normal for the body and soul to be crushed. If Guang wasn't extinguished, then it was fine. Guang, after taking the sword from Ling Ju, Luo Tianqing retreated to Mu Yun's side and handed over the sword. The sword was straight, and the sword light was dazzling. There was a vague aura of a tiger and dragon roaring. Damn it! Ling Ju's face turned pale. He shouted, do you know the consequences of snatching my meteorite divine sword? Meteorite divine sword? Mu Yun held the sword and smiled. Good stuff. Although the name doesn't sound nice, the sword aura is strong and full of yang energy. Ling Ju was furious. This sword belongs to me. Ling Ju was stunned. He sneered and said, this sword has an emperor's intent. Other than me, no one can control it. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yun smiled faintly, and his longsword disappeared at that moment. She set a small target first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Without further ado, the longsword slowly appeared in the heavenly punishment diagram and was thrown into the heaven and earth furnace by Mu Yun. Refine, it was just an emperor's intent. The heaven and earth furnace could refine it. After refining the emperor's intent, the meteorite sword would belong to him. Buzz, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the heaven and earth furnace. How dare you? A thunderous roar sounded at this moment. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. That voice was exceptionally loud, as if it had penetrated his mind. The trace left behind by the emperor, before Mu Yun could do anything, the heaven and earth furnace was enraged. Furnace, the old man snorted, and that intent completely dissipated. How dare a mere emperor be so arrogant in front of me? The old man's voice gradually sounded. Bastard, you used my body to refine the emperor's intent. I will kill you sooner or later. Mu Yun did not care and smiled. Wait until you can kill me. At this moment, in the main hall, the meteorite sword appeared in Yun's hand again. Only at this moment, the meteorite sword's aura changed. No, there was no more Ling Ju's aura, but it was firmly held in Mu Yun's hand. This sword belongs to me. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled. Ling Ju's expression was ugly. How could it be? The meteorite sword was a top-notch emperor-level weapon, and it contained the intent of the ancestor. That was the emperor's intent. How could Mu Yun refine it? Ling Wan's incredulous expression appeared in Ling Ju's eyes. Ignorant. Mu Yun sneered. If I say I want it, then I want it. The emperor can't stop me. Ling Ju's expression was extremely ugly. Boom. At this moment, a roar sounded from the back of the main hall. Tianxing's expression changed, and he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Mu Yun. Master Mu, I feel the aura of the right Sky Guardian. It's very weak. Mu Yun was even more stunned when he heard this. Chou Qian. Yes, Chou Qian. Mu Yun wanted to see Chou Qian even more than Luo Tianxing. He wanted to ask this fellow how his father was doing. There were too many things he wanted to know. Go. Mu Yun did not say much. Ling Ju, scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Mu shouted. Yun shouted, this place is mine. Listen, hearing this, Ling He's face turned pale. Mu Yun threatened him. Luo Tianxing, I'll count to 3. Kill whoever dares to stay here. Yes. When Yin heard Chou Qian's news, she became excited and did not care about anything else. Bastard. Jean was completely enraged. What happened? However, a gentle voice sounded at this moment. At this moment, a figure walked over. Her clothes fluttered, her figure was enchanting, and her aura was seductive. Li Xiaoyu. Why did you come out? When Ling He saw Li Xiaoyu, he exclaimed in shock. We'll talk about it later. What happened? Li Xiaoyu looked at Mu Yun and the others. These bastards. Li said. When Xiaoyu heard Ling He's explanation, her expression gradually changed. Are they courting death? Xiaoyu looked at Mu Yun. Do you know who you are provoking? Che, do you know who you are provoking? Mu Yun sneered, a mere peak stage saint. Merely, at this moment, anger rose in Li Xiaoyu's heart. Being provoked. A mid-stage saint was calling out to a mere peak stage saint. Anyone would be enraged. Cut the crap. I'll count to 3. Kill whoever doesn't leave. Mu Yun ordered. Yes. Luo Tianxing and the other 3 stepped out. 4 peak stage saints. Moreover, they were not inferior to the top 10 on the Saint Lord board. Li Xiaoyu snorted, kill. At this moment, a few figures charged out. Ling He and Li Xiaoyu rushed out swiftly. Boom, a series of explosions sounded at this moment. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun raised the meteorite divine sword. His mid-stage saint aura was rising steadily. 5A figure charged out completely. In the main hall, there were loud explosions. But, gradually, Li Xiaoyu realized that something was wrong. Luo Tianxing and Hua Shuming were holding her and Ling He back. While Shang Tianyu and Su Qingfeng seemed to have entered an unstoppable state and started killing. These 4 people were actually not inferior to her and Ling He. What, since when did such a powerful figure appear in the eastern wasteland? Xiaoyu, let's retreat. Ling He transmitted her voice, I lost my divine weapon. I'm not this guy's match. Not his match. Ling He was ranked 7th on the Saint Lord board and actually said that he was not Luo Tianxing's match. Then, Luo Tianxing was ranked 5th on the Saint Lord board. He was on the same level as Hua Tianxian, Xiong Zhan, Tuoba Lu, and Hong Wanjun. How could there be such a powerful figure in the eastern wilderness who was unknown? Damn it. Li Xiaoyu snorted and shouted, retreat. Yun sneered, you think you can leave just because you want to? Luo Tianxing, kill a few more. Yes. At this moment, Luo Tianxing ignored Ling He and let those who wanted to escape. Capture a few late-stage Saint Lords were killed by Luo Tianxing directly. Now that things had come to this, it was time to kill them. Hua Shuming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng also attacked. However, the 3 of them surrounded Mu Yun, guarding against any peak stage Saint Lords who tried to harm Mu Yun. Mu Yun was protected by the 4 of them. This kind of feeling was too comfortable. Let's go. In the end, Li Xiaoyu and Ling He brought the remaining people and escaped from this place. No need to chase. In the main hall, there were more than 20 corpses. There were mid-stage and late-stage Saint Lords. Muyun activated his devouring power and devoured the corpses. Good. Muyun stretched out his arms and legs. Let's go in and take a look. No more nonsense. He brought the four of them directly into the back hall. On the other side, Ling He and Li Xiaoyu's faces were ugly. How embarrassing, Li Xiaoyu, 8th on the Saint Lord board. Ling He, 7th on the Saint Lord board, but now, the two of them were being chased by someone and had to flee. More importantly, they didn't know who it was. How despicable. Investigate. Li Xiaoyu's voice became sharp. Send someone to investigate who this person is. I must take revenge for this humiliation. You guys go too. Ling He shouted. It was indeed a humiliation. Never before. Su. Ling He said, go find Hua Tianxian and Tuoba Lu. Hua Tianxian has been admiring you for a long time. It's not difficult to get him. Tuoba Lu is a martial arts maniac. Get him too. The four of us will bring hundreds of late-stage and peak-stage Saint Lords to kill this person. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu nodded. The two of them were really angry. Since young, they had grown up with a silver spoon in their mouths. They had never suffered such a loss. Ling, he said again, what's in the back hall? I don't know. Li Xiaoyu shook her head. I only felt a strong suppression and a repulsive force. I couldn't enter at all, so I wanted to inform you. Who knew this would happen? Despicable. Ling He snorted. Since that's the case, let's investigate this person first before looking for Hua Tianxian and Tuoba Lu. Hua Tianxian, the young master of Donghua Prefecture, 6th on the Saint Lord board. While Tuoba Lu, 3rd on the Saint Lord board. Yes. With the two of them, killing Muyun was not a problem, Li Xiaoyu nodded. Tushi led the others through the passage and left immediately. Same. For a moment, Muyun and the other four stood in front of the back hall and looked at the scene in front of them. They were indeed surprised. Entire. The back hall was occupied by a vortex. Then the vortex was surrounded by gray air currents. A terrifying aura was spreading inside. While there was a trace of suppression. He's inside. At this moment, Tianxing said, he must be inside. Then let's go in. Muyun was completely fearless now. Actually, it was not that she was not afraid, but thinking that if Chou Qian was inside. Muyun could not suppress the excitement in her heart. But was Chou Qian inside? Father, in order to save her mother, he fought with the 9th Heavenly Emperor, Di Yuan, and his whereabouts were unknown. As her father's right-hand men, Chou Qian and Ren Gangang could not complete themselves. She did not know what was inside the vortex. Luo Tianxing took the lead and easily entered without any hindrance. Muyun followed at this moment. Then at this moment, Muyun felt a strong repulsive force that did not allow her to enter at all. Muyun was stunned. Then, she released her aura. First, a boundless aura was displayed at this moment. Second, the Eye of Return was even opened at this moment. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Stop the repulsive force, disappeared, Muyun was stunned. Disappear lost, but then, Muyun stepped in. So slowly, waves of aura spread out. 5 figures stood in front of him, looking ahead. What appeared in front of them was a stretch of green mountains and clear water. 1,000 meters ahead, there was a tall mountain, a waterfall, and lush trees. Feet beneath his feet was a field of green grass. And at the foot of the mountain, a domed palace stood proudly. Let's go and take a look. Muyun said slowly, be careful. Yes. The 4 of them surrounded Muyun from all directions. The 5 of them walked towards the palace. The closer they got to the waterfall, the more ear-piercing the roar of the water. 5 they pushed open the door of the domed palace and easily entered. Standing at the entrance of the palace, Muyun was stunned as she looked inside. Then in the next moment, the 5 of them stepped out of the palace. Then at this moment, a strong suppressive force imprisoned the bodies of the 5 of them. It was as if there was a pair of eyes scanning the aura of the 5 of them. This at a glance, the 5 of them could not move at all at this moment. Moreover, when they entered the palace, everything was silent as if the waterfall did not exist. Then it was terrifyingly quiet and eerie. Lacquer in the incomparably dark environment, the five of them wanted to move, but they could not do it at all. That restrictive force made it difficult for the five of them to move an inch. How terrifying? What kind of existence was it? Mu-yun at this moment, Yun thought about it, but there was no way to leave the palace. Great, Mu-yun sighed softly in her heart. Fighting with 4 peak holy lords protecting him, he had nothing to worry about. But where was this place? It was the Wujian ancient mountain. Who knew what ancient giants existed here? Following any one of them could easily kill him. What should he do now? He could only leave it to fate. Mu-yun stood at the entrance of the palace. It felt like a long time had passed. The probing aura scanned the aura of the five of them again and again, as if it did not give up on every inch of their flesh, blood, and soul. Come in. Suddenly, a voice sounded with a hint of joy. Then, in the dark night, a pair of eyes opened at this moment with a terrifying light. So slowly, in the palace, rays of light lit up, revealing the scene in the palace. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. This was a simple and unadorned palace. The interior was very empty. There was only a figure sitting upright on a stone chair in the middle of the hall. He was dressed in a long green robe with his hair tied up behind his head. There was a unique aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was the figure of a skeleton. His entire body was made of jade and had a holy glow. It was smooth and bright as if it was made of unpolished jade. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Luo Tianxing and the other 3 suddenly knelt on the ground. Look, seeing this, Mu-yun stood to the side and did not say anything. Gradually, flesh and blood appeared on the skeleton figure's body and clothes appeared. Gradually, a figure appeared in front of Mu-yun. Xiao Qian, seeing that figure, Mu-yun blurted out. Xiao Qian, he would not be wrong. Why, are you here? Mu-yun was shocked. Xiao Qian was dressed in green. He walked down from his seat and knelt on one knee. Right Emperor Guard Xiao Qian greets young lord. Imperial Guard, young lord? Yun coughed and said, get up. This fellow was being so serious right from the start. He really couldn't take it. Actually, the two of them knew each other. Most of the time, Xiao Qian was mysterious. Why are you here? Looking at Xiao Qian, Mu-yun asked again. This matter is a long story. Xiao Qian said slowly, young lord, please take a seat. Let me tell you slowly. Okay. Mu-yun did not refuse this time. Xiao Qian looked very serious. He wanted to know what had happened even more. What does young lord want to know? Mu-yun thought for a moment and said, let's start with you and the 300 osteopyrum. Xiao Qian nodded. This matter can be traced back to 1,000,000 years ago. Xiao Qian said slowly. Ren Gangang and I were originally the personal guards of the bone race's old patriarch. We had 1,000 heavenly osteopyrum under our command. I was the right heavenly guard, and Ren Gangang was the left heavenly guard. Old leader and human king are very close. The two of them are best friends. The bone race's realm is located in the 5th heaven realm. The 5th heaven realm is controlled by the heaven-sealing god emperor's 5th son, Di Xian. Later on, the bone race wanted to cooperate with heavenly emperor Di Xian, but the old patriarch didn't agree. So, we were ambushed along with the old patriarch. The old chief died in battle, and many of the osteopyrum died in battle. Only 300 or so of us are left, and almost all of us suffered heavy casualties. When Human King heard the news, he arrived, but it was too late. Old leader died. Human King blamed himself, so he brought us here to Jian Old Mountain. Xiao Qian paused, took a deep breath, and then continued. The 300 osteopyrum lived here for a long time. They recovered their strength and cultivation, and they all wanted to take revenge. Human King felt that he couldn't stop them, so he sealed the memories and strength of the 300 osteopyrum. He brought them to the human world and disguised them as people from the Biluo Huangquan school. Then, he handed them to you, young master. When Mu-yun heard this, she understood the true origin of the 300 osteopyrum. They were the personal guards of the bone race's old patriarch. They should be very strong, right? They should be at least in the sovereign realm. No, they should be at least in the Earth Sovereign Realm, the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, or even the Invincible Divine Sovereign Realm. The current patriarch of the Bone Race, Gu Tsong, swallowed the lifetime achievement of the old patriarch and was promoted to the Emperor realm. Now, in the Great Thousand World, he is known as the Bone Emperor. Speaking of this, Mu Yun said in surprise, aren't the patriarchs of the various first-class races titled gods and emperors? Not necessarily. Qi Yan explained, for example, although the 9 Nether race and the 5 Spirit race are first-class races, they have been going downhill in recent years. There are no emperors or gods in the race. The 10 great factions of the dragon race are more complicated. They don't have any on the surface, but I don't know what they are like in private. In the Great Thousand World, there are 8 powerful first-class races. The Soul Race, the Bone Race, the Phoenix Race, and the Dragon Race are all relatively powerful existences. The 9 Nether Race and the 5 Spirit Race are weaker, but there is a reason for that. As for the Kirin Race and the Titan Race, the outside world doesn't know much about them. The Phoenix Race, Qin Mengyao should be in the Phoenix Race now. As for Xie Qing, he might have gone to the Dragon Race. Mingyue Xian. I wonder if she has returned to the 5 Spirit Race. Mingyue Xin is from the Water Spirit Race of the 5 Spirit Race, and he has always claimed to be the reincarnation of the Water God. The Water God shouldn't be a god with a title, right? He probably gave himself that title. Mui wonder how Bufan, Mou, and Huang Yan are doing now. 9 The Nether Race, Mo Shu Shu is from the 9 Nether Race, the 9 Nether Kuan-Pung bloodline. It seems that the 9 Nether Kuan-Pung bloodline has encountered some problems. Cho Chian's words made Mu Yun think of many things. Where is my father? Cho Chi-Yan continued, back when young master fought with the blood race in the human world, the human emperor was planning to observe in secret. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The 4-symbol sacred mountain that sealed the Azure the Arch began to fluctuate, and the human emperor decided to take action in advance in an attempt to save the Azure the Arch. In the end, it was a trap. The human emperor was injured and sent into a space-time crack, and his whereabouts are unknown. The Ice Phoenix race's patriarch, Bing Xiaochen, was also severely injured. Cho Chi-Yan paused and said, the human emperor gathered the 3 sovereigns, and the 3 sovereigns were injured even more. Those 3 seem to have returned to the unfettered sacred ground and are probably recuperating. The 3 sovereigns. Mu Yun knew that her mother's 3 elder brothers. It seemed that her father had really planned this for a long time. But this time, it's not like they returned empty-handed. Heavenly Emperor Diyuan suffered a great loss this time, and his strength has declined greatly. He doesn't dare to let his other 8 brothers know that the entire 9th Heaven Realm, and even the Great Thousand Realms, only knows that the human emperor tried to save the Azure the Arch, but failed and disappeared. They don't know that the human emperor has severely injured Diyuan. If young master wants to conquer the 9th Heaven Realm in the future, the pressure will be much less. Conquer? When did I say that? Mu Yun looked at Cho Chi-Yan and was stunned. Did I show that I wanted to conquer the 9th Heaven Realm? Cho Chi-Yan said, the human emperor said that everything is to pave the way for you, young master. Now, the heaven-sealing divine emperor is trying his best to gather the 4 origins in order to become an invincible existence like the Yu God Emperor and control the myriad realms. The heaven-sealing divine emperor fought with the number 1 God Emperor and was severely injured. This period of time is the time for you to grow. This is also why the human emperor spent so much time to let young master grow in the human world. Mu said. Hearing this, Yun nodded. After the rescue failed, we were all hunted down, so I returned here and focused on recovering. As for Ren Gang, I haven't heard from him yet. At this moment, Yun was sitting on a stone chair and was silent. Yes. In the Great Thousand Realms, he gradually understood the situation. Mu Yun said slowly, what was your realm at your peak? You stepped into the Sovereign Dao. Sovereign Dao? Mu Yun was puzzled. Chao Chi-Yan was stunned. When he saw that Mu Yun was a great lord, he said, you will know when you reach the Supreme God realm. Knowing now is not good for you in the future. Mu Yun did not ask any more questions. What realm are you now? After a moment of silence, Cho Chi-Yan said slowly, above the Emperor realm and below the Supreme God realm. Worried that Mu Yun did not understand, Cho Chien said again, in the battle back then, even my supreme celestial body was broken. It will take time for it to recover, above the Emperor realm. Above the Supreme God realm, below the Supreme God realm, then Cho Chien would be the most powerful person in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Mu Yun was a little excited. This was called a backer. How do you recover? The power of the world. Cho Chien said seriously, the power of the world can help me reconstruct my supreme celestial body. As long as my supreme celestial body is successfully reconstructed, my recovery in the future will be very fast. Is this it? Mu Yun waved her hand, and a ray of light rose. Young master is indeed as the human emperor said. I admire you. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun was stunned again. Damn it. She thought that Cho Chien would be extremely shocked when he saw the power of the world. Then, he would fall to his knees and shout that the young master was awesome. He would be shocked that he could nurture the world tree, which was a rare thing in the world. Not. Guo Cho Chien said indifferently. How did father know? Was there anything about her that father did not know? Mu Yun was a little tired. In that case, you and the osteopyrum will recover seriously in the execution of the heavens painting. Mu Yun said. Yun stood up and said, in the next period of time, I am preparing to build my own force. I will need your and the osteopyrum's help. Yes. Suddenly, Cho Chien said, young master. Actually, maybe young master can ask someone in Wujian Ancient Mountain for help. Someone in Wujian Ancient Mountain, who, Wujian Ancient Emperor or his 9 disciples? Difficult. The people in Golden Axe Heavenly Palace were not all dead. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to have misunderstood, Cho Chien hurriedly said, it is not someone from Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. It is a descendant of the Shou Mountain. The Shou Mountain? Then what force was it? Cho Chien said, back then, the first emperor god went out to battle and entrusted Xiaoyao's sacred ruins to the human emperor. He also told the human emperor many things. The first emperor god's master, Duguyi, is called Lone Emperor. Some people call him the first array god. The human emperor once looked for him, but unfortunately, he could not find him. Senior Lone Emperor once fought with the heavenly emperor a few years ago. He was hit by the trajectory and lost an arm and a leg. Wait. Yun suddenly stopped Cho Chien and said, what did you say? Lost an arm and a leg? A figure immediately appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Who? Kuan-Su World, Xiaoyao Mountain, Elder Gu, that Elder Gu taught her the ancient Saint-Array Tao. Mu Yun suddenly shouted, Guai, you know. In the sky map, Guai said lightly, so what? Lone Emperor is Yi Xiaoyao's master in array skills. I also have to call him Elder Gu. I can't order him to stay by your side to help you. Elder. Lone Emperor. The first array god. Mu Yun felt that her brain was not enough to understand. In the entire Great Thousand World, there were less than 100 titled gods and titled emperors. Just like the emperors in Eastern Wilderness, they were high and mighty. Elder Gu Elder was actually a titled emperor. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Mu Yun couldn't believe it. This old man who looked like he was on the verge of collapsing, like a lone boat, was actually a titled martial emperor. Only an invincible giant second only to the god emperors. Guai didn't care what Mu Yun thought. Cho Chien continued, after the first god emperor died, Lord Lone Emperor was disheartened. That's why no one has heard of him for many years. Then there's Seamless Ancient Mountain. Cho Chien said seriously, in Seamless Ancient Mountain, the ancestor of the mountain guard is called Xianxia. He's one of Yi Xiaoyao's disciples. Xianxia died in battle back then, and his descendants stayed here to guard Seamless Ancient Mountain. There should still be some of them in this generation. However, Xianxia respected the first god emperor so much that he told his descendants not to leave Seamless Ancient Mountain. If young master can get that Xianyuan descendant to help, the eastern wilderness will be nothing to worry about. In the future, he might be able to help young master unify the 9th heaven. Mu Yun looked at Cho Chien again. You brat, you keep talking about unifying the 9th heaven realm. Is it that simple? Yun said again, unifying the ninth heaven is a bit far away, but we can consider unifying the eastern wilderness. But then again, Qiu Qiyan, you keep talking about unifying the ninth heaven realm. Even if Di Yuan is seriously injured and no longer has the strength of a heavenly emperor, at least he has a lot of experts around him. There should be many sovereign Dao experts like you said. Even if we can deal with them, there's still one more thing. If I kill Di Yuan, the other 8 heavenly emperors won't just sit back and watch. Qiu Qiyan said. Qiyan said, young master, you're thinking too much. As I said, the human emperor is paving the way for young master. Now, the way is ready. We're just waiting for young master to walk on it. Why didn't Di Yuan tell his 8 brothers that he's seriously injured? Because he doesn't dare to. Qi Yan said seriously, the 9 heavenly emperors are also titled emperors. They're second only to the heaven-sealing divine emperor. Furthermore, the heaven-sealing god emperor has not appeared for 1,000,000 years, and the 9 great heavenly emperors also have thoughts of annexing each other. If Di Yuan reveals that his strength is not enough, the other 8 great heavenly emperors will definitely swallow him up directly. This is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that if young Lord can destroy the Emperor Abyss Pavilion in the 9th heavenly realm, you will be able to rescue Lord Azure Emperor. At that time, with the Azure Emperor in the 9th heavenly realm, the 8 heavenly emperors wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, Lord Azure Emperor's strength is no weaker than that of the human emperor. Furthermore, the Yi clan of the unfettered sacred ground can easily support an entire world, unless the heaven-sealing god emperor intervenes? Yun took over the conversation. Crimson Flame said again, if the heaven-sealing god emperor takes action, it means that the heaven-sealing god emperor has returned to his peak. All of our schemes will be nothing more than a joke. Yun nodded. He roughly understood, as long as he was powerful enough, he would be able to slaughter Di Yuan and rescue his mother. Then, he would be able to rule over the 9th heaven in the name of his mother, the Azure Emperor. Emperor Yuan did not dare to expose the fact that his strength had declined. While once he killed Di Yuan in this period of time, there would be no first-rate forces in the 9th heaven. No one would be able to contend against him. The Great Thousand Worlds, which is also the 10,000 worlds, is vast and boundless. The 1st heaven realm to the 8th heaven realm seem to have first-rate races. Why isn't there any in the 9th heaven realm? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qiu Qiyan smiled and said, it's not that there aren't any. In fact, there aren't only 8 first-rate races in the 9 heavenly realms. There are also several first-rate human forces. The 9th heaven realm doesn't have any first-rate races, but there is a first-rate force. What force? Qiu Qiyan asked. Crimson Flame said slowly, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Mu Yunyun curled her lips. Right. She really had no idea about this force. Qiu Qiyan said seriously, young lord, don't underestimate the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion controls one of the 13 primordial treasures, the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. It is said that it can deduce the fate of the Great Thousand Worlds. Of course, this kind of deduction requires a lot of energy, and it's not 100% accurate deduction. It's impossible to deduce the fate of a 9-fate son of heaven. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion won't deduce the fate of those titled gods and titled emperors. The price is too high. Similarly, if they want to deduce the fate of those related to these people, it will also cost a lot. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps the human emperor knows a little. Yun said, then if we kill Di Yuan, won't the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion interfere? Since the establishment of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, they have always been neutral. They rarely participate in the disputes of the Great Thousand Worlds. Mu Yun nodded. In that case, the 9th heaven realm could really be occupied. If he occupied the 9th heaven realm, with the Azure the Arch overseeing it, he could use it. Mu Yun said slowly, I understand. The 9th heaven realm and Di Yuan Pavilion must be destroyed. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Brat, stop dreaming, Guai said. The place where the Azure the Arch is imprisoned is called the Four-Symbol Sacred Mountain. It's one of the 9 most dangerous places in the 9th heaven realm. Back then, the seal was set up by the 9 heavenly emperors. Even if you kill Di Yuan, I'm afraid you won't be able to break the seal. Unless you can find 9 titled gods and titled emperors who are similar in strength to the 9 heavenly emperors. Of course, if you become a divine emperor, then it'll be simple. Mu was speechless. Yun did not reply. Guei, this guy always poured cold water on him at critical moments. Don't worry, I won't be arrogant. Mu Yun grinned and said, it's just that father has paved so many paths for me. If I can't continue, then the 9th son of heaven will be too laughable. Father and mother have done so much for me. It's time for me to grow up, Mu said. Besides, in our family, grandfather is the first divine emperor, father is the human emperor, and mother is the Azure the Arch. My 3 uncles are called the 3 emperors. I can't embarrass them, right? Yun did not say anything else. She looked at Cho Chien and said, from today onwards, these 270 osteopyrum will be yours to train. Once the seamless ancient mountain is over, the eastern wilderness will be mine. Yes. Mu said. Yun said, oh right, where are the descendants of the Xianyuan clan that you mentioned? How do I find them? This? I don't know. Mu said. Yun was speechless. Cho Chien was making fun of him. Forget it. It's hard to find them. The guardian mountain lineage has been able to endure the loneliness in the seamless ancient mountain for countless years. It's not easy to pull them out for help. Young master, you don't have to worry too much. You're the grandson of the first divine emperor, and you've inherited the first divine emperor's 9th son of heaven. Perhaps the guardian mountain lineage will listen to you. I hope so. Xian said. The descendants of the Xianyuan clan were hard to find, even if they met them, they might not be helpers. Cho Chien said again, there's one more thing that the human emperor said. The primordial era is from millions to tens of millions of years ago. The primordial era is from tens of millions to billions of years ago. Going further back is the primitive era. The primordial era and the primordial era's titled gods and titled emperors disappeared too strangely. The human emperor said that we need to be careful of this. Be careful of this? What did that mean? Mu Yun was a little stunned. Difficult. Dao said that, the ancient gods and ancient emperors from the primordial era and the primordial era might not be dead? No. Where did they die? Hide. Up? Where? What were they plotting? Mu. Yun was shocked. If that was the case, then the greater 1,000 domains would no longer have the same number of titled gods and titled emperors. 2. Who knew how many titled gods and titled emperors were born in the primordial era and the primordial era? If those old antiques suddenly appeared again, just thinking about it made Mu Yun feel terrified. It was as if there was a giant net covering the greater 1,000 domains. While the heaven-sealing divine emperor had not appeared and allowed the greater 1,000 domains to remain the same. Was it related to those people? Mu Yun had a lot of thoughts in her mind. Young master. Cho Chien shouted again and said slowly, this matter is too far away from us. The most important thing is that young master should focus on the present. Yes. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, in that case, let's leave this place first. This time, we are in the seamless ancient mountain. You should know this place better. The most important thing now is for me to find an opportunity to break through. Young master is now in the middle stage of the Saint Lord realm and is only a step away from the late stage. You can break through here. Oh? In the main hall, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged at this moment. Chao Chu Chien looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in light clothes and had a solemn expression. He said, this is a formation of my bone clan. It gathers the bone chi and tempers the body. Young master's bones are hard. You can temper the bone chi into your bone marrow and then temper your soul. It won't be difficult for you to reach the late stage of the Saint Lord realm. As Cho Chien spoke, he began to move. Boom, at this moment, a powerful deterrent force spread out at this moment. Mu Yan's body trembled and her face turned pale. The next moment, she took a step forward. A layer of gray air condensed around Mu Yan's body and did not dissipate. Time passed bit by bit. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Late stage of the Saint Lord realm. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun took a step out from the gray gas. So the transformation of the soul, arms, legs, and internal organs were completely completed. Now, only the last step was left. Soul in the soul's mind. As long as this step was completed, she would be at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. While, the next step was to fuse the internal organs, bones, and soul into one and step into the path of an imperial lord. It's true that every step in the Saint Lord realm is a different level. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun clenched her hands. Now, we can leave this place. Chou Qian exclaimed. Chou Qian and Luo Tianqing entered the execution heavens diagram. Get lost, the rolling power of the world was absorbed by Chou Qian alone at this moment. His osteopyram looked at Chou Qian with a burning face. That was a force. Mu Yun could feel the thoughts in the hearts of osteopyram at this moment. Sooner or later, I will nurture my own people and let Xiaqing be the commander. 10 or 20,000 people will be enough. They will all be at the sovereign realm. No, they have to be at the earth sovereign realm and the heavenly sovereign realm. Invincible divine sovereigns. Mu Yun stepped forward and walked out of the ancient palace. Once again, by chance, he met Chou Qian and learned more information. The boundless world was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The undercurrent was flowing all the time. Yet, this undercurrent was constantly flowing. In the end, he would walk his own supreme path. In the future, when I become a God Emperor, no one will be able to surpass me. My path to becoming a God Emperor will also have no limit. I will call myself, the Supreme God Emperor. Clenching her fists, Mu Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of light. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The boundless world. Too great, in ancient times, it was known as the firmament world. In ancient times, it was known as the Kanglan world. In the current era, it was known as the Kanglan 9 realms, but the vast majority of martial artists were still used to calling it the boundless world. In the boundless world, there were thousands of boundaries, and including all the boundaries, there were a total of 9 great heavenly realms, 9 celestial emperors, in charge of heaven's will. Each first-class race, first-class force, and even more outstanding. Part 1 Heaven realm could be said to be vast and endless, and among the 9 great heavenly realms, it belonged to the top level of existence. Emperor Star Celestial Emperor, under the orders of the Heaven-sealing Divine Emperor, controlled the first heaven realm. And in the first heaven realm, between the endless space and time, there was an incomparably huge boundary land, not inferior to the vastness of the first heaven realm. Dragon World, where the Dragon Clan was located. The Dragon Clan was in a different world space, and it was an extremely vast world that had been opened up. In the vast dragon world, there were not only huge divine dragons, but also other races, as well as human beings. Only but here, the Dragon Clan was the most powerful race and the most powerful force. Here at this moment, in the Dragon World, a boundary land. A figure, with a low roar, a violent aura spread, turning into a powerful light. Green light suddenly appeared, and a 10,000 feet long body appeared at this moment. This 10,000 feet long divine dragon, with green light flickering all over, made people's hearts ripple. Commander Xia is amazing. Yes, reaching the Supreme God realm, the dragon body has risen to a higher level, and can be said to be immortal. And Commander Xia's promotion is extremely fast. In the future, he may be able to open up a clan. You're exaggerating, aren't you? Someone immediately said, to open up a clan, that's at least beyond the ultimate god level. Although Commander Xia is powerful, he hasn't reached this point. Look at how fast Commander Xia has improved. In the square, figures stood still, discussing animatedly. At this moment, the green light above gradually faded, and the huge azure dragon figure turned into a human figure, nearly 1.9 meters tall, from head to toe, exuding a burst of explosive power. Then it was a young man with long hair tied up, leaving a strand of hair on the right side, with a hint of evil charm in the corner of his eyes. It was quite a tempting taste. It was Xiaqing. Commander Xia. Commander Xia. One by one, the figures greeted him politely. Looking at those people, Xiaqing nodded. Commander Xiaqing. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A young man in golden armor walked out and looked at Xianxia. Her Highness invites you in. Okay. Azure-robed followed the young man and left the area in a flash. Not long after, the two figures arrived at the peak of a mountain. Taking a closer look, one could see that there were tall buildings in the mountains. Some of them were at least 10,000 zhang tall, and they were dazzling with gold and jade. Look, when he saw the buildings, Xianxia's eyes lit up. One day, I will be the one in charge here. Xianxia shouted inwardly. Please. Nian brought Xianxia to a large hall and cupped his hands as he stood still. Xianxia straightened his green robe and stepped out of the hall. It was a large hall with a hint of pink light and a faint fragrance. It was obviously a boudoir. Xianxia stood at the entrance of the hall and looked around quietly. Guess who I am? However, a pair of hands covered Xianxia's eyes and smiled. Xianxia was speechless. Why, are you not happy to see me? Xianxia turned around, and a beautiful figure stood behind him. The woman was wearing a long dress with golden edges that wrapped around her charming body. Her face was delicate and charming. Looking at her carefully, she was a complete beauty. I'm happy. Xianxia laughed and hugged the woman in front of him by the waist. Ah! The woman screamed. Z cried out, her face flushed red. You screamed so loudly. It won't be good if the people outside heard you. I'm not afraid. The woman's face turned even redder. She snorted and said, I found someone to set up a formation. This time, no one will hear us even if we turn the sky upside down. Is that so? Xianxia laughed and hugged the woman's legs. The two of them walked into the hall. Along the way, their clothes were taken off one by one. In the room, there was an indescribable sound, dragons and phoenixes flew, and the hall fell completely silent. In the inner hall, there was a golden bed with a soft golden silk blanket. At this moment, it looked rather messy. Two figures were hugging each other. I heard that you reached the prime god realm. The woman leaned in Xianxia's arms, looking as petite as a kitten. But it's not enough. Xianxia chuckled and said, I will become invincible in the world and walk the path of a sovereign. I will become a sovereign, a conferred god, and a titled emperor. And then call yourself the Azure Emperor? The Azure Emperor is too effeminate. Xianxia shook his head. He did not want to call himself the Azure Emperor. Furthermore, that idiot Muyan's mother was the Azure Emperor. If he called himself the Azure Emperor, wouldn't he become Muyan's mother? Alright, now that you have reached the prime god realm, I can help you increase your strength as soon as possible and strive to become a big shot of our five-clawed golden dragon race. The woman smiled and said, at that time, let's see who dares to laugh at you for not being one of the 10 great dragon races. Xianxia laughed heartily and did not mind. Of course, I am not one of the 10 great dragon races. I am the ancestor of the 10 great dragon races, the descendant of the ancestral dragon. Back then, Muyun often used his azure dragon scales to laugh at him. What did Muyun know? Now, in this group of people, what did they know? He had not transformed yet. When he transformed into the ancestral dragon, everyone's jaws would definitely drop. Xian'er, you are your father's only daughter. If he finds out that I slept with you, won't he kill me? How dare he? Xian'er snorted and said, if he dares to touch the man that I, Jin Xian'er, have taken a fancy to, I will die in front of him. That's not necessary. You, haha. I'm joking. Xianxia hugged the beauty in his arms and said with a smile, don't worry, one day, I will be the invincible dragon emperor in this dragon world. At that time, you will be the dragon queen, and your father will have to listen to you. In your dreams. Jin said. Xian'er snorted and said, I don't want you to be the dragon emperor. I just need you to be my man. Aren't I already your man now? In the room, Xianxia worked hard. Night, it was already late. Xianxia left under Jin Xian'er's reluctant gaze. Thinking back to his experiences over the years, Xianxia sighed. Ever since he arrived at the great wide world, he had been wandering alone. However, later on, he accidentally met someone. Bailey Qi, that guy was terrifyingly powerful. He brought him around the dragon world and constantly improved his strength. Not long ago, Bailey Chi met an old friend and let him go on his own. He entered the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan. The five-clawed Golden Dragon clan was one of the 10 great dragon races. In the dragon world, they were definitely one of the overlords. From a small soldier, he had become a small commander in charge of 10,000 dragon warriors. Xianxia was the daughter of the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan's patriarch. Dragon princess of the clan. The two of them met by chance. However, Xianxia later on relied on him. From the beginning to the end, Qing couldn't figure out what about him attracted Xianxia. Now thinking about it, the only explanation was that his personality was too charming. It was too keen terrifying. He attracted Xianxia so much. This was not narcissism, but the truth. That idiot Mu Yun already had 9 wives. What about him? He didn't even have one. This time, when he met Mu Yun again, he would definitely give that bastard a shock. My woman isn't any worse than yours. Dragon princess of the clan, among your 9 women, only Qin Mengyao can compare to Xianxia's status. Thinking of this, Qing felt very happy. Suddenly, however, a gust of cold wind blew, and Qing's body turned cold. Only black-clothed figure appeared in front of Qing. Damn, old man Bailey Chi, you scared me to death. Qing cursed. Qing hearing this, the black-clothed man's body almost tilted and he fell to the ground. Big in the Kiliacosm, no one dared to call him old man Bailey Chi. Even the patriarchs of the top 10 dragon clans had to be polite to him. This is the base camp of the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan. There are hundreds of thousands of divine dragons here. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Qing said in shock. By the way, why did you ask me to go to the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan? I want to be free, but you insisted on making me come here. Qing kept talking. Bang, in the end, the black-clothed man couldn't help but punch him. Qing immediately shut up. Have you reached the supreme divine realm? The black-clothed man said slowly. Yes. Not bad. Remember, you have to cultivate the cultivation technique I taught you day and night. I know. The black-clothed man said again, I asked you to enter the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan to strengthen yourself and strive to transform here. I didn't ask you to flirt with the dragon princess. Yes. Can you stop jumping from word to word? If I say too much, won't you hit me? Qing said indignantly. Listen, the black-clothed man was stunned. He said helplessly, say it, I won't hit you. Old man, hit me now. When I'm stronger than you, I'll beat you to death. Qing chattered endlessly, why are you looking for me again? You asked me to stay in the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan so that I can annex the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan and make it my own force. When that time comes, I'll spread to the other 9 dragon clans. Then, I'll unify the dragon world and become the unparalleled dragon emperor in the world. If I sleep with the princess, I'll be the son-in-law of the dragon clan. When I defeat Xian and her brothers, I'll be the strongest in the five-clawed Golden Dragon clan. When I have a child, my child will be the patriarch. The five-clawed Golden Dragon clan will be mine, Qing. The black-clothed man's eyelids twitched when he heard Qing's words. Sleep with the princess, become the strongest, have a child, and become the patriarch? Who do you think you are? You, what a big ambition, Bailuqi was speechless. Up to you. Remember not to cause trouble and not to expose your ancestral dragon's soul. You must remember this. Otherwise, all the 10 dragon clans will definitely kill you. Qing waved his hand indifferently and said, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Qing cursed in his heart. When I become the Dragon Emperor and show the ancestral dragon's soul, I'll shock the patriarchs. That'll be awesome. Moreover, I won't be exposed before I see that brat Mu Yun. Fine. I should show my strength in front of Mu Yun. Who is Mu Yun, the son of the Azure the Arch and the Human the Arch, the grandson of the number 1 Divine the Arch, and the nephew of the 3 sovereigns. He's full of glory, but he's not bad either. After the ancestral dragon, he's the only one in the world. I'll set a small goal first. For example, I'll remember, book guest residence. At the mention of Mu Yun, Qing hurriedly said, Old man, I asked you to find out the whereabouts of my brother. Where did you find out? I'm here to tell you this. Li Qi said slowly, Mu Yun is in the ninth heaven realm. Now, he's building his own force, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Xie Qing's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, this guy came to the upper-class world a long time ago? Much later than you, but now he's stronger than you. Li Qi snorted. Really? Of course it's true. Li Qi continued, the lone emperor I saw earlier, Du Guyi, once taught Mu Yun array formation in the ninth heaven realm. Now that this child has given up on alchemy and equipment methods and studied array formation, he's already a supreme array master. Supreme array master? Xie Qing was stunned. Mu Yun, that brat, was so powerful? All he had become a supreme array master. Didn't that mean that Mu Yun could slaughter a supreme realm expert? When Li Qi saw that Xie Qing was stunned, he continued, moreover, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance he established has more than 100 supreme realm experts. Now, he has unified the eastern wilderness of the ninth heaven realm and become a third-rate force. Xie Qing was stunned again and hurriedly asked, what realm has he reached? Invincible Divine Venerable. As soon as these words were said, Xie Qing was stunned. Su. Xie Qing said, keep bragging. Can that guy reach the Invincible Divine Venerable realm? How can lone emperor's words be false? Xie Qing was really stunned this time. Divine Invincible Divine Venerable, Mu Yun had actually reached the Invincible Divine Venerable realm. He had just reached the Supreme Divine Venerable realm. Supreme Divine Venerable realm, Earth Venerable realm, Celestial Venerable realm, Invincible Divine Venerable. Mu Yun directly left him behind by 4 major realms. Wait. When he reached the Invincible Divine Venerable realm, would Mu Yun directly become a god and an emperor? In order to save his mother, that brat cultivated like a madman. He wants to kill the ninth heavenly emperor and unify the ninth heaven realm. Li Qi sighed and said, as expected of the number 1 divine emperor's grandson. Human king and blue king have a good son. Upon hearing this, Xie Qing turned around and left without a word. Where are you going? Cultivate. Xie Qing snorted. He was the grandson of the number 1 god emperor, and his father was the only descendant of the ancestral dragon. How could he be worse than him? Xie Qing suddenly thought that if they met again in the future, Mu Yun would lift him up with one hand. How embarrassing would that be? Xie Qingshan's body trembled. No, absolutely not, he had to cultivate. Stay here and don't let anyone discover your secret. You'll be fine. I need to leave the dragon realm for a while. As soon as he said this, Xie Qing hurriedly said, then take me to see him. Scram. Li Qi scolded, who am I? It's easy for me to travel through space. You've just reached the Supreme God realm and can travel through space, but you can't travel through the realm walls of the various realms. If I take you to see him, won't it take 100 or 80 years? Then I won't go. Xie Qing shrank his neck. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to see Mu Yun now? His family was already a supreme god, but he was only a supreme god. No, he had to become stronger. Seeing this, Li Qi seemed to have dealt a blow to Xie Qing. He said again, cultivation requires hard work, but don't risk your life and destroy your foundation. That won't do. Qingshan hurriedly said, if I don't risk my life, that brat won't be able to hold it in and fight with the ninth heavenly emperor. What if I can't help? That guy will definitely dare to do anything for his mother. When the time comes, Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan's 8 brothers will come out and fight 9 against 1. Won't that brat be bullied? That's my brother. Only I can bully him. I have to catch up and help him. Hearing this, Li Qi's body froze. The relationship between Qingshan and Mu Yun made him sigh. Weren't the first God Emperor and Ancestral Dragon the same? Lord Ancestral Dragon could be said to be the only person who was closest to becoming a God Emperor. In the boundless world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the number 1 person below the God Emperor. Even a God Emperor wasn't qualified to order him around. But, Ancestral Dragon swore to follow Yi Xiaoyao to death. I hope they won't end up like you and Yi Xiaoyao. Seeing Xie Qing leave, Li Qi didn't say much. Slowly, a figure appeared beside Li Qi and said in a low voice, aren't you afraid of hurting him by scaring him like this? Mu Yun, that brat, probably hasn't even reached the Emperor realm yet, I have to scare him. this brat is improving quickly and is so proud of himself. He's only at the Supreme God realm now. He has to reach the Sovereign realm quickly. Otherwise, we can wait, but I don't know if the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor can wait. I don't know if the ancient gods and ancient emperors can wait. Under the black night sky, two figures disappeared. Xianxia at this moment, Qing returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Muyun had reached the Supreme God realm and was also a powerful Supreme Array Master. This brat improved so quickly. No, he had to catch up. No, then, Muyun would definitely save his mother when he stepped into the world realm or walked on the sovereign realm. The imperial capital had failed, so this brat would definitely fail as well. This brat needed his help. Xianxia thought for a long time, exhaled, and muttered to himself, "Sigh, fortunately, you have a brother like me. Otherwise, you would have to work so hard." Qing thought for a moment, his eyes darting around. Qing Mengyao was pregnant. It was about time for her to give birth, right? He had to work hard and give birth to a child. He had to. If he gave birth to a son, he would have to wait to marry Muyun's daughter. His son had to eat his cabbage. Yes, that's what I'll do. It's best if Qing Mengyao gives birth to a daughter. It's best if Muyun's wife gives birth to a daughter, and I give birth to a son. When the time comes, I'll grab one and reserve one to be my daughter-in-law. When the time comes, Muyun will definitely be helpless. Haha, thinking of this, Xianxia was in a good mood. He gradually emptied his mind and began to cultivate. Nine Heavens Realm, Abyss Realm, Eastern Wilderness, Seamless Ancient Mountain. Muyun walked alone in Seamless Ancient Mountain. She had reached the late-stage Holy Lord realm. Now, Muyun felt that she lacked a sense of balance in her power. Therefore, during this period of time, Muyun had been searching for divine beasts living alone in Seamless Ancient Mountain to kill them. Killing was the best form of tempering. As for Chou Qian, he was in the heaven exterminating painting, absorbing the rich power of the world from the world tree and slowly recovering. If Chou Qian could recover to the Paragon realm, then the trip to Seamless Ancient Mountain would be over. The Eastern Wilderness would be at his fingertips. Even if he hadn't reached the Paragon realm, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had Chou Qian and 270 Osteopyrum. No one would dare to oppose them, calling themselves a fourth-tier force. An imperial emperor represented the level of a fourth-grade force. Most importantly, he had to reach the peak of the Holy Lord realm in Seamless Ancient Mountain. The peak of the Holy Lord realm was the true expert of the Eastern Wilderness. The Emperor realm determined the foundation of a fourth-tier force. As long as the Emperor realm was there, the fourth-tier force wouldn't fall. However, the Holy Lords were the backbone of the force. If we can get the sovereign spiritual liquid again, the heavenly lords and earthly lords of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will definitely be able to increase their strength rapidly. A large number of sovereign kings and holy lords will appear. Yun pondered. The sovereign spiritual liquid was very beneficial to Paragon realm martial artists. As for sovereigns, it was needless to say. One drop would allow them to be reborn. Cho, young lord, you can call me by my name. Yun didn't know what to call him. Yell. Uncle Cho? Clang, she and Chou Qian had known each other for a long time, but now it seemed that Chou Qian was also someone who had lived for 1,000,000 years. Okay. Yun said, Chou Qian, do you know where I can get the sovereign spiritual liquid in Seamless Ancient Mountain? Muyun had to think about it. Until, the sovereign spiritual liquid could help him improve easily. And it could help the sovereigns of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to improve quickly. Then, it was a divine medicine. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in the center has the sovereign spiritual liquid and even a lot of it. Chou Qian said directly. Then, hearing this, Muyun rolled his eyes. Don't I know it too. But, you're the one who mentioned the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Then, the emperors all came around the 8 palaces. No one mentioned the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. I'm a sovereign king. If I go to the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, I'll probably die before I reach the entrance. Chou Qian continued, actually, the 8 palaces all have a certain amount of sovereign spiritual liquid stored. However, it shouldn't be much. Chou Qian's words almost made Muyun stumble and fall to the ground. 10,000 pounds, are you kidding? 10,000 pounds of sovereign spiritual liquid was at least a few 100,000 drops. One drop. It was enough to make a human sovereign, earthly sovereign, and heavenly sovereign completely change. A few 100,000 drops. Wouldn't that be enough to make a few 100,000 sovereigns and sovereigns? No, sensing Mu Yan's shock, Zhou Qiyan said again, the sovereign spiritual liquid is different from the sovereign spiritual liquid. One drop of the sovereign spiritual liquid has the effect of 10,000 drops of sovereign spiritual liquid. However, the sovereign spiritual liquid is indeed extremely beneficial to martial monarchs. Zhou Qiyan continued. Young lord wants to nurture a group of sovereigns and sovereigns? Yes. Zhou Qiyan gradually understood Mu Yan's thoughts. However, in his eyes, it wasn't necessary. Mu Yan was someone who would become a god and an emperor in the future. Sovereigns were nothing. Even if giving the sovereign spiritual liquid to sovereigns was too wasteful. However, Mu Yan could nurture osteopyrum and make osteopyrum stronger. It was enough. Zhou Qiyan naturally felt that it wasn't worth it. However, Mu Yan didn't care. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had stabilized. What he lacked was time. The sovereign spiritual liquid could make up for it and nurture a group of experts. East He was definitely going to conquer the desolate land. However, only 270 osteopyrum were sovereigns. It was indeed not enough. Only with more saints and more monarchs would it be enough. If young lord wants to find the sovereign spiritual liquid, it might be better to go to the Imperial Extreme Hall. Imperial Extreme Hall? Yes. Zhou Qiyan continued, ancient Emperor Wu Jin's eighth disciple, Qi Kaiyuan. He isn't strong, but he was in charge of the sovereign spiritual liquid. There should be some left. You know where it is, right? Yes. Let's go and find it. Mu Yan immediately prepared to move. With Zhou Qian's protection and 270 osteopyrum, unless the three emperors joined forces to kill him, he wasn't afraid at all. Zhou Qiyan understood what Mu Yan was thinking and didn't stop him. Since Mu Yan wanted to nurture him, then he would. What he valued more was the improvement of Mu Yan's strength. Mu Yan's speed was extremely fast. Under Zhou Qian's guidance, he kept changing his path. Along the way, Mu Yan encountered divine beasts of similar strength. He didn't let go of the opportunity to train his own realm. After walking and stopping for half a month, Mu Yan passed through a forest and arrived in front of a canyon. He set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Looking around, the canyon was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was a fairyland. But, when he stepped into the canyon, he felt that his breathing was being suppressed. Those clouds and mist were not ordinary mist, and they had a great suppressive effect on Mu Yan's body. What's going on? Mu asked. Yun was surprised. Young master, this is the entrance to the Imperial Extreme Hall. It seems that someone has already entered. Zhou Qiyan could see the outside clearly from within the extermination of deity painting. He said slowly, young master, be careful. If you touch the array here, there may be changes. Mu Yan said as he carefully stepped into it. Slowly, a terrifying aura crushed Mu Yan's body, causing Mu Yan to be unable to move forward. However, at this moment, Mu Yan was surprised to find that crushing. The suppressive force had an extremely intimate feeling with the source energy in his body. It was as if it could temper his body. When Yin realized this, he began to give up resisting. He began to follow his heart and let the force flow into his body. Dong, a dull sound was heard. At this moment, it was as if there was a force gathering in Mu Yan's body, and it was going to penetrate his body completely. However, Mu Yan was able to grab hold of that energy and draw it into his body to temper his organs, bones, and soul. This was a rare opportunity. Under such circumstances, Mu Yan began to move forward. It was true that there was a great repulsive force here, but if he could follow this force and temper his strength, the repulsive force would weaken. Like this array was not to stop him, but to test him. Interesting. Mu Yan walked for a full 10,000 meters before he finally walked through. At this moment, a comfortable energy was released from within his body. this, after a while, he felt that his body had been greatly tempered. It was better than cultivating for decades. "Young master, there's someone here." Qiu Qian's voice sounded at this moment. After passing through the array, a forest appeared in front of him. 1. Trees that were more than 10 meters tall were lined up on both sides, looking very neat. Looking at the end, he could see that at the end of those trees, there was a door that was open. On both sides of the door, 4 figures stood still. 4. This figure released his aura. Peak Sage Lord, Mu Yun was completely cautious at this moment. 4 Peak Sage Lord realm warriors were guarding the door here. There was a high chance that the person who had entered was a god monarch. But now, Mu Yun had monarchy by his side, an invincible existence second only to prime masters. Hence, he was not afraid. According to Qiu Qian himself, dealing with 3 peak emperors. No problem. If it was a 10,000-year-old imperial emperor, he could still kill him. But... are you confident in an instant? Qiu Qian nodded and attacked. At that moment, the 4 figures only felt their bodies stiffen, unable to move at all. Yun. Answer whatever I ask. Otherwise, you'll die. Mu said. Yun waved her hand, and one of them moved his mouth. In an instant, the man's head exploded. Why didn't you listen to me? I'll talk. Mu Yun smiled. Who's inside? There are 4 emperors from the Spirit Flame Cat race, 3 emperors from the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race, and the emperors from the 7 Valleys and the Xianxia Empire. There are hundreds of great sages inside. We are just gatekeepers. That person immediately said. Your answer is not bad, but I don't know if it's true or not. Ask the others. If you lie, only death awaits. I'll talk. That person suddenly said again. There are also 2 emperors from the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race and the Lunar Aurora Bear race. You should have said so earlier. Why did you have to lie to me? Mu Yun waved her hand, and Qiu Qian attacked. The remaining 3 were all dead. Of course, it was impossible to let them live. In this place, sparing their lives might be equivalent to harming themselves. Young master, there should be 19 emperors inside. Qiu Qian said. At this moment, Scarlet Flame opened his mouth and said, according to what that person said, and this subordinate carefully sensed, there are 19 of them. However, these 19 emperors seem to be fighting. Mu Yun's eyes lit up. 10. If the 9 emperors who entered got along peacefully and did their own things, it would be troublesome for him to enter. However, it would be much safer if they fought. Let's go and take a look. Yun could conceal his aura, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Alone. Ever since he entered, Mu Yun's entire body had been restrained. After passing through the door, there was a vast square. At the end of the square, there were majestic palaces standing proudly. At this moment, above the palace, more than 10 powerful auras were revealed at this moment. Those 10 people seemed to be divided into 2 sides. Hong Jiucheng. Qi Shi. Yun saw the 2 emperors. At this moment, there were 4 emperors following behind each of them. There were a total of 10 emperors, and opposite the 10 of them were 9 emperors from the 4 beast races. Before entering this place, Qi Lingyue had told him in detail about the emperors of the 4 beast races. The corroding earth dragon race had 3 emperors, the patriarch Long De, and the 2 deputy patriarchs Long Xian and Long Hong. The purgatory blood phoenix race only had 2 emperors, the patriarch Xuefeng Tian and Xuefeng Ming. They were brothers. The lunar aurora bear race had 3 emperors, Xiong Rentao, Xiong Fengyu, and Xiong Tong. The phantom flame cat race was the strongest race of the 4 beast races. They had 4 emperors, the phantom flame cat emperor, and the 3 cat kings. At this moment, 9 of the 13 emperors of the 4 beast races appeared here. On the other side, the 10 emperors of the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire and the Sevenfold Valley were all present. At this moment, they had already started fighting. Hundreds of saint monarchs were also fighting to the death. Against 9, the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire and the Sevenfold Valley had the upper hand. Below them, many saints were fighting, and it was extremely tragic. When Mu Yun saw this scene, he knew that he had no chance to investigate this Imperial Extreme Hall. He did not know why these fellows were fighting. Could it be for the sovereign spiritual liquid? Yun was a little tempted. Cho Chien, do you know where the sovereign spiritual liquid is? N. Cho Chien nodded. It hasn't been dug up yet. It hasn't been dug up yet? Then what are they fighting about? Yun was startled. Can we go around it? Yes. Cho Chien confirmed. Mu Yun could hide his aura, and this was his greatest life-saving method. The emperors probably relied on soul power fluctuations and the martial artist's aura to determine their opponent. It was Mu Yun who was able to hide himself as if he was dead. Then let's go. Yun grinned. Even if he wanted to participate in the saints' fight, he was not qualified to do so. As for those dead saints, he could sneak in later and wait for an opportunity to devour them one by one. Out of these hundreds of saints, dozens of them had died. He was confident of breaking through to the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Yun felt that his recent cultivation breakthroughs were too fast. If there were too many battles in the seamless ancient mountain, his devouring power would be maximized. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have entered a no man's land. He bypassed the battlefield in the main hall and arrived at the back. At this moment, there were a few people fighting behind. Without saying anything, Yun brought Luo Tianxing and the others and killed their way in. Pressing on. Following Cho Chien's fingerprints, they came to a hall. It's here. Looking at the hall in front of her, Mu Yun was speechless. This was an extremely dilapidated hall. It was so bad. The doors of the main hall were about to fall off. Were all humans so smart, who would look at the supreme spiritual liquid and check if it was stored here? Cho Chien said, this should be the residence of one of Qi Kaiyuan's beloved wives. Something happened and it was abandoned. That's why it became like this. Qi Kaiyuan used to be in charge of the supreme spiritual liquid in the Golden Axe Heaven Palace. He must have been greedy. Actually, the other halls have been searched. Even if there was supreme spiritual liquid, there probably wouldn't be much left. Mu Yun was shocked. You mean to say that someone has already explored the 8 great halls? How did they remain so intact? Cho Chien asked. Scarlet Flame smiled and said, of course, some people have already explored it, but all the good things have already been dug out. This time, the 11 major forces that young master mentioned have joined forces to move out, but I reckon that they will only be able to get some things that Supremes don't want. Although this is the 8 halls, if some ultimate gods are invincible, they can avoid the traps here and come here secretly to take everything away. Cho Chien explained seriously. Listen, hearing this, Mu Yun felt relieved. She was here to pick up scraps. These emperors were also here to pick up scraps. What about the Golden Axe Heaven Palace? The Golden Axe Heaven Palace is well preserved. Cho Chien said seriously. After all, it was left behind by ancient Emperor Wu Jin. Even ultimate gods can die if they're not careful. Someone must have checked it, but most of it is well preserved. Didn't my father go there? The human emperor should have gone there. He might have found something, but I don't know. As they spoke, Mu Yun had already stepped into the room. The room was filled with dust. And it was extremely messy. If Cho Chien wasn't sure that there was sovereign spiritual liquid here, Mu Yun would never have thought of coming here. Sovereign spiritual liquid, under the bed. Cho Chien said. Back then, the human emperor brought us here, but he didn't let us take away the sovereign spiritual liquid here. He said that it would be useful in the future. Now that I think about it, perhaps the human emperor also considered that you might come to the 9th heaven realm. At this moment, Mu Yun opened up the bed and indeed found a secret door. Opening the secret door, a faint aura rushed into Mu Yun's nose. It feels good. Mu Yun couldn't help but shout. Indeed. It was really very good. Young master, go in quickly. If the aura of the sovereign spiritual liquid dissipates, those emperors will soon find out. Mu Yun nodded, went under the bed, and closed the secret door. In the next moment, looking at the scene in front of her, Mu Yun was a little stunned. Even her breathing became irregular. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. remember, book guest residence. Sovereign spiritual liquid. Very lots and lots of sovereign spiritual liquid. The sovereign spiritual liquid was like sweet dew, but it had a hint of green light. Well, there were more than 100 jade bottles in the underground room, and each bottle was the size of a palm. The jade bottles were all filled with sovereign spiritual liquid. Muyun counted them carefully. 103 bottles, and these 103 bottles were all filled with sovereign spiritual liquid. There were at least 100 drops in a bottle, right? More than 100 bottles meant at least 10,000 drops. Muyun felt a little ferocious. If the emperors outside saw a bottle, no, a drop of sovereign spiritual liquid, they would probably fight. But, he found more than 100 bottles and 10,000 drops here. 10,000 drops. Beep. It was enough for a human sovereign or earth sovereign to change their veil for a cat. The most magnanimous ones would be promoted to sovereign kings or saints. 10,000 drops meant that he could nurture 10,000 lords and lords. Such a force was terrifying just thinking about it. Young lord, here. Cho Qian appeared and pointed at a milky white jade bottle. This is sovereign spiritual liquid? Cho Qian nodded. Qian nodded. Also, really? Mu Yunyun was even more excited now. There were more than 100 drops of sovereign spiritual liquid in this bottle. It was more valuable than 100 bottles of sovereign spiritual liquid. You haven't reached the sovereign realm yet, so it's a waste to consume the sovereign spiritual liquid. It will dissipate a lot of energy. Qian reminded him. I understand. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Cloud waved his hand, and one jade bottle after another disappeared. Cho Qian sighed. I'm afraid that most of the sovereign spiritual liquid has been used up, and this is all that's left. Is that so? Young lord, the sovereign spiritual liquid in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace can be described as a river. After all, sovereigns, heavenly venerables, and godly venerables are considered experts in the Great Thousand World and are also the core. Almost all the major forces will store a huge amount of sovereign spiritual liquid. Sovereign spiritual liquid is a hard currency when it comes to recovering from battles, nurturing subordinates, winning people over, and so on. Young lord can understand it as the sovereign spiritual liquid being the gold of the mortal world. In that case, Mu Yun understood better. Look, since he had reached the sovereign realm, he had to collect more sovereign spiritual liquids. However, once he reached the sovereign realm, he would be able to condense the sovereign spiritual liquid. Temporary, let's not think about it for now. Mu Yun kept the sovereign spiritual liquid and said happily, prepare to retreat. Qi Yan disappeared and returned to the execution heaven diagram. Mu Yun opened the secret door and left the room. Shuttling between the palaces, if others could not see Mu Yun, they would not be able to sense Mu Yun's existence. Here at this moment, Mu Yun was extremely wealthy. 1/10,000 drops of sovereign spiritual liquid, more than 100 drops of supreme divine liquid, this was a huge fortune. If the imperial emperors of the eastern wilderness knew that he had obtained so much sovereign spiritual liquid and sovereign divine liquid, they would definitely try their best to kill him. For emperors, the sovereign spiritual liquid was their hope of breaking through to the sovereign realm, not to mention the sovereign spiritual liquid. Mu Yun gradually approached the battlefield and stopped at this moment. Boom, there was a loud rumble. A cultivator fell in front of Mu Yun, and his corpse fell beside Mu Yun. Devour, the power of Devour was activated, and Mu Yun devoured without hesitation. Saint Peak Stage Monarch Realm. Mu Yun was satisfied. Although he had just reached the late-stage Saint Lord Realm, a late-stage Saint Lord Realm was useless here. Only a peak-stage Saint Lord Realm could be useful. He had to break through to the peak-stage Saint Lord Realm as soon as possible. This way, the 18 Devil Emperor arts would be able to burst out with the strongest strength. Suddenly, a cry of agony could be heard. Luofei. At this moment, a roar could be heard. Yes, it was Qi Shi's voice. Hong Jiucheng, what are you doing? Qi roared. Mu Yun. At this moment, Yun raised her head and looked over. She discovered that something was wrong with the battle between the imperial emperors. Originally, the Sevenfold Valley and the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire were cooperating. But, suddenly, Hong Jiucheng attacked Luofei of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Although Luofei was prepared, Hong Jiucheng was a million-year emperor lord, and Luofei was only 100,000-year emperor lord. An emperor had fallen at this moment. Seeing Luofei's body being carried by Emperor Qi Shi, Mu Yan's eyes turned red. He wished that he was the one carrying Luofei's body. If he devoured, he should be able to reach the peak of the Saint Lord realm in an instant, right? What a pity, Luofei should be Qi Luoyang's mother. Mu Yan wasn't sad at all when he died. Qi Luoyang wanted to kill him before, but now that Qi Luoyang's mother was dead, his biggest backer was gone. Qi Luoyang wasn't worth mentioning. What did I do? At this moment, the four emperors gathered around Hong Jiucheng and looked at Qi Shi. My son, Hong Wanjun, was killed by your son. Qi Shi, do you think I will join forces with you? Hong Jiucheng sneered. Emperor Luofei's life is to pay for my son's life. Damn it. Emperor Qi Shi shouted angrily, do you know that once we disband the alliance, the four beast races will eat us up? Is that possible? Hong Jiucheng looked to the other side. Emperor Longde, Phantom Cat Empress, Shui Fengming, Xiong Tong. Hong Jiucheng shouted, let's join forces to kill the remaining four emperors of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. The 6th grade ancient god tactics on them will belong to you. I also obtained a grade 6 ancient god tactic here. Let's split it between the two of us. Haha. As the Emperor of the Earth Erosion Dragon race, De laughed and said, of course I have no objections. The human race is indeed treacherous. I have no objections. The Phantom Cat Empress was a very slender woman. She spoke softly at this moment. Emperor Qi Shi's expression was very ugly. Hong Jiucheng had already made a plan. Emperor, the death of one person was a huge price to pay. Qi Luoyan, Lu Han. Emperor Qi Shi immediately shouted, prepare to break out. At this moment, there were 5 emperors in the Sevenfold Valley. Jia the 3 emperors of the Earth Erosion Dragon race, the 4 emperors of the Phantom Cat race, Shui Fengming of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race, and Xiong Tong of the Moon Aurora Bear race. 10 The 5 sovereign emperors showed killing intent when facing the 4 sovereign emperors. Look, seeing this, Mu Yun frowned. Qi Shi Emperor Qi Shi couldn't die. His 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was in the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. If he wanted to dominate the southern wilderness, with an emperor and his relationship with Qi Lingyue, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire would have one more ally and would most likely support him. However, if the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire's emperor was killed, the Sevenfold Valley would definitely destroy the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. By then, his plan would be completely ruined. 15 against 4. Mu Yun calculated carefully. Zhou Qiyan was very strong now, but Emperor Yu was weaker than a paragon. Therefore 1 against 3 was not a problem. But, there were 3 million-year emperors. But, the difference in numbers was too big. Mu at this moment, Yun said, Zhou Qiyan, can you sneak attack and kill a few of them? Sure. Zhou Qiyan said, among them, there's a 10,000-year emperor and 2 weaker 100,000-year emperors. It's not a problem to sneak attack and kill them. But if I do that, those people will definitely discover you. That's not good. Mu at this moment, Yun was also calculating carefully. Zhou Qiyan could at most sneak attack and kill one person before he was discovered. It would be impossible to assassinate him again. 10 There was no difference between 5 emperors and 14. I can only save one. Mu Yun said. Yun said slowly, I hope Qi Shi is strong enough to withstand it. Mu Yun understood that Emperor Qi Shi was a veteran million-year emperor and was very powerful. If he didn't die, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire would not be destroyed. You forced me to do this. Qi Shi shouted. Emperor Qi Shi was furious. With his beloved concubine dead, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire would lose one emperor. It was tantamount to losing an arm. Boom, Qi Shi, Emperor Qi Shi's killing intent was very strong, and a powerful emperor's aura was released at this moment. Explode. A rumbling sound rang out at this moment. The moment the explosion sounded, Mu Yan felt her vision blur. Oni figure blocked in front of her. Cho Scarlet Flame appeared directly, blocking the shockwaves of the explosion. If otherwise, Mu Yun would definitely die. Slowly, the shockwaves of the explosion disappeared, and the 4 people who were trapped in the encirclement disappeared. Hong shouted. Jiucheng shouted, "I'll go after Emperor Qi Shi." The ancient god technique is not on him, but on Emperor Ling Xian. As Hong Jiucheng spoke, he led the 4 emperors in the other direction. "Let's kill Qi Luoyan and Lu Han too," De said coldly. "Those 2 have something good on them too." "Okay." The Spirit Cat Empress said, "Xue Fengming, Xiong Tong, you 2 are 100,000-year emperors and are stronger than Ling Xian. Can you go after her?" "Of course," Xue Fengming said. Xue Fengming's pair of demonic blood eyes looked very ghostly. Xiong Tong's majestic body nodded. 2 They disappeared immediately. "How can we let them go? What if they get it and don't give it to us?" "It's because there are only 2 of them. If they don't give it to us, we can kill them quickly," the Spirit Cat Empress said slowly. Then the meaning was clear. Whether it was her or Emperor Longde who got the 6th grade ancient god technique, they might not take it out again. 2 parties had about the same number of people. They would definitely snatch it. It was better to give it to the 2 weakest parties. Xue Fengming and Xiong Tong represented the Purgatory Blood Phoenix tribe and the Lunar Aurora Bear tribe. Only the 2 of them were suitable to chase after Ling Xian. The other 2 split up and chase? Immediately, the 7 emperors scattered. While at this moment, more than a dozen emperors disappeared one by one. While below was a ground full of corpses. Qi Luoyan, it was unknown what method monarch she had used, but with this explosion, almost all of the great sages were finished. However, those emperors didn't seem to care at all. Compared to the life and death of the great sages, a 6th grade ancient god technique might be able to push their path to the limit. It was the most important thing for them to break through to the Paragon realm. As for the great sages, if they died, they died. If they became paragons, it wouldn't matter even if all the great sages under them died. Only Paragon Realm Cultivator was in existence that ruled over everything in the eastern wilderness. The smell of blood in the Imperial Apex Palace was very strong. At this moment, Mu Yun shook her head. She felt blood flowing out of her mouth, nose, and ears. It was too dangerous. If Zhou Qian hadn't suddenly stopped him, he would have died. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Emperor Qi Shi's path is about to reach its limit. No wonder he cares so much about this 6th grade ancient god art. Zhou Qian said seriously, if he succeeds, he might be able to reach the sovereign realm. No wonder he's unwilling to let go. Mu Yun shook her head. The dizziness gradually subsided. Mu Yun looked at the corpses that had exploded around her. 1. Part of her essence, energy, and spirit had been scattered by Emperor Qi Shi's attack. But most of it was still there. There were hundreds of great lords, and most of them were at their peak. Mu. At this moment, Yun didn't say anything and started devouring. Number. Hundreds of great lords. No. Devouring was too wasteful. Chase. Gradually, Mu Yun felt the energy in her body reaching its saturation point. I've reached my limit. Mu. At this moment, Yun really wanted to stay here and consume her essence, energy, and spirit. But the people of the Qiang Holy Empire were being chased. Let's go. Yun said decisively, let's go after Emperor Ling Xian. Young master, do you want to save her? Yes. Mu. Yun said without hesitation, the Qiang Holy Empire can't be finished now. Otherwise, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance won't be stable. Even with the Supreme Spiritual Liquid, it will take at least 100 years. Although the Supreme Spiritual Liquid was miraculous, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciples needed time to digest it. If all the great lords of the Qiang Holy Empire died, it would be over. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Revenge. Qian didn't say much. He appeared outside, pulled Mu Yun, and flew away. Saint. The speed of a late-stage great lord was incomparable to that of an emperor. 2. They chased after Emperor Ling Xian. Chase. The ones who killed Emperor Xian were Shui Fengming from the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan and Xiong Tong from the Lunar Aurora Bear clan. Both of them were 100,000-year Great Lords. Emperor Xian was also a 100,000-year Great Lord, but compared to the two of them, there was a huge difference. Face. Chasing after the two of them was certain death. Boom. Front. When they entered a mountainous area, rumbling sounds could be heard. Sand and stones were flying on the ground. Endless dust was swept by the wind. Giant trees rose into the sky and let out loud rumbles. They're fighting? Scarlet Flame earnestly said, if I attack now, I can defeat the two of them, but I won't be able to keep them here. If we wait a bit longer, we can kill one of them first. The other one definitely won't be able to escape. All right. Mu Yun nodded. Boom. Dawei loud explosion could be heard. Mu Yun and Chou Qian were watching the battle between the three emperors from 10,000 meters away. Monarch Xian, today, there is no way out. Behind Feng Ming, the image of a blood phoenix was 3,000 meters tall and carried a berserk aura. Why are you so stubborn? If you hand over the rank 6 ancient god tactic, we will spare your life. Tong cried out loudly at this moment. In your dreams. Monarch Xian was dressed in purple and appeared to be in her 30s. She had a voluptuous figure and a graceful and luxurious aura. Coupled with her slightly youthful face, she was able to cause ripples in one's heart. No wonder Qi Lingyue was pretty and Monarch Qi Shi looked ordinary. Monarch Xian, on the other hand, was indeed pretty. The aura of a monarch was different from others. At this moment, the three of them were fighting, and loud explosions could be heard. This area could not be explored at all. Chao Chu-Chien watched the battle carefully and was ready to attack at any time. Mu Yun could not see anything at this moment. He could only sit down and digest the essence, energy, and spirit that he had devoured. He had to speed up his cultivation level. Good. Only when he reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm would it be enough. Otherwise, with the changes in the eastern wilderness, he would not be able to do anything as he lacked the strength. Chou Qian was strong, but there were many emperors in the eastern wilderness. Chou Qian could not fight against 100 emperors alone. Swoosh, while Mu Yun was digesting the essence, energy, and spirit, Chou Qian suddenly moved. Boom, in the void, a deafening explosion could be heard. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Too strong. Only just the aftershock alone made him spit out blood. This was an emperor? Who is it? In the sky, a cry of surprise could be heard. Xiong Tong was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Blood Feng Ming. Killed, he was killed. I am the one who killed you. Chou Qian said coldly and attacked ruthlessly. While, on the other side, Emperor Xian was stunned. Who was this person who suddenly appeared? While Emperor Xian was stunned, Chou Qian shouted, "Don't let him escape." Emperor Xian immediately regained her senses and charged out. 2 against 1, Chou Qian was a peak emperor. At this moment, Xiong Tong was retreating. Damn it! Xiong Tong cursed softly. Out of nowhere, an unknown imperial emperor had appeared and killed Shui Fengming. Blood Fengming was an emperor. Even a peak emperor could not kill him with just a single attack. Come, this person was strong. He was no match for him. Xiong Tong's Tong cursed softly, he kept retreating. Only how could Chou Qian give him a chance to retreat? He directly struck out with a palm. That palm print was eerie and looked extremely terrifying. Here Xiong Tong's face turned paler and paler. Don't force me. If you insist on killing me, then I can only self-destruct. If I die, we will all die together. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately retreated dozens of miles away. A emperor's self-destruction was no joke. If you want to self-destruct, then self-destruct. Save me the trouble. Chou Qian said coldly. Laugh. Nonsense. Is he afraid of Xiong Tong's self-destruction? Here. At this moment, Xiong Tong's face turned even uglier. Here. This person was strong. He had to keep him here today. Explode. Xiong Tong knew that he had no way out. Now. If he did not self-destruct, he would definitely be killed. The things on him would also be taken away. Since in that case, he might as well self-destruct and let the two of them get nothing. He might even be able to kill one of them. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The entire ancient mountain seemed to have heard this explosion. The earth shook and the mountain shook. The earth seemed to have collapsed. Moo. Even though Yun was dozens of miles away, her body still swayed, and blood flowed from her ears and nose. Too strong, an emperor was dozens of times stronger than a sage emperor. Even more. It could be said that if a sage emperor was 1, then an emperor was 100. The difference was really, really big. Cho Chien should be fine. Moo. Yun muttered. Slowly, the fluctuation spread out. At this moment, a 10,000-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. The aura of origin power was chaotic and did not dissipate. Moo. Yun came to the battlefield and saw a figure prostrating on the ground. Emperor Ling Xian. Looking at the figure, Mu Yun walked forward. Who is it? Emperor Ling Xian's voice was cold as she looked at Mu Yun. Emperor Ling Xian, please calm down. I am Mu Yun from Princess Qi Lingyue's residence. I know you. Emperor Ling Xian suddenly said, Yuer has mentioned you to me more than once. You are indeed a late-stage sage emperor. Emperor Ling Xian, you are too kind. Moo. At this moment, Yun was standing 100 meters away from Ling Xian carefully. Damn, he did not know if this woman knew him. If she was lying to him, she would immediately kill him when he got close. That would be a pitiful death. He was waiting for Cho Chien to arrive. Young master. Cho Chien flew over and approached Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun dared to walk forward. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The current Emperor Ling Xian looked very weak, but she could still kill him. Where is Yuer? Princess Qi Lingyue is now in seclusion. When she comes out, she might be able to become an emperor. Monarch Ling Xian was shocked when she heard this. Since she knew her own daughter well. To Emperor De. Then it would be at least 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. How could it be so fast? Moo. Yun explained, Qi Lingyue has obtained the inheritance and is now accepting it. As for how long? I am not sure. Emperor Ling Xian nodded and looked at Mu Yun. It seems that Yuer was right. You are really not simple. You actually have a peak emperor who is not inferior to Lu Baiyue, Qi Shi, and Hong Jiucheng. It is just a coincidence. Moo. Yun said slowly, Emperor Ling Xian, this is not the place to talk. Shall we leave first? Come over and support me. Xian said. Moo. Yun did not trust her, so how could she dare to trust Mu Yun? 1. Mu Yun was also for the 6th grade ancient god technique on her. With Cho Chien by her side, Ling Xian would not dare to play any tricks. Mu Yun walked towards Ling Xian. Emperor Ling Xian stood up at this moment and put one arm on Mu Yun's shoulder. Her whole body was almost leaning into Mu Yun's arms. A soft feeling snuggled into her arms. Mu Yun's expression was strange at this moment. Qi Lingyue, I am saving people. Your mother came over herself, figures flashed, and 3 figures left this place. 1. On the way, Emperor Ling Xian's expression became uglier and uglier. Originally she was already at the end of her rope after being chased by Xiong Tong and Xue Fengming. And she had suffered the power of Xiong Tong's self-destruction. She was seriously injured now. She was not Cho Chien, who had a powerful force and could resist. Later, Mu Yun simply carried Emperor Ling Xian by the waist. The woman was so dizzy that she couldn't even stand properly. Ling. Her fragrance was gentle and alluring. 1. A mature aura rushed into Mu Yun's nose. Young master, remember not to communicate too much with mortal women. Cho Chien transmitted his voice at this moment. Young master, you should realize how powerful you are. Now that your 9 wives have merged with the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet, they are closely related to the mortal world. Your future is limitless. And if other women touch your body, they will be invading you. As soon as he said this, Muyun coughed and said, I understand. What was Cho Chi-yen thinking? Was she the kind of person who would be blinded by lust? Again. Emperor Ling Xian was Qi Lingyue's mother, and she and Qi Lingyue could be considered true friends. A friend's mother could not be bullied. The three figures sped all the way to the place where Qi Lingyue was in seclusion. Su. Slowly, the three of them descended and entered the palace. Placing Emperor Ling Xian on the ground and leaning against the stone pillar, Mu Yun asked again, Senior, are you seriously injured? Yes. Ling Xian said slowly, the path of the emperor is a little damaged. The path of the emperor is damaged? Seeing Mu Yun's surprised gaze, Ling Xian also looked at Cho Chi-yen in surprise. At this moment, Cho Chi-yen said, the emperor realm is the path of fusion, the fusion of the internal organs, bones, and soul. Fusion, first, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. Cho Chi-yen continued, therefore, the path to becoming an imperial emperor can be divided into 5 steps. Fusing the 5 organs, the 6 organs, the 7 elemental essences, the bones, and the soul. Once the 5 steps are completed, one will be baptized by the power of heaven and earth. Once the baptism is successful, one will enter the Paragon Divine Realm and begin to cultivate the Paragon Celestial Body. At that moment, even monarch Ling Xian was surprised. Wasn't the path to becoming an imperial emperor a matter of time? Mu Yun said, then, the 100,000-year imperial emperor and the million-year imperial emperor, haha. Actually, it's wrong, but not completely wrong. Cho Chi-yen continued, as long as one enters the imperial emperor realm, the fusion of the 5 steps will increase automatically. In other words, even if the imperial emperor doesn't do anything, his realm will increase. However, this is an extremely long time. It can take hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even millions of years. I see, it wasn't Mu Yun who said this, but Emperor Ling Xian. She had just found out. Originally, she had been walking on the wrong path all this time. Not only her, but nearly 100 imperial emperors in the eastern wilderness, including the imperial emperors of the 11 major factions and those who cultivated alone, were the same. Everyone was wrong. But, no one knew. East. The eastern wilderness was too backward among the 5 major regions of the Abyss realm. There wasn't a single paragon, so no one would tell them about the path to becoming an imperial emperor. So, the path to becoming an imperial emperor is actually divided into 5 steps. Yes. Cho Chi-yen said again, Emperor Ling Xian should have taken 2 steps, while Qi Shi and Han Jiucheng have taken 5 steps. Those 2 are just short of the last bit of enlightenment to reach the Paragon Divine Realm. Of course, it's also possible that they haven't found a suitable Paragon Celestial Body to cultivate, so they haven't reached the Paragon Divine Realm yet. A Paragon Divine Realm martial artist without a Paragon Celestial Body doesn't have much pressure. Emperor Ling Xian couldn't help but say, a Paragon Celestial Body is a Paragon Divine Art. Even the weakest one is a human Paragon Divine Art. In the eastern wilderness, there isn't any. The eastern wilderness is barren, and Paragon Celestial Bodies are precious treasures. Even the major factions of the 3rd-tier factions. Cho Chi-yen said slowly. Mu Yun gradually came to a realization. Arrival to the revered God realm was not that simple. Senior, this sovereign spiritual liquid should be enough for you to go further on your path as an imperial emperor. Mu Yun took out a bottle of sovereign spiritual liquid. He had more than 100 bottles on him, and each bottle contained more than 100 drops. It was not cheap, and it should be very valuable to Ling Xian. Emperor Ling Xian was a little shocked. Where did Mu Yun get so much sovereign spiritual liquid? It was too unbelievable. One 100 drops. Rua, if it were in the eastern wilderness, it would be enough to make all the imperial emperors go crazy. Even the old imperial emperors who did not come out would appear one by one to snatch it. But she knew that. She shouldn't ask. Qi Lingyue and I are friends. At least, that's what I think. Mu Yun said seriously, this time, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is preparing to call itself a 4th-tier alliance. At that time, with Cho Chi-yen, a peak imperial emperor, there will be no one to refute. Perhaps the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance can become a powerful alliance. Emperor Ling Xian was stunned when she heard this. Mu Yun was very ambitious. This place is very safe. Senior Ling Xian, you can recover here. If Qi Lingyue appears, you can also see her. Mu Yun said a few more words and prepared to leave. Thank you. Emperor Ling Xian suddenly said. Emperor Ling Xian said again, I'll have to trouble young Master Mu to keep an eye on my husband's whereabouts. Okay. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left the place. Now, he needed to find a place to go into seclusion. The essence, energy, and spirit of hundreds of great sages gathered into one and reached a state of saturation. But, he needed to completely digest it. Most importantly, Zhou Qiyan had brought Xuefengming's corpse with him. That was an imperial emperor. According to Zhou Qiyan, he was an imperial emperor who had reached the third step of the Great Tao. He was even stronger than Emperor Ling Xian. If he devoured him, Mu Yun was a little excited when he thought about it. After finding a mountain range, Mu Yun dug a hole and entered the mountain. He set up an array formation and began to sit cross-legged. Inside the execution heaven painting. The 170 bone guards all stood still. Mu Yun said, I can transfer the essence, energy, and spirit of this imperial emperor to you. I hope that all of you can reach the peak of the great sage realm with this opportunity. Luo Tianqing, Su Qingfeng, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, the four of you are stronger. I hope that you can touch the path of an imperial emperor. Mu Yun did not leave Xuefengming's body behind this time. The essence, energy, and spirit of hundreds of great sages in his body were enough for him to break through to the peak of the great sage realm. As for the imperial emperor realm, although Mu Yun yearned for it, he was not in a hurry. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly in the great sage realm and lacked combat experience. When he reached after reaching the peak of the great sage realm, he was prepared to go out and challenge the top 100 experts on the great sage ranking. Then he would find an opportunity to break through to the imperial emperor realm. Over-rapid improvement was not a good thing for one's foundation. Force there would be a deviation in the control of quantity. Then as soon as he finished speaking, he activated his devouring power. The qi and blood in Xuefengming's body surged into Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a container that had reached saturation. Many the remaining essence, energy, and spirit spread out of his body. While at this moment, Mu Yun guided it into the bodies of the 270 osteopyram. This step was extremely slow. Time passed. Time passed bit by bit. Battles were still erupting everywhere in Wujian Ancient Mountain. This time even the imperial emperors had fallen. Several people also understood that after the trip to Wujian Ancient Mountain ended, the eastern wilderness would undergo earth-shattering changes. If they wanted to survive the waves of change, they had to have enough strength. Ancient palaces were found and explored one after another. Mu Yun didn't care about this at all. In the blink of an eye, 7 years passed. Kill in the sky map. At this moment, the jade-like bones of the 270 osteopyram were dazzling, attracting attention. Same peak stage imperial emperors, 270 peak stage imperial emperors. Among them, the auras of Luo Tianqing and the other three were even more vigorous. They seemed to be able to step out of the imperial emperor's limit at any time. As for Mu Yun, the aura in her body was surging as if she had endless power and could explode at any time. Also she had reached the peak of the imperial emperor's realm. Comfortable, Mu Yun stood up, and the aura in her body flowed continuously. Luo Tianqing and the other three are just a little bit away from reaching the imperial emperor's level. Mu Yun said regretfully, just a little bit more. However, Qi Yan said, young master, don't worry. The four of them were originally the captains of the Bone Heavenly Guards. Their strength is outstanding, and it won't be difficult for them to reach the imperial emperor's level. Moreover, the bone race's breakthrough to the imperial emperors is different from the human race, so their path is different. I will guide them with all my heart. All right. At this moment, Yun Yun walked out of the cave. Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, I can't advance to the peak of the imperial emperor's level anymore. I need to stay at the peak of the imperial emperor's level for a period of time to hone my strength. Those top 100 experts on the imperial emperor's list are the best training stones. At this moment, Yun was filled with battle intent. Mu Yan's aura blossomed as she walked into the seamless ancient mountain. She wanted to be able to sense it from 100 miles away. Eh? However, Mu Yun released her soul aura and felt a familiar aura. Qi Luoyang. A smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. When Qi Luoyang arrived at the seamless ancient mountain and broke through to the early-stage imperial emperors, he chased after Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue. Mu Yun didn't expect to meet him here again. Mu Yunyun immediately flew away. At this moment, in a palace that had been explored, Qi Luoyang led a dozen people and searched carefully, not missing a single place. Cousin, is there nothing left in this place? Qi Luoyang said with a bitter face. In front of Qi Luoyang, there was a young man standing with his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression. The seamless ancient mountain is filled with endless mysteries. What others have explored might not be left with nothing. If we search carefully, we will be able to find something, Luo Yang said. Chengdong said slowly. Since his cousin's mother was his aunt and his talent wasn't bad, but he wasn't shrewd. If he wasn't a prince of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, he wouldn't even bother. Since he was ranked 96th on the Imperial Emperor's list and was the commander of the Scarlet Flame Guards, his status wasn't low. Even if he didn't bring this burden along, there were too many places to go in the seamless ancient mountain. But now, Qi Luoyang was competing with Qi Tianjiao and Qi Lingyue for the throne. If he didn't help Qi Luoyang wouldn't have a chance. Since this also involved the Luo clan's status in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Let's search carefully, Qi Luoyang said. Qi Luoyang nodded, but his face was filled with worry. There was nothing left in this place, and his cousin still had to search. But it was a pity that he was only at the early stage of the Great Sage Realm. If he was at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, he wouldn't need his cousin. Qi Luoyang, long time no see. A faint laugh suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun was wearing black clothes and standing at the top of the palace, looking down. It's you. Qi Luoyang was shocked when he saw Mu Yun. Brat, you dare to come here? Where is Qi Lingyue? If it wasn't for this brat, Qi Lingyue would have died that day. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her, but I can tell you that she's about to become an imperial emperor. Who are you lying to? Qi Luoyang sneered. Qi Lingyue is more talented than me, but she won't be that fast. It's up to you to believe it or not, Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, we still have a score to settle between us. Let's settle it now. Although it sounds like you're bullying me, I'm also very unhappy. Qi Luoyang was furious when he heard this. He waved his hands and attacked from both sides. They're too weak. When the two late-stage Great Sage Realm martial artists attacked, Mu Yun stretched out her hands and clenched them in the air. Bang bang, the two silhouettes exploded into dust. Peak of the Great Sage Realm. At this moment, Qi Luoyang was stunned. Several 10 years ago, Mu Yun was only a Great Sage Realm martial artist, but now, she was at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. What the hell? Mu Hao, could Yun improve so quickly? Are you surprised? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, Qi Luoyang, you're too weak. After all these years, you're still at the early stage of the Great Sage Realm. Since that's the case, die. As soon as Yun finished speaking, she waved her hand and punched out. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard. The ground shook and the palaces hummed. Mu Yun looked down and was slightly stunned. Who are you? Luo Qingdong. Luo Qingdong stood in front of Qi Luoyang. You are ruthless, but you are not unreasonable. Luo Qingdong said, this is the son of Monarch Qi Shi and Monarch Luofei. Monarch Luofei? Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled. She is already dead. What? Qi Shi Luoyang's expression changed. At this moment, Luo Qingdong sneered and said, nonsense. Aunt is a monarch, how could she have died? Bastard, you are the one who is courting death. It's up to you to believe it or not. There is nothing to spread about this matter. After all, after the 8 palaces finished exploring, the news will spread. Impossible! Luo Yang suddenly shouted. He looked at Luo Qingdong and said anxiously, "Cousin, that's impossible, right?" "Shut up," Luo Qingdong said coldly. "If you just want to use this to attack me and defeat me, it is futile. Die!" Luo Qingdong shouted. Luo Qingdong was furious. No, regardless of whether Monarch Luofei was really dead or not, Mu Yun was deliberately spreading rumors. Damn it, in an instant, Luo Qingdong held his spear and attacked Mu Yun. "If I am not wrong, you should have just entered the peak stage of the Great Sage Realm. Let me show you the difference between the peak stage of the Great Sage Realm." Luo Qingdong sneered. "Although I am only ranked 96th on the Great Sage Realm, there are only 10,000 great sages in the Eastern Wilderness. I can be ranked in the top 100. This is the difference." Mu Yun heard this and was full of fighting spirit. Now, he needed to fight a life-and-death battle to stabilize his Great Sage Realm and not leave any flaws. Boom, in an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as a powerful aura rose up around the palace. Qi Luoyang and the others didn't dare to stay. They ran 10,000 meters away and watched from afar. He was only at the beginner stage of the Great Sage Realm. If he was touched, he would die. He didn't want to die. Boom, a series of explosions could be heard. Mu Yun and Luo Qingdong's figures intertwined. Sunset Divine Spear Art. Luo Qingdong bellowed and struck out with his spear. Mu wielding the fallen sun sword, Yun instantly charged out. In midair, the sound of collision continued to ring out. Boom, the cries were getting louder and louder. At this moment, Mu Yun was releasing the power in her body to her heart's content. Boom, a loud explosion rang out. Mu Yun's figure retreated rapidly, her face pale. "Do you see the difference?" Luo Qingdong sneered. "Is this the difference?" However, Yun said indifferently, "Indeed, without a suitable 5th-grade ancient god technique, coupled with this Emperor God artifact, it would be difficult for him to display his full strength. If that's the case, then forget it." Mu Yun clenched her fist and the fallen sun sword disappeared. At this moment, demonic qi surged around Mu Yun. An overbearing demonic qi soared into the sky. Boom boom. Boom, in an instant, 9 demonic pillars surrounded Mu Yun's body. 18 Demon Emperor Technique. Mu Yun grinned and said, "No one has ever experienced this 5th-grade ancient god technique." As soon as she finished speaking, the 9 demonic pillars, which were thousands of feet tall, suddenly attacked Luo Qingdong. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Demon at this moment, the pillars carried an unparalleled demonic qi as they surged and roared. On each demonic pillar, there seemed to be a demonic shadow that covered the sky and earth, filled with unknown power and mystery. Boom. Bang, at this moment, Luo Qingdong's face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. What was going on? Mu at this moment, Yun's attack became berserk. 5th-grade ancient god technique. This ancient god technique seemed to be very familiar with Mu Yun's control. Sunset Spear Cut. At this moment, a low roar rang out, and the rumbling sound spread out. A strong murderous aura was released. Luo at this moment, Luo Qingdong seemed to have become a long spear. His entire body was covered with dazzling spear radiance. It gave off an unusually strong feeling. Boom. At this moment, the 9 demonic pillars collided head-on. With a rumbling sound, the light on the demonic pillars dimmed a lot and retreated to Mu Yun's side. Kill. At this moment, a low roar rang out, and the 9 demonic pillars attacked at the same time. At this moment, only Luo Qingdong and his spear could be seen facing the 9 demonic pillars alone. His murderous aura was incomparably strong. There was a strong aura that seemed to say, "Who else but me can do it?" "Looks like it's not enough," Mu Yun said. At this moment, a demonic pillar behind Yun soared into the sky. 9 At this moment, 10 demonic pillars directly rushed towards Luo Qingdong. Suddenly, the 11th and 12th pillars attacked one by one. 2 demonic pillars. At this moment, the pressure on Luo Qingdong suddenly increased. 9 He could resist 1 demonic pillar, but 12 demonic pillars were too difficult. I don't believe that you can control these demonic pillars for a long time. I won't stop until I torture you to death. Don't worry. Mu Yun grinned and said, Peak of the Great Sage Realm, ranked 96th on the Great Sage list. If you only have this little ability, then I really doubt the prestige of the Great Sage list. Damn it. Luo Qingdong cursed at this moment. This guy cultivated the ancient god technique, which was abnormally powerful. Where did he get such a powerful ancient god technique? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care and controlled the 12 demonic pillars to attack Luo Qingdong. All under his body, his aura condensed at this moment, and Luo Qingdong's attack became completely different. 1,000 feet long spear light soared into the sky. Light shot in all directions, turning into thousands of rays that rushed in all directions. The 12 demonic pillars suddenly paused at this moment, and their speed slowed down a lot. Die. At this moment, Luo Qingdong directly raised his spear and attacked Mu Yun. Even if the 12 demonic pillars returned to defend, their speed wouldn't be faster than him. Since Mu Yun relied on the 12 demonic pillars to surround him, then he would jump out of the 12 demonic pillars and attack Mu Yun. Close combat? At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly smiled and said indifferently, Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the next moment, the bones in Mu Yun's body transformed at this moment. Dragon bones appeared at this moment. One fist directly smashed out. No, without any support from the ancient god technique, just a simple fist force, a fist that gathered all the strength in his body, directly smashed out. Boom, suddenly, the spear light pierced over, and Mu Yun's figure retreated. Bang! The void exploded, and the hall below was affected, and even the tiles fell off. Those halls were all supported by powerful arrays, but at this moment, they couldn't stand still. Luo Qingdong's face turned pale, and his figure retreated. The 12 demonic pillars attacked at this moment. How can? On the other side, Mu Yun punched his divine spear, but the result was that only the flesh on his palm collapsed, and his bones didn't suffer any damage at all. He originally thought that his spear was enough to pierce through Mu Yun. This guy's body was terrifyingly strong. This was obviously not possible. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care. It seems that the 96th on the Saint Lord list is only this strong. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun was a little disinterested. Luo Qingdong wasn't as strong as he had imagined. This person's strength was not bad, but the 96th ranked, to be honest, made him a little disappointed. Hearing this, Luo Qingdong was unable to restrain his anger. Mu Yun was too much of a bully. This guy was detestable. Break! With a low shout, Luo Qingdong once again released 1,000 feet long spear light and attacked Mu Yun. It's over. Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun had figured out Luo Qingdong's strength and was no longer interested. Swish, swish. Sha, then, the 6 demonic pillars directly attacked. The 6 demonic pillars shot out in all directions. There was more. Luo Qingdong was really dumbfounded at this moment. There was actually more. This guy hadn't used his full strength just now. Damn it, damn it. I can't accept this. Boom, boom. Boom, the 6 demonic pillars shot out, and the 12 demonic pillars chased from behind. In an instant, the 18 demonic pillars completely surrounded Luo Qingdong's figure. Explosions continued to sound. Luo Qingdong was inside the 18 demonic pillars, attacking left and right, but there was nothing he could do. I can't accept this. Luo Qingdong roared at this moment. Boom, in the end, the heaven and earth inside the 18 demonic pillars collapsed, and Luo Qingdong's figure completely disappeared. Qi Luoyang saw this scene from afar and was completely stunned. His cousin was dead. Luo Qingdong, who was ranked 96th on the Saint Lord list, was extremely powerful, but he was so easily dealt with by Mu Yun. Qi Luoyang shouted. Qi Luoyang reacted at this moment and shouted. Luo, since Qingdong was dead, Mu Yun would definitely kill him. If he didn't run now, he would be waiting for death. At this moment, Mu Yun stood proudly in the void, devouring Luo Qingdong's essence, energy, and spirit. Now, he had reached the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Saint the essence, energy, and spirit of the peak of the Saint Lord realm could bring him too little improvement. Until, the essence, energy, and spirit of hundreds or thousands of peak of the Saint Lord realm might help him break through to the invincible Emperor realm. Above 1000 peak of the Saint Lord realm, where could he go to kill them? There were only about 10,000 people in the entire eastern wilderness. Every faction. Every peak of the Saint Lord realm was treated as a treasure by the major factions. It was difficult to kill them, it would be faster to kill 1 or 2 emperors. The essence, energy, and spirit of the dead emperor had been gifted to the 270 osteopyrum, causing the 270 osteopyrum to improve greatly. Now, they were all at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Mu Yun even suspected that if he reached the emperor realm, the 270 osteopyrum would be implicated by the life and death seal and might be able to take that step. However, Mu Yun wasn't sure. Since he had already broken through to the emperor realm, he couldn't be anxious. No, otherwise, there would be flaws in his strength. He didn't want to become an emperor realm, but to reach the paragon realm, earth paragon realm, heavenly paragon realm, and invincible godly paragon realm. Can you escape? Tens of thousands of meters away, Mu Yun's voice sounded. 10. A few demonic pillars pierced through the void and pierced through the bodies of Qi Luoyang and the others. Blood flowed, and more than a dozen figures turned into corpses at this moment. It's a little difficult to escape in front of a peak of the Saint Lord realm. Mu Yun muttered. Yun muttered softly. He stood in midair, not saying a word. After a long time, Mu Yun opened his eyes. The 5 internal organs, 6 internal organs, 7 elemental organs, bones, and soul. To reach the Emperor realm, one needs to fuse. The fusion of the 5 parts is divided into 5 steps. When one reaches the 5th step, one can break through to the Paragon realm. As for how to fuse, one needs to comprehend it himself. At this moment, Mu Yun muttered. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. Then, he would walk down this path firmly. The 96th on the Saint Lord realm was no longer a match. Next, he should aim for those above the 96th. He would set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. As time passed, the entire seamless ancient mountain began to bustle with activity. The 11 factions started off with small fights between the monarchs. Later on, the Saint monarchs started to fight. But, news spread that some of the monarchs were dead. Monarch Luofei, Monarch Lu Han, and Monarch Qi Luoyan were killed in the Scarlet Sun Saint Kingdom. Monarch Ling Xian's whereabouts were unknown. But, Monarch Qi Shi was forced into the central region of Seamless Ancient Mountain by Han Jiucheng and disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This piece of news completely shocked everyone. Of the 5 monarchs in the Scarlet Sun Saint Kingdom, 3 were dead, and 2 were unknown. If Monarch Qi Shi and Monarch Ling Xian were missing, then the Scarlet Sun Saint Kingdom would be finished. But, at this moment, in a mountain range of Seamless Ancient Mountain, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe had a pale face. On the other side, there were also 2 muscular men who were nearly 3 meters tall. Their expressions were ugly. Cat Emperor, Longda, please give me an explanation. The robed man was the leader of the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan, Xuefeng Tian. Originally, he and Xue Fengming led a group to explore the 8 palaces. Who knew that Xue Fengming would die? The Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan only had 2 monarchs. Now that one of them was dead, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan would be even weaker. At the same time, Xiong Rentao and Xiong Fangyu of the Moonlight Bear clan were also gloomy. How could he not kill Monarch Ling Xian when he teamed up with Xue Fengming? Now that the 2 of them are no longer breathing, they are definitely dead. How could Monarch Ling Xian have killed them? Xiong Rentao snorted. I think some people have ulterior motives. Xiong Rentao, what do you mean? The Spirit Cat Emperor's voice was sharp. I asked them to kill the weakest one out of kindness. Who knew they would die? What do you mean? Xue Fengtian snorted. Does this have nothing to do with you? Xue Fengtian, you don't have to be so arrogant. We were working together. We asked them to chase after Monarch Ling Xian because of the 6th grade ancient god tactic. We wanted to be fair. Fair? Feng Tian looked at Patriarch Long De, who spoke and sneered, "If you really want to maintain fairness, each of you can send one person to go with the two of them." Shui Feng Tian, are you suspecting that we joined hands to kill the two of them? That's right. You're slandering me. The Phantom Cat Emperor cursed. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and see if it's true or not. Shui Feng Tian shouted again, Phantom Cat Emperor, Long De, if I find out that you did this, so what? The Phantom Cat Emperor said coldly. What do you think? Feng Tian's body was full of vitality. This isn't an instant, Shui Feng Tian's aura burst forth, suppressing the Phantom Cat Emperor. You've reached the fifth step? The Phantom Cat Emperor's face paled. It's good that you know. Feng Tian sneered and said, even if I am the only Imperial Emperor left in the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan, I am still the strongest Imperial Emperor. Phantom Cat Emperor, I hope you know when to back down. At this moment, the Phantom Cat Emperor and Long De's faces turned ugly. In the entire eastern wilderness, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground located in the northern wilderness was undoubtedly the strongest existence. Among the 10 Imperial Emperors, 3 of them had reached the 5th step of the Imperial Emperor realm. They were only a step away from the Sovereign Realm. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground's Holy Lord, Lu Baiyue, Lu Tingyu, and Lu Yi. Their 7th Valley's Valley Master, Hong Jiucheng. The Scarlet Sun Holy Country's Imperial Emperor, Qi Shi. The 2 of them were also peak Imperial Emperors. This is, the 5 of them could be said to be invincible. Therefore, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground could be said to be one of the 11 superpowers. The 7th Valley and 7th Valley followed closely behind. Whether it was the number of Imperial Emperors or their strength, it could be seen. In fact, it could be seen just by looking at the distribution of forces. In the northern wilderness, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground was the strongest. In the middle desolate region, the 7 Valley and Scarlet Sun Holy Country were on the left and right respectively. In the eastern wilderness, the Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, Purgatory Blood Phoenix Clan, Moon Aurora Bear Tribe, and Spirit Flaming Cat Clan coexisted. West the desolate region was ruled by the Tuoba Clan, Donghua Manor, Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, and Firely Sect. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak. West the 4 superpowers of the desolate region were relatively equal in strength. The Tuoba Clan had 4 Imperial Emperors. Donghua Manor, Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, and Firely Sect each had 3 Imperial Emperors. While the Spirit Flaming Cat Clan had 4 Imperial Emperors. The Spirit Flaming Cat Emperor was a 4-step Imperial Emperor. West in the horizon, the Long De Clan's Patriarch was also a 4-step Imperial Emperor. Xianxia Tao was also a 4-step Imperial Emperor. Previously, Shui Feng Tian was also a 4-step Imperial Emperor. Who would have thought that this person had experienced something that made him a 5-step Imperial Emperor? This time, the Eastern Wilderness had another invincible figure who could step into the Sovereign Realm at any time. Things are going to be difficult now. The Long De Clan's Patriarch frowned when he saw Shui Feng Tian and Xianxia Tao leave. Blood Shui Feng Tian had stepped into the Sovereign Realm. If he reached the Sovereign Realm, their situation would be quite bad. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What are you afraid of? The Spirit Flaming Cat Emperor snorted. Damn it. Who killed Shui Fengming and Xiong Tong? They were both 2nd-step Imperial Emperors. They were much stronger than Imperial Emperor Ling Xian. Someone might have secretly interfered. The Long De Clan's Patriarch said. The De Clan's Patriarch said slowly, could it be Hong Jiucheng? Hong Jiucheng. The 2 of them said at the same time. Hong Jiucheng had allied with the Beast Clan to fight against the Qiang Holy Empire. This was very strange. Later, he gave up on the 6th grade ancient god technique and went to kill Emperor Qi Shi. Emperor Qi Shi was a 5th-step Imperial Emperor. Even if Hong Jiucheng chased after him with 4 Imperial Emperors, it would be very difficult to kill him. Then, why did he give up on the 6th grade ancient god technique and go to kill Emperor Qi Shi? The Spirit Flaming Cat Emperor and the Long De Clan's Patriarch felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have been tricked. Let's go. Where to? We can't just let this go. The Spirit Flaming Cat Emperor said again. I want to see what Hong Jiucheng is planning. At this moment, on the other side, Bloodfeng Tian left with his men and asked, "Where's Xueku?" Young Master Xueku went with Xiongzhan and Miao Yi. "Find him immediately." Xuefeng Tian said coldly, "That woman, Miao Yi, is not a good person." Patriarch. A shout could be heard coming from behind. Xiong Rentao and Xiong Fengyu chased after them. Patriarch. Xiong Rentao cupped his hands and said, "Right now, Seamless Ancient Mountain is very dangerous. We might not have the advantage if we fight alone. Why don't we work together? I think the Earth Erosion Dragon race and the Spirit Flaming Cat race are one now. If we don't work together, we'll be even weaker." Patriarch Xiong, do you really think so? Of course. Xiong Rentao nodded. Bloodfeng Tian was a fifth-step Imperial Emperor now. He was one of the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. Allying with him would only bring him benefits and no harm. Bloodfeng Tian said slowly, "Patriarch Xiong, who do you think killed Xiong Tong and Xuefeng Ming?" Hearing this, Xiong Rentao said slowly, "In my opinion, it's not the Cat Emperor and Longda. It's very likely Hong Jiucheng." Feng Tian couldn't help but look at Xiong Rentao. It seemed that the Moon Aurora Bear race wasn't stupid. "I think so too." Bloodfeng Tian nodded. "Then why did you?" Xiong Rentao's meaning was clear. Since Xuefeng Tian also thought that it was more likely that the Seven Valleys did it, why did he still have to be angry at the Cat Emperor and Longda? Bloodfeng Tian said slowly, "Two imperial emperors of our two races are dead, but they are unharmed. Although it's unlikely that they did it, the two of them had their own selfish reasons for making such an arrangement." Xiong Rentao immediately understood what was going on. "Patriarch Xiong, since that's the case, the two of us will work together. You and Xiong Fengyu are both fourth-step Imperial Emperors. With me as a fifth-step Imperial Emperor, the three of us have nothing to be afraid of facing the 7 Imperial Emperors of the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race and the Ghost Flame Cat race." All right. The people of the two races worked together and left. At the same time, the various factions in Wujian Ancient Mountain also began to cooperate with each other. Chisun Saint Empire's incident made everyone raise their vigilance. In this place, someone dared to kill an Imperial Emperor. Yes. Mu Yun didn't know about this. Although he had reached the peak of the Great Sage Realm, he didn't have many sources of information about fighting alone. At this moment, Mu Yun was walking aimlessly in Wujian Ancient Mountain. Blood. There were fights everywhere in the huge Wujian Ancient Mountain. However, he wasn't interested in participating. Eh? Suddenly, when he passed by a desert, Mu Yun stopped in his tracks. 1. A familiar aura filled the air. Panga Spirit. That day, in order to avoid Qi Luoyang's pursuit, Panga Spirit and the 4 great sages by Qi Lingyue's side left first. He had been separated from Panga Spirit since then, and there had been no news of Panga Spirit. Now that he suddenly felt the existence of Panga Spirit, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. While at this moment, Panga Spirit seemed to have encountered a calamity and was fleeing with all its might. Mu Yun in the next moment, without saying anything, he flew into the desert. The terrain in Wujian Ancient Mountain was completely different. There were forests, rivers, grasslands, and deserts. At this moment, Mu Yun flew into the desert and felt the aura of Panga Spirit getting closer and closer. This guy is at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Mu Yun was a little surprised. Although, it was said that Panga Spirit itself was an origin fire, and it used itself as a thought to fuse several types of origin fire to strengthen itself. The realm would improve very quickly, and with the restriction of his life and death seal, his improvement would also improve Panga Spirit. But, it wasn't that terrifying, right? Look, this guy must have encountered some fortuitous encounter in Wujian Ancient Mountain. Panga Spirit. 1,000 meters away, Mu Yun saw Panga Spirit's entire body radiating flames. It was incomparably hot. Master Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Panga Spirit shouted loudly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence boom. However, as soon as this shout was heard, a gigantic palm descended from the sky behind the Panga Spirit. That giant palm was like a dragon claw that descended from the sky and slammed down. The Panga Spirit turned around and punched out. A fire fist burst out with powerful flames and rushed out. Bang, with a collision, the Panga spirit was slapped down by the claw. Her face turned pale and she smashed into the ground with a rumble. On the ground, a 1,000-meter-wide sand pit suddenly appeared. The Panga spirit fell to the ground. At this moment, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword and the figure behind her stopped. Straight then, she flew into the pit below and Mu Yun helped the Panga spirit up. "How are you?" "Not bad." The Panga spirit spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a pale face, "Long Zahai of the Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, 89th on the Saint list. You reached the peak of the Saint Lord realm so quickly?" "After separating from Master Mu, I had some fortuitous encounters." The Panga spirit did not say much. At this moment, those figures had already caught up. Seeing Mu Yun appear, a young man looked at him with a surprised expression. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my Earth Erosion Dragon Clan?" "He is Long Zahai. Long Gang was killed and now he is following behind Shueku, Xianxia, and Miao Yi. The Panga spirit exhaled and said. "No matter who he is courting death if he dares to touch my people." At this moment, the corners of Yun's mouth rose. 89th on the Saint list, just right. "Kid, it seems that you are courting death." Long Zahai looked at Mu Yun and sneered. "Not necessarily." Mu Yun stood up and said with a smile, "You are the one courting death if you touch my people." Suddenly, a powerful aura rose at this moment. Mu Yun power condensed all over Yun's body. The powerful aura made people look sideways. Boom. The ground rumbled and sand and stones flew. Mu Yun directly attacked at this moment. Dragon Zahai sneered and slapped out with one hand. The dragon claw appeared again and a rumbling sound spread. Bang, in the air, the two of them exchanged blows. A powerful explosion rang out, deafening everyone. "So strong," Gu Ling said in astonishment. Mu Cloud had reached the peak stage of the Saint Realm and her strength had also become extremely strong. "You have some skills." Zahai grinned. Suddenly, his burly body exploded with a boom and transformed into a flying dragon. The dragon's body was hundreds of meters long, and its huge claws were unfurled. Quite below his body, layers of faint earthy yellow light seemed to have rolled through the earth. The dragon race was born unrestrained and had interacted with many races in the great wide world. While as a result, many inferior dragons were born in the Great Thousand Realms. Tian the Earth-corroding Dragon Clan was one such clan. At this moment, Long Zahai has revealed his true body. He looks very strange. Mu Yun remained unmoved and waved her hand. Boom, this energy fluctuation was released at this moment. Dong. 10 the 8 demonic pillars were released at this moment. Chop. Instantly, the 8 devil pillars appeared, waving about as they slammed toward Long Zahai. One in an instant, the 18 devil pillars surrounded Long Zahai's figure. At the same time, Mu Yun raised her sword and attacked without holding back. "Get lost." Zahai growled, and in an instant, his giant claw slammed down again, grabbing toward Mu Yun. Only facing that claw, Mu Yun did not care at all. "Miscellaneous, it's just a dragon. Do you really think you can hurt me?" Dragon at this moment, his bones were crackling. Mu Yun's strength sublimated from head to toe. The dragon claw grabbed her body directly, and her flesh and blood burst open, but Mu Yun did not care. Dragon at this moment, Zahai's expression also changed. Watch on the surface, it looked like his claw had grabbed Mu Yun, and Mu Yun's entire body was badly mutilated. But in reality, Mu Yun was not like that. This guy was not seriously injured at all. Chop. She waved her sword, and a slashing sound was heard at this moment. Dragon Zahai's claw was directly cut down, and blood splattered in the air. Mu Yun flew closer and attacked again. Sword. The sword fell again, and the sword's soul flickered. In the next moment, the meteorite divine sword radiated light in all directions. Sword. The soul had advanced at this moment. Sword. The soul's comprehension ability was divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, top-notch, and divine level. And after breaking through to the divine level, one could condense a sword body. As for the so-called sword body, it was one with a sword. Then, at that time, the power of one sword could be increased by 10 or 100 times. While Mu Yun's realm had improved quite quickly these years, but her sword soul had not improved much. Now, it was still an intermediate sword soul. While when this sword strike was unleashed, it was as if the sword soul had undergone a metamorphosis and evolved into a high-grade sword soul. Boom. In an instant, Long Zahai's figure retreated, and blood kept spurting out. 10. The 8 demon pillars kept attacking at this moment. At the side, Panga's spirit was stunned. Mu Yun was so powerful. No. Not only had her realm improved, but her combat strength had also improved. It was very terrifying. Sword chop. With another low shout, Mu Yun directly slashed out with her sword, and 100,000 sword light slashed down from the sky. At this moment, Long Zahai was exhausted from dealing with the attacks of the 18 demon pillars and could not leave. Boom. Boom, there was a cracking sound, and Long Zahai's figure completely disappeared under the sword light, turning into fragments. Mu at this moment, Yun exhaled. Dead, dead. Saint 89th on the monarch list. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that Long Zahai's ranking was a bit overrated. Also just a little bit stronger than Luo Qingdong. At this moment, the few people following Long Zahai had a drastic change in expression, and they flew away. Why are you being chased? Mu asked. Yun landed and looked at Panga's spirit. When I entered this desert, I felt that it was very suitable for me to cultivate, so I wandered around here and found a sand palace. As a result, not long after, Xueku, Xianxia, Miao, and the others came in. I originally wanted to fish in troubled waters, but who knew that I would be discovered and severely injured by Xueku. I fled, and this Long Zahai chased after me. Then I met you, Master Mu. Mu Yun said. Yun nodded and said, you go in and rest first, I will go take a look. Xueku, 4th on the saint list. Xianxia, 5th on the saint list. And Miao 11th on the saint list. The 3 of them were not people that Long Zahai and Luo Qingdong could compare to. However, he was more curious about the sand palace that Panga's spirit mentioned. One had to know that this was the seamless ancient mountain. If there was anything unusual, it might contain a big secret. Mu Yun restrained her aura and chased after them. Then, the few people who escaped were very likely to return to the sand palace to find Xueku and the others. At this moment, Panga's spirit entered the Zhu Tian painting. In an instant, 271 figures stood under the Zhu Tian painting and a world tree, which gave Panga's spirit a fright. 271 peak Saint Lords. No, there was also someone who surpassed the peak Saint Lord. What was born? Mu Yun, how did the osteopyrum beside the master all increase in strength? And, there was also someone who surpassed the osteopyrum. Xiao Qiu when Qian saw Panga's spirit, he was surprised and said, the combination of several origin fires, incredible. Xiao Qian saw through it at a glance. Panga's spirit smacked his lips and laughed dryly. And, this person gave him a very strong feeling. And, at this moment, the world master in the Zhu Tian painting had also doubled in size. It looked to be more than 2,000 meters tall with luxuriant leaves, and a steady stream of world power was born, opening up the space in the Zhu Tian painting. And, around it, mountains, rivers, and clouds lingered. The Zhu Tian sky painting had already created a new world. And, during this period of time, Mu Yun had become stronger, and so had the world master. And, the heaven and earth cauldron was still being suppressed. Panga's spirit looked at this scene and was faintly surprised. And, it was normal. And, Yun's increase in strength brought about a lot of changes to the Zhu Tian painting. And, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about Panga's spirit's surprise and flew towards the depths of the desert. Gradually, in front of her, the aura of the few figures stopped. And, Yun also lowered her speed and looked ahead. In the depths of the desert, a huge figure in the sand palace stood proudly. Even from 1,000 meters away, one could still feel an extremely strong aura at a glance. Strong, big and unpredictable. And, waves of strong aura filled the air at this moment. Around the sand palace, sand and dust rolled violently. However, when they approached the sand palace, the sandstorm stopped. And, at this moment, Yun was close to the sand palace and looked around, her eyes filled with astonishment. This place was different. A figure hurriedly passed through the sky, passed through a door, and disappeared. And, at this moment, Yun appeared and looked at the door. After hesitating for a moment, she also directly stepped into it. In the next moment, Mu Yan's figure appeared in between the palaces. And around her, looking carefully, there were pavilions and palaces piled up with yellow sand everywhere. It gave people a feeling that it was abnormally sturdy. "It's you." A surprised voice suddenly sounded in her ears. And, Yun did not say anything and directly attacked. It was one of the few people who were running away. And, Yun immediately attacked and killed, not giving this person a chance to call for help. Shueku, Xianxia, Miao Yi, and the others are quite lucky. Mu Yun finished off this person, clapped her hands, and then looked at the surrounding sand towers, palaces, and halls. At this moment, there seemed to be a few figures in the surroundings who were also carefully looking around. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw a familiar figure. Miao Yi. When it was Miao Yi's turn, Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. Relying on the execution of the heavens painting to conceal his aura, he was now at the same level as Miao Yi. If he did not want Miao Yi to discover him, Miao Yi would not be able to sense his existence at all. At this moment, Miao Yi was flying back and forth in the sand palace with two people, as if she was preparing for something. And, slowly, in the entire sand palace, figures rose from all directions. And, there were more than 50 people, all of whom had the aura of a saint. And, Yun looked at the 50 people. And, at this moment, one by one, they rose from a palace, holding a disc in their hands. The disc looked very strange. It flickered with a faint light, making people feel that it was very strange. Remember, no matter what, you can't put down the disc. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Miao Yi flew up at this moment and shouted, "Remember, if the treasure hall is opened this time, everyone will have a share. If there are ancient god techniques, ancient god pills, or even emperor god artifacts and emperor god artifacts inside, it will be a huge fortune." As Miao Yi spoke, she looked into the depths of the sand palace. Shueku, Xianxia, prepare to attack. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the depths of the sand palace. In an instant, a ray of light rose into the sky. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. As the light rose into the sky, a beam of light reached the top of the sand palace. Then, it changed direction and shone on the first person. Then, the direction continued to change. Bang, one after another, the 50 or so people began to shine brightly. At this moment, the 50-odd people on the top of the sand palace connected to form a cloud pattern. The cloud pattern hovered in the air, radiating light in all directions. It was very bright. At this moment, Yun was quietly hibernating, watching this scene. Far away, two figures rose from the depths of the palace. Shueku, Xianxia, these two people seemed to be the core of this cloud pattern. The two of them looked at each other, and power kept surging out of their bodies. "Miao Yi, we'll have to rely on you to protect us," Shueku said. "I'll definitely be here," Miao Yi said seriously. "However, you have to be careful. The treasure hall in the sand palace is not ordinary. There might be a rebound force." "Yes." Shueku and Xianxia nodded. At this moment, the two of them stayed where they were, motionless. At this moment, Yun roughly understood what was going on. Now, Shueku and Xianxia were like the eyes of the array, activating the array, while the other 50-odd people were assisting. Miao Yi was holding the array. Mu Yan's eyes flickered when she saw this scene. This was the best time for her to make a move. Swoosh, swoosh, at that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A beam of light rose, and it shot directly at Miao Yi. "Who is it?" Miao Yi asked. Miao Yi's face was pale. She clapped her hands, and a wave of energy swept out. The light dissipated at this moment. Mu Yun appeared. "Who are you?" Miao Yi looked at Mu Yun and asked in surprise. Someone actually came in without making a sound? "Who are you?" Mu Yun asked. Yun smiled and said, "It seems that there's something good here. In that case, I want to have a share." "How about that?" "How dare you?" Miao Yi released her arrogance. She was like the princess of the ghost flaming cat race, ranked 11th on the saint ranking. Mu Yun had never seen or heard of it before. This person wasn't in the top 100 of the Saint Lord board. Now, he actually dared to be so impudent in front of him. "Look for Dai. Looks like you're not willing." Mu Yun said again, "In the end, this place was originally discovered by my people. Yet, you chased my people out and even hunted them down. Now, I'm here to avenge my people. Isn't that too much? Your men?" Miao Yi pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, "Is that red-haired man your man?" "Who are you?" "Mu Yun." Yun said indifferently, "After observing for a long time, I can tell that this place is not that simple. You must have triggered a formation and are trying to break it. That's why you need so many people to maintain the formation. Now, the only one who can do it is you, Miao Yi." Yi was shocked. "Since you know who I am, you should also know what the consequences of offending me are." "Of course I know." Mu Yun smiled and said, "So, I don't intend to let you live today." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the dozens of people present changed. This guy actually wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. What kind of joke was this? If he was an emperor, they naturally had no power to resist. But this kid was only a peak stage Saint Lord. Well, moreover, they had never seen this kid's name on the Saint Lord board. Where did this guy's confidence come from? Miao Yi sneered and said, "Looks like you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Courting death." Before Miao Yi moved, a peak stage Saint Lord Spirit Flame Cat Race disciple waved his hand and attacked Mu Yun. "Who's the one courting death?" Mu Yun grinned and directly waved his hand. Boom, in an instant, a huge force was sent out. Boom, then, the disciple's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. This scene caused the dozens of people present to be incomparably shocked. Miao Yi's expression also changed slightly. Although Miao He wasn't on the Saint Lord board, he was still an expert among the peak stage Saint Lords. However, he was repelled by Mu Yun in one move. But, it wasn't difficult to see that Mu Yun relied on simple physical strength. It seems that the unbroken ancient mountain has helped many people over the years. However, even if you have the strength of a Saint Lord board martial artist, the difference between the strength of those who are on the board and those who are at the top of the board is still very big. Miao Yi was indifferent as her fingernails slowly extended between her hands. Those fingernails looked like they had a cold glint to them, giving people a feeling of danger. Miao Yun was standing with his sword. Saint Lord 11th on the Saint Lord board. He also wanted to test Miao Yi's true strength. 2. This figure vaguely had an explosive aura under everyone's gaze. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, there was an explosion. Rays of cold light shot out from Yi's 10 fingers. The rays went straight for Mu Yun, flickering with a heart-palpitating aura. Ding, ding. Miao. Yun raised his sword and slashed out. Ching, as the crisp sound rang out, Mu Yun's figure kept retreating. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably surprised. Yi was also rather surprised at this moment. Mu Yun had actually managed to block her attack. She wanted to know that the sharp claws were not condensed by her, but an emperor-level divine weapon that had fused with her body. Under her strength, the power was domineering, and no one below the 50th on the Saint Lord board could block it. This guy was not simple. Miao Yi put away her contempt at this moment. 11th on the Saint Lord board. If this is all you have, then I'm disappointed. Mu Yun was now eager to fight with all her strength. Only with this, she could clearly sense how to walk the path of an emperor. This time, fighting with the people on the Saint Lord board was one aspect, but on the other hand, Mu Yun also wanted to grasp the path of an emperor. On the path of an emperor, every step did not depend on the transformation of one's strength, but on the change of one's temperament. Fusion. what exactly was the fusion? Moo, at this moment, Yun wanted to use the life and death battle to catalyze himself. You. Miao Yi was also infuriated at this moment. Mu Yun deliberately angered her. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Yi-er's eyes were ice cold. She waved her hand, and in an instant, a ray of light flashed and disappeared. Miao Yi-er's current speed was so fast that it was shocking. Poof, poof. Mu Yun had just reacted, but it was already too late. On his chest, there was a line of blood across his clothes. At the next moment, Miao Yi sneered and sped up again. The Spirit Flaming Cat clan had absolute speed. They belonged to the speed category among the 4 beast clans. In the case of fast speed, even if the opponent had powerful strength, it was useless if they did not have time to react. No, after a while, bloody marks appeared on Mu Yun's body. However, Miao Yi's figure was still as light as a swallow. Mu Yun did not touch Miao Yi's body at all. Is this what you call being proud of? Miao Yi asked. Yi sneered. Am I being underestimated? Yun grinned. Buzz, at this moment, the meteorite divine sword flashed. 8 demonic pillars appeared around Mu Yun. Kill. The 8 demonic pillars surrounded Mu Yun. At the next moment, Miao Yi charged out again. However, she suddenly rushed into the range of Mu Yun's 18 demonic pillars. Miao Yi only felt that her body was slightly affected, and her speed slowed down. Slash! Mu Yun shouted. Yun faced her and slashed down with his sword. Boom, the earth rumbled, and the sounds of explosions shook everyone's eardrums. Poof, with a poof, a bloody mark appeared on Miao Yi's abdomen. How can this be? At the side, Shueku and Xianxia were extremely shocked. Miao Yi was injured by Mu Yun. Something is wrong. Miao Yi did not panic at this moment. Mu Yun, the divine technique that Yun used, would slow down when it was near him. 18 demonic pillars were not ordinary. In that case, I'll break it. Miao Yi shouted. Miao Yi snorted. She waved her hand, and a fire mirror appeared. The fire mirror was the size of a palm, and faint fire patterns surrounded it. Fear, the terrifying heat surrounded the fire mirror, but it did not seem to cause any harm to Miao Yi. Fire Kylan Rain. With a low shout, Miao Yi waved her hand, and fire droplets fell from the fire mirror like raindrops. However, they were extremely fast. The 18 demonic pillars exploded, blocking the fire droplets. However, the number of fire droplets gradually increased, covering the demonic aura of the demonic pillars. Emperor-level divine artifact. Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun looked at the fire mirror. At this moment, Shueku and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Purple Flame 8 Rings Mirror. Xianxia grinned. The Spirit Flaming Cat clan gave this treasure to Miao Yi. It seems that Miao Yi is the next clan leader of the Spirit Flaming Cat clan. Yes. Shueku nodded. Purple Flame 8 Rings Mirror was the inherited Emperor-level divine artifact of the Spirit Flaming Cat clan. It was extremely powerful and possessed the might of endless flames. The greatest effect of this Emperor-level divine artifact was that it could complement the cultivation of the Spirit Flaming Cat clan. It was extremely suitable for the Spirit Flaming Cat clan. At this moment, the appearance of the Purple Flame 8 Rings Mirror put Mu Yun at a disadvantage again. However, Miao Yi closed in tightly. She used the Purple Flame 8 Rings Mirror to suppress Mu Yun's 18 demonic pillars. She attacked Mu Yun mercilessly. Master Mu, I can swallow that thing. Suddenly, the Panga spirit spoke. Moreover, after swallowing it, I might be able to reach the Imperial Emperor realm, the Panga spirit said with some envy. Really? Yes. All right. Yun replied, prepared to take action later and devour that treasure. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, her attack speed immediately increased. As the sword light flashed, the attack became more and more fierce. Yes. Suddenly, a golden robe appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. The pale yellow divine robe appeared again. Mu Yun's speed immediately increased. While, at this moment, Miao Yi was vaguely unable to track Mu Yun's trajectory. Swallow. However, Mu Yun, who was entangled with Miao Yi, shouted loudly. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. A fire dragon slapped towards Miao Yi. In an instant, the fire dragon was originally going to swallow Miao Yi. However, as Miao Yi retreated, the fire dragon suddenly swallowed the purple flame 8 rings mirror in Miao Yi's hand. Damn it! Miao Yi cursed in a low voice. She wanted to withdraw it, but at this moment, how could she withdraw it? Got it. The Panga spirit chuckled. In an instant, its figure retreated into the execution of the heavens painting and disappeared. At this moment, Xueku, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. What happened just now? This figure had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared just as suddenly? Mu Yun had a spatial treasure that could store people? Miao Yi was furious. Mu Yun had put away her purple flame 8 rings mirror, that bastard was courting death. With a furious roar, Miao Yi charged at Mu Yun again. Without the emperor-level divine artifact, what power do you have? Mu Yun was not afraid of Miao Yi at all. All murderous intent surged from his body, and his dragon bones crackled. At that moment, Mu Yun was like a real dragon. He could not help but let out a low roar, and a dragon's roar could be heard. The 8 demonic pillars shot out light and surrounded Miao Yi. With the dragon bones activated, Mu Yun gave off the feeling of an awakened beast. She was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Dong, a dull sound rang out at that moment as Mu Yun threw out a punch. The wind from her fist whistled and rumbled. Miao Yi waved her hand, and 10 rays of finger light attacked Mu Yun again. But, in the next moment, Miao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The spirit flaming cat race was powerful in speed and fierce attacks. While her speed was limited by Mu Yun. Although her attacks were strong, her strength was too weak. Compared to Mu Yun, she was not worth mentioning. At this moment, Mu Yun's fist smashed down once again. Boom! Big, the ground cracked, and the surrounding space shook. Miao Yi's face turned pale. She couldn't take it anymore and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it! Xueku cursed. This kid can actually suppress Miao Yi. What should we do? Xianxia was also anxious. If we forcefully stop now, we will suffer a backlash from the array formation. Our strength will be greatly reduced, and we may not be this kid's match. Who should I ask? Xueku asked. Kushua's tone was irritable. He was also very angry now. Mu Yun's strength was not inferior to the top 10 on the sage list. But now, when they were trying to open the palace and break the array formation, Mu Yun just had to appear. Let's wait and see. Xueku said slowly, if Miao Yi can't hold on any longer, we'll give up and kill this guy first. Okay. Zhang was also holding his breath at the moment. Miao at this moment, Yi had already been attacked repeatedly by Mu Yun, spitting out mouthful after mouthful of blood. You forced me to do this. Miao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. She was furious. Meow, at this moment, Yi suddenly let out a sharp cry. Her figure flashed, and suddenly, she transformed into 1,000 feet tall. A gigantic cat covered in black fur appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was glowing with a cold light. Flaming Spirit Cat. This was the true form of the Flaming Spirit Cat. Mu Yun looked cautious at this moment. Swish, Miao Yi, who had transformed into her original form, increased her speed. With a leap, she charged towards Mu Yun. Boom. Boom, there was a cracking sound, and an illusory cat claw scratched towards Mu Yun's face. With a punch, Mu Yun's body exploded, and he retreated. Her strength has increased. Mu Yun realized that although Miao Yi's speed was not as fast in her original form, her strength had increased by several times. This was more interesting. 18 Demon Emperor Technique. Demon Shield. Clang, clang. Clang, in the blink of an eye, the 18 demonic pillars merged together. Boom, muffled thumping sounds echoed out. The 18 demon pillars were placed side by side, forming a wall of staff. Miao Yi was fearless and punched out. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, an even more powerful backlash came at him. Miao suddenly retreated. How can this be? The ancient god technique this guy cultivates is strange. Both Xueku and Xianxia were stunned. Miao-Er's original form was already the strongest display of her strength. Her speed had slowed down, but her strength had increased by a lot. However, she was still no match for Mu Yun. When did this Mu Yun appear? How could she be so powerful? Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at Miao-Er and smiled gently. Damn it. Miao-Er was completely enraged. Flaming cat ancestral soul. With a low shout, a huge illusory figure suddenly appeared behind Miao-Er's huge body. The shadow's original form was very similar to Miao-Er's, but the difference was that the shadow looked a little ancient and weathered. It was as if it had existed since ancient times and crossed a long history. Merge. As soon as Er finished speaking, the shadow suddenly entered Miao-Er's body. Next, in the next moment, the two figures merged into one. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Xueku clicked their tongues in wonder. This was a secret technique unique to the Flaming Ghost Cat clan. Using the soul of the Flaming Ghost Cat clan's expert who was about to die as a guide to condense an ancestral soul. Ancestral soul. The soul could merge with the descendant of the Flaming Ghost Cat clan and give birth to a powerful force. Meow. This time, was really forced into a corner. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so aggressive. Is this enough? Mu Yun asked. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered, but he was not afraid. Down. In the next moment, a vigorous force vaguely appeared in his body. Sun Eye of Heaven. Will Eye of Reincarnation. At this moment, his eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, Miao-Er attacked. A huge claw slammed down. But in the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Huge. The moment the claw landed, it suddenly disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Mu Yun was panting, and blood flowed out of the Eye of Reincarnation. Miao-Er's expression changed drastically. This time, she was really shocked. How could this be? Miao-Er was speechless for a moment. However, Mu Yun ignored him and grinned. I'll return it to you. In the next moment, a powerful attack landed. Boom! Miao-Er's attack suddenly turned back. This time, it was Miao-Er herself who attacked. No. Miao-Er's expression changed drastically. All Mu Yun's attack had actually been directly converted and disappeared without a trace. Now, it turned back and attacked her. How could this be? How could this be? Miao-Er screamed, but it was too late. Rumble, the huge claw slammed down on Miao-Er, and in an instant, her body was completely crushed. Blood. Her body collapsed, and her soul dissipated. Mu Yun. At this moment, Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Dead. Miao-Er was really dead. This was the strength of the 11th on the sage list. It was really terrifying. At the same time, Xueku and Xianxia were stunned. Miao-Er was really killed by Mu Yun. This person who had never appeared on the sage list actually jumped up and killed the 11th on the sage list. At this moment, this at least showed that Mu Yun definitely had the strength to be in the top 10. Blood. Xueku and Xianxia looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. But then, they were horrified. Retreat! They shouted in a low voice, no longer caring about the treasure. They immediately retreated. Formation. At this moment, the formation suddenly backfired, and the dozens of people turned pale as they spat out blood. Blood. Xueku and Xianxia did not care. These dozens of people could at least stop Mu Yun. The two of them had to escape. Stop her! Xueku shouted and hurriedly swallowed an ancient god pill to recover his aura. Xianxia did the same. But the two of them also suffered from the formation's backfire, and now, they did not dare to risk their lives against Mu Yun. Even if they could kill Mu Yun, with their current state, one of them would have to pay the price. No, it was worth it. The two figures fled far away. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not chase after them. He had already used up too much origin power to kill Miao-Er. This time, he focused on training his strength. If Cho Chi-Yan attacked directly, the two of them would definitely die. But However, Xueku was 4th on the sage list, and Xianxia was 5th on the sage list. It would not be too late to wait for the next opportunity to kill them. At this moment Mu Yun also realized that the 4 beast clans were able to stand tall in the eastern wilderness because they had their own strength as a foundation. Miao Yi's final explosion of the ancestral spirits might seem to be easily blocked by him. But in reality, if not for the Eye of Reincarnation, he would have been the one to die. Let's clean up these people. At this moment, Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and said slowly. Number 10 figures flew out from the execution heavens diagram. Boom. Boom, boom. Instantly, the sound of killing spread in the sand palace. Mu Yun was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. The Pangu spirit chuckled and said, Master Mu, I might be able to become an emperor this time, so I will be in seclusion in the execution heavens diagram for a period of time. Good. With a celestial emperor, his future plans would have an additional layer of protection. While, slowly, Mu Yun began to absorb the essence, energy, and spirit of Miao Yi and the others. The origin power in his body strengthened again. 5. At this moment, his internal organs, bones, and soul let out cheerful sounds. The increase in strength gave Mu Yun an extremely clear feeling. Now, Mu Yun felt very familiar with his body. Every bit of it was so thorough. Young master, you can gradually control your body's strength and try to integrate it. Qi Yan said. The path of an emperor is the path of integration. This integration is to integrate with the power of heaven and earth. If the integration is successful, one's strength will double. Cho Qi Yan said slowly, if the limit of a peak great sage is the strength of 1 punch, then an emperor's first step is 2 punches, 2 steps is 4 punches, and so on. Hearing this, Mu Yun was shocked. Cho Qi Yan's analogy was a little off. A peak great sage had at least 1 million kilograms of strength, and an emperor would have 1 million kilograms of strength. 1 punch and 2 punches did not sound like a big difference. But 1 million and 2 million kilograms of strength were like the ocean. The 5 steps of an emperor would increase one's strength by several times with each step. For example, in this case, the 5 steps of an emperor, Mu Yun could even imagine facing people like Hong Jiuzhong and Qi Shi. Yes. Feng Qiu only needed to move a finger to completely crush him. It was not exaggerated. Mu Yun said. Yun nodded and said, there's no hurry to become an emperor. I need to train more at the peak great sage and strive to reach a kind of extreme aura. Defeat Miao Yi, Li Xiaoyu, Ling He, Hua Tianxian, Xueku, and Xiongzhan. Hong Wanjun, who is ranked in the top 3, is dead. I must fight Tuoba Lu and Wu Jinhui to deepen my path, Mu Yun said. Yun said solemnly. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. An imperial emperor was invincible. Since one was invincible, one had to walk a path of invincibility. If one didn't defeat the top 10 on the Saint Lord ranking 1 by 1, it was inevitable that one would have a mental barrier when stepping onto the path of an imperial emperor. Mu Yun was very confident in himself now. The power of the 18 demon emperor techniques was getting stronger and stronger. With the pale yellow divine robe, the Eye of Reincarnation, and the Eye of Heaven, he might not lose to Tuoba Lu, Qi Tianjiao, and Wu Jinhui. Mu Yun stood up slowly, and the aura on his body became stronger. At this moment, Mu Yun gave off the feeling of a vast ocean that one couldn't see the depth of. Even more so. Even Qi Yan couldn't help but praise at this moment. Let's go and see what's in the hall deep inside. Mu Yun walked towards the depths of the sand palace. Come. In the depths, he saw a tall sand pagoda. Around the sand pagoda, rays of light flickered. Upon closer inspection, the rays of light dispersed separately, carrying a terrifying aura. Mu Yun was calm at this moment. Those rays of light were the rays of formation runes. With a wave of his hand, dozens of osteopyrum appeared. Mu Yun directly ordered, everyone, stand aside according to the positions of those people just now. The guards moved in unison and quickly dispersed. The treasure hall that Xueku and Xiongzhan couldn't open belonged to him now. Mu Yun stood in front of the sand pagoda and waved his hands. Rays of formation runes condensed and slowly dispersed like green smoke. Those formation runes surrounded the entire sand pagoda, revealing a dense aura of a grand formation. Moo. At this moment, Yun was standing in front of the sand pagoda. When he saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. Eh? At this moment, Mu Yan's heart became uneasy. When the formation runes touched the sand pagoda, he could feel that the formation runes engraved in his soul sea were being activated and integrated into his body. Origin. Originally, when he received the Array Dao inheritance, he only absorbed the formation runes in the Array Dao. He needed to touch the mysteries of those formation runes step by step. But now, thousands of formation runes in his mind came alive at this moment. They lived in his heart. Moo. Cloud gently waved her hand and thousands of runes condensed into a single rune. The runes gathered and turned into a formation that lingered in Mu Yan's palm. Level 5 Ancient Divine Array. With a wave of his hand, a level 5 Ancient Divine Array was easily formed. This was a true 5th level Ancient Divine Array master. A hint of surprise appeared in Yun's eyes. While then, she looked at the sand tower again. At this moment, Mu Yun closed her eyes. Time froze. Mu Yun gradually sensed that some of the level 6 ancient god array diagrams engraved in his soul sea were beginning to come to life. He stood there for a whole month. Mu Yun did not move at all, but more and more formation runes appeared around her. Osteopyram looked at Mu Yun in silence, afraid that they would disturb Mu Yun's meditation. How comfortable. Suddenly, a burst of laughter could be heard. Mu Yun flicked his finger, and the formation runes appeared in a lively manner. Here at this moment, he could feel that the formation runes were like his own body. They could condense and transform into various formations at any time. Here was the power of Array Dao. He did not expect that when the formation runes came into contact with the sand tower, it would actually help him deepen his understanding of ancient formations. Shuaiku, Xianxia, and the others were really stupid. Here the sand tower itself was a supreme treasure with limitless power. It could help ancient divine array masters comprehend the path of Array Dao. Open the tower. At this moment, Yun waved his hand, and thousands of formation runes condensed into formation runes that revolved around the sand tower. Here at this moment, the dozens of Osteopyram did not need to move at all. Mu Yun alone was enough. Boom. The power of the formation runes struck the sand tower. Slowly, the door of the sand tower opened. Mu Yun stepped in. From the outside, the sand tower could only accommodate 100 people and was 3 stories tall. But, when she entered, Mu Yun suddenly felt that the sand tower space was extremely vast. Here at this moment, as far as the eye could see, surging waves of sand were rolling and wreaking havoc like the waves of the sea. What a good place! At this moment, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised when she saw this place. Here was a training ground to hone one's martial Dao. If one could stand firmly in the sea of sand, one could make one's martial Dao heart extremely firm. Similarly, one could also make one's strength as firm as a rock. Martial Dao as one's realm increased, the increase in strength would be greater. Along with the increase in strength, one's control of strength would also need to increase. Change in other words, as a late-stage Saint Lord, Mu Yun could control 80% of her strength. She might not even be able to control 50% when she suddenly reached the peak of the Saint Lord realm. This required tempering. For example, what tempering? Hand-in-hand fight, constantly fight and familiarize oneself with powerful strength. Here the first floor of the sand tower was such a place. It was a place to hone one's control. Such a place was harder to find than any heavenly treasure. Mu Yun didn't say anything and stood firmly in the sea of sand, allowing the sand waves to roll. Mu Yun's figure fell to the ground several times and was swallowed by the sea of sand. However, she appeared again and again in the sea of sand, resisting the rolling force. Once. Again and again, until finally, Mu Yun herself became numb. Suddenly, after an unknown period of time, the sea of sand stopped at this moment. Slowly, the sea of sand turned into a stone sand floor and spread under her feet, spreading to the second level. At this moment, Yun exhaled. Just the connection of this control of strength had allowed him to reach a higher level than before. None. Ancient Stream Mountain was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. None. Ancient Stream Mountain was indeed in existence at the Ancient Emperor level. This was only the 9 palaces surrounding the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. If it was the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, how mysterious and unfathomable would it be? Moo. At this moment, Yun's strength was restrained from head to toe. Saint Peak Stage Monarch. Peak. This time, he really stood at the peak of the mountain, standing at the point where tens of thousands of people looked up to. If he faced Miao Ear again, perhaps he could severely injure her with a punch. Mu Yun could now imagine how powerful the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's holy prince Wu Jinhui was. Wu Jinhui's control of his own strength had reached a terrifying 100%. At that level, Wu Jinhui could step into the Emperor realm at any time. Mu Yun didn't hesitate and stepped into the second level. While, at this moment, the second level looked empty. The sand floor was incomparably smooth. Stepping into the second level, it was empty and boundless, giving people a feeling of insignificance. Suddenly, a path appeared in front of Mu Yun. That path didn't look real, but it was real. The Emperor Realm's Tao. Qian exclaimed. To be able to display his Emperor Realm's Tao so clearly, this person is at least an earthly revered God Realm expert. The Emperor Realm's Tao? Xiao Qian said again, it helps peak saint monarchs to spy on the Emperor Realm's Tao and comprehend it. Ordinary sovereign realm experts can't do this. Those who can do this are at least earthly revered God Realm. Xiao Qian smiled. Qian smiled. Young lord, you can try. Although your Emperor Realm's Tao should be different from ordinary people, this Emperor Realm's Tao should be able to give you some enlightenment. Yun nodded. Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm's Tao. The Emperor Realm's Tao could more or less let him understand what an Emperor Realm was. Mu Yun stepped forward. Buzz, in an instant, the scene around Mu Yun changed drastically. Slowly, Mu Yun felt as if he was standing on a desolate land. For in all directions, there was formless chaos. A path appeared in front of him. Mu Yun took a step forward. Instantly, his entire body, mind, and body were greatly affected by it. At this moment, Yun's expression changed slightly. Such power. It was extremely different. He had heard Xiao Qian talk about the Emperor Realm more than once. However, he only knew when he truly felt the aura of an Emperor Realm. This feeling couldn't be described with words. Only by experiencing it personally could one truly understand. While, at the same time, on the second floor of the Sand Tower. The scene on the originally empty second floor changed drastically at this moment. Around Mu Yun's body, it seemed to be a desolate world. There were huge mammoths, roaring towards the sky, shaking the ancient times. Huge wolves with golden hair like golden needles shot out terrifying golden light from their eyes, as if they were illuminating the void. A huge dragon coiled about in the clouds, its 30,000-meter-long body indistinctly visible. Fire phoenixes, ice phoenixes, between the clouds, spat out fireballs and ice balls, shooting in all directions. Heaven and earth were unimaginably vast. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to be in the desolate era. At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't see the colorful primordial scene, and Xiao Qian and the others couldn't see it either. Only, returning to one, he watched the scene all by himself. The Nine-Fate Emperor carries the fate of heaven and earth. He sighed slowly and said, in the desolate era, desolate beasts were born, and the myriad races gradually prospered. That era. Yi Xiaoyao, perhaps he can do what you can't do. Mu Yun's figure stepped forward step by step and arrived at the edge of the second floor. She exhaled. At this moment, she turned around and saw that the great Tao beneath her feet was collapsing inch by inch. The Tao of the Emperor. At this moment, Yun really experienced it personally. This feeling was indeed impossible to understand by just relying on words. But, now, he could truly understand what an emperor was. In fact, if he cultivated bitterly for 100 years now, he could step into his own Tao of the Emperor and become an emperor. However, Mu Yun didn't do so now. If she wanted to become an emperor, she had to enter with her strongest state. If indeed, she was the strongest if she could fight with Wu Jinhui, at this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with desire. Let's go to the third floor and take a look. At this moment, Yun took another step forward. On the third floor, the range suddenly became narrow. The surroundings looked slightly cramped. This room was only a dozen square meters in size. At this moment, the four walls in the room surrounded it. On the wall, there were 4 pictures carved on it. Mountain moving god sword art. Yun looked at a line of words on the side of the wall. Susu was speechless. What an old-fashioned name, it was very old-fashioned. Move, mountain god sword art, when one reached the level of a saint, moving mountains and filling seas was easy. This name really didn't have anything attractive about it. But, on the 3rd floor, there was actually an ancient god technique carved on the wall, which made Mu Yun incomparably surprised. This sand tower wasn't simple. No, could it be moved away? While Yun was thinking, the 4 walls started to tremble at this moment. At this moment, the mountain-moving god sword art drilled into Mu Yun's mind. At this moment, the wall was smooth and there was nothing special about it. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence in an instant. The imprint of an ancient god technique suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's mind. 6th grade ancient god technique, moving mountain god sword technique. Yun blurted out. This moving mountain god sword technique was directly imprinted in Mu Yun's mind. Slowly, a glint flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. Sword might, invincible. Mu Yun muttered to himself, moving mountain god sword technique, move mountains, fill seas, gather momentum, and break through space. What a good sword technique. The sword technique was extraordinary. The first level, moving mountain, was divided into 3 levels of 10,000 feet, 100,000, and 1 million. It was the power of a 5th grade ancient god technique. As for filling seas, gathering momentum, and breaking through space, they were the power of a 6th grade ancient god technique. More importantly, this sword technique was imprinted in Mu Yun's mind. It saved him a few years of hard work. Such a sword technique was not easy to find. At this moment, Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The sand tower was a supreme treasure. No, it did not matter whether it was the control of the body, the path of the emperor, or the 6th grade ancient god technique, moving mountain god sword technique. All it was one of the top treasures in the world. Strong. This time, Yun was satisfied. Let's go. There was nothing special here. It was time to leave. I'm afraid we can't leave. Cho Chien suddenly said, there are people outside. Revenge? Yes. Cho Chien said slowly, 3 emperors. Xueku and Xianxia are also here. Oh? They invited their own ancestors. Mu Yun was surprised. Yun was not in a hurry. Are you confident? Yes. Cho Chien continued, 3 emperors. One has taken 5 steps, and the other 2 have taken 4 steps. I can suppress them, but killing them is a little difficult. That's enough. Mu Yun said. It's time for the osteopyram to make a move. As for Xianxia and Xueku, I'll deal with them. Yun was extremely confident. Yes. It was time to make a name for himself. 9 to Cloud Alliance was bound to make a huge leap this time. While it was time for him to do something. Although Qiu Qian was the only one by his side, Qiu Qian alone was comparable to 2 5th-step sovereign emperors. Just based on this point alone, Mu Yun wasn't afraid of the other 4th-grade factions even though they had a few imperial emperors. Here this time, no matter who it was, the battle between Qiu Qian and the 3 great imperial emperors was enough to make Qiu Qian famous. 9 God, it was time for the Cloud Alliance to rise. Mu Yun walked out of the Sand Palace. Here at this moment, outside the Sand Palace, sand flew everywhere, as if it was going to drown the entire Sand Palace. In front of the Sand Palace, there were many figures. It was a magnificent sight. For 3 figures stood there proudly. One of them was Xuefeng Tian, a 5th-step sovereign emperor. The other 2 were Xiong Rentao and Xiong Fengyu from the Moonlight Bear clan. At this moment, the 3 sovereign emperors led hundreds of people to surround the entire Sand Palace. The surrounding was filled with sand, but to these saint experts, this wasn't considered much. Boom. Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion in the sand. A figure suddenly appeared. Mu Yun. When Xueku and Xianxia saw Mu Yun, their killing intent soared. Here at this moment, the 2 of them were completely enraged. Mu Yunyun's aura was even stronger than before. Kenshi must have chased them out, occupied the Sand Palace, and obtained some fortuitous encounter. You still dare to appear after running away? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun sneered. Bastard, Xianxia shouted. If you didn't take advantage of us, would we have run away? Is that so? Then now, do the two of you dare to fight with me? Xianxia asked. Xianxia was furious. Mu Yunyun thought that after killing Miao Yi, who was ranked 11th on the Saint Lord list, she could contend with him. What an arrogant junior, said Jing. At this moment, a slightly arrogant voice slowly sounded. Xiong Rentao said indifferently, I have never seen such a reckless thing. Reckless thing? Mu Yun asked. Yun was not afraid at all. She sneered and said, You're just a 4th-grade beast race. Why are you so arrogant? You've been stuck in the sovereign emperor realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Is that something to be proud of? Bastard. As the patriarch of the lunar aurora bear race, no one had dared to speak to him like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, Mu Yun was only at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Hand over what you have today, and we'll grant you death. We won't pursue your family. Xiong Rentao said indifferently. Otherwise, we'll exterminate your 9 generations. Are you worthy of exterminating my 9 generations? Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Really, if Xiong Rentao saw his parents, the human emperor, and the Azure the Arch, he probably wouldn't even dare to fart. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No wonder you dared to kill Miao Yi. Xue Fengtian said indifferently. Idiot. Mu Yun scolded, do you know how Xue Fengming and Xiong Tong died? I saw it clearly at that time. These 2 people were surrounded and killed by the 7 sovereigns of the Spirit Flame Cat race and the Heaven Erosion Earth Dragon race. Instead, they deliberately leaked the news and pushed the blame to the 7 valleys. You 2 idiots. You still want to be patriarchs? With patriarchs like you 2, your clansmen are almost all dead. Xue Fengtian's face turned cold. Nonsense. Believe it or not, it's your people who died. What does it have to do with me? Mu Yun said. Cloud had an indifferent look. If the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance wanted to dominate, the eastern wilderness would naturally be in chaos. Chaos only then would he have a chance. No, who cared if Xue Fengtian and Xiong Rentao believed it or not? His nonsense would cause the 4 beast races to become hostile. That was enough. Kill him. Xue Fengtian waved his hand. Immediately, 2 figures rushed out. Then, the 2 of them were both at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. They could be said to be Xue Fengtian's trusted aides. 2 They looked at Mu Yun with killing intent. They directly attacked without holding back. Mu Yun shouted. Yun stood in midair. Bang, bang, in an instant, the 2 figures turned into blood shadows. Fresh blood sprinkled down. Suddenly, the surroundings were dead silent. The 2 Saint Lords were killed instantly. You guys are really not qualified to kill me. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, 270 osteopyrum appeared beside her. Oni powerful aura condensed into one and soared into the sky. 2 osteopyrum at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Here at this moment, Xue Fengtian and Xiong Rentao's expressions became unnatural. Where did this Mu Yun come from? Why did she have so many experts by her side? If it was fine if it was just 270 followers at the Saint Lord realm. But those 270 people were all at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. It was very unbelievable. In front of the sovereigns, what are these? Xiong Rentao said coldly. No. Wrong. With 3 sovereigns here, no matter how many peak Saint Lords Mu Yun had, she was nothing to worry about. That might not be the case. A figure appeared beside Mu Yun. Qiu Qiyan, who was dressed in green, looked very calm and indifferent. While Xiong Rentao, Xiong Fengyu, and Xue Fengtian all felt a powerful aura from that figure. Sovereign, and he was not a simple sovereign. Mu Yun said, Qiu Qiyan, kill if you can. Don't hold back. Today, I want to see what the Purgatory Blood Phoenix clan and the Lunar Aurora Bear clan are capable of. As soon as Yun finished speaking, she instantly charged out. 270 bone guards followed one by one. Qiu Qian's figure directly rose. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Qian charged towards the three of them. Ping, he looked elegant in the past, but at this moment, his aura became violent. Shueku, Xiongzhan, do you dare to fight with me? At this moment, as Yun laughed heartily, the aura of his entire body flourished to the extreme. Damn it! Bastard! She was completely enraged. Shueshue, 4th on the Saint Lord leaderboard. Xiongzhanzhan, 5th on the Saint Lord leaderboard, both of them were famous experts in the Eastern Barren Land. Now that they were being provoked, how could they not be enraged? Done. At this moment, in the flying sand and rolling stones, a figure stepped forward and started fighting. 270 Osteopyrum. This number was much less than the two clan leaders, but they were all peak Saint Lords. They were not weaker than the top 100 on the Saint Lord leaderboard, so there was no need to fear them. Qiu Qian was fighting 1 against 3, and now he was showing his strength. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun only stared at Shueku and Xiongzhan. With the fallen sun divine sword in hand, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with mockery. Enter. Before entering Seamless Ancient Mountain, he was envious when he heard about the invincible people on the Saint Lord leaderboard. But now, he already had the strength to kill experts on the Saint Lord leaderboard. His outlook was different. Shueku and Xiongzhan were even more furious. A mere thing that came out of nowhere did not fear them at all. Instead, it only looked at them with disdain. This feeling made them very unhappy. Kill. Break. Following this, the two figures immediately attacked in a ruthless manner. Mu Yunyun sneered. The 18 Demon Emperor arts displayed the 18 demonic pillars. Meteor above the sun god sword, rays of sword light were released, as if covering the sky and covering the sun. Entire in the desert, the killing became more and more violent. Across from afar, someone exclaimed, "Emperors are fighting again." It's not just emperors. There are also many saints fighting. Seamless Ancient Mountain is getting more and more chaotic. After the first 11 factions entered Seamless Ancient Mountain, some itinerant cultivators or martial artists who had reached the monarch realm in the entire eastern wilderness carefully entered Seamless Ancient Mountain, hoping to obtain some fortuitous opportunities. While, seeing this scene, many people were scared out of their wits. The emperors had already started killing each other. What kind of treasure did they encounter? Scram! A low shout sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's 18 demonic pillars entangled Xiongzhan. She moved the mountain with her sword and slashed at Shueku. Shueku's face turned pale, and he staggered. Mu Yun was so strong. At this moment, Mu Yun had risen to another level compared to when she faced Miao Yi. This was too terrifying. How did this guy do it? Blood Shueku and Xiongzhan understood. It was very likely that Mu Yun had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Sand Palace. And it was a top-notch fortuitous encounter. It should have been theirs. Thinking of this, the two of them were even more furious. And at this moment, Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit. Palm control her own strength. Stomp past the path of an emperor. Inscription seal move mountain divine sword art. At this moment, his strength was unbelievably powerful. Even more so as for now, if he wanted to, he could cultivate in seclusion and become an emperor. He would first set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book Residence 18 Devil Emperor Techniques, break. Yun bellowed, and the 18 devil pillars merged into one, turning into an incomparably powerful pillar. Mu Yun held the giant pillar in one hand and slapped it out with the other. Bang! Zhang Kui's sturdy body was slapped by the giant pillar, and blood spurted out from his body. In an instant, a destructive dark aura appeared on the pillar, binding Xiongzhan completely. Patriarch, save me! Xiongzhan roared. Xiongzhan! Ren Tao and Xiong Fengyu were infuriated when they saw the scene. They wanted to escape, but Qiu Qian wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Qiu Qian waved his hand, and a force blocked their escape route. It's not appropriate for a sovereign emperor to interfere in a battle between holy monarchs. Qiu Qian said indifferently. Bastard! A cry of agony could be heard at that instant. Xiongzhan's body exploded. Mu Yun's expression was calm. Now, Xueku and Xianxia were no longer a threat to him. Holy monarchs were invincible. Two people could no longer let him experience the aura of an invincible holy monarch. Wu Jinhui, Tuoba Lu. At this moment, Mu Yun spoke proudly. He looked around and shouted, I, Mu Yun, am number one below the imperial emperors. Her roar spread for thousands of miles, and her aura soared. Here, at this moment, Mu Yun was like an overlord, and her aura was unstoppable. Her sword slashed at Xueku. Xueku shouted. With a loud shout, Ku's body split into two, completely splitting into two halves. Fresh blood dyed the yellow sand red. Damn it! Xuefeng Tian and Xiong Rentao's expressions were terrible. They didn't know how Mu Yun had appeared. They also didn't know how Qiu Qiyan was so strong. In the Eastern Barren Land, other than the 3/5 step sovereign emperors of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, Han Jiuzhong, and Qi Shi were also 5th step sovereign emperors. Then, another one appeared. Haha, at this moment, Mu Yun laughed loudly and charged out. Kill. After becoming a saint, Mu Yun's devouring power was unleashed. Streams of pure energy flowed throughout her body. While many people heard that roar and were shocked. Number 1 beneath the imperial emperors? Where does this place Wu Jinhui and Tuoba Lu? That's right. Wu Jinhui is the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's holy prince. Tuoba Lu is also a heaven-defying character that appeared in the Tuoba family in the last million years. Mu Yun? I've never heard of that name. Looks like he's just an egomaniac. The martial artists who were closer to the scene were discussing animatedly. Damn it. At this moment, Xuefeng Tian, Xiong Rentao, and Xiong Fengyu watched as Mu Yun rushed into the group of saints and started a massacre. They were gnashing their teeth with hatred. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Qiu Qiyan was suppressing the three of them. They were powerless to interfere. Damn it! Feng Tian shouted. If Xue Fengming and Xiong Tong didn't die, at this moment, Ren Tao was even more furious. Too sullen, Qiu Qiyan was suppressing the three of them. It was really sullen. Kill! At this moment, a low roar sounded. A figure suddenly charged over. Boom, in the sky, a loud roar sounded at this moment. Qiu Qian's figure retreated at this moment. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Long Da. Spirit Cat Emperor. At the back, several figures also rushed over at this moment. Where's Miao Er? The Spirit Cat Emperor asked directly with an ugly expression. She was killed by that kid. Ren Tao was unable to restrain his anger. At this moment this time, Xiongzhan was also dead. The Moon Aurora Bear Clan's losses were too great. Old thing, you're slandering me. Mu Yun sneered at this moment. Xueku and Xiongzhan were with Miao Er. The three of them found a 6th grade ancient god tactic and an imperial emperor's path left behind by an expert here. 3 people and 2 items couldn't be divided, so Xiongzhan and Xueku killed Miao Er. I happened to pass by and killed Xueku and Xiongzhan. Now, you're talking nonsense to slander me? Mu Yun scolded, shameless old tortoise. As soon as she said this, Xuefeng Tian, Xiong Rentao, and Xiong Fengyu almost vomited blood. This bastard. What a bastard. His tongue is like a lotus flower, and his mouth spits out golden pearls. He just opens his mouth and starts messing around. What he said just now was definitely fake. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care and said, you can judge for yourselves who killed them. If I say it wasn't me, they definitely won't admit it. Dead men tell no tales. Cat Emperor, Long Da, this kid's origin is unknown. He has a powerful imperial emperor as his backing. He's lawless. Xuefeng Tian shouted angrily, if we don't kill them, there'll be a big problem. Previously, I didn't suspect that you killed Xue Fengming and Xiong Tong. I just wanted to tell you that the 2 of them died because they cooperated with you. You have to at least bear the responsibility. Just now, this kid actually sowed discord and said that you killed the 2 of them. Nonsense. Nether Cat Emperor shouted. Yes, yes, yes. I said it all. Whether I said it or not, isn't it up to you? Mu Yun sneered and said, you've already killed them. Why don't you dare to admit it? Imperial emperors are living like dogs. I killed Xianxia and Shueku. I admit it. The others have nothing to do with me. I don't admit it. At this moment, Mu Yun's mouth was full of nonsense, and every word he said was nonsense. He naturally wouldn't take responsibility for anything. Now was the best time to sow discord. He knew very well who killed Xue Fengming and Xiong Tong. Now. Here, he would talk as much nonsense as he could. It was enough to make everyone feel estranged. Even if there wasn't, it wouldn't harm him. Xiao Qiyan transmitted his voice, "Young master, I can stop at most 5 of the 10 imperial emperors. We can't stay here for long. Can you run away?" "Yes." "Then let's retreat." Mu Yun replied without a sound. Table on the surface, he continued, "You know how Xue Fengming and Xiong Tao died. You also know how Miao Er died. I won't play with you anymore." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Qiu Qian's attack was unleashed. The yellow sand in the sky was completely blown up. The 170 osteopyrum instantly disappeared. Qiu Qian pulled Mu Yun up and swept up a sandstorm, disappearing from the spot. "Chase." Xue Fengtian said, "Cat Emperor, clan leader Long Da, if our 4 clans become enemies, our days in the eastern wilderness will not be easy. Right now, this kid most likely has a 6th grade ancient god spell or even more powerful treasures. If we don't kill him, he will be a big problem in the future." The Cat Emperor pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I understand." In an instant, 10 powerful Imperial Emperor auras rose into the sky. Xue Fengtian, Xiong Rentao, and Xiong Fengyu. Long Da led Long Xian and Long Hong, as well as the Phantom Cat Emperor, Miao Ren, Miao Yi, and Miao Zhong. 10 the Imperial Emperors led thousands of people and chased after them. "Can you run away?" Mu Yun asked. Yun was currently being carried by Qiu Qiyan, and they were as fast as lightning. "It's difficult." Qiu Qiyan said seriously, "I'm injured, so I'm not that fast." Mu Yun said slowly, "Then where can we shake them off?" "Wujian Ancient Mountain." Mu Yun was speechless. Weren't they in Wujian Ancient Mountain now? The location of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Qiu Qiyan said again, "Our current location can be said to be the periphery of Wujian Ancient Mountain. The 9 palaces surround Wujian Ancient Mountain, but they don't touch the core. The core is located in the center. The center is surrounded by a mountain range. The mountains are 10,000 feet tall and majestic like the sky. Above the mountains, there are countless spatial cracks, so we can only enter through a few canyons in the mountain range. If I bring you in, these imperial emperors won't dare to enter." "Why?" Mu Yun asked. "The inner area is extremely dangerous, and there are powerful beasts." Beasts? Qiu Qiyan was not talking about divine beasts, but ferocious beasts. Ancient beasts or primordial beasts? Qiu Qiyan added, "I can find some ways to avoid them. However, if those people insist on chasing after us, 4 or 5 of the 10 imperial emperors will die. It won't be a problem." This time, it was Mu Yun who was shocked. "None. Was the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in the inner area of Wujian Ancient Mountain really that terrifying?" Well, Qiu Qiyan was obviously talking about the inner area of Wujian Ancient Mountain, and it shouldn't be close to the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. If it's possible, you might meet a descendant of the Xianyuan family and even trick him into leaving. That would be the best. Trick him into leaving? Mu Yun looked at Qiu Qiyan. "We'll talk later." Qiu Qiyan sped up. The pursuers behind them sped up. They seemed to have activated a secret technique to stop Mu Yun and Qiu Qiyan. At this moment, the entire Wujian Ancient Mountain was bustling with activity. The Earth Erosion Dragon Tribe, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix Tribe, the Lunar Aurora Bear Tribe, and the Spirit Flaming Cat Tribe were working together to hunt down a powerful Imperial Emperor and a young man named Mu Yun. Guan. Yu Mu Yun's message was also quickly spread. Mu Yun. 9 Heavens, the Cloud Alliance. Chilean Yu's retainer. News about Mu Yun was spreading. As the news spread, everyone was even more shocked. This guy named Mu Yun was not simple at all. She seemed to have appeared in the eastern wilderness only a few hundred years ago. From. A mere human emperor had reached the peak of the great sage realm and killed Miao Yi, Xue Ku, and Xianxia. This. What did this mean? Even. In 100 years, she had walked a step that others could not achieve in hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. The news about Mu Yun attracted more and more attention. At this moment, in a mountain range in Wujian Ancient Mountain, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. What an interesting guy. Don't say, I'd like to fight him. Jin Hui, you have reached the peak of the great sage realm. It's time for you to break through. A calm voice sounded. The sacred lord has given the order. If you swallow this divine pill condensed from the essence of an imperial emperor, you might be able to reach the second step imperial emperor realm. As for Mu Yun, she's just a person who fishes for fame. Wu Jinhui nodded. Since that's the case, I will break through to the imperial emperor realm in Wujian Ancient Mountain. I, Wu Jinhui, should be the imperial emperor of the eastern wilderness. An invincible confidence was released from Wu Jinhui's body. He set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Wujian Ancient Mountain was in complete chaos. The 4 beast clans and 10 emperors surrounded one emperor and Mu Yun. This scene made countless people feel incredulous. While, at this moment, Mu Yun was being carried by Chou Qiyan at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the center of Wujian Ancient Mountain. We're here. Chou Qiyan looked ahead and suddenly spoke. Below. In the next moment, Chou Qian's speed did not decrease as they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zai looking carefully, all around them were mountains that were more than 10,000 feet tall. At a glance, one could see that the top of the mountain gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Strong. There was no way to hide. Boom. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck down from the top of the mountain, creating a perilous situation. If one barged in, they would definitely die. Chou Qiyan did not say much. He pulled Mu Yun and entered the mountain. Dong, at this moment, a dull sound rang out. 2 At this moment, they directly rushed towards the mountain. In the next moment, the mountain became illusory, and 2 figures directly passed through. At this moment, Yun was also at ease. Look. Chou Qiyan should have followed his father into the depths. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with it. Since Chou Qiyan was confident, then there was no problem. The 2 rushed into the mountain. A long and narrow passage seemed to extend for tens of thousands of meters. There was no end in sight. They've entered. At this moment, Xue Fengtian, Xiong Rentao, Long Da, and the Cat Emperor arrived with hundreds of warriors. At this moment, no one rashly entered. The core of Wujian Ancient Mountain is the most terrifying. Rumor has it that the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is at the core. The Cat Emperor said worriedly. If we anger the people in the inner region, Xue Fengtian interrupted at this moment. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in Wujian Ancient Mountain has not appeared for millions of years. How could there be anyone here? Even if there is, Mu Yun and Chou Qiyan will definitely die if they enter. We are much stronger than them. At this moment, in Xue Fengtian's eyes, Mu Yun and Chou Qiyan were clearly forced into a dead end. If they gave up now, the 2 of them would definitely be a great hidden danger in the future. They might as well chase after them. Cat Emperor, Chief Long Da. At this moment, Xiong Rentao also spoke up. Long Zahai and Miao Yi were both killed by Mu Yun. Moreover, this child is a divine improvement realm expert. He might have a 6th grade ancient god technique. Rentao stopped when he reached this point. He knew that the 2 of them had their own plans. Since that's the case, let's each bring a dozen or so people in to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right. Xue Fengtian nodded and said, the remaining people will stay here to prevent them from making a detour and escaping. If they appear, hundreds of saints will be able to hold them back. We will immediately turn back. All right. The 4 beast clan leaders made up their minds and prepared to leave. Swish swish swish, ear-piercing sounds rang out as 4 figures charged into the barrier at this very moment. There was no obstruction at all. However, this was a passageway. 10 The god monarchs entered one by one carefully. Same as time. At the core of unbroken ancient mountain. A circular mountain range of tens of thousands of feet surrounded the entire core area. While in the center, two figures were looking at each other. You came from the eastern wilderness? The fair-skinned youth had a curious gaze as he smiled and said, to be able to come here alive, what a miracle. Quick, tell me, what's the outside world like now? Where did the human emperor go? Did the dragon clan's internal conflict stop? Did the Phoenix clan have internal conflict now? Oh right, how's the unbroken sacred ground? The various clans should be fighting, right? After all, the Yi clan has lost the 3 emperors. The other clans must be unhappy. The youth was Xianxia. Body as a descendant of the Xianxia clan and one of the mountain guardians, he'd stayed here for far too long. He was too lonely. Count in the unclear night, he looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself. To be more precise, he was muttering to a group of old bastards. It was so boring. Difficult when he saw a living person, Xianxia couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, the man in front of him had a pale face and wounds on his body that were bleeding. It was Emperor Qixi. Emperor Qixi was being chased by Hong Jiuzhong and the other 4 emperors. He had inadvertently rushed into the center of the unbroken ancient mountain. And there was a living person here. No wrong, it was a living person. Surrounded by the core of the unbroken ancient mountain, which was known as the Forbidden Area of the Forbidden Area, actually had a living person. This was too terrifying. Emperor Qixi was completely speechless at this moment. They surrounded the young man, and several gigantic figures were faintly discernible around him. Yes, they were really huge. At a glance, there was a giant snake that was at least 100,000 feet long. No, it should be a giant python. No, it could be a giant snake. Emperor Qixi couldn't say. Also there was an ape that was like a mountain, a lion, and so on, he couldn't name them at all. But it was the aura released by those huge creatures. It was too terrifying. This was the core of the unbroken ancient mountain? He didn't see the Axe Sky Palace. But it was such a talkative young man and a group of ancient divine beasts of unknown strength. It was simply terrifying. Hey, you're called Qixi, right? Say something? Xianxia said unhappily. But what are you afraid of? I won't kill anyone. I just want to talk to you. Don't you know how lonely it is to be alone for 1,000,000 years? Senior. Qixi said. Emperor Qixi said nervously, I don't know what happened to the human emperor, the unfettered sacred ground, the dragon clan, and the Phoenix clan. I was chased here by someone. I had no choice but to disturb you. I hope you won't blame me. I see, Xianxia said helplessly, what a pity. It's not easy for someone to come in, but you don't know anything. In that case, you can leave. Hearing this, Qixi was so excited that he was about to cry. Could he really leave? Out among this group of ancient divine beasts, he was as weak as a child. It was really pitiful. Unbroken ancient mountain, there's no way out. However, a sharp voice sounded at this moment. Big Snake, what nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia snorted, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, it's pure nonsense. Back then, when the human emperor came here, you said the same thing. But what happened? Your teeth were knocked out by him. Can you stop bragging? Humph. That sharp voice snorted. Besides, the Xianxia clan is guarding the mountain, not guarding the mine. Why don't you let people in? It's better for the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace to come out as soon as possible. So that I won't sit here and be lonely like snow. At this moment, Xianxia really wanted to cry. 100 for 10,000 years, no one could chat with him. It was too lonely. Beat from small to big, other than this group of beasts, there were no other living creatures. And these beasts were not lonely. They stayed here every day and did not think about going out to find a companion to communicate with and release themselves. Really, they were beasts. Xianxia, don't forget the ancestral teachings. A deep voice could be heard at that instant. Xianxia was speechless. If he had forgotten the ancestral teachings, he would have run away long ago. But, yes, he couldn't run away. These ancient divine beasts were too powerful. He was no match for them. I didn't forget. Xianxia snorted and looked at Qi. Look, it's not that I don't want you to leave. It's that some people don't want you to leave. You can either stay here with me or die. Choose for yourself. Xianxia said helplessly. Actually, in fact, he really hoped that Qi would stay here. At least he wouldn't be alone. Only a fly in the ointment. Qi was not a woman, not a beautiful woman. Listen, hearing this, Emperor Qi's face turned pale. Stay here for the rest of his life. What about the Qiyang Holy Empire? Ancestor without the protection of a fifth-step sovereign emperor like him, the foundation of his ancestors would be completely destroyed. Emperor Qi wanted to refute, but he didn't dare. This young man looked a little strange, but he couldn't see through this young man at all. His strength was terrifying. Eh? But suddenly, Xianxia was slightly stunned. Now that the 9 halls have been excavated, Seamless Ancient Mountain has become much livelier. 2 more people have come in. But slowly, Xianxia cursed in a low voice, damn it, 2 more stinky men. Emperor Qi was stunned when he heard this. More people have come in? Who? He's the monarch of his faction. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, but it's okay. Qi, it's a good thing to have 2 more people to accompany us. Emperor Qi's face turned bitter. Another one. 2 unlucky fellows have come in. And, at the same time, the huge figures surrounding the young man moved slightly. A familiar and annoying aura. I can't remember who it is. A few deep voices could be heard. At the same time, Zhou Qiyan brought Mu Yun deep into Seamless Ancient Mountain. Wearing after passing through one mountain range after another, they arrived at a deep forest. This place was so large that it exceeded their expectations. Each and every mountain range was over 10,000 meters tall. As for the trees, they were all over 1,000 meters tall. This was the most primitive place to live. It seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Since entering the myriad great worlds, this was the first time Mu Yun had seen such a primitive and ancient place. Secluded far, deep, and unfathomable. Eh? At this moment, Zhou Qiyan was also stunned and said, young master, maybe we can go directly to the Xianyuan clan. Qiyan smiled and said, he found us. Mu Yun did not reply. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A few that figure chased after him, unwilling to let him go. For the Great Beast clan still did not give up. Zhou Qiyan glanced behind and frowned, shake them off. Then, Zhou Qian's path became strange. Gradually, those silhouettes' auras disappeared. Soon, the 2 arrived at a valley. At this moment, in the valley, 2 figures looked at Mu Yun and Zhou Qiyan from afar. Damn, I remember now. It's this guy. Xianxia said. Yuanke looked at Zhou Qiyan from afar and cursed. The surrounding huge creatures also let out unhappy growls. Their growls made Mu Yun's ears and nose bleed. Too strong. Only just the simplest aura made it impossible for him to keep his aura stable. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Mu Yun was shocked. Vengeance Qiyan laughed and said, Xianxia, I did not expect it to be you. Qiu Yu who? Yuanke's face fell, and he looked unhappy. Long time no see, Xianxia, is this how you welcome me? Zhou Qiyan smiled and was not angry. Vengeance Yuanke, however, looked at Mu Yun. Huh? Who is this? Your new master? Is the human emperor dead? Yuanke said with a smile. Even if you die, the human emperor will not die. Zhou Qiyan smiled and said, let's not talk about this first. Take care of the people behind us. It's just 10 little emperors. To you, won't you just wave your hand and kill them? Xianxia asked curiously. Vengeance Qiyan did not say much. Vengeance Yuanke was shocked and said, huh? Your supreme celestial body is broken? Did your cultivation level drop? Haha, Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, Zhou Qiyan, this time, you are not my opponent. You dare to touch me? However, Zhou Qiyan laughed mockingly and said, sooner or later, I will recover. At that time, it won't be a problem to beat you up. Yuanka's mouth twitched and he said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Qian said seriously, "Good news." "Good news," Xian Yuanka laughed and said, "When the human emperor came, he said it was good news too." "But what happened?" "You entered the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace and embarrassed my mountain guardian lineage. Are you trying to trick me? Do you want to go out?" Qi Yan ignored Xian Yuanka's complaints and said, "Don't try to trick me. The human emperor is nowhere to be found. Qiu Qian, you have no support. Do you want to go out? I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I'm the overlord of this streamless ancient mountain. The 9 ancient beasts all listen to my orders. I can call for wind and rain here. Do you want to go out?" Qiu Qian did not care and said, "Vengeance Su." Xian Yuanka looked at Qiu Qian and pouted. Suddenly, he said, "Yes." Xian Yuanka said again, "But I can't get out. These 9 old farts won't let me out. You can leave this time." Qiu Qian said seriously, "Young master can let you out." "Young master?" Vengeance Scarlet Flame looked at Mu Yun. This guy, just a peak stage saint," Red Flame seriously said. "He is the grandson of the first god king, Yi Xiaoyao. He is the son of Human King and Green King. He is the second son of 9 Life Son of Heaven." The moment she said that, Mu Yun felt that something was amiss. This Xian Yuanka did not seem to be reliable at all. To tell him this, however, it was obvious that this was not Qiu Qian's first time meeting Xian Yuanku. Perhaps he had his own plans and thoughts. "Really?" Hearing this, Xian Yuanku's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, Mu Yun's body flew towards Xian Yuanku uncontrollably. Xian Yuanku looked at Mu Yun. He looked left and right as if he could see flowers. He almost drooled. 9 Life Son of Heaven? Really 9 Life Son of Heaven? Xian Yuanku laughed. "Don't lie to me. What's the benefit of lying to you?" Scarlet Flame said again, "You still need to be tested, don't you?" "Okay." Xian Yuanku was impatient. "Hurry up and test him." "No." Suddenly, however, a shadow that covered the sky walked out at this moment. It was a huge snake, or rather, a huge python. It had greenish-white skin like fish scales. However, this guy was too big. At this moment, Emperor Qi almost fainted. Just now, the shadow that he saw was just a glimpse of the big snake. This was the real body of the huge snake. It was like a galaxy hanging in the sky. Its thick waist looked like a river. Its body extended into the depths of the mountain range. It was impossible to see how long it was. As for those 2 eyes, they were emitting a green light, and they were as huge as 2,000 zhang tall mountains. Huge, huge. Look, at this scene, not only Emperor Qi, but Mu Yun was also dumbfounded. Isn't this too big? It covered the sky and was as majestic as a mountain. It was not fake at all. The huge snake spoke in human language and said slowly, "Too rash." "That's right." Right at this moment, a slightly muffled voice rang out. Again, a huge shadow revealed its true body. It was a long-armed ape that was close to 10,000 feet tall. Its arms were like stairs to the sky. At this moment, in the mountain range, the trees that were 1,000 meters tall were as short as weeds in front of it. The huge ape squatted down. Its eyes were like the moon that fell to the earth. "It's not appropriate." The ape's voice was like thunder. He said slowly, "If it's a lie, our million years of protection will be in vain." Makes sense. As soon as the ape finished speaking, a huge lion that was thousands of feet tall walked out. Its body shone with golden light. Its lion fur had a faint golden glow. Its lion face was like the sky. Huge snake, huge ape, and huge lion. These huge figures had already filled up the surroundings. Xian Yuanku, Mu Yun, and the other 2 were as weak as ants when surrounded by the 3 huge beasts. Emperor Qi's face was pale. Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Are these the huge beasts guarding the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in Seamless Ancient Mountain? Too powerful, each of them probably had the strength to dominate the second-class races in the 9th Heaven Realm. Terrifying. Are they at the level of an invincible ultimate god? Emperor Qi was trembling at this moment. Retract your aura. Zhou Qiyan snorted. Back then, the first emperor god didn't save you to let you show off in front of his grandson. Now that his strength was damaged, he could not withstand the huge aura of these guys. Mu Yun was struggling to hold on. A group of wild beast descendants. Do you really think that you are those wild beasts that once dominated the world? Zhou Qiyan shouted again. Xianxia Yuan Ke waved his hand and said, What are you showing off for? Why are you so scary when you become so big? Can you shrink before you speak? Don't you find it tiring? The huge beast had a strange expression. Gradually, 3 enormous figures descended from the sky. Then, the huge snake turned into 12 meters long and coiled around a huge tree. It stuck out its tongue and stared at Mu Yun. Giant, the ape also turned into 12 meters tall and stared at Mu Yun. The huge lion was lying on the ground and glancing at Mu Yun lazily. Wild beast descendants? What kind of existence was that? Mu Yun was afraid at this moment. Can't all of you be honest and talk nicely? Shan Yuanke said unhappily. Zhou Qiyan, the human emperor, said that the 9th son of heaven would reappear. Could it be his son? The snake's voice was sharp. Logically speaking, the first emperor god is the 9th son of heaven. His fate is most likely to be passed on to the 3 sovereigns and Emperor Qing. Even if it's not those 4, it's most likely the son of the 3 sovereigns. How can it be Emperor Qing's son? What do you know? Zhou Qiyan snorted. Emperor Qing is a peerless talent. The human emperor is also a human. How can their son be ordinary? Young Master Mu Yun is destined to inherit the heavens. Why? Are you going back on your word? The moment he said that, the huge snake, ape, and lion's expressions changed. Nonsense! Zhu shouted. The lion was still lying on the ground lazily. He said slowly, We will follow the emperor god's words. But do you think it's true? We only have one chance. If we fail, won't we have no chance to determine who is the second 9th son of heaven? I think you want to go back on your word. Zhou Qiyan sneered. Protector Zhou. The ape said in a thunderous voice, You are not the same as before. So what? Zhou Qiyan asked. Zhou Qiyan did not back down. Do you dare to kill me? The moment he said that, his aura changed. However, Yun was a little confused. Only however, Zhou Qiyan was her father's man. He should know more about these things than she did. Shan Yuanku appeared beside Mu Yun. He knocked on Mu Yun's head and said, Are you really the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing? Yes. That shouldn't be. Xian said. Yuanke scratched his head and said, I've seen the human emperor. He is a ruthless person. Emperor Qing is even more impressive. The 3 emperors did not get the throne, but she did. But you, why are you so weak? Xianku was speechless. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun had the urge to kill. Mudan was being looked down upon again. I did not grow up by the human emperor and Emperor Qing's side. There were no treasures to cultivate. To be able to grow to this point, he was already very strong. I can't compare to my parents. Then you are the 9th son of heaven. Aren't you courting death? Xianke asked. Yuan Ke said helplessly, Emperor God Yi was extremely powerful back then. He was evenly matched with Di Ming. How did you, evenly matched? Mu Yun said, then how did he die? Cough, cough, Shan Yuanke coughed and did not say much. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. Yi Xiaoyao and Di Ming were evenly matched back then. Then, why did Yi Xiaoyao die? Mu Yun was silent for a moment. I heard that the 9th son of heaven has an unusual treasure. Can you show it to me? Shan Yuanke chuckled. Treasure? Don't tell me you don't have it? Mu Yun said, I don't know what you mean. They were chatting. On the other side, Zhou Qiyan and the 3 wild beasts were quarreling. The 3 of you can't decide. Call those 6 fellows out. Zhou Qiyan snorted. No need. The snake did not care. We can make the decision. You can't make the decision. A calm voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Who? Xianxia was suddenly shocked. However, someone was silently eavesdropping on their conversation. It's me. A figure appeared out of nowhere. 1. He was dressed in white and looked like a 17 or 18-year-old young man. He had a slender figure and gave off an ethereal aura. Only his face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Guai, why did you come out? Muyun was stunned when she saw Guai. Lord Guai. Bang, 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 suddenly, the three giant beasts were prostrating on the ground. Their expressions were solemn and became extremely respectful. Holy shit, Grandpa Guai! Xianxia saw Guai's figure and almost jumped up in excitement. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence grandfather Guai, it's really you. You didn't die? Xianxia was really excited at this moment. Get lost. You're the one who will die. Grandfather Guai scolded and said, Muyun and I have been together for a long time. She is the son of heaven with 9 lives and inherited Xiaoya's fate. Muyun, show them. Oh. Muyun nodded and said, show what? Grandfather Guai staggered and almost fell to the ground. Eye of reincarnation. Grandfather Guai coughed and said. At this moment, Muyun's eyes showed a trace of emptiness. The eye of reincarnation flickered and turned into the gate of reincarnation, appearing behind her. Grandfather Guai, this ancient gate of reincarnation seemed to have existed since ancient times, as if it had been standing there for countless years, motionless. At this moment, the 3 wild beast descendants looked solemn. It's really vengeance. Scarlet Flame snorted and looked at Guai. He cupped his hands and bowed. These few descendants saw that his strength had declined and did not take him seriously. With Guai personally appearing, these fellows did not even dare to fart. Since Lord Guai personally testified and the gate of reincarnation has appeared, we will naturally not stop you. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the forest and said slowly, since that's the case, please follow us, young Master Muyun. The voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. It made people feel relaxed and happy. Could it be another wild beast descendant? Grandfather Guai looked at Muyun and nodded. Slowly, Muyun followed that figure into the depths of the mountain. Daft snake, giant ape, and giant lion followed and disappeared into the depths. Xianxia did not care. He looked at Guai and said with a smile, Grandfather Guai, since you're here, can I leave this lousy place? I'm bored to death facing these idiots all day. Grandfather Guai said. One smiled and said, you have to ask Muyun about this. Your Xianxia clan's ancestral teachings state that unless the 9th son of heaven is born, no one is allowed to leave this place. Once the 9th son of heaven is born, your Xianxia clan will have to be the Tao Protector clan. If Muyun agrees, you can leave. Those 9 desolate beast descendants will not be able to stop you. Really? Xianxia laughed and said, Grandfather Guai, are there many beauties outside? Do they all have long legs and big buttocks? Are they as beautiful as flowers and jade? Do they have soft bones and coquettish voices? The moment she said that, Guai coughed. Beside him, Cho Qian and Qi Shi both had strange expressions on their faces. However, Xianxia did not care at all. He opened his arms and hugged the sky. He shouted, I want women. I want women. And, at the same time, at the exit of the inner mountain range of Seamless Ancient Mountain. At this moment, more than 10 figures retreated in a sorry state. Damn it. A curse could be heard at this moment. The wounds on the Dragon Virtue tribe leader's body were horrifying. Blood flowed out. Long Hong is dead. The Earth Erosion Dragon tribe had 3 emperors. The Dragon Virtue tribe leader and the 2 vice tribe leaders, Long Xian and Long Hong. But now, one of them was dead, and the one who died was an emperor. That bastard, the cat emperor's face was also terrifyingly dark. Miao Zhong was also dead. Miao Zhong, one of the 3 cat kings, was also dead. This time, the losses were heavy. But they could not find Cho Qian and Muyun. Instead, after entering the inner mountain range, all kinds of trouble kept appearing. An imperial emperor had been swallowed by a tree. Another person was torn to shreds by a wild dog. It was simply shocking. Seamless Ancient Mountain and the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace are not places that we can explore. Shuefengtian's face was pale. Just now, if not for his fast reaction, he would have been a corpse by now. Where, after passing through the huge mountain range at the core of Seamless Ancient Mountain, that was the location of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. But the surroundings were too dangerous. Emperors were simply not enough. At this moment, everyone's mood was incomparably low. We are already in such a difficult situation, that Chou Qian and Mu Yun will definitely be on the road to death. The emperor said coldly, I don't believe that they can survive. Damn it. Xiong Rentao shouted angrily, this time, the losses are heavy, but the results are very small. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone's face was gloomy. Everyone. Shuefengtian spoke at this moment. Now, the Seven Valleys and the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire are fighting, and the 4 beast tribes have all suffered losses. This time, the eastern wilderness might be changing. I think it's time for the 4 beast tribes to cooperate. Otherwise, if we face the 7 valleys, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, and the 4 western superpowers alone, we will be at a disadvantage. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent. Cooperate? This matter, let's discuss it again after this is over. Dragon said. His face was ugly, and he said, but the beast tribes should advance and retreat together. Compared to the 4 beast tribes who had suffered losses at this moment, Mu Yun was feeling uneasy at this time. Following that illusory figure, the 3 giant beasts followed step by step, constantly sizing her up. Mu Yun, on the other hand, felt like she was on pins and needles. These 4 were all desolate beast descendants. Desolate beast, it should be the existence of divine beasts, right? Descendants, probably the descendant bloodline, should be incomparably powerful. Were they as powerful as the Dragon Tribe and the Phoenix Tribe? For a moment, Mu Yun had a lot of thoughts. The myriad great worlds were more mysterious than she imagined. Not to mention the changes of the various major races and forces. Just the inside of the unbroken ancient mountain was actually so mysterious and unpredictable. This was really inconceivable. Come out. At the same time, the illusory figure leading the way suddenly stopped at this moment. Several people stopped in a valley at this moment. Speak. It was a valley, but it was simply a valley like a plain. Pang, it was so big that one couldn't see the end at a glance. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, the giant snake, giant ape, and giant lion disappeared at this moment. 4 in all directions, 9 towering stone pillars rose up. 9 a huge illusory figure stood on top of the 9 stone pillars, and its pressure filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Mu Yun looked around, at a loss. Back then, when the world was in chaos, the first God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, saved the 9 of us from the fire and water. Since then, the 9 of us have lived in this seamless ancient mountain, obeying the orders of the first God Emperor and guarding the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. The illusory figure said, although it's called guarding, it's actually vigilance and waiting for the arrival of the second 9 Fate Emperor. Now, if you are the real 9 Fate Emperor, we will serve you as our master. As for whether you are or not, the answer will only be revealed if you can pass this test. After the illusory figure finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. Buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. A stone platform suddenly appeared on the ground. Stone on the platform, in all directions, array patterns condensed into array talismans, covering the sky and the earth. If one looked carefully, there were at least tens of thousands of array talismans. The first God Emperor's attainments in array formation were not low. His master was Du Guyi, who was known as the Array God, the Solitary Emperor. At this moment, with just this array formation alone, Mu Yun felt the gap between her and him. The majestic power of the world seemed to be restrained, suppressed, and intimidated in this array formation. It was at least a supreme divine array of the archaic divine array. Or even, a desolation array. Mu Yun was a little absent-minded for a moment. Drip your blood essence. A voice rang out at this moment. Mu. Hearing this, Yun immediately acted. With a dripping sound, drops of blood essence dripped onto the stone platform. Boom. Boom, then, the entire stone platform rumbled loudly. The majestic sound shook one's eardrums at this moment. Muyun felt that she was like a lone boat at this moment, unable to move an inch. The 9 illusory figures shouted at the same time, and murderous intent filled the air. In the next moment, Muyun felt as if she had entered another space. At this moment, Muyun's figure disappeared from the spot. It's done? A voice was obviously surprised. It's really the 9 Fate Son of Heaven. This child is the son of the human emperor and the Qing emperor? It's very likely. Lord Guai said it himself, so he wouldn't lie to us. And now, only the 9 Fate Son of Heaven can open the seal of the alternate space left behind by the Lord God Emperors. Another voice said slowly. The giant snake from before was puzzled. Compared to the first God Emperor, this guy is so weak. Compared to the human emperor and the Qing emperor, I can't see anything special. The giant ape was also puzzled. Moo. If Yin heard this, he would really vomit blood. This. It was not the first time someone had said that he was weak. Then. A mighty voice rang out like a bell and drum. The 9 Fate Son of Heaven is at his strongest when he opens his fate. Now, this child's fate has not opened at all. It's already not bad to be able to reach this step without opening his fate. What? This. As soon as the words came out, the figures around were obviously shocked. This guy's fate had not opened yet? Dang. The first God Emperor of this year was already a genius. After opening the 9 Fate Son of Heaven, his strength would soar even more. After. The human emperor had appeared out of nowhere. He was talented and looked down on all living beings. They thought that the human emperor was the 9 Fate Son of Heaven, but who would have thought that it was not so? And now, the real 9 Fate Son of Heaven was in front of them, which really disappointed them. But from what the boss said, this kid had not opened the 9 Fate Son of Heaven. Maybe this time, it can be opened. After Shadow finished speaking, he fell silent. While. At this moment, outside the valley, a few figures stood still. Xian. Yuanke looked at Guai and could not help but say, Grandpa Guai, this guy looks worse than me. How can he fight the heaven-sealing divine emperor? He's already very good. Guai said slowly, the first God Emperor defied the heavens. The human emperor planned for 1,000,000 years. It seems that they are under a lot of pressure and bear a lot of responsibility. But he is not much easier than them. Along the way, Guai accompanied Muyun. He watched Muyun fall as an immortal king and become the new Muyun. He looked down on the small world because of his immortal king appearance in his previous life. He also saw him struggling to survive in the god realm and the upper-class world. But no matter what, Muyun had never given up. He had accompanied Muyun for a longer time than Mu, Qingyu and Yi Yushi, and he had seen more. Moreover, the fate has not been opened, so the effect of his fate is not obvious. What? Xianyuanku was stunned. The fate had not been opened, what the F***ck? If this guy opened the fate, wouldn't he be able to reach the Emperor realm and the Supreme realm at a flying speed? First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Guai didn't say much. She smiled and said, it's time for him to shine. Yuanke pondered and didn't say anything. Revenge Ji Yan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes shone. The human emperor's efforts were finally about to be repaid. It was time for the young master to embark on his glorious path. In the valley, Mu Yan's figure disappeared. Instead, she appeared in a world of light. In that world of light, a figure stood proudly. He was dressed in white and looked extremely elegant. With a wave of his hand, it was as if the world was moving and the earth was sinking. Yi Xiaoyao. This wasn't the first time Mu Yan had seen Yi Xiaoyao. However, every time she saw him, she felt that he was stronger. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to always be so powerful, with no end in sight. Little guy. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Mu Yan and smiled gently. Should I call you number 1 God Emperor, or should I call you grandfather? Mu Yan coughed and said. First Divine Emperor? Yi Xiaoyao smiled slowly and said, when I became a Divine Emperor, I called myself the Xiaoyao Divine Emperor. However, the world thinks that I'm the first. In fact, the first is the first. Why did I die at the hands of Diming? You are Yusher's daughter. Naturally, it's best for you to call me grandfather. Grandfather. Muyun nodded. Looking around, Muyun couldn't help but ask, why is it that every time I see grandfather is in this vast white world? You don't like it? Yi Xiaoyao smiled and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the world changed drastically. Around them were tall mountains and flowing water. At this moment, the two of them appeared beside a river. Around them were antelopes, white rabbits, and field dogs and cats. It was like a paradise. Is this much better? Yes. Muyun was surprised. Yi Xiaoyao had passed away for many years. How could there be such a change? As if seeing through Muyun's thoughts, Yi Xiaoyao smiled and said, it's just a small trick. Although I'm dead, there's still a wisp of my remnant soul left in the world. A wisp of remnant soul? It's impossible to revive me. I've already disappeared. The remnant soul I left behind is merely the soul of a clone. It can't revive my original body. I've long since become indifferent to life and death. Yi Xiaoyao said indifferently. Looking at Muyun, he couldn't help but ask, is teacher okay? Senior Solitary Emperor? Mu asked. Yun said, Senior Lone Emperor is a good person. Back then, he even taught me formations. However, it was only for a short time. Senior seems to have something important to do. Xiaoyao sighed and said, Master, when I was still young, he taught me the Tao of formations. Unfortunately, I disappointed him. Yuner, if you have the chance in the future, I hope that you can help me recover my physical body. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Li Xiaoyao even knew about this. Duguyi had lost an arm and a leg. This was what the Celestial Emperor called an injury that could not be healed. Kate was born after Yi Xiaoyao's death. Mu Yun even suspected that Yi Xiaoyao knew everything that had happened in the past million years. Let's get back to business. Carefree said slowly, I led you here in order to activate your destiny and walk out of your heavenly road. Destiny? Heavenly road? Yes. Yi Xiaoyao nodded and said, otherwise, do you think that the nine-fate son of heaven is just a name? Blessed by the heavens, unparalleled talent, this is what makes the nine-fate son of heaven invincible. Although you have awakened the gate of reincarnation, you have yet to activate your destiny. The reason you have improved is because of your father's devouring bloodline. Muyun couldn't help but ask, how strong is my father? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao said slowly, the son of the plain. The son of the plain? Muyun was puzzled. Yi Xiaoyao said slowly, originally, after I died, I wanted your father to bear the responsibility of the myriad worlds. However, at that time, your mother already had you, but your father gave up. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiaoyao said again, you can understand that your father is the son of the world. In this world, other than the nine-fate son of heaven, only your father has the chance to become the divine emperor and defeat Di Ming. Son of heaven? The world son of the world? Muyun was stunned. Do you mean that if it weren't for my appearance, my father would have inherited your will, become the divine emperor, and fought with Di Ming to seize the heavenly secrets? Yes. Mu at this moment, Yun's face was filled with shock. She said, in that case, in the chaotic stories of the mortal world, my father is the main character? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao laughed and nodded. You're right to understand it this way. Although your father isn't the nine-fate son of heaven, he is someone who can bear the heavenly fate. Your father is an outstanding talent of the human race. It's not without reason that he calls himself the human emperor. He represents the existence of billions of humans. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with shock. Father was so strong. Also, in other words, if it weren't for him, her father would be the main character of this great thousand worlds. He would be the true center of attention and invincible in the world. He could compete with Di Ming and conquer the world. Mu at this moment, Yun was a little confused. However, Yi Xiaoyao said, this is also why I handed over the Xiaoyao sacred ruins to him. Your three uncles don't have such a destiny. It's just that your father gave up some things for your mother and you, Yi Xiaoyao said slowly. It might be extremely difficult to become a god emperor in this life, But he exchanged it for your growth and placed his hopes on you. Grandpa, can you explain it more clearly? Mu Yun was a little anxious. Yi Xiaoyao continued, let's put it this way. In the great thousand worlds, there are millions of races, millions of territories, and thousands of realms. Since the primordial age, only Di Ming and I have become God Emperors. If you want to become a God Emperor, you have to obtain the consciousness of the ruler of the world, touch the firmament, and leave your name in the thousands of worlds. In the thousands of worlds, you have to leave a trace of origin power that belongs to you. In this way, any power in the world can be mobilized by you. You can split the world apart and burn the heavens with ease. Although your father has only become a human emperor for a short time, in fact, he has already touched the foundation of the firmament. He has the opportunity to carve his name, his aura, and become a God Emperor. This is also why I fought a decisive battle with Di Ming back then. At that time, I thought that even if I died, your father could become a God Emperor and protect the thousands of races, so that Di Ming could not be unrestrained. In the end, things did not go as planned. At that time, you existed. After I died, the 9 great heavenly emperors swore to kill your father, and your mother had you. The 9 great heavenly emperors are invincible figures in the world. 2 against 9, your father was helpless. For your and your mother's safety, your father broke his own great Tao to protect you and your mother. Broke his great Tao. At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. That battle was watched by thousands of worlds. The 9 great heavenly emperors personally took action. Your father disappeared, and your mother was imprisoned. And because of this, your father exchanged for 1,000,000 years to plan everything for you. 1,000,000 years? Mu Yun. Yun was a little confused. It seemed that the time that shepherds lived was at most tens of thousands of years. Because your mother was imprisoned and your life was in danger, your father might have spent a lot of time to save your life, Yi Xiaoyao explained. Yi Xiaoyao explained. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was gloomy. For her father gave up the Tao to become a God Emperor and broke his own great Tao. How painful must that be? If it was her father who became a God Emperor. Perhaps now, the 9th heavenly emperor, Di Yuan, would not be able to imprison her mother. If without him, her father should be in existence on par with Di Ming in the great thousand worlds. No. Emperor. Di Ming was injured in the battle with God Emperor Xiaoyao. If her father became a God Emperor, it was possible for him to kill Di Ming. Good child, you don't have to blame yourself. Your father's choice may not be wrong. Yi Xiaoyao said again. He said that he could strive for the heavenly mandate, but in comparison, your possibility is higher than his. Mu Yun said again, Grandfather, what is Di Ming trying to do? He has already become a God Emperor. Why is he still unwilling to be satisfied? Yi Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and sighed. A God Emperor is an existence who transcends the title of God and Emperor. He is an absolute existence. But even so, he is still not the ruler of this world. Di Ming wants to be the ruler. He wants to be someone who no one can be on par with him. Back then, when he became a God Emperor, I also became a God Emperor. If nothing goes wrong, your father can also become a God Emperor. He is afraid. He is afraid that someone will overthrow him. The example of heaven and yellow sky is still in his mind. So, he wants to be the only existence, to be the ruler of this world. He thought of a way. At this point, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed. He continued, his method is to exterminate the 10,000 races. Exterminate the 10,000 races? Mu Yan's expression turned cold. That's right. Yi Xiaoyao continued, exterminating the 10,000 races and causing the great thousand worlds to be completely destroyed. And he walked out of the destruction. Everything in the world has its own Tao. When it reaches its peak, it will decline. The method he came up with was to destroy and rebuild. Everything would return to zero. He would start from zero. Everything that was born in the myriad worlds would treat him as a god, a supreme god. He would be able to absorb the great Tao and become a true controller. A ruler that no one can surpass, a true supreme God Emperor. A God Emperor. No one. There would be no one above him. It could also be said that his strength would increase without limit. No one could surpass him. This was what the heaven-sealing divine emperor was thinking. To become a true ruler, destroy billions of living beings, and find new life in the destruction. Find a new life that belonged to him alone. What a ruthless heart. Mu Yun said. Yun couldn't help but say. So, I want to stop him. Yi Xiaoyao said again, I became a god emperor and built the Xiaoyao sacred ruins. I have no intention of gaining power or status. Being free and unfettered in the world is what I want. But Diming doesn't think so. So, he wants to fight me, and kill everyone who will stop him. Mu Yun couldn't help but ask, then why don't the 10,000 races of the Great Thousand Worlds attack him? This was actually what Mu Yun had been wondering. Now, in the Great Thousand Worlds, there should be many titled gods and titled emperors who were stronger than the 9 great heavenly emperors. If these people really joined forces with Yi Xiaoyao back then, they might be able to kill the heaven-sealing divine emperor. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. How could it be so simple? Carefree continued, of the 8 first-rate races, the soul race and the ancient race are extremely powerful. They are the heaven-sealing divine emperor's right-hand men. These 2 races can't possibly resist the heaven-sealing divine emperor. Secondly, the 9 hells race and the 5 spirit race, the 2 great races, turned their backs on the heaven-sealing god emperor. All of their titled gods and titled emperors were slaughtered. The 9 hells Kuimping race was even exterminated. The 5 spirit race originally had 5 titled gods. 4 died, and 1 is in slumber. Exterminated, Mu Yun was stunned. Mo Shushu was the 9 netherworld Kuimping. He was the only one left, the only one in slumber, water god Mingyue Xin. Mu Yun was stunned. Mingyue Xin. Damn it. Really, he was the reincarnation of the water god. The ancestral dragon of the dragon race couldn't command the 10 great dragon races back then. The 10 dragon races had too much internal strife. The phoenix race, the fire phoenix race, and the ice phoenix race also had many problems. As for the Qilin race and the Titan race, for some reason, they had very little interaction with the outside world. With Xiaoyao's analysis, Mu Yun also understood. In the end, the 8 first-rate races each had their own camps and were a sheet of loose sand. Yet, in reality, the bone race and the soul race were the heaven-sealing divine emperor's right-hand men. In addition to the 9 heavenly emperors, even if Yi Xiaoyao could unite all the races back then, it would be difficult. The human forces in the myriad worlds were probably even more chaotic. Moreover, the major forces thought highly of themselves. They didn't believe that Diming had such power. They thought that they were invincible and didn't fear him at all. This is also my fault. Even if the major races were willing, I didn't want to start a war in the greater thousand worlds. The casualties would be too great. I made an agreement with Diming that we would fight to the death. In the end, I lost. Yun said, grandfather and Diming were evenly matched. With the help of the ancestral dragon and Guai, how did you lose? I don't know about this either. Carefree shook his head. However, I have a clue. This matter might have something to do with the ancient gods and ancient emperors. Yuner, your father should know a lot of things over the years. Perhaps you can ask him. Father, Mu Yun nodded. Now, it seemed that his father had truly planned a lot in the past million years. Qing Mengyao was the reincarnation of Bing Lan'er, the princess of the Ice Phoenix race. Ming Wuxin was the water god of the Water Spirit clan, one of the 5 spirit clans. Xiao Yuner possessed the bloodline of the Xiao clan of the unfettered sacred ground. 9 I even have the 9-tailed divine fox's remnant soul in my body. Zai, come to think of it, his 9 wives all had extraordinary backgrounds. Kate was a coincidence that they met and fell in love with each other. This is if it wasn't for her father's plan, Mu Yun wouldn't believe it herself. Guai never told me these things. Mu Yun could not help but complain, if she had told me earlier, I should have told you earlier to give you a blow. Suddenly, Guai's voice rang out. A young man in white appeared beside Yi Xiaoyao. This time, Guai's face was revealed. He was an exceptionally handsome young man. His fair face was incomparably exquisite. How can I be so easily defeated? Mu Yun said unhappily. Guai said. He couldn't be bothered to argue. He looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, he's been dead for 1,000,000 years. He hasn't finished talking and hasn't done anything serious. Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh. Mu Yun couldn't help but admire him. Only Guai would dare to speak to God Emperor unfettered in such a manner. One of the 4 great origins, the space-time origin, was born in the primordial world. The space-time origin. The primordial 13 treasures and the world tree were equally famous. Let's get down to business. Yi Xiaoyao smiled. This world still belongs to the young after all. He curled his lips and didn't say anything. By the way, there's one more thing. Mu Yun suddenly said, Grandfather, what's the situation with my senior brother? Mu Yun was more concerned about Lu Qingfeng. This master came from the immortal world and was so dazzling that Mu Yun found it strange. Yi Xiaoyao smiled and said, back then, I controlled one of the primordial 13 treasures, the Sun Moon Star Sword. After I died, this sword had its own spirituality and turned into the Sun Sword, Moon Sword, and Star Sword. Your senior brother must have had an invincible opportunity. Just like your father back then, he obtained 1 or 3 of them. It would be strange if he didn't become a legend. Mu Yun said. Mu Yun was speechless. Together. Father is powerful, senior brother is powerful. They can all become the main characters of those legends. Wife the children are also powerful. He the worst? Also. He has a child. When the child is born, it won't be as heaven-defying as him, Mu Yun comforted herself. You're not done talking? Guai urged, he will gradually understand these things in the future. Every time you appear, you talk a lot. Alright, I got it. Yi Xiaoyao smiled and looked at Mu Yun again. Yuner, Guai is an existence that doesn't belong to the control of heaven and earth. Grandpa hopes that in the future, if you are in danger, you can abandon yourself, but you can't abandon Guai. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun was stunned and then nodded. Can you shut up? Guai scolded, do I need his protection? Okay. Yi Xiaoyao smiled and said, you can go out first. With you here, the space is unstable. Hurry up. Guai waved his hand impatiently and turned to leave. After opening the mysterious space, Guai rubbed his eyes gently and scolded angrily, you're so talkative. I'm so sleepy that I'm even yawning. You're so long-winded. I shouldn't have followed you back then. Perhaps, the one who's dead now won't be you, Guai murmured, and his expression became lonely. Yes. Yes, if it wasn't for him, Yi Xiaoyao might have been able to reach this height. Perhaps Yi Xiaoyao wouldn't have died. Guai closed his eyes slightly. Spatial cracks appeared in front of him, and the space shattered. It was like an ancient battlefield. A white-cloaked figure with a sword radiated light in all directions. He was unstoppable and suppressed the person in front of him. 3 great origins surrounded him, and that figure had an anxious look in his eyes. Ancestral Graygon, hold on for a while. I'll save Guai. Alright. The ground changed drastically, and a loud boom sounded. Attacks suddenly shot out from the side. When the figure charged over, he was ambushed. His body was cut, and his face was pale. Idiot. Guai opened his eyes and scolded, you said that Mu Qingyu abandoned him, but you also abandoned him. You're worse than Di Ming in that you're too sentimental. But this is also something you're better than him, those bastards are hiding in seclusion. I'll make them pay a bloody price sooner or later. A teardrop fell, and Guai's figure disappeared. 1. Some things couldn't be mentioned. Even if he had lived for hundreds of millions of years, he would still not be able to forget and let go. While at this moment, in the strange space, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Mu Yun and said again, Guai. I implicated him. Yuner, remember, since our lives are like this, we should bear our own responsibilities. Sometimes, it's not wrong to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. But sometimes, we can't sacrifice ourselves. Otherwise, we'll go against our own martial heart. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that there were many things between Guai and Grandpa that had to be said. Think. It was the same. Return. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. But Guei chose to stay by his side and wait for him to grow. He might not be waiting for him, but for Grandpa. One who understands oneself for life. That's probably it, right? Mu Yun thought of Xie Qing, that shameless dragon, and Lu Qingfeng's incomparably arrogant figure. Outside. Publicly owned. He had won too. Back then, Shui Zhao's betrayal had made his heart ache, but he didn't lack brothers. He didn't have many brothers. One was enough. So much nonsense. Now, it's time to talk to you about fate. But before that, I need to tell you two things. Xiaoyao became serious at this moment. Mu Yan also listened carefully. First, the dark seal of life and death. Xiaoyao smiled and said, this seal has an extraordinary origin. Perhaps you've asked your father, and your father told you that he taught it to you. But later, he said that he didn't teach it to you? The second is the great life abduction technique. Perhaps you don't even know why you know it? Mu Yun hurriedly nodded. Indeed. He had asked his father, and his father had said that he taught it to him. But later, he said that he didn't. It was very strange. Yi. Xiaoyao smiled and said, your father's words were a temporary measure. He knew that you would know sooner or later. The dark seal of life and death is something that the Nine Fate Emperor was born with. It can be said that it's a gift from the heavens and unique to the Nine Fate Emperor. The same goes for the great life abduction technique. These two techniques can be said to be rare in the world. They are incomprehensible and go against the rules of the world. The dark seal of life and death can control people's hearts. This can be said to be incomparably domineering. Yi Xiaoyao continued, you should be clear about this, right? Yes. Yi Xiaoyao continued, as for the great life abduction technique, burning one's own lifespan in exchange for strength and power is a heaven-defying act. So, the consumption is also great. However, the great life abduction technique can not only exchange power with the heavens, but also exchange life with the heavens. Exchange life with the heavens? Mu Yun was stunned. Yi Xiaoyao continued, if someone's time is up, you may be able to use your own lifespan to prolong their life. This is an even more heaven-defying act. However, don't use it unless you have no other choice. I've studied the dark seal of life and death. It's a mark. What you may feel is the connection between you and the person who is marked. In fact, there is also the connection between the will of the world. I'll tell you this. You will understand it yourself. Xiaoyao didn't say much. Mu Yun remembered it firmly. Birth dark seal of death, great life abduction technique, these two invincible techniques were even comparable to the laws. The so-called fate is the fate of the world, and also your own fate. Yi Xiaoyao said again, you are the son of 9 lives. On the day of the 9 reincarnations, you have actually achieved perfection. It's just that you have been unable to open the door of fate. If you open it, your cultivation will increase even more rapidly. This is the domineering part of the son of 9 lives. Opening the door of fate, your one day's work can't be compared to others for 10 or 100 years. Changing one's talent? Mu Yun was extremely shocked. Yi Xiaoyao said. However, Xiaoyao said seriously, it's not changing one's talent, but awakening one's own talent. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember. Bookhouse. With that said, Yi Xiaoyao pointed with his finger. Mu Yun felt that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if the world was changing colors. In fact, that was the case. Heaven. At this moment, the wind and clouds were gathering. Woo. In the sky above ancient Stream Mountain, bolts of heavenly thunder rolled down. Countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly changed colors. Woo. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its color. Only the top of ancient Stream Mountain was shining with rays of light. Woo. At this moment, not only ancient Stream Mountain, but even the entire 9th heaven realm felt the fluctuations of this place. Woo. In the depths of ancient Stream Mountain. Towering mountains were hidden within the clouds, and between the mountains, one could faintly see palaces revolving around them. Woo! These palaces looked like they were one with the clouds. They were incomparably mysterious. At this moment, there seemed to be a figure standing in the palace, looking in a certain direction. The heavenly mandate has appeared. This is, the Nine-Fate Emperor, is awakening again? At this moment, this low voice sounded very low and deep, giving off an extremely ancient feeling. Fight for the heavenly mandate, fight for the heavenly mandate. In the end, who will be able to conquer the heavens and dominate the great thousand world? Will those old antiques finally wake up completely? Chaos is coming, the voice gradually disappeared. In the clouds, the palaces disappeared. It was as if they didn't exist. At the same time, in ancient Stream Mountain. What is that? Woo! Feng Tian and the others had just left the mountain range. Behind them, a beam of light shot towards the chaos. It was as if heaven and earth were being drawn to this place. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace? The Cat Emperor was also shocked. Could it be that we have caused a strange change in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace by excavating the 8 palaces? Rumor has it that there are still living people in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. I don't know if it's true or not, but with our strength, entering the Heavenly Palace is tantamount to suicide. The Dragon Clan leader said bitterly. What he said was true. The 4 of them led the team. However, when they entered the inner area, they were shaken off by Chou Qian and Mu Yun. Everything changed. There were countless dangers. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. This place was too dangerous. Retreat. Feng Tian pondered for a moment and said, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is not something we can encroach upon. Those who aren't supremes will definitely die if they enter. At this moment, the Emperor also said slowly, this time, the trip to the 8 great palaces is enough for us to nurture our own subordinates. The great beast clans began to gather their clansmen and prepare to evacuate. Not only the 4 major beast clans, but the Tuoba family, Donghua Prefecture, Void Spirit Cave, and the Lihua sect also saw this scene at this moment, and all of them wanted to retreat. Meanwhile, in a mountain range of the streamless ancient mountain, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Emperor! Loud laughter rang out at this moment. Congratulations, Big Brother. According to our understanding this time, Big Brother is now an invincible expert at the Imperial Emperor realm. At the side, a young man smiled and said. Here the youth was Wu Jinheng, ranked 10th on the Saint Lord rankings. While the person who had reached the Imperial Monarch realm was the first on the Sage rankings, Wu Jinhui. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground's Holy Prince was an existence that emitted a myriad of rays of light. Wrong. Wu Jinhui smiled and said, Second Step Emperor Realm. The moment these words came out, Wu Jinheng was stunned. Emperor Realm, Second Step Emperor Realm. Since, his big brother had actually reached the Second Step Emperor Realm in one go. This was really unbelievable. Swish, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a voice sounded in the sky. The Holy Lord has ordered us to retreat from the streamless ancient mountain immediately and return to the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Wu Jinhui clenched his fist when he heard this. I have just reached the Imperial Monarch realm, and I really want to see how strong I am. Wu Jinhui said regretfully. Big brother, there is no need to be anxious. Wu Jinheng smiled and said, this time, the various clans have suffered losses. Our Reverence Moon Holy Ground should unify the Eastern Barren Land. At that time, Big Brother won't have to worry about not having enough strength. That's true. Wu Jinhui smiled and said, the path to the Imperial Monarch realm is divided into 5 steps. With my talent, reaching the 5th step will be a piece of cake. At this moment, the various forces in the streamless ancient mountain were preparing to retreat. The commotion in the inner area was too big, no one dared to stay here any longer. At the same time, in an underground palace in the streamless ancient mountain. 1. A beautiful figure walked out, and her aura was deep and profound. Every movement she made gave off a powerful visual effect. You mother? Qi Lingyue was stunned when she saw someone outside the palace. Why is mother here? You When she saw her daughter, Emperor Xian couldn't control herself. Imperial Mother, why are you here? Mu Yun brought me here. Mu Yun? Emperor Xian then told Qi Lingyue about what had happened. Father, Qi Lingyue clenched her fists. Mother, since it's like this, we should leave this place. Qi Lingyue quickly regained her composure and said, Father's whereabouts are unknown, and big brother Ling Hao is dead. The Ling family and the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire are both powerless. Since Luofei is dead, the Luo family is nothing to worry about. However, my good brother, Qi Lingyue shuddered when she thought about how Xianxia had plotted to kill Hong Wanjun. Qi the prodigy's strength was definitely stronger than what he had shown so far. Such a person was truly terrifying. Let's return to the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Qi Lingyue said calmly, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire should be under my control. You have reached the Imperial Monarch realm? Ling Yu nodded and said, now that I've become an Imperial Emperor, with Imperial Mother holding the fort and the Ling family supporting us, we'll be able to defend the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Alright. Qi Lingyue left the ancient palace with Emperor Ling Xian and Emperor Ling Xian. Qi Lingyue was startled when she saw the pillar of light in the depths of the mountain range lingering for a long time. It can't be that guy who lured it out, right? This thought suddenly arose in Ling Yu's mind. However, Qi Lingyue slowly shook her head. Namely, even if Mu Yun was extraordinary, but she couldn't have done this, right? In an instant, the various factions in the outer region of the streamless ancient mountain began to retreat. Dang, while everyone was leaving, countless powerful divine beasts roared furiously in the streamless ancient mountain. Their roars shook the entire forest, such that even those who were 1,000 li away could hear them clearly. Here, at this moment, the commotion in the streamless ancient mountain not only caused a commotion in the eastern wilderness, but it also caused an uproar in the entire Ninth Heaven realm. South Extreme Sea Domain, located in the south of the Abyss realm of the Ninth Heaven realm, the Antarctic Sea Domain was covered by seawater. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. Even martial monarchs would be pulled down by the seawater if they wanted to fly in the air. One could only cross the sea by taking a boat made of special wood. In the Antarctic Sea, there were countless islands that surrounded it. Some of the larger islands were as large as a continent. At this moment, on a huge island that looked like a volcano, a figure stood at the highest point of the island and looked around. It's coming from the eastern wilderness, a deep voice sounded. The eastern wilderness is backward and barren. Other than the streamless ancient mountain, it's impossible to cause such a huge commotion. Go and find out what's going on. Is the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace about to appear? Swoosh swoosh, immediately, several figures spread out and left the area. At the same time, the North Heavenly Mountain origin. North. In the northern part of the Abyss world, there were mountains and forests everywhere. It was like a vast and majestic forest. No one knew how big it was. At this moment, in the North Sky Mountain origin, there was a group of towering palaces. 1. The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a supreme divine light as he looked down. Palace Master, what's the matter? There's a commotion in the eastern wilderness. The man in a brocade robe said slowly, could it be the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace of the Streamless Ancient Mountain? For so many years, the Streamless Ancient Mountain has been one of the 9 forbidden lands of the Ninth Heaven realm. No one has been able to enter it. Now, there's a commotion? The Extreme Emperor Palace is the overlord of the North Sky Mountain origin. We should go and take a look. We understand. Below, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. 1. At this moment, many pieces of news were being sent out. The Western Wilderness, unlike the North Heaven Mountain Genesis Land, the Western Myriad Mountains were also mountain ranges. However, compared to the Northern Sky Mountain origin, this place had a more ancient aura. It was as if this place was isolated from the rest of the world. It was filled with endless mystery and ancientness. High Priest, what's going on? In the depths of this mountain range, the stone door of a stone house opened, and a burly figure strode in. Patriarch Utak. Inside the room, the black-clothed man had his head lowered, making it impossible for others to see his face clearly. What's wrong? There's a commotion in the eastern wilderness. Perhaps the Yuta clan should go and take a look. The black-robed high priest said. Alright. Yutak paced back and forth. If the high priest says we should go and take a look, then let's go and take a look. Yutak and the Yuta clan worshipped the high priest in front of them as a god. Great priest the high priest hadn't appeared in the Yuta clan for long, only 1,000 years. However, everyone in the Yuta clan was willing to give their lives to the high priest. As the patriarch, Yutak had the same idea. If not for the fact that the driver wasn't a member of the Yuta clan, he would have passed the position of patriarch to the high priest. 1,000 years. The high priest had appeared a few years ago and removed the curse that had plagued the Yuta clan for hundreds of thousands of years, allowing the Yuta clan to become powerful and glorious in the western wilderness. While the high priest had been in the western wilderness all these years and had an unparalleled effect on the entire Yuta clan. Patriarch Yutak. The high priest's voice was exceptionally pleasant. I'm just going to investigate. This matter concerns the unbroken ancient mountain and the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Understood. Yutak strode out and left. The man's black robe slowly fell off, revealing a rather strong and slender figure. The eastern wilderness, could it be? He muttered to himself. It seems that I need to make a trip to the Yuanyuan region. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. Not only these 3 places, but the entire Abyss realm was in an uproar. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was involved in the seamless ancient mountain. While in fact, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was the biggest reason why the seamless ancient mountain could become one of the 9 forbidden lands of the 9th heaven realm. Someone had always said that there were living people in the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Who? No one had seen them, and no one knew. However, any sovereign realm expert who wanted to enter the Scarlet Ancient Mountain to explore and enter the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace would not be able to return. Over time, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was called a Forbidden Land. While now, the unusual movement in the seamless ancient mountain involved the thoughts of countless people. Some people even received the news. In the Abyss realm, in the Abyss region, people from all the second-tier forces were dispatched. While this news spread like wildfire, causing the entire Abyss realm to be in an uproar. While at the same time, in the 9th heaven realm, the Abyss region. While the 9 heavens realm was one of the 9 heavens realms. While the Abyss realm was the core of the 9th heaven realm, and could be said to be the top realm in the 9th heaven realm. The Abyss region was the core of the Abyss realm. In the Abyss region, the most powerful clans and forces in the entire 9th heaven realm were located. 2 such forces dominated the Abyss region. 2 such clans, forces, and families had sovereign realm, earthly sovereign realm, heavenly sovereign realm, and godly sovereign realm experts. While here, sovereigns were not the strongest, but the standard to judge the strong. Below sovereigns, all were ants. While at this moment, in the core of the Abyss region, in a huge tower, a figure in a black robe, engraved with golden clouds, hurriedly entered the top floor of the tower. At the top of the huge tower, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Lord. The person came to the door, bowed and cupped his hands. What's the matter? A voice sounded from inside. There seems to be unusual movement in the seamless ancient mountain. Regarding this matter, should the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. With a creak, the door opened at this moment, and the person walked slowly through the door. Room inside the room, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his back facing the person. From the back, this person was wearing a golden silk robe with a crown on his head. On the back of the robe, there was a large heaven character engraved on it. Have the other parties made any moves? No one from the Lunar Sect, the Pill Emperor Palace, or the Divine Sword Pavilion has moved. The Inferno Blackbird Clan, the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle Clan, the 8-Winged Black Serpent Clan, the Snow Domain Ice Ape Clan, and the Heaven-Devouring Greedy Wolf Clan seem to be interested. The voice of the person sitting on the couch was exceptionally gentle. He smiled and said, "There are desolate beast descendants in Unbroken Ancient Mountain. The 5 beast races are not here for the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, but for the desolate beast descendants." A descendant of a desolate beast? Here, as soon as he said this, the people standing still were confused. Don't worry, I don't think the 9 great second-grade factions will be dispatched. On the other hand, the third-grade forces in the North Tianshan origin, the Antarctic Sea, and the western Wanshan Mountains might take the risk if they want to become second-grade forces and have more ultimate gods in their clans. Z said indifferently, inform everyone that the Emperor Abyss Pavilion is not allowed to participate this time. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Yes. We are upholding the will of Lord Heavenly Emperor Diyuan. The Imperial Abyss Pavilion is located in the 9th Heaven Realm. The Imperial Abyss Pavilion exists in all the major realms. This is our greatest reliance. The Emperor Abyss Pavilion should be invincible in the Abyss region, the Abyss world, and the 9th Heaven. Why should we participate in these matters? As for the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, only death awaits if we enter now. The person cupped his hands together and left the sky-reaching tower. Slowly, the man on the bed turned around and looked outside the door. The man had an extremely beautiful face, and he looked to be in his 20s. With a single glance, one would feel that he was an extremely beautiful man. One would be unable to extricate themselves from his beauty. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the man's ear as he stood up. Di Xianxia. Di Wushuang. Di Tong Tian. Come and see me. Hearing those words, the man frowned. With a wave of his hand, his figure disappeared. In the next instant, the man appeared in a dimly lit area. For there was a faint fiery light around, but it gave off an unusually cold feeling. At this moment, this figure was already standing there. Third brother, you're a little late. At this moment, the two people outside were also incomparably handsome and extraordinary in their own ways. They were both dressed in black robes. One had the word Zhe engraved on his back, while the other had the word Shuang engraved on his back. Golden clouds were engraved on the corners of their robes, making them look otherworldly. Greetings to big brother and second brother. Di Tong Tian cupped his hands together and greeted the two. I wonder why Imperial Father has summoned us here. Di Xianxia said indifferently, I wonder if Imperial Father's injuries have gotten better. Father's unparalleled abilities are even stronger than those of the ancient emperors and ancient gods. He should be fine. When Di Tong Tian heard that, he frowned and said, Human King is a hero. Back in the day, Father and the 8 Sky Kings worked together, but they were unable to stop him. They only managed to capture Qing King. He came aggressively, and although he was forced to retreat and disappear, Father used up the mark left by the God King. He was injured, and I do not think he will recover that easily. Third brother, how can you praise the human emperor? I'm not praising him. I'm just speaking the truth. The human emperor is indeed incredible. No matter how incredible he is, can he be compared to grandfather? Back then, ancient god Emperor Xiaoyao died at grandfather's hands, Di Wushuang said unhappily. Moreover, if grandfather hadn't been injured by Yi Xiaoyao, he wouldn't have been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. When grandfather reappears, the thousands of worlds and the 9 great heavens will belong to our D family. At that time, all races will prostrate and worship us. At that time, father's injuries will be nothing. Di Wushuang's face was filled with pride. He could have stepped onto the path of the ancient god emperor. For some reason, after 1,000,000 years, he's still lingering on the throne. Perhaps something happened that we don't know, Di Tong Tian said again. He can become an ancient god emperor? Di Wushuang sneered, in the great 1,000 worlds, there are thousands of races. Since ancient times, only grandfather and Yi Xiaoyao have become ancient god emperors. He is not qualified. Hearing this, Di Tong Tian wanted to say something, but Di Xianxia smiled and said, both of you, stop arguing. Let's think about why father suddenly summoned us here. Third brother is right. Mu Qingyu does have the qualifications to reach the peak of the Emperor Road and become an ancient god emperor. A deep voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Greetings, father. The 3 figures knelt on the ground in unison, their expressions respectful. In front of the 3, a figure suddenly appeared, sitting on the throne. The figure was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. Here this person was the one and only ruler of the 9th heaven realm, Heavenly Emperor Diyuan. The 9 great heavenly emperors were all invincible figures with the title of emperor. In the thousands of worlds, they were invincible. Back then, Mu Qingyu had already touched the path of an ancient god emperor. If he could reach the top, he would be the second ancient god emperor Xiaoyao. Back then, ancient God Emperor Xiaoyao dared to fight against Father because he knew that even if he died, Mu Qingyu could still become an ancient God Emperor and restrict Father. Heavenly Emperor Yuan said slowly, therefore, when ancient God Emperor Xiaoyao died in battle, my 8 brothers and I immediately surrounded the Human Emperor and Azure Emperor. At that time, we found out that Azure Emperor had given birth. Therefore, the 9 of us joined forces to kill the child. In the end, we didn't expect the Human Emperor to be so devoted to his wife and son that he destroyed his own Dao and severely injured the 9 of us. In the end, if Father didn't personally take action and suppress Azure Emperor, the 9 of us wouldn't have been able to kill Azure Emperor. Even so, we still let the Human Emperor take the child and leave. Hearing this, Di Xianxia, Di Wushuang, and Di Tongtian were shocked. Father had never mentioned this before. 9. The great Heavenly Emperor had besieged the Human Emperor and Azure Emperor, but he was severely injured. It was Grandfather who took action and suppressed Azure Emperor, allowing the Human Emperor to escape. 2. A titled Great Heavenly Emperor could fight against 9 top-titled Great Heavenly Emperors and achieve this. Mu Qingyu, Yi Yushi. Sure, she was too strong. At that time, Father lost too much in the battle with ancient God Emperor Xiaoyao. Although he killed the ancestral dragon and Yi Xiaoyao, he was also injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan sighed slowly. Although I have Father's seal, I used it when the Human Emperor came personally. I injured the Human Emperor, but I was also injured by him. This person is really a hero. I don't know where he got 2 dragons and phoenixes. I have never seen Song Yuan Divine Dragon and Xingxing Divine Phoenix before. This time, I fell into his trap and was severely injured by the dragons and phoenixes. Now, my life essence is constantly being drained and I can't heal. Di Yuan's tone was bitter. What should I do to help Father recover? Di Xianxia asked anxiously. There are 2 possibilities. Di Yuan said slowly. First, use the qi of the world born from the world tree to nourish me. It can help me recover my life essence. Second, find the source of life and devour it with me. The moment he said this, the 3's faces turned pale. In the past, the world tree was born in the desolate era. During the desolate era, the world seemed to have changed greatly. No one knew what happened. In the past, the world tree had already collapsed at that time. It was impossible to find the world tree in this world, and to find the source of life. The 4 sources were also born in the desolate era. Life 1, Heaven 1, Earth 1, and Guai. Dang, in the past, the heaven-sealing God Emperor had gathered the 3 sources. However, in the battle with ancient God Emperor Xiaoyao, the heaven-sealing God Emperor couldn't suppress the source. The source escaped and disappeared. That was even the heaven-sealing God Emperor couldn't find the source of life, Life 1. And even if he found it, the heaven-sealing God Emperor wouldn't allow Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan to devour it. Both of these methods were impossible to accomplish. 3. At this moment, everyone was silent. Actually, there is another way. Heavenly Emperor Yuan suddenly said. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. What's the solution? Xianxia suddenly asked agitatedly. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan was the pillar of the 9th heaven realm. If not for Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan's support, the entire 9th heaven realm would have long been occupied by some powerful races. Sigh, Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan sighed and said slowly, I've established the Emperor Yuan Pavilion for 1,000,000 years. The Emperor Yuan Pavilion is deeply rooted in the Abyss region, the Abyss world, and the entire 9th heaven realm. The realm kings of every realm are personally appointed by the Emperor Yuan Pavilion. Currently, there are countless experts on the sovereign Dao, cultivators at the 5 levels of the world, and venerate experts in the pavilion. However, there hasn't been a quasi-emperor yet. If I fall, the 9th heaven realm will be in danger. However, this method will cause great harm to all of you. I really can't bear to. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan's tone was somewhat gloomy. Father, please speak your mind. I will definitely bear the brunt and resolve your problems. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan looked at the 3 of them and said hesitantly, do you really think so? Yes. Good. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan stood up and said, I have an ancient desolate formation here. It's called the Heaven and Earth Return Spirit Great Desolate Formation. It can absorb the energy of others for my own use. It can heal my injuries. However, those whose energy I absorb will experience a drop in cultivation. The three of you are all invincible sovereigns. Even in the myriad worlds, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the various first-rate races. Once your cultivation drops, you might fall from the sovereign realm to the world or even the venerate realm. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three changed slightly. Father, what he meant was, devouring their cultivation to heal his own injuries. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Lord Father, if that's the case, the Emperor Yuan Pavilion's strength will definitely drop by a lot. I'm afraid that there will be a change in our control of the ninth heaven realm. I've already considered this matter. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan said again, in the Abyss region, there are 6 great second-tier forces and 3 great human forces. However, they only have invincible gods as their top fighting strength. At most, there are a few old fogies who are hiding in seclusion and are only at the world level. In my Heavenly Emperor Pavilion, there are also a few sovereigns. Even if their cultivation level drops, they will at most fall to the world plane realm. The 9 great second-tier sovereigns have always been at odds with each other. They won't be a threat to my Heavenly Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, so long as I recover my strength, they can only continue to submit and be unable to resist. Di Xianxia, Di Wushuang and Di Tongtian all fell silent when they heard that. Heavenly Emperor Yuan had already made up his mind from the very beginning. After going through so much trouble, they had no choice but to agree even if they didn't want to. Since that's the case, Child Wuyo is willing to share father's burden. Di Xianxia cupped his fists and said, so what if my cultivation level dropped? As long as Imperial Father recovers, we can cultivate again. Di Wushuang cupped his fists as well. Father. Di Tongtian cupped his fists and said, Imperial Father, why didn't you ask the 8 heavenly emperors for help with your injuries? I think the 8 heavenly emperors, before Tongtian could finish his sentence, a loud slap sounded. His body tumbled and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tongtian, you are my most beloved son. Why are you so stupid? Heavenly Emperor Yuan said in a low voice, back then, I had 97 children. Now, only the 3 of you are left. Do you know why? Di Tongtian prostrated himself on the ground, his face as white as a sheet. Since you were young, I have nurtured and trained all 97 of you, allowing you to grow up healthily. Then, I let the 97 of you kill each other. Only the 3 of you who survive will be qualified to become heavenly emperors and god emperors in the future. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan said in a low voice, do you know where I learned this method from? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 3 people changed. Brothers killing each other to choose the strongest 3. Emperor. Where else could Heavenly Emperor Yuan learn this from? Since, of course it was the heaven-sealing divine emperor. Emperor Yuan said again, I learned it from father. Back then, father had hundreds of children. In the end, only the 9 of us are left. Why are the 9 great heavenly emperors so feared by many titled gods and titled emperors? Because among the titled gods and titled emperors, we are the strongest. The result of brothers killing each other is to nurture the strongest and most invincible characters. They can even kill their own brothers. What else can't they do? Yuan said slowly and helplessly, I am injured. If the 8 brothers know, they will not help me. They will kill me and swallow the 9th heaven. Now, the outside world knows that I defeated the human emperor and imprisoned the Azure Emperor. They don't know that I am injured. During this period, those brothers have tried to test me again and again. So, I sealed the 9th heaven. Emperor said. Yuan said again, if they know that I am injured so badly, they will not help me. Instead, they will take the opportunity to swallow me and strengthen themselves. Father believes in the law of the jungle. Those who survive are the strongest. Among the 9 of us, who can step onto the path of a god emperor and kill the others, father will not care at all. He only needs the strongest son, not a group of sons. Emperor said. Tongtian lowered his hands. Father, your son was wrong. Tongtian, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The strong prey on the weak. When your grandfather recovers from his injuries and ascends into the world, those foolish and arrogant first-rate races and first-rate forces in the myriad of worlds will pay a heavy price and submit to us. Therefore, Emperor Yuan Pavilion can only rely on ourselves. Do you understand? Yes. Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan waved his hand again and said, the ancient desolate formation is already being constructed. When the time is up, I will inform all of you. Summon all venerable ones, world plane experts, and sovereign realm existences in the Emperor Abyss Pavilion and take turns to heal me. Including the realm kings that we have conferred. They rule over their own realms and have a certain amount of fate on them. They can also help me recover. Emperor said. As soon as Yuan Pavilion finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. At this moment, 3 figures also slowly left the place. 1. It returned to peace. Faint. In the darkness, a cold voice slowly sounded. Human Emperor. You severed your own great Tao, and your chances of becoming a God Emperor are slim, all for that son of yours. Where is that kid now? If I catch that kid, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, you will definitely appear, right? Emperor Qing will definitely hand over the Peacock God Fan. With the Peacock God Fan, one of the 13 treasures of the desolate era, my 8 brothers won't dare to covet me. Yuan Pavilion World, Eastern Wasteland, Ancient Mountain Wujian. Tong. The light in the sky had already dissipated. Tong. Ancient Mountain Wujian also returned to peace at this moment. Outside. The surrounding area was in a mess. Tong. The terrain of ancient Mountain Wujian was slowly changing at this moment. 1. Some rivers rose from the ground and towered into the clouds, becoming tall mountains. Some tall mountains continued to sink, turning into basins. The entire outer region of ancient Mountain Wujian was constantly changing, as if it was controlled by the heaven and earth great array. Tong. Some ancient ruins that were excavated also disappeared. Tong. The inner region of ancient Mountain Wujian was as quiet as before, without any changes. In a valley in the inner region. Mu. At this moment, Yun was in a strange space, and light was flowing all over her body. Slowly, power was accumulating all over Mu Yun's body. Mu. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened her eyes. Her left eye was greenish-gray, and the eye of reincarnation flickered with gray light. Her right eye was pale green, and the eye of heaven was moving strangely. However, at this moment, something strange happened. In Mu Yan's left eye, a crescent moon suddenly appeared in her pupil. With a strange and cold aura, it shot out from Mu Yan's left eye. Same. For a moment, in her right eye, a sun also sat in her pupil. Similar. A scorching aura that seemed to burn everything in the sky was released at this moment. Left. Moon in her left eye, sun in her right eye. Left. Yin in her left eye, yang in her right eye. In her left and right eyes, it was as if the laws of heaven and earth were flowing and being released. Like yin and yang, they turned into the power of Tai Chi. 9 Fate of the Son of Heaven, the Tao of Tai Chi. Yi Xiaoyao's voice sounded at this moment, and he said slowly, this is your destiny, your destiny. The Tao of Tai Chi controls yin and yang, and seeks to conquer the heavens. When it opens today, you will gradually understand its magical effects. The Tao of Tai Chi changes yin and yang. Everything in the world can't leave yin and yang. I understand. Mu Yun nodded. At this moment, Yun clenched her fists. Gue should have taught you the dragon transformation body, right? Yi Xiaoyao smiled and said, you have already turned into dragon bones, but your dragon blood and dragon soul are still not perfect. This might be the last time I see you. Back then, the ancestral dragon fought with me and died. Only his bloodline was left in this world, and he knew you. Perhaps the heavens and earth have their own destiny. Xie Qing, your future is limitless. Since you are cultivating a dragon body, I will help you. Consider it my love for you. As Xiaoyao spoke, he waved his hand. A ball of light appeared on each of his hands. 1. Drop of dragon blood. 1. Dragon shadow. This. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the dragon blood and dragon soul, but her expression turned cold. With just a glance, she almost fell completely. What kind of strange power was this? Yi Xiaoyao said again, this was left behind by the ancestral dragon back then. That fellow said that he always owed me a favor, and it wasn't enough even if he repaid it with his life. This is what he gave me before he died. A drop of the ancestral dragon's blood is extracted from the ancestral dragon's thousands of essence blood. If a dragon expert who has stepped into the sovereign Tao, he might be able to directly become a titled god or emperor with this essence blood. Mu Yun couldn't help but be speechless. If he used this ancestral dragon's blood and soul to refine his dragon transformation body, how powerful would he be? Fusing with this blood and soul to transform into a dragon is easy for you. However, your strength is too low. Even if you transform into a dragon, you will be at the lowest level. You need to constantly nourish and absorb this essence blood and dragon soul power. In the future, if you can gather the blood and souls of other dragons, you might really become a human who surpasses the ancestors of the dragon race. Yi Xiaoyao was too generous. Mu Yun was stunned for a moment. Meditate. I will teach you the true dragon transformation technique. As soon as Xiaoyao finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Mu Yun's glabella. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Buzz, at this moment, Mu Yun's mind seemed to be in a vast land. Around him, the world was dark and everything was silent. Suddenly, the shadow of a dragon rushed into his body. Time seemed to be fixed at this moment. Mu Yun's figure stood on the spot, motionless. While his soul had undergone an earth-shattering change. Time passed like this, bit by bit. 100 years in a glance. Mu Yun stood still for a full 100 years. Roar, suddenly, a loud roar sounded at this moment. No ancient stream mountain was completely shaken. The 9 great wild beasts' expressions changed at this moment. Transforming from a human into a dragon's body. A shadow muttered to himself, it's really the descendant of the Lord God Emperor. It's done. At this moment, Guai also heaved a sigh of relief. That kid seems to be quite reliable. In the valley, Mu Yun rose into the air at this moment, and his figure gradually changed. Slowly, his body turned into a long dragon's body. His entire body was suffused with a faint green light, and scales covered the surface of his body. Mu Yun was different from Mu Yun. Xie Qing's greenish-gray and dim dragon body was different. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was covered with green scales, but it looked shiny, like the sun rising in the east and leaves stained with dew, dazzling and eye-catching. Dragon transformation! Mu Yun exclaimed. At this moment, Yun was overjoyed. Only he sat up and looked at his body, but Mu Yun's expression was strange. It's the same color as Lai Pai Long. Forget it, it's actually so long? Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun looked at his dragon body, which was 100 meters long. It was simply the length of a python, and it was a small python from the small world. Too bad, right? Yi Xiaoyao's voice sounded, you can't use up the ancestral dragon's soul blood completely now. It's better to take it one step at a time. I understand. Just like that, with a human body, he could transform into a dragon body. Mu Yun was overjoyed at this moment. Thousands of worlds, billions of races. Humans could be said to have the weakest physical body. Therefore, for the other races, taking human form was the easiest. However, it was tens of thousands of times more difficult to transform into the body of another race. More not to mention, the most powerful body of the dragon clan. Yuner. At this moment, Xiaoyao's figure appeared in the valley. He said, I met these 9 desolate beast descendants by chance. They were once with me and accompanied me every day. Now, I'll leave it to you. As soon as Carefree finished speaking, he flicked his finger. 9 The seal of life and death fell into Mu Yun's soul sea and imprinted itself there. In an instant, Mu Yun felt 9 extremely powerful auras spread out. They can't leave this place now, and will remain in the streamless ancient mountain. However, in the future, they will definitely be of help to you. As for Shan Ku, you can take him away. Xianxia has sacrificed too much for me, it's time for him to be released. The 9 of you are not allowed to stop me. Here. The 9 illusionary shadows were all extremely obedient at this moment. This might be the last thing I left for you. Child, it's all up to you now. Thank you, grandfather. At this moment, Yun was kneeling on the ground. So slowly, Yi Xiaoyao's figure disappeared. Mu Yun didn't get up for a long time. Outside I was invincible and became a god emperor, calling myself the carefree god emperor. I only asked for carefree, however, in this world, there were always people who were unwilling to accept this. Heaven-sealing god emperor. 9 great heavenly emperors. Just you wait. 9 Fate son of heaven has returned. As Yan's words fell, he looked at the 9 huge illusionary shadows. Eh? Although he couldn't see the true bodies of the 9 desolate beast descendants, he could clearly feel it through the connection of the seal of life and death. A big dog, a big cat, Mu Yun was speechless. Among the 9 figures, one was as huge as a mountain. Sensing it carefully, it really looked like a dog, and there was also a huge fat cat. Was it really a desolate beast descendant? That, big dog, how dare you? The snake's sharp voice sounded and shouted, my big brother is the sun-swallowing heavenly dog. How can you talk nonsense? Sun-swallowing heavenly dog, damn it, it looked like a dog. It was just too big. Hee hee, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly. The big dog smiled and said, it's fine. Since you are already our master, we will naturally treat you as our master. However, your strength of the first step of the Emperor realm is not enough to order us around. The big dog said slowly, during this time, the 9 of us still need to guard this place. Unless you have the strength to make us look at you differently, don't expect us to serve you. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. After a long time, these 9 fellows didn't recognize him. Although the seal of death was extremely strong. But these 9 big fellows were much stronger than him. Only if they were willing, they could break it at any time. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. I understand. Mu Yun smiled and said confidently, one day, the 9 of you will submit to me willingly. The giant snake, giant ape, and giant lion all sneered. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, everyone, take care. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely make you look at me differently. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun turned around and left. Big brother, can this kid really do it? An incomparably huge green turtle was floating in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The person that the carefree divine emperor has his eyes on shouldn't be bad. We are all desolate beast descendants. If not for carefree, we would have died long ago. Since that's the case, let's see how the wind and clouds change. Alright. At this moment, the huge desolate beast descendants disappeared as if they didn't exist. Mu Yun stepped forward and walked out of the valley. Emperor Junibu, he had awakened the heavenly mandate and his eyes had merged with the Tao of Taiji. He had completely taken this step and become an Emperor realm expert. East Desolate Land. Mu Yun is here. As Mu Yun left the valley, at the same time, in the Phoenix realm of the myriad worlds, Qin Mengyao was dressed in a white dress. Her figure was enchanting, and her expression was cold. She stood still on the spot like an iceberg. How, is your father now? Qin Mengyao asked. Mengyao stroked her lower abdomen and muttered to herself, it's been thousands of years, but you haven't been born yet. However, when Qin Mengyao finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Abdomen there was a strange movement at this moment. A loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly sounded at this moment. Following the phoenix's cry, a burst of ice-cold air surged forth. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed in the surroundings. What's wrong? However, a figure flew over. It was Qin Mingyao's mother. What's wrong, Yaoer? Mother, Mingyao's expression was a little painful as she said, I seem to be about to give birth. Zhener is about to be born. What? Binging Bao's expression changed slightly at this moment. She hurriedly said, quick, 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 go into the house. Time passed day by day. Above the huge ice palace, dragons and phoenixes flew and danced. The world lost its color. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry didn't disappear for a long time. For a total of 99 days, the entire land of the ice phoenix could be seen. Most finally, the ray of light dissipated. In the huge ice palace, Qin Mengyao was sitting on the side of the bed at this moment. In front of him was a naked child, whose eyes glittered as he looked around at his surroundings. The child didn't look like a baby. He was about 3 or 4 years old. His skin was tender, and his big eyes were blinking. He was biting his fingers as he stood by the bed. Looking at the naked child in front of her, Qin Mengyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Body after being pregnant for thousands of years, the child was actually able to walk on the ground. This was too strange. "Mother?" The child's tender voice sounded. He grabbed Qin Mengyao's finger and said in a childish voice, "Mother." Good child, although Qin Mengyao was shocked, that was her own child after all. Why, after being pregnant for more than 1,000 years, he was born for 99 days. It was rare in the world. And, what surprised her even more was Dragon Phoenix twin souls, Qin Chen was born. "Mother," the child approached the bed and said, "Find me some clothes to wear." It's so embarrassing. Beside her, Binging Bao was speechless for a while. Falling, the child on the ground looked 3 or 4 years old in the blink of an eye and spoke human language. This was too strange. "Good child, mother will make one for you." Qin Mengyao flicked her finger. Slowly, a white martial robe appeared on the little guy's body. "Comfortable?" The little guy laughed and said, "Mother, where's father?" The little guy raised his head and asked. "I don't know where he is now, but mother is here. If your father knows that we are here, he will definitely come to find us." N. The little guy raised his hand, clenched his small fist, and said, "I want to hit him." N. Qin Mengyao was stunned. Binging Bao touched the little guy's face and said with a smile, "Chen good child, why do you want to hit your father?" "Because father hit my head." In the hall, the atmosphere was awkward. Cough cough. "Chen do you want to eat anything? Grandmother will prepare it for you." Binging Bao coughed and said awkwardly, "I want to eat meat, eat a lot of delicious meat." The little guy waved his hand and said seriously, "Okay." Binging Bao left. In the hall, beside the bed, Qin Mengyao looked at the child lovingly. "From today onwards, your name is Qin Chen." Qin Mengyao said slowly, "Mother doesn't want you to be famous, but I hope that you will be as ordinary as dust." "No." The little guy clenched his fist and said, "My father's surname is Mu, and my name is Mu Chen. My grandfather is the human emperor, and my grandmother is Emperor Qing. My grandfather is the first emperor god. I want to be the supreme emperor god of this world." At this time, Qin Mengyao was a little stunned. How did this little guy know about these things? "Mother, I wanted to come out long ago, but I couldn't break the shell. There was a shell blocking me, and I was so anxious. But I don't know why, but I could suddenly come out. So, I couldn't wait to come out and meet you." As Qin Chen spoke, 2 illusory figures suddenly appeared behind him. "I have 2 souls, a dragon and a phoenix. The phoenix soul is yours, and the dragon soul is Daddy's." Little Qin Chen was stunned and said, No, Daddy is a human, and Uncle Xiaqing is a dragon." "Is Uncle Xiaqing my biological father?" When he said this, Qin Mengyao was stunned. This child, is simply a weirdo. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book house nonsense. Qin Mengyao scolded, "Uncle Xiaqing is your father's good brother." "Good brother?" Little Qin Chen said in a childish voice, "Then I also want a bunch of good brothers. I'm the big brother. In the future, everyone with the surname Mu will have to listen to me." "Your grandfather and father also have to listen to you?" Qin Mengyao asked. Mengyao teased. "Grandfather is too strong, I don't dare, but father isn't strong. If I surpass father and become a god emperor, then father will have to listen to me." Qin Chen said with a face full of joy. Qin Mengyao was speechless. This little guy was simply a clown. "Chen remember, your grandfather is the human emperor, your grandmother is Emperor Qing, and your father is the 9th son of heaven. Therefore, many people want to kill them. So now, you have to take mother's surname. Your name is Qin Chen. You can't mention your father and grandfather, understand?" "Okay." The little guy scratched his head and said, "Mu Chen sounds better than Qin Chen, forget it, I'll be called Qin Chen." Father is the nine-fate son of heaven and is chased everywhere. Then, I'm the nine-fate son of heaven. Will I also be chased? When these words came out, Qin Mingyao's face froze. What did you say? I'm the nine-fate son of heaven. Little Qin smiled and said, Mother, look. As the little guy said this, his eyes suddenly changed. A bright moon and a sun. I've already opened my heaven's mandate, and my realm will increase very quickly. Moreover, I've been cultivating in Mother's stomach for the past 1,000 years. I'm now a saint. Meng Yao was stunned. God Emperor Yi Xiaoyao, nine-fate son of heaven. Mu Yun too. And, now, Qin Chen too. But, Mu Yun only came out after Yi Xiaoyao died, but now, Mu Yun was still here, and Qin Chen actually appeared. Qin Mingyao was absent-minded for a moment. How could this be explained? Little Qin Chen smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. I'm out, no one will dare to bully you. Father isn't here, I'll protect you. Good boy. Yi Xiaoyao said again, don't show your eyes to anyone else. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. I understand. At this moment, Binging Bao walked in. Groups of servants arrived one after another, each carrying an exquisite jade plate. The plate was filled with fragrant meat paste, and it looked extremely tempting. Chen Grandma has prepared, whoosh. Before Binging Bao could say anything, Qin Chen suddenly moved. Force unable to wait any longer, he stretched out his hands and opened the jade plate. He grabbed the meat paste with both hands and began to eat it. Like a whirlwind, the little guy ate more than a dozen plates in one breath. Little Chen don't eat so much, you'll burst, Grandma. The little guy rubbed his stomach. At this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard. The little guy said with dissatisfaction, Grandma, are you trying to starve your grandson to death? These are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As soon as he said that, Qin Mingyao and Binging Bao were completely stunned. This is what was so strange about this little guy, along with the birth of Qin Chen, in a heavenly palace in the myriad worlds. A figure in a white robe stood in front of an ancient bell. Something bad has happened. Suddenly, a figure flew over, bowed, and said anxiously, the divination mirror is spinning on its own. It can't be stopped. What? The white-robed figure's expression changed. His figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, in a bright space, the white-robed man appeared. He looked at the ancient mirror in front of him that was as smooth as water and did not speak for a long time. The divination mirror is spinning on its own. Who has been born? Slowly, the man's fingers formed a seal. He stood still and did not speak for a long time. While, gradually, blood flowed out from the man's nose and mouth. His face became paler and paler. Master, you, the dragon and phoenix souls have appeared. The nine-fate emperor has appeared again. Suddenly, the man's face turned pale. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. Master, you. The person beside him looked anxious. The divination pavilion was the most mysterious first-class force in the myriad worlds. The master's cultivation base was incomparably powerful. How could he be injured? It's fine. Z said slowly, I forced myself to deduce the heavenly fate and suffered a backlash. The dragon and phoenix souls have appeared, and the nine-fate emperor has appeared again. How could this be? Z was puzzled. He could not help but ask, the nine-fate emperor has never appeared before. Who is this child? Isn't this a battle between the nine-fate emperor and the heaven-sealing divine emperor? Impossible. The divination mirror is one of the 13 treasures of the Great Desolate Era. Its deduction will never be wrong. But now, the man was stunned and speechless for a long time. Ice in the Phoenix domain, Qin Chen's appearance caused a lot of aftershocks. However, the royal family immediately released news that it was caused by Qin Mingyao's birth. For the child's safety, he set up a great formation. There was no need to panic. The heat of this matter was slowly fading away. No. The dragon and phoenix souls had appeared, and the nine-fate emperor had appeared again. The entire myriad worlds would be completely stirred. Small. Qin Chen's appetite was astonishing. He did not eat meat that was not from powerful beasts. He was simply like a heaven-swallowing beast. But, yes, the speed of his advancement was even more astonishing. Qin Mengyao and Bing Yingbao were speechless. While Mu Yun did not know anything about what had happened in the Phoenix domain. At this moment, Mu Yun stood outside the inner area of the waterless ancient mountain and looked around. Emperor Junibu, Dragon Transformation Body, Tai Chi Dao, Activate Heaven's Will. Mu Yun seemed to have been reborn. At this moment, she looked completely different. Haha. Stretching lazily, Shan Yuanku laughed and said, I, Shan Yuanku, have appeared. Fairies and goddesses outside, you've all been waiting anxiously. Beside him, a figure looked slightly uneasy as he looked at the two people in front of him. Xingji, it was Emperor Qi Shi. Qi Shi Emperor Qi Shi was a fifth-step imperial emperor. However, at this moment, he was standing behind the two of them, feeling very uneasy. Xingji Wan was hiding in the waterless ancient mountain, and no one knew which era he was from. The other had a shocking background. He could not afford to offend either of these two people. Xingji, when did the imperial emperor realm become so weak? Qi Shi, you don't have to worry. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, although you have signed the seal of life and death with me, as long as you don't say anything about me, I will not kill you. One day, I will return your freedom and help you undo it. This bottle of supreme spiritual liquid is my compensation to you. Emperor Qi Shi took the jade bottle and was dumbfounded. Until, supreme spiritual liquid. This bottle should contain at least 100 drops, right? Where did Mu Yun get it from? However, after thinking about it, Mu Yun was the son of the Azure Emperor and the Human Emperor. It seemed reasonable for her to reveal her secret and obtain this supreme spiritual liquid. Young Master Mu. Emperor Qi Shi cupped his hands. I have not appeared for 100 years. I wonder what the eastern wilderness is like now. Mu Yun sighed and said. You have only been here for 100 years. I have been here for 1,000,000 years. Xianxia chuckled and said, I have not appeared for 1,000,000 years. The beauties of the myriad worlds must have missed me so much. Three figures flew out at this moment. Chen looked at Shan Yuanku and couldn't help but ask, what realm are you at now? Me? Why do you care? Don't tell me you are not even a supreme? You are not. Xianxia clicked his tongue and said, the cultivation of the Shanyuan family is different from that of ordinary people. However, don't expect me to help you. It is impossible. I am not able to attack now. Even if I am strong, I cannot use it. Otherwise, it will be very harmful to my cultivation. Mu Yun smacked his lips. He could not bring any of the 9 desolate beast descendants out. Now that he brought Shan Yuanku out, he could not use his strength. What? Only on second thought, he had Chou Qian and Emperor Qi Shi by his side now. To Emperor level 5. And in addition, he had already reached the first step of the Emperor level. There was nothing to fear in the Eastern Wilderness. Let's go back to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun released her aura and exhaled. Eastern Wilderness. South. Desolate Region. 9. Outside the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. At this moment, outside the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Warriors in armor surrounded the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. That posture was aggressive, and the baleful aura was threatening. Inside the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. In the main hall, a beautiful figure stood proudly in the seat of honor. Right, it was Qi Lingyue. And beside Qi Lingyue, Emperor Ling Xian's aura was also extremely powerful. Princess Qi, what should we do? Below, Taiji White Dragon looked worried. Now that Taiji White Dragon had reached the Emperor Jade Bone realm, it could be said to be a god. It would not be a problem for it to oversee the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. However, 100 years ago, after the major forces withdrew from the Scarlet Ancient Mountain, the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom suddenly had internal strife. Qi Lingyue as the crown prince, he became an emperor level 5. He poached 2 emperors from somewhere and became his right-hand men to help him become the new emperor of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. As for Emperor Qi Shi, it was said that he had died in the Scarlet Ancient Mountain. And, then, Qi Lingyue and Ling Xian, the 2 emperors, led the Ling family and some loyal people to the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Qi Lingyue and Qi Tianjiao had completely fallen out with each other for the position of the Emperor of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Now, Qi Tianjiao had 3 emperors and was stronger than Qi Lingyue and Ling Xian. And in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, it was said that Emperor Qi Shi had died. The Luo family had also joined Qi Tianjiao, and Qi Tianjiao had recruited a large number of experts. Originally, the news of Emperor Qi Shi's death had spread. The Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom was in chaos, and Qi Tianjiao had been dealing with it. Now, he finally had time to come to the southern wilderness region to destroy Qi Lingyue and Emperor Ling Xian. He even wanted to destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Taiji White Dragon could not say anything. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was built by Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun was not around, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was about to collapse. This was a bolt from the blue. Taiji Alliance leader. Qi Lingyue looked at Taiji White Dragon and said, Qi Tianjiao knows that I have a good relationship with Mu Yun. Even if I'm not here, he will destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Taiji White Dragon's face turned pale. Most of the disciples in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance were human monarchs and earth monarchs. How could they fight against a colossus like the Crimson Sun Holy Empire? Even they didn't have the ability to do so. Outside the 3,000 Scarlet Flame Army soldiers were all emperors. Even a small captain could defeat him. First, he set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Don't worry, Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue said again, that good brother of mine may not necessarily destroy the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. My mother and I will fight. At least, we can protect the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Sister, why are you still in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? It's just a 5th-tier force. Do you really think the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance can hide you forever? A laugh could be heard at this moment. Qi Tianjiao had arrived. You finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Qi Lingyue soared into the air, standing proudly as she stared ahead. 3,000 Scarlet Flame Guards, tens of thousands of elite cultivators from the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, and the Luo family all appeared. Qi Tianjiao was wearing a golden robe and a dragon crown. He looked mighty. Beside him, 2 figures stood still, and they seemed to have powerful auras. Qi Lingyue looked at them. Emperor Jun Sanbu. He. Du Shang. Nai. He was an itinerant cultivator from the eastern wilderness. For some reason, he was recruited by Qi Tianjiao. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you miss me? Qi Tianjiao smiled. Qi Tianjiao. Empress Ling Xian couldn't help but shout, we don't know if your father is dead or alive. Why are you wearing a golden robe? Consort Xian. Qi Tianjiao sneered. Xuefeng Tian and the Cat Emperor entered the inner area and suffered heavy losses. My father was forced into the inner area by Hong Jiuchong. Do you really think he can survive? I've already held a grand funeral for my father. Empress Qi Luoyan and Empress Lu Han are dead. Consort Luo is also dead. Compared to Qi Lingyue, I'm more suitable to inherit the throne, right? Qi Tianjiao smiled. Empress He Mu and Empress Du Shang are both at the 3rd step. They support me and are willing to become the imperial preceptor. Isn't it just right for me to be the imperial preceptor? If you 2 know how to repent and surrender now, our Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom will still have 5 emperors. Although we're not as strong as before, no one will dare to bully us. Qi Tianjiao said arrogantly. You're cursing your father. Empress Ling Xian was furious. Curse? The Heavens Chosen suddenly smiled. Gradually, his smile became more and more wild. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. The prodigy laughed and said, I, Qi Tianjiao, have been a prodigy my entire life. I don't have a family to support me, but I'm so talented that I'm ranked 9th on the Saint Lord rankings. With my strength, I will definitely be in the top 3 of the Saint Lord board. Why did I lie low and not come out? It's precisely because I don't have the support of the Ling family and the Luo family. But now, Luofei is dead. That trash Qi Luoyang is also dead. I, Qi Tianjiao, don't need to endure anymore. Qi Lingyue frowned when she heard that. You're crazy. Yes, I am crazy. Qi Tianjia shouted, Imperial Father cares about you and Qi Luoyang, but what about me? Other than criticism, there is still criticism. It's good that he's dead. Cut the crap. The Sky Pride couldn't be bothered to say more. Today, submit to me, or die. Qi Tianjiao, stop dreaming. Ling Yu sneered and said, without Imperial Father's conferment, your throne is fake. Do you think you can sit still when you don't have a proper background? Why can't I sit still? The Sky Pride laughed and said, with Imperial Lord Himu and Imperial Lord Du Shang helping me, how can I not sit still? Qi Lingyue, it seems like you're not going to submit. The Sky Pride clenched his fist, and a powerful aura rose from the ground. Imperial Lord Boo. Qi the Sky Pride was now a first-step Imperial Lord, and his strength was terrifying. Imperial Lord Himu, Imperial Lord Du Shang, please kill Imperial Concubine Xian. I'll kill Qi Lingyue. You're too polite. Two middle-aged men beside the Sky Pride walked out at this moment. Imperial Lord Ling Xian was furious and shouted, do you think I'm afraid? A powerful aura was released. Imperial Lord Jun Sanbu. Ling Xian Imperial Lord Xian had broken through. You've improved in 100 years? Qi Tianjiao sneered, it seems like you've gained something in the seamless ancient mountain. Die. Imperial Lord Himu and Imperial Lord Du Shang charged out at this moment. Qi Tianjiao also charged out at this moment. Many cultivators in the surroundings did not move. After the battle between the great emperors, those people would naturally submit. Ling Xian, it was not impossible to subdue the family. Qi the Sky Pride had recruited the royal family and the Luo family. It would be best if the Ling family could recruit him. Boom, 5 figures fought in the sky. Between heaven and earth, light shone in all directions, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Entire heaven and earth turned dark at this moment. Below, everyone's expression changed. This was the power of an Imperial Lord, it was domineering and unparalleled. Saint in front of an Imperial Lord, a great emperor was not worth mentioning at all. This battle allowed everyone to see how terrifying a god monarch could be. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. In the eastern wilderness, an Imperial Lord was really an unparalleled existence. Lose. At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Bang, a figure fell from the sky and smashed a mountain range of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance with a rumble. Qi Lingyue shouted. Ling Yu's voice sounded at this moment. Qi Lingyue, you don't have time to watch. Qi Tianjiao sneered and punched out. Bang, a fist wind directly smashed towards Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale as she retreated. But, on the other side, Himu and Du Shang went straight for Imperial Lord Ling Xian. You've just reached the 3rd step, so your foundation is not stable. Imperial Lord Ling Xian, what good things do you have? Why don't you hand them over? Himu chuckled. Dream on. Imperial Lord Ling Xian's face was cold as she raised her hand and attacked. You're courting death. At this moment, Imperial Lord Du Shang took a step forward and waved his hand. With a bang, Imperial Lord Ling Xian's figure broke a few mountains in succession and stopped. Qi Lingyue shouted. The Sky Pride said indifferently, the things I gave the two of you are enough to make you a 5th-step Imperial Lord. Don't be greedy, understood. Understood. Himu and Du Shang chuckled and instantly charged towards Imperial Lord Ling Xian. Mother! Qi Lingyue's expression changed drastically when she saw the scene. Just now. She wanted to attack, but Qi Tianjiao had already sent a fist flying over. His killing intent surged, forcing Qi Lingyue back. Damn it, Imperial Lord Ling Xian's face was pale, and she couldn't move at all. Die. The two Imperial Lords joined forces and attacked with unstoppable force. Boom, mountain, Qi Lingyue's meridians exploded at this moment. Qi Lingyue's face turned pale. Father, the emperor was gone, now, even her mother was gone. Qi Tianjiao, you deserve to die. Qi Lingyue shouted crazily. Strength is everything. My good sister, why don't we be family? Qi Tianjiao didn't care. I'll kill you. Qi Lingyue attacked again. However, she wasn't Qi Tianjiao's match at all. Qi Tianjiao sneered and directly struck out with his palm. A powerful force instantly rushed out and smashed towards Qi Lingyue. Bang! Qi Lingyue's face was pale as she retreated in a sorry state. Today, I'll kill you all. The Scarlet Sun Holy Empire will be mine. Qi Tianjiao snorted and chased after her. Qi Lingyue kept retreating. She was still too weak. Even if she was an imperial lord, she was still weak. Damn it. TSK. How can you bear to kill such a cute little girl? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qi Lingyue's figure was extremely fast. She was held in the arms of a figure and instantly dodged Qi Tianjiao's attack. Beauty, are you all right? The young man was dressed in green. He looked at Qi Lingyue in his arms and smiled gently like a gentleman. Who are you? Me? I'm Xianxia. I can't stand seeing a girl being bullied. Are you all right, beauty? Xianxia revealed a smile that he thought was incomparably charming. May I know your name, beauty? Qi Lingyue. Qi Lingyue was stunned for a moment. Qi Lingyue? Good name. Xianxia smiled. Qi Lingyue, the moon is Yin, and the name is Yin. It's definitely a good name. Qi Lingyue was stunned. Good, a name? She didn't feel like it. After so many years, this was the first time someone praised her name. Who are you? Qi Tianjiao's face was gloomy. This person appeared silently and saved Qi Lingyue in an instant. He couldn't be underestimated. Who are you? Xianxia asked. Xianxia smiled and said, what's the point of a man bullying a woman? Men should bully men. There's a stinky man over there. Go and fight with him. Xianxia pointed to the other side. 1. A figure in black clothes with long hair tied behind his head fluttered slightly in front of his forehead. 1. A delicate yet extraordinarily handsome young man stood there. Mu Yun. When Mu Yun appeared, everyone was shocked. Mu Yun. Qi Tianjiao looked at Mu Yun and said coldly, you're not dead? Qi Tianjiao, you and I have only met a few times. You don't have to wait for me to die when you see me, right? Yun stood with her hands behind her back and said with a smile, what do you mean by besieging my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? Qi Tianjiao sneered and said, your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance belongs to the Qiyang Holy Empire. I can destroy it if I want to. What can you do about it? Destroy it if you want to? If your father hears this, won't he be furious? Father is dead. I'm in charge of the Qiyang Holy Empire. Qi Tianjiao said proudly. Qi Tianjiao. You've disappointed me too much. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Crash, two figures walked out of the collapsed mountain range. For one of them was Qi Shi. Father. Qi Lingyue was shocked to see her father appear. Beside her, Emperor Ling Xian's face was pale, but she was very happy. Father? Qi Tianjiao's body tensed up. Greetings, Your Majesty. In an instant, the 3,000 Crimson Flame Guards bowed and knelt on the ground. The expressions of the Luo family members changed slightly. Emperor Qi Shi didn't die? Qi Tianjiao was shocked. Emperor Qi Shi didn't die, how was that possible? Wasn't he forced into the inner area of Wujian Ancient Mountain? Later, Xuefeng Tian and the others entered and suffered heavy losses. His father stayed in Wujian Ancient Mountain for 100 years and didn't die. Qi Tianjiao, why are you in such a hurry? Qi Tianjiao waved his hand, and a golden imperial edict appeared in the sky. Qi Tianjiao Emperor Qi Tianjiao said slowly, Ling Yu and Luo Yang have the Ling family and the Luo family as their backers. I didn't intend to make them the emperor. I've already written the imperial edict. Why, can't you wait? Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Qi Tianjiao's eyes narrowed. Look, his body tensed up as he looked at the golden imperial edict. You lied to me. Qi Tianjiao shouted, you didn't plan to appoint me at all. You just lied to me. You've disappointed me. Qi Shi sighed again. How could he not know what Qi Tianjiao had done all these years? Qi Tianjiao had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the day to shine. How could Qi Shi not know? as the monarch of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, how could anything escape his eyes? But he was happy to see Xianxiao's scheme. Since Xianxia had risen without anyone to rely on, he would be a good king. But he didn't expect Xianxia to care so much about the position of king. Kill! Xianxia shouted coldly, I'll kill all of you today. At this moment, Emperor Himu and Emperor Dusheng were hesitant. Emperor Shi was a fifth-step emperor. They weren't his match. Hard, they were courting death. Country Lord Shi, we only received a request, this matter has nothing to do with us. What a joke. At this moment, Mu Yun sneered and said, entrusted? What commission? How dare you attack my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? If I let you escape like this, where will my dignity be? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Himu and Dusheng were extremely surprised. Your dignity, who are you? In the east he had never heard of someone like Mu Yun in the desolate lands. Kill them. Xianxia said, from today onwards, I will kill anyone who dares to bully my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Even a fifth-step emperor is no exception. Emperor Shi looked at Dusheng and Himu with a dark expression. Here. The two of them didn't belong to any sect, but they were famous emperors in the East Wilderness. No Xianxia could recruit them for his own use. Emperor Shi, such a disobedient person, just kill him. Mu said. Xianxia looked at Qiu Qian and smiled. If you can't bear to, I can do it for you. Emperor Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded. You think you're qualified to kill me? Xianxia sneered. Am I not worthy? Cloud took a step forward, and the aura within her body was unleashed. One monarch Mu Yun had reached the Imperial Emperor realm. Here Taiji White Dragon and the other members of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance were completely dumbfounded. What realm was Mu Yun in when she left the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? He was just an emperor. How long had it been? About 100 years. Mu Cloud reached the Imperial Emperor. Surpassing Sovereign King and Sage Monarch, he had reached the first-step Sovereign Emperor. Was this a little too exaggerated? The Heavens Chosen's gaze turned cold. He knew that Mu Yun was Qi Lingyue's retainer. But now, he had actually reached the God Monarch realm. It was truly inconceivable. So what if you've become an Imperial Monarch? Xianxia snorted. Boom. A violent aura gushed out from Xianxia's body. Look, when Xianxia's killing intent surged, Mu Yun's lips curled up. Let's try something new. Mu Yun stood on the spot with her hands behind her back. In an instant, a sun slowly appeared in the pupil of her right eye. Sky burning. Without warning, Xianxia's left arm suddenly burned at this moment. Xianxia screamed. He wanted to extinguish the flames, but he couldn't do it at all. Damn it. Xianxia cursed in a low voice. His right hand formed a blade and directly slashed down. Seeing his arm being burned to ashes at this moment, Xianxia's eyes were cold. Mu Yun was strange. Nirvana. But in the next moment, a bone-chilling aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Cloud's left eye turned into a dark moon, and a bone-chilling coldness rushed forward. At this moment, Xianxia only felt his hair stand on end. What kind of power is this? It could appear out of thin air and release the power of extreme yang and yin. And its lethality was too terrifying. Bang, with a bang, his right arm was cut off at this moment. Cloud stood on the spot, not even moving her hand. But just like that, Xianxia's arms were crippled. So powerful, Lingyue couldn't help but say at this moment. Of course. Xianyuan said with a smile, in the future, this person will definitely be an overlord. But compared to me, he's still a little lacking. Xianyuan didn't forget to praise himself. Princess Lingyue, are your injuries okay? I'm proficient in some alchemy. Can I take a look at your injuries? No need. It's not injured at all. Qi Lingyue said uncomfortably. She had a feeling that Xianyuan's gaze was extremely aggressive, as if he could eat her. It was like a wild beast that had never seen the opposite sex before and couldn't wait to pounce on her. At this moment, Xianxia's face was ferocious. Why, he couldn't bear it and broke through to the first step of the Imperial Emperor realm, but he couldn't even be a match for a nobody. But, evil. Mu, at this moment, Cloud was calm. 2. Extreme Tao. Yin, Yang, the sun was in charge of Yang, and the moon was in charge of Yin. The cycle was endless, and the power was endless. Strong. Yes. Really strong. This was why the Nine-Fate Emperor was so domineering. Qi, fate, open the heavenly eye. A first-step Imperial Emperor, you're just SOSO, Mu Yan's eyes flashed at this moment. The power of Yin and Yang twisted and intertwined, turning into rays of light that twisted and intertwined together. So like a Tai Chi pattern, it directly charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia roared angrily and waved his hands. 2 shields blocked in front of him. But in the next moment, the Tai Chi pattern directly passed through the shields and landed on his body with a boom. Bang, an explosion rang out. Xianxia's body completely exploded. 4 countless people fell silent. Strong. True, very strong. Mu Yun, since when did the clouds become so powerful? Boom, in the distance, a loud explosion sounded. Imperial Emperor He Mu's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He and Du Shang were third-step Imperial Emperors, but Qi Shi was a fifth-step Imperial Emperor who could step into the Paragon realm at any time. 2. He was no match for Xianxia. Retreat. He Mu cursed in a low voice and retreated. Boom, but at this moment, a palm directly pierced through his chest, causing blood to spurt out. He Mu's eyes widened. He wanted to turn his head in disbelief to see who had attacked him. But he couldn't turn his head. Behind him, Cho Chian's figure appeared. Strong, his aura was shocking. 5. Imperial Emperor Bu. Another fifth-step Imperial Emperor appeared. Everyone was completely stunned at this moment. 2. A fifth-step Imperial Emperor, Du Shang was scared silly at this moment. District, how did the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance become so strange? Die. Imperial Emperor Qi Shi charged over at this moment. He waved his hand and punched out. A loud explosion sounded at this moment. Du Shang died. The surroundings were dead silent. In the blink of an eye, 3 Imperial Emperors died. Indeed, it was truly inconceivable. Mu Yunyun looked at Qi Shi and said, deal with the matters of the Qiyang Holy Empire first. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun landed and looked at Tai Chi White Dragon, Sui Qingrong, and the others. Alliance leader. Looking at Tai Chi White Dragon, Mu Yun smiled and said, it's been hard on you all these years. It's not hard, not hard. Looking around, Mu Yun said again, let's go to the main hall first. After Qi Shi is done, we'll discuss the important matters. All right. At this moment, everyone in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance couldn't calm down. Everything that happened today had completely opened their eyes. Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Nine Heavens Hall. This hall was specially built by Mu Yun when she built the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. This place at this moment, in the Nine Heavens Hall, Tai Chi White Dragon and the others looked nervous and had difficulty breathing. Inside the hall, Lin Fan took a closer look. Cho Qian and Qi Shi were both fifth-step Imperial Emperors. Ling Xian was a third-step Imperial Emperor. Qi Lingyue was a first-step Imperial Emperor. Mu Yun was also an Imperial Emperor. 5 Imperial Emperors, Tai Chi White Dragon and the others were the strongest in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, but they were only in the Emperor Jade Bone realm. Mu Yun's growth was too fast. In just a few hundred years, she went from being a human emperor to being on equal footing with Imperial Emperors. Now they addressed Qi Shi as Imperial Emperor Qi Shi and called him by his name. As for Qi Shi, he wasn't unhappy at all. Mu Yun sat on the main seat and looked down. Now, the Eastern Wasteland is in a state of disunity. Mu Yun looked at Qi Shi and said, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire lost 3 Imperial Emperors this time. Now, only Qi Shi, Ling Xian, and Qi Lingyue are left. Why don't the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire merge into the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and combine the 2 sides into one? The moment she said that, Qi Shi was slightly stunned. Then, he cupped his hands and said, as Alliance leader Mu says. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue and Ling Xian were stunned. Although the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire had suffered a great loss after this chaos, It was still stronger than the 4 beast races and 4 factions. This place. Join the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Chi agreed so easily? But, Chi-Shi's expression was completely different this time. He lacked the domineering aura of an emperor. The two of them didn't speak. Since that's the case, the 3 of you should return to the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire first and stabilize the various factions. If there's any trouble, I can ask Xianxia to accompany you. At this moment, Xianxia was standing beside Qi Lingyue. He was almost sticking to her. But, Xianxia gave Muyan a thumbs up. But, a voice transmission sounded in Muyan's mind. Very kind, very kind. You're much more kind than your father. Muyan didn't say much. But, Xianxia should be in the Supreme Realm. But, this guy said that he couldn't make a move this time, so Muyan wanted to try. If Xianxia wanted to get Qi Lingyue, he had to show some strength. As for the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, Muyan looked at Taiji White Dragon and the others and said, we need to expand. Hearing this, Taiji White Dragon and the others wore bitter expressions. Expanding was easy to say, but it was difficult to do. Without tens of thousands of years, the sect's disciples wouldn't be able to grow. I've already made a decision on this matter. White Dragon Alliance leader, give me the statistics of the sect's current disciples, their cultivation realms, loyalty, and so on later. Yes. Taiji White Dragon nodded. Since that's the case, everyone, go do your own things. I haven't returned for a long time, and there are many things that need to be sorted out from the beginning. Everyone dispersed. 2. Taiji White Dragon stayed behind. White Dragon Alliance leader, is there anything else? Alliance leader Mu, Chi-Shi is a 5th-step Imperial Emperor. Will he listen to your orders? Taiji White Dragon asked worriedly. Don't worry, he won't dare to disobey. Mu Yan's lips curled into a confident smile. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Don't worry, White Dragon Alliance leader. I will arrange these things properly. Mu Yun said again, from today onwards, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will claim to be a 4th-tier alliance. Anyone who is not convinced can come and try. My goal is not 4th tier, but 3rd tier, 2nd tier, or even 1st tier. The name of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will resound throughout the Great Thousand World. Taiji White Dragon cupped his hands and could not help but feel his blood boil. Body as a martial artist who did not want to reach the top. Martial arts everyone had to fight. Fight for destiny, fight for one's own body. 100 years ago, the various factions returned in the Eastern Wilderness and became lively. After 100 years, the Eastern Wilderness became lively again. The Qiyang Holy Kingdom's Emperor, Emperor Qi-Shi, did not die. Instead, he returned. But, what was even more shocking was that the originally unknown 5th-tier 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance in the Southern Wilderness region suddenly claimed to be a 4th-tier alliance. 9 within the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, there was a 5th-tier emperor overseeing it. This news shook the entire Eastern Wasteland. The 11 4th-tier alliances suddenly became the 12 4th-tier alliances. Mu Yun did not care about the rumors in the outside world at all. Who cares? Here at this moment, within the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun stood in a valley. The valley was quite large, and the surroundings looked quiet and peaceful, giving off a feeling of a paradise. Let's choose here, Mu Yun said. Taiji White Dragon was still confused. Mu Yun asked him to find a place in the alliance, saying that it was of great use. But, what was this place for? Alliance leader, what do you want? Now, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance claims to be a 4th-tier alliance. Other than the 2 emperors, Chou Qian and I, the others are too weak. The gap between the emperor and great sage realms is not enough to convince outsiders. Yun said slowly, I'm preparing a batch of great sages and emperors. A batch of great sages? Listen, hearing this, Taiji White Dragon felt like he had heard a fantasy story. What a joke. If great sages and emperors could be born, wouldn't the Eastern Wilderness be filled with great sages and emperors? Mu But-Yun smiled and said, Pavilion Master, nothing is absolute in this world. Furthermore, the Pavilion Master has fused with a paragon bone. Even though it will be difficult for him to surpass the Paragon level in the future, he still has great potential. Our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has absorbed all the major factions in the past, and now we have over 400,000 disciples. However, 90% of them are at the human monarch realm. There are only tens of thousands of heaven monarch disciples and even fewer sovereign kings. This time, let's upgrade them all. We need a batch of sovereign kings and saints. Raise your realms first and gain battle experience. In the future, you will have the opportunity to temper yourself. 100,000 people sounded like a huge number. Keen reality, more than 300,000 of them were at the human monarch realm. Manjun was too weak. While this time, Mu Yun was prepared to select a group of people with sufficient talent and nurture them well. What does the Alliance Master plan to do? The Extreme White Dragon said excitedly. Set up a huge spiritual coiling array to nurture the inner disciples. As Yun spoke, he flew up. Hand the runes condensed into runes that covered the sky and illuminated the valley. It wasn't a problem for a valley to accommodate 10,000 people. Time passed bit by bit. They stood there for a full 3 months. However, the valley had changed greatly. The entire valley was surrounded by a large array. That array absorbed the power of heaven and earth from the surroundings and gathered energy continuously. The Extreme White Dragon saw the power of this array at a glance. A level 6 ancient divine array. Not only had Mu Yun reached the Imperial Lord realm, but she had also become a true level 6 ancient divine array master. No, it was imaginable. But, is this not enough? The Extreme White Dragon said bitterly. Although this array absorbed the power of heaven and earth and was extremely beneficial to cultivation. But it was not enough, at most, it would shorten a portion of the time. Mu Yun smiled and didn't say anything. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was in the jade bottle that contained the Supreme Divine Liquid. 1 drop. The drop of Supreme Divine Liquid dripped down and floated to the center of the array. Slowly, that drop of Supreme Divine Liquid slowly spread at this moment. Suddenly, the valley was filled with fog. It wasn't a simple fog, but the power of the Supreme Divine Liquid spreading out. This is, the Supreme Divine Liquid. The Extreme White Dragon was stunned at this moment. Good, a powerful aura. Until, Supreme Divine Liquid, it was simply unbelievable. Mu Yun actually obtained the Supreme Divine Liquid. A drop of Supreme Divine Liquid was something that even a supremacy martial artist couldn't resist fighting for, let alone a martial monarch. That was a divine liquid that was 100 times more powerful than the Supreme Divine Liquid. Alliance Master. The Extreme White Dragon couldn't help but breathe rapidly. This is too wasteful. If you cultivate by yourself and use this as a foundation, you can reach the supremacy level in less than 100 years. It's too wasteful to let the disciples consume it like this. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, 1 drop is enough for tens of thousands of martial monarchs to cultivate for a year. I have 100 drops here. It's enough for 100 years of cultivation. Inner disciples, human monarchs, earthly monarchs, and heavenly monarchs can all enter this array to cultivate. Transform yourself and be reborn. This place will be called, the Transmutation Valley. The Transmutation Valley. 2. The Extreme White Dragon knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, Alliance Master. The Extreme White Dragon understood that Mu Yun wanted the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to become stronger. Which expert in the world didn't work hard to cultivate for their own sake. If it were other emperors, as long as they were strong, they definitely wouldn't take out such a treasure. Pass down the order to arrange the disciples according to their degree of loyalty. I've already given the benefits. Whoever doesn't cherish it and slacks off will be expelled from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I've already marked out the specific details. Just do as I say. Yes. The Extreme White Dragon turned and left. This time, it was hard for the disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance to not be strong. Look, when the Extreme White Dragon left, that drop of Supreme Divine Liquid was still watering the array. Chou Qian frowned. Young Master, Chou Qian still spoke. 100 drops of Supreme Divine Liquid will be of great benefit to young Master when you reach the Sovereign Realm and condense your sovereign celestial body. Giving it out like this is really a waste. I know what young master is thinking. You want to nurture your own trusted subordinates. However, even if these people all become emperors, they will be of little help to young master in the future. If you want to nurture them, you might as well nurture supremacies. Supremacies are the core fighting force of all the major races in the thousands of worlds. Hearing this, Muyun smiled. The entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has absorbed the former Two Instruments Pavilion, the four major sects, and the Sky Pavilion. There are more than 400,000 disciples in total. Most of these 400,000 are emperors. It's not that they don't have talent, but they don't have any treasures to sustain them. I've given them a chance. Now, 40,000 of them can become sages. In the future, 40,000 can become supremacies. Moreover, I've treated them with sincerity. Most of them will still serve me wholeheartedly. This is my most solid strength. If I nurture some supremacies in the future, their loyalty will definitely not be comparable to these people now. Hearing this, Zhou Qian didn't say anything else. I know what you're thinking. Muyun spoke again. You were powerful before, and martial monarchs might not take you seriously. However, I'm different. I'm an emperor now, and being a monarch is very helpful to me. I don't mean to look down on young master, I understand. Muyun spoke again. How are you? When can you reconstruct your avatar? My avatar is damaged, and I need to resolve it myself. Young master, you don't have to worry. As for the osteopyrum, if they are nourished with supreme spiritual liquid now, it won't be difficult for them to become emperors. Zhou Qian continued. Their paths are different, but they still need supreme spiritual liquid. All right. Muyun nodded. The 170 osteopyrum were all at the peak of the great sage realm. If they could become emperors. The 170 emperors could kill over 100 emperors in the eastern wilderness. Muyun said slowly, for the next 100 years, I will lay low. After 100 years, I will make the eastern wilderness submit to me. Muyun felt a sense of urgency. East, the desolate land was the weakest among the 5 regions in the 9th heaven realm. It was much weaker than the 10,000 mountains in the west, the North Sky Mountain origin, and the South Pole Sea region. Compared to the Abyss region, it was not even worth mentioning. If he couldn't unify this place, how could he fight against the heaven-sealing divine emperor? Muyun also planned to enter seclusion. He had become stronger recently, and he also needed to organize himself. Now, his lifespan was close to 10 million years, and he was about to reach his peak. Human. Although a similar lifespan sounded terrifying, in reality, if one was stuck in a realm, they might not be able to advance even half a step for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. 10 million years was almost the peak. In the future, even if he reached the supreme realm, it would be very difficult to advance. However, with a lifespan of 10 million years, Muyun was not afraid. 9. The Cloud Alliance was located in the southern wilderness region. Recently, the entire sect had exploded. All the disciples received the news that they could cultivate in the Transmutation Valley. While after some disciples entered the Transmutation Valley, some disciples directly broke through the shackles of the realm that they had been stuck in for 10,000 years. At this time, many disciples in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance were in an uproar. Change heavens. Really, the world has changed. 9. The Cloud Alliance was about to rise. 2. As the person in charge, the extreme white dragon also explained everything. For a time, Muyun was like a god, taking root in the hearts of many disciples. Right? Muyun didn't care about this. Transmutation in the Transmutation Valley. Muyun simply let the 270 osteopyrum enter together. They absorbed the power of the array formation and their own strength. At the same time, the 270 osteopyrum could also explain the path of cultivation to many disciples. Cultivation in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance was in full swing, as if it had taken on a new look. On this day, Muyun was in seclusion when a guest arrived. Xianxia was wearing a long dress and had a beautiful figure. She had reached the Imperial Emperor level and looked even more unique. Beside Xianxia, a figure naturally followed closely. It was Xianyuan, Princess Lingyue. When it came to Xianxia, Muyun smiled slightly. Your 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is really different. Qi Lingyue couldn't help but ask, what are you using for them to cultivate? Supreme Divine Liquid. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue opened her mouth, her face full of shock. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Supreme Divine Liquid. Oh no, damn, at this moment, Qi Lingyue wanted to beat Muyun up. But unfortunately, she was no match for Muyun now. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. What's the matter? Muyun asked. Can't I look for you if there's nothing? Lingyu smiled and said, what kind of magic potion did you feed my father? After returning to the country, my father gathered everyone and seriously organized them. He has been calling himself a member of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. If it weren't for some core members insisting on calling it the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, my father would have changed the name and called it the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. You can't blame me for this. Muyun smiled and said, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire has lost 3 Emperor Realm experts. Although you and Qi Tianjiao have advanced to the Emperor Realm, you are still weak Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, Qi Tianjiao's death has caused the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire to be in turmoil. Your father, mother, and 3 Emperor Realm experts are almost on par with the 8 superpowers in the East and West regions. Under such circumstances, how many people are coveting the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire? Together with the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, Zhou Qiyan and I are both Emperor Realm experts. That means there are 5 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, 2 of them are 5th step Emperor Realm experts. They are qualified to challenge the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Qi Lingyue frowned. I have a feeling that you did something to my father. Qi said. Lingyu said seriously, he is such a proud person. He won't compromise so easily, a woman's intuition was the most accurate. That was indeed the case. Qi Lingyue had really seen through some clues. Alright, why are you looking for me? Mu Yun asked. Recently, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire needs to be reorganized. However, the Seven Valley seems to have made a move. Lingyu said seriously, as you said, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire is divided into 3 factions. The Ling family's faction, the Luo family's faction, and the Royal family's faction. Qi Tianjiao is dead. Many people in the Royal family's faction who supported him are in danger. Emperor Luo Fei is dead. The Luo family is in a state of panic. Father is worried that the Seven Valley will attack the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. They don't have the guts, right? Mu Yun said with a frown. No matter what, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire still had Emperor Qi Shi. Recently, the situation in the Eastern Wilderness is unclear. In the past 100 years, many people with unfathomable strength have appeared in the Eastern Wilderness. Unfathomable? Qi Lingyue was at the first step of the Imperial Emperor realm. If he could be described as unfathomable by her, he must be at least at the Imperial Emperor realm or even at the Paragon realm. What do you mean? Perhaps the strange movements of the streamless ancient mountain have attracted the attention of the other regions, and some people have designs on the streamless ancient mountain. Qi Lingyue added, but it doesn't matter to us. The 10,000 mountain regions of the West, the South Sea region, the North Heaven Mountain origin, and the Abyss realm have always despised the Eastern Wilderness. Mu Yun said again, you mean? Currently, there are some special changes among the various forces in the Eastern Wasteland. Furthermore, there are outsiders coveting it. Lingyu gently nodded. Chaos. Chaos is good. Mu Yun smiled and said, let's do it this way. Later, I'll ask your father to abdicate the throne and give it to you. This way, the Ling family will definitely be loyal. As for the Luo family, kill them if they need to. There'll be a disaster sooner or later. You're also a member of the royal family. Are you worried that you can't subdue them? Don't worry. At the critical moment, I won't sit back and do nothing. Hearing this, Qi Lingyue stared at Mu Yun, dumbfounded. What did you just say? Ask my father to abdicate the throne? Fuck, what a joke. Even if you have Zhou Qiyan by your side to protect you, you can't just abdicate the throne of a country, right? For a moment, Qi Lingyue only felt that Mu Yun had gone crazy. Go back and tell your father what I said. He will know, Mu Yun said again, not explaining further. Qi Lingyue looked at Mu Yun, even more confused. This fellow was really unfathomable. Let's do it. She was like this before, and even more so now. Is the unusual movement in Wujian ancient mountain related to you? Qi Lingyue really suspected that it was Mu Yun who caused the commotion. How is that possible? Mu Yun smiled and said, if I could cause such a huge commotion, how could I only be an imperial emperor now? Qi Lingyue nodded. Buzz, at this moment, in the northern wilderness region of the eastern wilderness. Near the northern region, an extremely powerful aura soared into the sky. Strong. A great power was released at this moment. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. First, this extremely powerful aura spread out at this moment. Even though it was thousands of miles away, that aura could still be clearly felt by the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Same time. In the eastern wilderness, all the imperial emperors, whether it was the imperial emperors of the major forces or those who were in seclusion, were shocked at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia finally looked away from Qi Lingyue and looked towards the north. Eh? Xianxia was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Interesting, someone has stepped out of the limit of the Imperial Emperor realm and reached the Supremacy realm. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue's expressions changed. Supremacy realm. The Supremacy realm was divided into four major realms: Supremacy, Earthly Supremacy, Heavenly Supremacy, and Divine Supremacy. In the entire myriad of worlds, stepping into the Supremacy realm represented the ranks of experts. In the third-tier forces, Supremacy realm experts were all experts. In the second-tier forces, Supremacy realm experts could be said to be the core strength. In the first-tier forces, Supremacy realm experts were also the backbone strength. No matter what, a Supremacy realm expert could be said to be no longer a small figure that was ignored by others. It was enough to stand on the stage of the myriad of worlds. Lu Baiyue. Lu Baiyue. At the same time, Mu Yun and Qi Lingyue spoke. The northern region was the northern wilderness region. In the northern wilderness region, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground was one of the biggest forces. Lu Baiyue was also a fifth-step Imperial Emperor realm expert and was extremely powerful. Other than her, who else could step into the Supremacy realm? Mu at this moment, Yun was pacing back and forth. You go back first. Looking at Qi Lingyue, Mu Yun said, inherit the throne and become the empress. Let your father come here. Qi Lingyue was puzzled. Mu Yun said solemnly, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground has a Supremacy realm expert. Even if it's a Supremacy realm expert who hasn't cultivated the Supremacy realm's celestial body, it's still a Supremacy realm expert. It's not something Imperial Emperors can contend against. Next, if the Reverence Moon Holy Ground has the intention to unify the Eastern Wilderness, they will have 10 Imperial Emperors and the independent cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. Who can stop them? Therefore, we need a Supremacy realm expert to contend against them. I'll help your father become a Supremacy realm expert. Qi Lingyue's expression changed completely when she heard these words. Mu Yun's ambition was really big. Help father become a Supremacy realm expert? What kind of joke was this? In the Supremacy realm, if it was so easy to become a Supremacy realm expert, how could there only be one Supremacy realm expert in the Eastern Wilderness, even if it was an early-stage Supremacy realm expert who hadn't cultivated the Supremacy realm's celestial body? It was still an invincible existence. Moreover, if Mu Yun had the ability, why didn't she help Qiu Qian instead of father? Don't be in a daze. Yun urged, tell your father. Your father will understand. Mu Yun was a little anxious now. The birth of a Supremacy realm expert would completely change the situation in the Eastern Wilderness. Qi Lingyue hurriedly left and returned to the Scarlet Sun Holy Country. He realized that ever since he met Mu Yun, the entire Eastern Wilderness had changed. There hadn't been a Supremacy realm expert in the Eastern Wilderness for 1,000,000 years. How did a Supremacy realm expert appear the moment Mu Yun rose to power? This was too strange. Don't just look at Qi Lingyue. Keep an eye on the Scarlet Sun Holy Country. Qi Lingyue pursed her lips and said, I can't use my strength. Otherwise, my cultivation will be broken, and my realm will drop. Moreover, you don't have to worry. She's just an early-stage Supremacy realm expert who hasn't cultivated the Supremacy realm's celestial body. I think Qiu Qian will be able to resist her. Qiu Qian's celestial body is damaged, but he's much stronger than a Supremacy Realm expert who hasn't cultivated the Supremacy Realm's celestial body. Mu Yun said. Yun directly said, I don't expect you to do anything. If there's anything, just inform me immediately. No problem. Mu Yun watched as Shan Yuan chased after Qi Lingyue and left. She felt a headache coming on. She wanted to bring out a top-notch cultivator to intimidate everyone. Who would have thought? That Shan Yuan Ku would only stare at Qi Lingyue, as if he wanted to become one with Qi Lingyue? Young master, you don't have to worry. Qiu Qian said slowly, I can still resist without cultivating the Supremacy Realm's celestial body. I'm not worried about this early-stage Supremacy Realm Lu Baiyue, but... Mu Yun said. Yun paused and continued, I feel that there will be more than one Supremacy Realm expert in the Eastern Wilderness. Hearing this, Qiu Qian was stunned. It was very possible. 10. As a powerful force, they had managed to obtain some good stuff from their trip to the 8 palaces. Although supremacies didn't care about those things, they were priceless treasures to supremacies. Yunhua said. Some people might really break through the shackles and become supremacies. It's a pity that in another 100 years, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance will definitely produce a large number of supremacies and sovereigns. By then, they will definitely be the overlords of the Eastern Wilderness. Now, it's too late. Mu Yun sighed. You'll be in charge of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Go into seclusion and see how the situation will develop. Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the huge 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. It would be the foundation for him to walk into the great thousand world and become famous. No one could destroy it. On the other side, Qi Lingyue returned to the capital of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. At this moment, in a palace in the imperial city of the Holy Kingdom. Big. Monarch Qi Shi sat proudly within the hall. Monarch Ling Xian stood beside him. Big, below the palace, many cultivators stood. These people were the core of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. Most of them were at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. They held great power in the Qiang Holy Kingdom. Ruler, I'm afraid the Reverence Moon Holy Ground will make a move after Lu Baiyue has broken through to the Supremacy Realm. We have to prepare for a rainy day. Yes, if Lu Baiyue really wants to unify the Eastern Wilderness, then we'll be trapped like beasts. That's right, we have to find allies. Everyone in the palace started to discuss. Qi Shi Emperor Qi rubbed his forehead as he felt a headache coming on. Everyone present was the core of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. They had their own goals, and it was difficult to deal with them. Father. A voice sounded at this moment. Qi Lingyue walked into the palace. A smile appeared on Qi Shi's face when he saw Qi Lingyue. Among Qi Tianjiao, Qi Luoyang, and Qi Lingyue, he didn't think highly of Qi Lingyue. After all, she was a woman. However, who would have thought that Qi Lingyue would reach the Emperor realm in the shortest time possible? However, most importantly, Qi Lingyue had a discerning eye for talent. Knowing Mu Yun could be considered as saving his life. If it wasn't for Mu Yun, Qi Shi had no doubt that Shan Yuan Ku would have kept him in the streamless ancient mountain for the rest of his life. Moreover, he found out later on. Mu Yun had given Qi Lingyue an inheritance and saved his beloved concubine, Emperor Ling Xin. However, if it wasn't for Mu Yun, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire would have fallen by now. Moreover, he was still under Mu Yun's control. Imperial Father. Qi Lingyue came to Qi Shi's side and squatted down in front of him. She repeated Mu Yun's words word by word in an extremely soft voice. Emperor Qi Shi nodded slowly and said, I understand. Qi Lingyue was dumbfounded when she heard this. I understand? Just like that? Imperial Father, the Emperor wasn't surprised at all and didn't refute at all? Is he still my Imperial Father? Qi Shi, Emperor Shi stood up and waved his hand. A golden Imperial edict appeared in the air above the hall. Emperor Qi Shi said solemnly, from today onwards, I, Qi Lingyue, will be the Emperor of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Everyone must support me wholeheartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, discussions broke out in the hall. You can't. Yes, Qi Lingyue is a woman after all. The Scarlet Sun Holy Empire has never had a female emperor. Although Qi Lingyue is strong enough, she is still young and lacks experience. Discussions broke out in the hall. Shut up! Emperor Qi, she roared, and a wave of Emperor Qing's aura swept through the hall. Reverence Moon Holy Lord Lu Baiyue has broken through. Are we going to sit here and wait for death? Emperor Qi's voice sounded. Alliance? Alliance with whom? The Seven Valleys or the Four Beast Races? Or the four superpowers of the West Desolate region? Are they reliable? If not for the Sevenfold Valley, our Qiyang Holy Empire would have 6 imperial emperors now. I have made up my mind on this matter. Emperor Shi continued, furthermore, in the future, the Crimson Sun Holy Nation will merge with the Southern Wilderness Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. We will be known as the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. I don't care if you agree or not. As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, the crowd beneath wanted to refute him, but they didn't dare to do so. It was one thing for the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, a fourth-tier power, to merge with the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, to become a part of someone else. Moreover, it was the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. It was once an unremarkable force. Namely, even the current Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance only had 2 imperial emperors. To what could this monarch change? They could not understand why the monarch would do such a thing. Looking at the impassioned crowd below, a worried look appeared on Qi Lingyue's face. In this way, it might cause great dissatisfaction. What exactly was the deal between Mu Yun and Imperial Father, Emperor Qi? She quietly listened to the discussion below. Finally, he scanned the surroundings. From today onwards, I will prepare to cultivate in seclusion. I will not come out until I become a supremacy. As soon as he said this, everyone below was stunned. Congratulations, monarch! Congratulations, monarch! In an instant, nearly 100 people in the hall bowed one by one. If the monarch wasn't confident, he wouldn't say that he would break through in seclusion. In that case, the Crimson Sun Holy Nation would also have a supremacy. However, everyone was puzzled again. If that was the case, why did the monarch want to join the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? He could completely annex the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and strengthen himself. However, everyone knew that if Emperor Qi Shi really became supremacy Qi Shi, no one would be able to refute him no matter what he did. Great. In the hall, everyone gradually retreated. Young Master Xianyuan. Qi Shi was extremely polite when he saw Xianyuan Ku. My daughter has neglected young Master Xianyuan in the past few days. It was my fault for not teaching her. Imperial Father, Qi Lingyue stomped her feet. Xianyuan Ku had been sticking to her all day. How could she neglect him? No. It was already good enough to chase him away. Don't be rude. Qi Shi said again, young Master Xianyuan is giving us a lot of face by coming to our holy nation as a guest. Don't be presumptuous. Father, Qi Lingyue was speechless. What was wrong with Imperial Father? Yes. Mu Yun was very respectful and he was even more respectful towards Xianyuan Ku. Difficult. Didn't Imperial Father see that this guy was staring at her as if he wanted to eat her? However, Xianyuan Ku didn't care. He waved his hand and said, Old Qi, you don't have to be so polite. I'll just accompany Miss Yu like this. You do what you need to do. Oh right, Mu Yun asked you to go. Hurry up and go. I think it's about time for you to become a supremacy. Yes, Qi Shi cupped his hands. Qi Lingyue stomped her feet and left the hall. Xianyuan Ku hurriedly followed. Emperor Qi. She watched the two leave and muttered, it's a pity that Mu Yun doesn't like Yu. If only Mu Yun likes Yu, who was Yun, the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing. East. Although the desolate land had declined, it wasn't to the extent that they didn't know anything. Human emperor, Emperor Qing, just the word emperor was enough to tell what kind of people they were. If Qi Lingyue could become Mu Yun's wife, no, even a concubine, then the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom would have 2 emperors backing them. No. It wasn't bad to have Xianyuan Ku. Qi Lingyue was with the 9 wild beasts and was the descendant of the Divine Emperor's disciple. Although he couldn't be compared to Mu Yun's respected status and illustrious identity, he was still very powerful. If Qi Lingyue knew what Imperial Father was thinking, she would definitely be stunned. At this moment, Shan Yuanke left with Qi Lingyue. "Why are you always following me?" Qi Lingyue said unhappily, "I found so many beautiful women for you last time. They were all found in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, and they were all virgins. If you're really bored, you can find them to relax." "No, no, no." Shan Yuanke smiled slyly and said, "Appearance is just an external appearance. The first time I saw you, I liked your inner beauty. Of course, you're also very beautiful. I also like your external beauty," Qi Lingyue said. Qi Lingyue was speechless and said, "What do you like about me?" "Nothing. It's just that the two of us are a match made in heaven." Shan Yuanke smiled and said, revealing a smile that he thought was elegant, "Actually, there's something I haven't told you." Qi Lingyue suddenly said, "I like Mu Yun. Unless he's dead, I won't like anyone else." Shan Yuanke smiled. "It's okay. I don't care if a woman serves two husbands." Qi Lingyue exploded with anger. See, she had seen shameless people, but she had never seen such a shameless person. Shan Yuanke's lips curled up slightly. "Follow me?" "Moo, it's not like Yun didn't say that Qi Lingyue and Mu Yun were friends. You're heartless to me, and I'm not interested in you." "Using Mu Yun as a shield?" "No use." "Then what do you want?" Qi Lingyue finally said. "It's simple. I want to dual cultivate with you." "Dual cultivate?" Qi Lingyue's eyes widened. "I've said that you're the most suitable for me." "Really?" Xianxia said. Shan Yuanke said slowly, "Our Shan Yuan family is a little special. We can't find a wife casually. Otherwise, we'll lose all our cultivation. You're just right for me. And let me tell you, dual cultivating with me won't do me any good, but it can make your cultivation improve greatly." Qi Lingyue said suspiciously, "Do you say this to every woman?" "No, no, no. That's Mu Yun." Seeming to realize that he had said something wrong, Shan Yuanke coughed and said, "In this world, only you can do it. I was sure the moment I saw you." Qi Lingyue stared at Shan Yuanke speechlessly. "When you talk nonsense with such a serious face, you really do seem to be the case," Xianxia said. Shan Yuanke was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "How about this? If you don't believe me, let's try it once. You'll know if it's real or not." Qi Lingyue was speechless. Qi Lingyue was completely speechless. Try it? Try it, this time, could she still be the complete her? Did Shan Yuanke take her for a fool? "I advise you to give up." Qi Lingyue smiled and said, "You're not my type." It's okay, it's okay. As long as you're my type." Qi Lingyue. A piece of news was released in the Sun Saint Nation. Qi Lingyue would replace Emperor Qi Shi as the new ruler of the Sun Saint Nation. This news not only shocked the entire Saint Nation, but it also caused a lot of discussion in the Eastern Wilderness. Qi Lingyue, the first empress of the Sun Saint Nation. While Emperor Qi Shi suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Emperor Qi Shi was not the only one. Seven Valley Master Hong Jiucheng. Lian Chuefeng Tian, the leader of the Prison Blood Phoenix tribe. The two of them gradually disappeared without a trace. The desolate wilderness became calm. But this calmness gave people the feeling of the calm before the storm. It seemed that an even bigger storm was about to come. Yes, Mu Yun did not care about this. Emperor Qi Shi entered the Transmutation Valley to cultivate. Mu Yun gave him extra sovereign spiritual liquid, hoping that he would break through to the sovereign realm in the shortest time possible. 9 In the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, all the disciples began to immerse themselves in cultivation with excitement. This frenzy of cultivation spread in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. While Mu Yun did not feel much about this. She just cultivated in seclusion in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Last time, 3 imperial emperors had died, and Mu Yun had devoured all of them. He had used this opportunity to stabilize his first step imperial emperor realm. At the same time, she gradually familiarized herself with the Tai Chi Dao. Most importantly, she could transform into a dragon. Although she could transform into a dragon now, she still needed to get used to fighting in a dragon's body. Everything passed smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. The eastern wilderness was as calm as ever. Under this calm, there was a lot of news that moved people. 10 in a large force, many people began to break through. Many people felt that the eastern wilderness seemed to be different. While Zhou Qian had a reasonable explanation for these changes. According to Zhou Qian, the entire abyss world was the core of the ninth heaven world. It was also the central region where the source energy spread out. While the abyss world was the core of the abyss world, the density of the source energy there was naturally the highest. Therefore, all the second-tier forces chose to take root in the abyss world. While apart from that, the North Heaven Mountain source, the West Mountain Range, and the South Pole Sea radiated source energy. Although the source energy in those three regions was not as dense as the abyss world, it was still much stronger than the Eastern Barren Land. The Eastern Barren Land could be said to be stronger than the other worlds in the ninth heaven world. However, compared to these four regions, it was much weaker. While this time, when Liu Baihui broke through to the supremacy realm, he unknowingly guided some source energy into the Eastern Barren Land, causing the source energy in the Eastern Barren Land to become stronger. According to Zhou Qian, this situation was very mysterious. While the difference in the number of experts and the difference in the domain would lead to some incredible changes. Also, in other words, the birth of an expert would slowly change the awkward situation of the Eastern Barren Land. In the following days, if a few more Supremacy Realm experts were born, a series of changes might occur in the Eastern Barren Land. While it sounded mysterious, but it was the truth. Zhou Qian meant that the same situation had occurred in the other heavenly worlds before. For example, in this case, the Eastern Barren Land would be different for a period of time. In this regard, Mu Yun was eager to give it a try. Change. It was good to be strong. If the Eastern Barren Land became stronger, then there would be more opportunities for him to fight. A great era was coming, and it depended on who could seize the opportunity. Time passed slowly, and another 20 years went by. In the past few decades, the Eastern Barren Land had been constantly spreading news. The crown prince of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Lu, had reached the emperor realm. The young master of the Donghua manor, Hua Tianxian, had reached the emperor realm. The void spirit paradises Ling Ju and the Li fire sex Li Xiaoyu had also reached the emperor realm. Moreover, it was not just these few people. The other veteran emperor realm experts had also increased their cultivation by a lot. Similar at this time, some independent cultivators in the Eastern Barren Land began to search for sects and forces to enter. Many people also had a premonition that the world was about to change. Time passed by just like that. While this shocking news spread out at this moment, the Reverence Moon Holy Land's Holy Prince, Wu Jinhui, had set off from the Northern Barren Land to challenge all second-step emperors in the Eastern Land. This is when this news spread, everyone was incomparably shocked. Everyone already knew that Jinhui had reached the second step of the sovereign emperor realm. But however, in just a short 100 years, Wu Jinhui actually had the confidence to challenge all imperial emperors of the same level. It was truly inconceivable. In that case, Wu Jinhui definitely felt that his strength had reached this level. Wan Xiaochen knew that in the Eastern Wasteland, aside from the dozens of sovereign emperors from the 11 major factions, there were dozens of sovereign emperors who lived in seclusion. While of those dozens of people, there were definitely many who were at the second step of the sovereign emperor realm. Here once the news came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wu Jinhui started from the Tuoba family and headed towards Donghua Prefecture, Spirit Void Cave, and Firely Sect. He was preparing to challenge all of them so that he could enter the third step of the sovereign emperor realm. Here his ambition was not small. While once this news was released, the crowd gradually began to pay attention to it. Mu Yun did not care about this. There were too many things going on in the Cloud Alliance. If he had the mood to care about those trivial matters, he might as well go into seclusion and comprehend his realm. Since from the moment he reached the Sage Lord realm, Mu Yun felt that he had advanced too quickly. Therefore, this time, after spending so much time, he was still at the first step of the Sovereign Emperor realm and stabilizing his realm. And the most important thing was to cultivate the mountain-moving god sword art. Move the mountain god sword art was a true 6th grade ancient god technique. Moreover, it was not a simple 6th grade ancient god technique. The first move, mountain moving, started with a 5th grade ancient god technique. The second move, sea filling. The third move, gathering force. Here the fourth move, sky piercing. These 4 moves were the true power of the mountain moving god sword art. Having reached this stage in his life, Mu Yun still had a certain preference for swordsmanship. In addition, last time, by chance, his sword soul had entered the intermediate stage. Corresponding to the sovereign emperor realm, cultivating this sword art was the easiest way to control the power of an sovereign emperor. An sovereign emperor was several times stronger than a sage lord. He had completely integrated with the power of heaven and earth. This was something that a sage lord could not do. A peak sage lord could at most integrate 99% of the power of heaven and earth. As for an sovereign emperor, it was 100%. It didn't sound like the difference was big. But this was the difference between a non-perfected sovereign emperor and a perfected sovereign emperor. A slight difference was comparable to the difference of 100,000 feet tall mountain. 9 within the Heaven Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun held her sword and fought with the Panga spirit. Now the current Panga spirit had also reached the first step of the sovereign emperor realm. Moreover, the Panga spirit's improvement was the fusion of several great origin fires. In essence, there was a huge difference. Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. It was like the surging waves of the sea, sweeping out and attacking the Panga spirit. The Panga spirit's expression didn't change. She clenched her fist and punched out. That punch was filled with flames. The intense flames were filled with a scorching aura. Boom, within the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, explosions sounded at this moment. If it wasn't for the defensive array that Mu Yun had set up, the 2 of them would have been enough to destroy the entire 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. For a moment, the 2 of them fought. Neither of them gave in. Slash, Mu Yun's sword fell. It was as if the condensed aura was released at this moment. Boom. 2 in the valley, they continued to exchange blows. Xianxia stood in the distance and watched the 2 of them fight. He nodded repeatedly. In the end, the 2 of them stopped. Xianxia said carefully, "Young master's sea-filling move just now was a little lacking in power. Sea-filling move is not to split the sea with force, but to shake. The power of suppression is to use the sea for one's own use. As for the gathering move, you need to firmly stabilize your aura. Before you kill with your sword, you must ensure that you don't release any aura." Hearing these words, Mu Yun nodded. Xianxia's combat experience was definitely more experienced than his. As for the Panga spirit, Xianxia said. Xian looked at the Panga spirit and said slowly, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that you need to fuse with the origin fire. Your strength will become stronger and stronger." The Panga spirit laughed, showing its wildness. Mu Yun was speechless. No, thinking about it, the Panga spirit was the will of the origin fire. To be able to condense the origin fire, how could it lack battle? Human fighting with others to improve oneself. Heaven, everything in the world was the same. The strong preyed on the weak. Shall we continue to the next step? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun. Next step? Yes, take a beating. Xianxia said seriously, "When you fight with the Panga spirit, it's considered a challenge of the same level. The suppression of the Panga spirit on you is not strong enough. I'll fight with you." As soon as Xian finished speaking, Mu Yun staggered and almost fell to the ground. Xianxia asked. Xian was 5 steps above an imperial emperor. He could fight against an early-stage supremacy who had not cultivated the supremacy celestial body. 2. If they fought, wouldn't he be sent flying with a slap? Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, "Don't worry. I suppressed myself to the first step of the Imperial Emperor to give you the greatest pressure and force out your potential." "Okay," Mu Yun said. At this moment, Yun was also eager to give it a try. After all, if a 5-step Imperial Emperor was suppressed to the first step of the Imperial Emperor, one's control of power would definitely be perfect. He could also experience the battle between the 2 of them. Boom, at this moment, the 2 of them started fighting in the valley. At the same time, in the eastern wilderness, the news continued to spread. By Wu Jinhui, the Saint of the Moon Holy Land, fought a second-step imperial emperor from the Tuoba family and lost. Wu Jinhui continued to challenge. Donghua Prefecture. Day after day passed, and Mu Yun refined his control over his power every day. On the other hand, Wu Jinhui challenged step by step. Whether it was the imperial emperors of the major factions or the itinerant imperial emperors, they were all defeated by him. Dijun Erbu. Wu Jinhui seemed to have continued his legend and had never tasted defeat. Mu Yun did not care about this. She was getting more and more familiar with the control of the mountain-moving god sword technique. Her usage of quantity was also smoother. This made Mu Yun very satisfied. If it was because her strength had improved too quickly that her strength was unstable, that would be a loss. Alliance Leader. On this day, in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, a disciple said in a panic, "Not good. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The Panga spirit stopped the person. Wu Jinhui is here. The disciple took a deep breath and said, Wu Jinhui challenged the 4 major factions of the Western Wilderness region and the 4 beast clans of the Eastern Wilderness region. He did not lose a single one. A famous second-step imperial emperor from the Sevenfold Valley was also defeated by him. Now, he's coming towards our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Hearing this, the Panga spirit frowned. Mu Yun asked. At this moment, Yun walked out of the hall and said slowly, "Tell them that our Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will not accept challenges if there are no second-step imperial emperors." Ah? The disciple was stunned. The current Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was considered a 4th-tier faction. Wasn't it too embarrassing to say that? What? Mu Yun reprimanded, "If you don't have one in the first place, where can you find someone to fight with him? If you want face, then cultivate well and reach the second-step imperial emperor. Then, you can go and fight with him." The disciple's face turned red and he hurriedly left. At this moment, outside the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, a group of martial artists came in with aggressive auras. The person in the middle was dressed in a golden robe. From head to toe, he exuded a dignified aura. It was Wu Jinhui. Beside Jinhui, 2 middle-aged men stood proudly with strong auras. Right, they were the 2 top experts of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi. The 2 of them were also the top experts of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. "Holy Sun, why did you come here?" Lu Tingyu glanced at the mountain range of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance and frowned. If it weren't for a 5th-step imperial emperor overseeing this place, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance wouldn't have the qualifications to call itself a 4th-tier faction. "That's why I came here," Wu Jinhui said. Jinhui smiled indifferently, like a spring breeze. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance has such a weak foundation, but there's actually a 5th-step imperial emperor overseeing it. It's really strange. Moreover, I remember that the alliance chief, Mu Yun, claimed to be the strongest person below the imperial emperor realm. At that time, I hadn't reached the imperial emperor realm. He really dared to say that. I'd like to meet such a person, Wu Jinhui said. Jinhui was calm and collected as he spoke. Several times, while they were talking, a figure arrived. "Everyone, my alliance chief said that there are no second-step imperial emperors in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Therefore, this battle is unnecessary." When these words came out, Wu Jinhui's expression changed. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance is really arrogant. Our Holy Sun has personally come, but the alliance chief is actually so perfunctory? Beside Jinhui, Wu Jinhing snorted. "I think you're courting death." You and the others also had furious looks on their faces. What did the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance mean? Now who didn't know that an early venerable had appeared in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground? Everyone. Which major force didn't treat the Reverence Moon Holy Ground with respect? The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was just a 4th-grade force. Did they have the foundation and ability of a 4th-grade force? At this moment, Wu Jinhing's body was full of energy. So arrogant, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. Wu Jinhui took a step forward, waved his hand, and punched out. 1-step Emperor Realm. Wu Jinheng had also reached the 1st step of the Imperial Emperor Realm. A loud explosion sounded outside the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's mountain gate. Several disciples guarding the mountain gate exploded and died. If it wasn't for the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's protection, Wu Jinheng's punch would have pierced through it. You guys don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Jinheng scolded. Enemy attack. At this moment, figures rushed out from the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's mountain gate. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 Saint Monarchs appeared in the mountain gate's formation. They were glaring at the front. Bullshit, fourth grade force, this is all you have. Most of the Saint Monarchs were early Venerable Realm. Wu Jinheng sneered. Your bullshit alliance chief doesn't want face. Get out now and accept your death obediently. My Reverence Moon Holy Ground won't bother about it. Wu Jinheng sneered. You have such a big face. Other people's faces are faces, but I think your face is your butt, right? A cold voice sounded at this moment. Mu Yun, dressed in black, walked out of the mountain gate at this moment. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Mu Yun. Wu Jinheng shouted. Jinheng's expression changed. She was indeed arrogant enough. Kid, are you courting death? Yun looked at Wu Jinheng. My big brother has personally come to fight, and you are actually so perfunctory. You are the ones courting death. Don't you have any shame? Yun clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke in an indifferent tone. As the chief of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance isn't any worse than your Reverence Moon Holy Ground. A disciple came to challenge me to temper his strength. It's already good enough for me to reply politely. It's not like the Reverence Moon Holy Lord is here. Do you want me, the Alliance Master, to personally welcome them? Are you qualified? The moment these words came out, Wu Jinheng simply exploded with rage. Who do you think you are? Wu Jinheng shouted angrily, are you comparable to my big brother? Trash. Does the tiny Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance really think it's something? Fourth-class force? Is your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance qualified? A fourth-tier force must have an imperial emperor overseeing it. There must be at least 1,000 sages and at least 10,000 sovereigns. Just because you claim to be fourth class, you think you're fourth class? The moment these words came out, Mu Yun smiled contemptuously. Men, let this thing who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth see if we are qualified. Nearly 80 years had passed since Mu Yun set up the Transmutation Valley. The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance had undergone earth-shattering changes. Today let them take a look. Swish, swish. Swish, more than 100 osteopyrum appeared one by one. The aura of a sage monarch was fully displayed. While at the same time, Tai Chi White Dragon, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua also had the aura of a sage monarch. Tai Chi White Dragon had reached the peak of the sage monarch realm. He, who had merged with the Supreme Bone, had improved the fastest in the Transmutation Valley. Not only that, behind the four of them, there were nearly 1,000 people in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance who had reached the sage monarch realm. How? There were more than 1,000 people. Similar to sovereigns and heavenly monarchs, there were even more. At this moment, it indeed looked completely different. Mu Yun looked at Wu Jinheng and sneered. Is it enough? Not enough, there's more. Gu Ling, Luo Tianqing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng. 5 emperor monarchs. Here at this moment, their aura was completely overwhelming. Here in an instant, Wu Jinheng was a little stunned. More than 10,000 sovereigns, more than 1,000 sage monarchs, and 7 emperor monarchs. What had happened to the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance in these few decades? Liaoding Yu and Lu Ye's expressions changed slightly at this moment. How could this be? The Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance felt like hundreds of thousands of years had passed. It didn't feel like only a few decades had passed. Humph. Wu Jinheng snorted. Jinheng snorted and continued, Alliance leader Mu, don't forget that my Reverence Moon Holy Ground has a sovereign overseeing it. So what? Mu Yun asked. Yun sneered. It's just a sovereign. In the future, my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will also have one. If you want to challenge me, it's already not bad that I politely replied to you. Do you think you're someone important? So what if there's a sovereign overseeing it? Does your reverence Moon Holy Ground dare to start a war with us? I, Mu Yun, have never been afraid of death. It just so happens that my disciples are improving very quickly. I'm looking for your reverence Moon Holy Ground to spar with. Even if I'm destroyed, it's fine if I want to drag your reverence Moon Holy Ground down with me. Mu Yun spoke word by word. He looked at the dozens of people without the slightest fear. Mu Yun, as a person, it's better not to be too arrogant. A sovereign is not as powerful as you think. Lu Tingyu was very uncomfortable when he heard Yun's words. Let your holy master destroy my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun sneered. Yun smiled contemptuously. Now, he really had the confidence to do so. 100 drops of sovereign divine liquid was equivalent to 1 million drops of sovereign spiritual liquid. He took it all out in one go for his disciples to cultivate. Now, it could be said that the world had turned upside down. Continue to be afraid? What was there to be afraid of? A mere emperor monarch, I think you want to go to heaven. Jin Heng sneered. If you have the ability, fight with me. See if I don't chop you into pieces. Do you think you can do it? Mu Yun sneered. Yun said coldly, you killed my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciples, humiliated my sect, and provoked the Alliance Master. You deserve death. As soon as Yun finished speaking, his figure flew up. Kid, when you were at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm, you dared to claim that you were invincible. Now that you're an Emperor Monarch, do you still dare? Jin Heng sneered, and a blade appeared in his hand. The blade shot out in all directions, and with a flash of light, it attacked at this moment. Swish, blood chi soared into the sky, making people feel an abnormal baleful aura. Mu Yun sneered, holding a long sword in his hand. Who is the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? I'm invincible in the Emperor Monarch realm. Mu Yan's long sword slashed out at this moment. See filling. The sword slashed out. It was originally ordinary. But, in the next moment, a high-grade sword soul was released at this moment. The sword slashed out. Boom, oh no. Wu Jinhui's expression changed at this moment. Lu Tingyu and Lu Ye's expressions changed even more. But it was too late. Emperor Monarch in a battle between monarchs, victory and defeat was only in an instant. Bang! An explosion sounded, and Wu Jinheng's body exploded at this moment, turning into a bloody mist. Bastard! Wu Jinhui, who had not spoken from the beginning to the end, cursed at this moment. Mu Yun dared to kill Wu Jinheng in front of him. That was his younger brother. In the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, the two brothers had supported him all the way. His younger brother had done a lot for him to become a holy prince. Mu Yun, how dare you? Wu Jinhui shouted. At this moment, Jinhui's expression was extremely solemn. Why wouldn't I dare? Yun did not retreat at all. I'll politely tell you that there are no emperor monarchs in our alliance. You don't know when to stop and when to retreat. You killed my Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance's disciple and destroyed my sect. You're the ones who are courting death. Presumptuous. Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi could not stand it at this moment. Mu Yun was so arrogant, they had traveled all over the eastern wilderness, and all the major forces were polite to them. Only the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was so arrogant, if they did not kill, how could they shock the crowd? Lu Yitingyu and Lu Yi went straight for Mu Yun. He's mine. Wu Jinhui shouted, I want to kill him with my own hands. Can you kill him? Mu asked. Yun's face turned cold. Today, your Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance doesn't need to exist anymore. Wu Jinhui said indifferently, since you killed my brother, the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance will be buried with you. The moment these words came out, Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi charged out, wanting to break the formation with brute force. Scram! A calm voice sounded at this moment. Qiu Qian stood in front of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance with one hand behind his back. That's the Emperor Monarch fifth step expert, right? Lu Tingyu snorted coldly, I'm here to experience it. Come at me together. Qiu Qian said indifferently, otherwise, I'll kill one of you. Presumptuous. When Lu Yi heard this, anger rose in his heart, and he charged out. Were the people of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance all so arrogant? Mu Wenyun heard this, he praised in his heart. Elder Chiu. His words were full of arrogance. Only yes, don't brag too much. Ching in an instant, 5 figures started fighting in the sky above the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Qiu Qian was fighting 1 against 2. Facing 2 emperor monarchs, he was not afraid at all. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and every move was aimed to kill. On the other side, the battle between Mu Yun and Wu Jinhui attracted even more attention. During this period of time, Wu Jinhui could be said to be in the limelight in the eastern wilderness. He had challenged 2 emperor monarchs and had not lost a single time. Even some old antiques had been defeated by him. It was hard for such a genius not to attract attention. And Mu Yun was the alliance leader of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. All these years, she could be said to be the spiritual pillar of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Who didn't know that Mu Yun had opened up the formation and paid a huge price to increase their strength without any worries? 9 in the sky above the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, 10,000 meters above the ground, the 5 people were fighting, covering the sky and the sun. Saint disciples below the monarch realm could not see through it all. In the Moon Holy Land, someone said in a low voice, immediately report to the Holy Land that Wu Jinhing is dead. The 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is forcing them. Go. Yes. At the same time, the news of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance spread quickly. Who didn't know that the current Reverence Moon Holy Land was overseen by a sovereign? Who dared to provoke them, but Mu Yun provoked them. This matter was destined to cause a huge uproar in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this at all. After decades of accumulation, the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance could be considered to have some capital. Now, there were many saint monarchs and sovereign kings. They were not inferior to the 4 great beast races and the 4 great forces of the western wilderness region. In this battle, Mu Yun also wanted to tell everyone. Daunty all day long, he kept mentioning the 11 great 4th-tier forces, the 11 great 4th-tier forces. The current eastern wilderness was the 12 4th-grade forces. Boom, a loud explosion sounded, and the 2 figures retreated. Wu Jinhui looked at Mu Yun in front of him, and his face turned gloomy. This guy was not simple. At this moment, Yun held the fallen sun divine sword in his hand and stood in the void, looking at Wu Jinhui. The holy son of the moon holy ground was a second-step emperor realm cultivator. This kid was indeed not simple. After fighting for a while, the 2 of them had a rough estimation of each other's strength. It seems like you're deliberately angering me to clear the name of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Wu Jinhui said indifferently, however, I have to say that you've chosen the wrong person. In the Eastern Wasteland, there were 11 4th-ranked forces. Mu Yun could choose the 4 beast races of the Eastern Wasteland or the 4 superpowers of the Western Wasteland. However, he chose Wu Jinhui to show the might of his 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Courting. Death. Clear the name? Yun smiled faintly and said, I don't need to clear the name of my 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Everyone can see how powerful it is. I just want to tell you that you're the holy son of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, not the holy son of my 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. You have no right to be arrogant in the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Jin Hui's face turned cold. Mu Yun was too presumptuous. Now everyone in the Eastern Wasteland knew about him. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground's Holy Lord, Lu Baiyue, had reached the Venerable Realm. He Wu Jinhui, second-step Emperor Realm, was invincible in the same realm. This person didn't know how to be polite, speaking respectfully to the people of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Only this kid was arrogant and arrogant. He even killed his own brother because of a disagreement. Why? He knew that Wu Jinhing was also a genius in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. He had also reached the Emperor Realm. Mu Yun had no idea what kind of powerful enemy he had provoked. Chaos Sky-Splitting Palm. Jin Hui took a step forward, and the source energy in his body gathered. Streams of source energy converged, and the power of heaven and earth, he charged out. Moving Mountain. With one strike, Mu Yun's aura surged. There was nothing on the long sword. However, at this moment, Mu Yun seemed to be carrying an endless torrential mountain as she pressed down on Wu Jinhui. Boom, the 2 of them collided in the void. the earth trembled as rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Below, above the nine heavens cloud alliance, there was a great formation protecting it. However, when that tyrannical power scattered in all directions and landed on the great formation, it still caused a series of explosions. Fill the sea. Another angry roar sounded at this moment. In the sky, there seemed to be a wave rising from under Mu Yun's feet and rising continuously. The waves seemed to rush into the sky, rolling out one after another. The rumbling sound was unbearable. Mu Yun's sword also smashed down at this moment. The waves came crashing down in an instant. Bang! Wu Jinhui punched out. Fist the shadow in front of him condensed into a surging wave, bringing with it a series of deafening explosions. Both of them were imperial emperors. When they fought, they really had the power to collapse heaven and earth. At this moment, when the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance disciples saw this scene, their expressions changed in shock. This was an imperial emperor, a great sage could be considered a powerhouse in the eastern wilderness. However, compared to an imperial emperor, the difference was too great, the two were not on the same level at all. Gather momentum. Another sword strike was launched. At this moment, Mu Yan's sword chi was oppressive. Even though they were separated by the sky, everyone could still feel the powerful impact of Mu Yan's sword chi. Quasi to be exact, it was a kind of aura. Mu Yan's entire body condensed a kind of aura. This kind of aura made people feel that their bodies were under great pressure. Fall. As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed down with her sword. That kind of aura also followed closely behind. Boom, the aura rushed towards Wu Jinhui and instantly covered Wu Jinhui's figure completely. Defeated? It can't be? That's Wu Jinhui. The alliance leader's strength is so strong. At this moment, the crowd was incomparably shocked. Mu Yun's strength was really very strong. During this period of time, who in the entire eastern wilderness did not know of Wu Jinhui's fame? However, Mu Yun had been taking the initiative to attack until now and was not in a disadvantageous position. Just this kind of strength alone was very shocking. Be careful. They knew that Wu Jinhui was an invincible second-step imperial emperor, while Mu Yun was only a first-step imperial emperor. At this moment, the two of them were rolling their origin power, and powerful forces were released one after another. This battle was even more destructive than they had imagined. Break through the sky. At the next moment, Mu Yan's voice sounded again. Boom, in an instant, Mu Yan's figure turned into an afterimage and directly shot out at this moment. Wu at this moment, Jinhui crossed his arms and let out a low roar. Suddenly, a golden light burst out between his arms and instantly pounced towards Mu Yun. Boom, a muffled sound rang out. At this moment, the two figures collided instantly. Earth, the mountains shook. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies sway. Boom, boom, in the blink of an eye, the two figures were sent flying backwards. Mu Yun's figure directly retreated dozens of miles and crashed into the ground with a loud bang before stopping. While on the other side, traces of blood seeped out of Wu Jinhui's arms. His hair was slightly messy as he looked at Mu Yun with a gloomy expression. He was injured, damn it, he was actually injured by Mu Yun, even if this injury was insignificant. However, along the way, he had challenged no less than 10 people. Among the second-step imperial emperors, no one was able to injure him. Mu Yun, a mere first-step imperial emperor, actually injured him. You're courting death. At this moment, Wu Jinhui's figure flew out and charged towards Mu Yun. The distance of dozens of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Wu Jinhui stretched out his palm, and a golden spear suddenly appeared in his hand. It was long. The spear was nearly 3 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. Its entire body was shining with golden light. Explosive spear, divine art. A low shout rang out. Wu, the golden spear released tens of thousands of spear lights and charged towards Mu Yun. Rumble, the ground collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and sand and dust rose. For a moment, it felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Wu Jinhui held the golden divine spear in his hand and stood proudly in midair. Bah, suddenly, a voice sounded. Mu Yun's figure walked out of the dust and spat out a mouthful of blood. He grinned and said, "This is more like the strength of a second-step imperial emperor." Hmm? Wu Jinhui's eyes were filled with surprise. This fellow had withstood it. Here, at this moment, Mu Yun was wearing a pale yellow divine robe. The faint golden light combined with the ancient pale yellow gave off an incomparable aura. Show me your true abilities. Mu Yun sneered and said, "You'll die if you underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jinhui's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Here, how arrogant, with the pale yellow divine robe and the meteorite divine sword in her hand, Mu Yun's aura increased instead of decreasing. "You're not convinced?" Mu asked. Yun grinned and said, "I think you're an invincible second-step Imperial Emperor. I reckon that others are giving in to you. After all, Liu Baiyue has reached the supremacy stage. No one dares to kill you. If you don't believe me, go to the Yuan region and try challenging a second-step Imperial Emperor in the Yuan region. I reckon you'll be beaten to a pulp." Yun's words were merciless. At this moment, Wu Jinhui's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes on Wu Jinhui's arms suddenly burst apart. 6 golden runes appeared on each of his arms. Golden the patterns flickered with golden light, like the light of a divine weapon. Buzz, suddenly, 6 rays of light condensed on the golden spear. In an instant, the entire golden spear looked like it was emitting light in all directions. At this moment, the power of the golden spear seemed to have increased by a level. The 6 golden patterns were like a bridge, fusing Wu Jinhui and the golden spear even more thoroughly. Look, seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. "Good, spear. Very good, I want it." The 6 golden patterns seemed to have been condensed by Wu Jinhui himself to better control the golden spear. While, at this moment, the 6 golden patterns had fused into the long spear. Mu Yun could feel that the golden spear had become even more powerful. Vaguely, it was at the level of a divine artifact. Emperor divine artifact, it was used by an imperial emperor. In the entire eastern wilderness, there were only a handful. Even more, not to mention, it was at the level of a divine artifact. Kill. At this moment, Wu Jinhui's killing intent surged. This spear was not fancy at all. It went straight for Mu Yun. Fall, he took out the sun god sword and broke through the air, pressing forward with indomitable will. At this moment, it was impossible to retreat. If he retreated, he might die. "You're courting death." When Mu Yun rushed forward, the corners of Wu Jinhui's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Boom, at that moment, the sword and spear collided. Dong, in an instant, a low thud sound was heard. The sword shattered. The spear the light went straight for Mu Yun. With a puff, the entire long spear pierced into Mu Yun's chest. Blood burst out. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Emperor Divine Artifact. Falling the Sun God Sword was an Emperor Divine Artifact. Dong, this Emperor Divine Artifact was broken just like that. The golden spear was so powerful. Get lost. Mu Yun punched out violently. Wu Jinhui's figure retreated at this moment. At this moment, looking at Mu Yun again, Wu Jinhui had a mocking sneer. "It's just an Emperor Divine Artifact." Wu Jinhui sneered. Jinhui sneered, "Without an Emperor Divine Artifact, how can you compete with me? Do you really think that the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance can compete with my Reverence Moon Holy Ground with so many Saint Sovereigns? Dream on." Jinhui said indifferently, "In the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, an Emperor Divine Artifact is not so precious." Mu Yun looked at his chest, indifferent and silent. If it weren't for the high protection of the pale yellow divine robe, this spear would definitely pierce through him. The Emperor Divine Golden Spear. Or even more. Mu looking at Wu Jinhui, Yun suddenly laughed. "The Emperor Divine Artifact is extraordinary." Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, "I want it." Humph. Wu Jinhui was indifferent. This guy's fearless eyes made him very disgusted. But, hate. Skyscraping spear. At this moment, Wu Jinhui shouted and stabbed down with the spear. The Emperor Divine Artifact is really good. Mu Yun stared at the Emperor Divine Artifact in Wu Jinhui's hand. In an instant, a light flashed in his eyes. In Moon. Yang. Sun, the Tao of Tai Chi was released instantly. Boom, the power of destruction and the power of burning the heavens merged at this moment. Yin and Yang as one. The seal of Tai Chi instantly condensed and blasted at Wu Jinhui. Get lost. A roar sounded at this moment. The Tao of Tai Chi was released to the extreme. In the power of Yang mixed and attacked, surging with light. Mu at this moment, it was as if Yan's eyes could see through everything in the world, showing an unparalleled power. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book residence, you're courting death. Seeing that Mu Yun actually wanted to take it head-on, Wu Jinhui snorted, and the speed of the golden spear increased sharply. Bang, the golden spear and the Tai Chi seal collided completely. The sky seemed to be torn apart. Sun at this moment, the moon lost its color. In the next moment, a miserable scream spread to everyone's eardrums. Holy Sun! Everyone from the Reverence Moon Holy Ground looked worried. That voice was definitely the Holy Sun's. They were too familiar with it. Boom, a rumble sounded at this moment, and the ground cracked. 2 figures fell to the ground. Only however, at that moment, those 2 figures caused the crowd to be dumbstruck. Mu Yun stood proudly at this moment. There were faint traces of blood in her eyes, which looked very demonic. At below her feet, Wu Jinhui's arms were cut off, and blood flowed endlessly. His aura was weak. And the golden spear in his hand was firmly held by Mu Yun. Are you still arrogant? Mu Yun looked at Wu Jinhui and said coldly. If the meteorite divine sword was only an emperor artifact, not an emperor artifact, there was no need to use the Tai Chi Dao. Defeating Wu Jinhui was a piece of cake. In reality, Mu Yun did not use the Eye of Reincarnation, Eye of Heaven, and Dragon Transformation. If otherwise, how could Wu Jinhui be qualified to be arrogant? He killed Wu Jinhing with 1 sword. His swordsmanship itself was impeccable. At this moment, Wu Jinhui's arms disappeared without a trace. All the strength in his body dissipated. Mouth blood foam spurted from his mouth, and he looked incomparably miserable. Defeated, he was actually defeated by Mu Yun. How was this possible? Wu at this moment, Jinhui's eyes were filled with shock. No, defeated a legend? He was defeated by Mu Yun. At this moment, Wu Jinhui felt that his Tao heart was in complete chaos. Mu Yun stepped on Wu Jinhui's body and snorted, courting death? I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, the golden spear radiated light in all directions. Mu Yun raised her spear and stabbed down. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard. The ground exploded, and Mu Yun's figure retreated in a sorry state. She spat out another mouthful of blood, and her face was extremely pale. Holding the golden spear in her hand, Mu Yun stood in midair. She raised her head and looked ahead. Over there, a figure was standing still. Wu Jinhui was held in the hand of the figure. After consuming a medicinal pill, his complexion recovered significantly. Reverence Moon Holy Master. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes when she saw who it was. The news came rather quickly, and it also came rather quickly. Bai Moon Saint Master was wearing a long white dress. She held Wu Jinhui in her hands and frowned slightly. Here at this moment, the Reverence Moon Holy Master was clad in a white robe. He had a thick layer of makeup on his face, and he exuded an unparalleled divine aura. Just by standing there, he gave off a powerful pressure. It was almost impossible to stand still. Supreme Martial Artist. Since from the moment she entered the myriad worlds, Mu Yun understood. The holy birth fused with the power of heaven and earth. Here force, to be more precise, was a kind of momentum. It was incomparably mysterious. Here, Monarch was gradually beginning to control the power of heaven and earth, condensing the momentum of heaven and earth for one's own use. Here, Supreme Martial Artist was molding. He could mold the momentum of heaven and earth and fuse it with the real momentum of heaven and earth, erupting with incomparably powerful strength. Supreme Martial Artist was invincible. Here, it was not an empty shout. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Holy Master stood there without saying a word. However, the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance was shrouded in a suffocating pressure. Here, it was not impossible for this Supreme Martial Artist to slaughter the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Boom, at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard. Heaven, above the sky, 3 figures separated. Chou Qian came to Mu Yun's side. Lu Dingyu and Lu Yi went to the Reverence Moon Holy Master's side. Please punish me, Holy Master. Lu Tingyu cupped his hands and said. I don't blame you. Reverence Moon handed Wu Jinhui to the people behind her. She took a step forward like a goddess descending from the sky. At this moment, she looked down on the crowd. She looked at Chou Qian. She had seen the 5 steps of a monarch. Only but Chou Qian was extremely different. And, moreover, Chou Qian's entire body was surging with power. There was a vague feeling of breaking through heaven and earth. She was aware of Lu Tingyu and Lu Ye's strength. But, they could not take down Chou Qian in a short time. This person was extremely different. Alliance leader Mu. Lu Yi called out. Reverence Moon looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, it's a good thing to be young and impetuous. But to be so disrespectful, isn't it too presumptuous? Is it me who is presumptuous, or is it your Reverence Moon Holy Master who is presumptuous? Mu Yun sneered. Wu Jinhing killed my people. If I don't kill him, how can I establish the prestige of the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance? Reverence Moon Holy Master, if you want to establish your prestige, choosing the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is a big mistake. Lu Baihui frowned at this moment. Mu Yun was stubborn. That was even when facing her, she would not back down. One's only reliance was Chou Qian. Can an expert who is 5 steps above an ordinary emperor give you such confidence? Lu Baihui asked. Reverence Moon muttered, if that's the case, if I make a move, I wonder if you, Chou Qian, can withstand it? Just a venerable who has not cultivated a venerable celestial body. You can try. Chou Qian said arrogantly. Hee, Lu Baihui did not care and continued, since that's the case, I will hold you back. Lu Tingyu and Lu Yi can destroy the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. I think it won't be difficult, sure. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled. Let's try. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground is strong, but to swallow the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, you have to be prepared to make a sacrifice. I just don't know if the 7 Valley is ambitious. Will the 4 forces of the Western Wilderness and the 4 beast races of the Eastern Wilderness sit back and watch? Are you threatening me? Lu Baihui smiled. Do you think I don't dare? Do you think I care about Han Jiuchong and the Blood Phoenix Sky? Those who are not venerable are ants. Mu Yun said. Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Today if they want to fight, then let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Baihui thinks that he has the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance under his control, but can he really do that? Alliance Chief Mu, your talent is outstanding. If you are willing to submit to my Reverence Moon Holy Ground, I can confer you the title of Holy Prince. You will have the same status as Wu Jinhui. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's people changed. Is Lu Baihui trying to recruit Mu Yun? To be on the same level as a trash, forget it. Mu Yun teased, Reverence Moon Holy Master, on the other hand, you are quite beautiful. Even though you look like a middle-aged man, if you consider making me your husband, I would be more than happy to help you control the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. Presumptuous. Several Reverence Moon Holy Ground's emperors beside Reverence Moon Holy Ground roared. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mu Yun said. Yun stood still and looked at the sky. Do you really think that I, Mu Yun, am talking nonsense when I claim that the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance is a 4th grade alliance? The Reverence Moon Holy Master's face turned gloomy. Since that's the case, what are you going to do? Lu Baihui? The voice suddenly appeared at that moment. Below in the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance, shaking the entire eastern wasteland. Another supreme being was born. Here at this moment, the powerful aura was exactly the same as Lu Baihui's when he had broken through. The entire eastern wasteland was in an uproar. For millions of years, there had never been a venerable in the eastern wasteland. In the blink of an eye, 2 venerables had appeared in the eastern wasteland. Here it was inconceivable. Boom, a powerful aura rose up at this moment. A long river of origin energy spread out from the 9 Heavens Cloud Alliance. Here a figure walked out from the long river, exuding a powerful aura. Here, a powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe was released. Shishi. Here, venerable, a second venerable had appeared in the eastern wasteland. Lu Baiyue, you are merely a venerable. Why don't we compete? Xianxia looked at Lu Baiyue with ridicule. Here, at this moment, the faces of the people from the Reverence Moon Holy Ground changed. Why was Emperor Xianxia in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance? No, he wasn't an emperor, but a venerable. Xianxia, I don't understand. As a fifth-step emperor, why did you submit to Mu Yun? Lu Baiyue asked. Is it just to become a venerable? Humph, what do you know? Xianxia snorted. Alliance leader Mu saved my life. If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the seamless ancient mountain. This time, after I become a venerable, the Scarlet Sun Holy Country will change dynasties and become a part of the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance. Lu Baiyue, you can't stop this. Xianxia said. Emperor Xianxia understood. In the Scarlet Sun Holy Country, he meant what he said. However, when the Scarlet Sun Holy Country joined the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, many people objected. He didn't believe that the core members of the Saint Monarch realm didn't have support. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, only the Reverence Moon Holy Ground dared to stretch their hands so far. This time, after he became a venerable, he would truly have the final say. However, anyone who objected would be killed. Mu, who was Yun? 2. The son of an emperor. If he didn't submit now and express his loyalty, he wouldn't have a place even if he wanted to in the future. Eastern Wilderness. How could this group of trash in the desolate land understand? They were short-sighted and arrogant. Was a venerable very strong? Yes, but that was in the Eastern Wilderness. Behind Mu Yun were 9 desolate beast descendants from the unbroken ancient mountain. Although he didn't know what a desolate beast descendant was, however, any one of those 9 powerful beings could destroy the entire Eastern Wilderness without a problem. But that was Mu Yun's power. Although Mu Yun couldn't be used now. However, Mu Yun wouldn't be weak forever. When she reached venerable, earthly venerable, heavenly venerable, and even divine venerable, how could Mu Yun not be able to control her? In fact, if she really reached that step, why would she need him? Now, only by working hard for Mu Yun and providing him with assistance would he be able to get a share of the profits in the future. Alas, the short-sighted people of the Eastern Wilderness couldn't see through this at all. Xianxia took a step forward and said again, if we fight today, I'll accompany you. Lu Baiyue, do you dare? Xianxia questioned. Zhen, intimidating. If 2 venerables fought, how spectacular would it be? Although Xianxia had just become a venerable, Lu Baiyue was only a few decades earlier. If they really fought, it would be hard to determine the winner. Xiao Qiyan could stop 2 emperors of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. While, in the Nine Heavens Cloud Alliance, there were 6 emperors, Mu Yun, Panga Ling, Luo Tianxing, Hua Shaming, Shang Tianyu, and Su Qingfeng. Same as Emperor Ling Xian and Qi Lingyue. In total, there were 8 emperors. Would the 10 emperors of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground be afraid? Of course, Mu Yun wouldn't be afraid. First, set a small goal, for example, 1 second. Remember, book residence. End of chapter 2747. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.